Qin Mu traversed into a fantastical world, where he found himself bound to the Sacred Maiden Sect as a laborer. Just as he had gathered enough funds for his freedom, he awakened the most formidable licked dog system. By adoring women whose strength surpassed his own, he could enhance his own abilities. Qin Mu silently vowed to pay homage to every woman within the Sacred Maiden Sect. Wonderful! At last, I've amassed 100 spirit stones. I can finally leave the Sacred Maiden Sect. In the humble wood shed at the entrance of the Sacred Maiden Sect, located in the Qin Mu continent of the Great Sword Dynasty, Qin Mu's eyes sparkled with delight as he gazed at the spirit stones in his hand, his face beaming with joy. After 3 months of toil, he had finally gathered the ransom to buy his freedom. Reflecting on the past 3 months, Qin Mu's expression soured. Unlike others who traveled to this realm with invincible systems or magical rings housing ancient sages, or those reborn into royal families enjoying opulence, he, Qin Mu, had neither a system nor any innate talent. In this enchanted world, lacking cultivation aptitude meant he was destined to be prey, at the mercy of others. Thus, upon his arrival, he was forcibly taken to the Sacred Maiden Sect to toil, only able to redeem himself after accumulating 100 spirit stones. Otherwise, he would remain enslaved for eternity. To make matters worse, this was a matriarchal world. Men held little status, and coupled with his lack of cultivation talent, his existence was akin to that of an animal, living a life worse than a pig or dog. I must hurry to redeem myself. Qin Mu gathered his spirit stones and dashed outside. As he opened the door, he collided with someone, sensing he'd bumped into something soft. Without a moment to ponder, he lifted his gaze to depart, only to receive a resounding slap across his face. Qin Mu, do you wish to kill me? Lin Qingling, nursing her sore chest, glared at him with displeasure. Qin Mu regarded the fierce woman before him with narrowed eyes. She was the very one who had bound him to the Sacred Maiden Sect. A woman of notable cultivation, she had reached the pinnacle of the human spirit realm and took delight in bullying the men captured alongside him, subjecting them to menial tasks or worse. In the Qin Mu continent, cultivation levels were categorized as human spirit realm, earth spirit realm, heaven spirit realm, and concentration realm, each with its own early, mid, late, and perfected stages. Qin Mu began, intending to protest his innocence, for now that he had enough spirit stones, he could leave the sect and no longer endure Lin Qingling's wrath. But just then, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! The strongest lick dog system has been successfully bound. Qin Mu stood frozen, his expression a blend of confusion and surprise. The good news was that a system had arrived. The bad news was that it designated him as a lick dog. What do you mean, system? Do you want me to be a lick dog? I would rather perish and restart. How could a man of stature like Qin Mu stoop to such servitude? Being a lick dog can enhance your strength. Do you wish to proceed? The system inquired again. By adoring women with higher cultivation levels than yours, you can gain experience points to elevate your strength. Each time you ascend a realm, you will receive a random reward. Rewards include elixirs, martial arts techniques, divine weapons, and spells. The system continued. This system has but one requirement. You must venerate powerful women. Adoration of those with equal or lesser power to you will yield no benefit. After this declaration, Qin Mu's mind fell into silence. A slight smile crept across Qin Mu's lips. Perhaps this system was not so bad after all. If he could effectively play the role of an admirer, he might reap significant rewards. Indeed, how enticing. What do you think you're doing? I'll make you regret it. Lin Qingling regarded Qin Mu as nothing more than a wild man brought from the mountains. Even if she were to beat him to death, no one would hold her accountable. That wretched woman. Qin Mu cursed inwardly, yet suddenly recalled that Lin Qingling's prowess in the human spirit realm far exceeded his own. She was undeniably attractive, especially with her ample bosom. Perhaps she would serve as a suitable trial for this lick dog system. Please, Sister Qingling, have mercy. Qin Mu raised his hands, gazing at her with feigned sorrow. It was my recklessness that caused me to collide with you, but I have something of great importance to discuss with you, which led me to act in haste. Though it was indeed Lin Qingling's fault, Qin Mu took the blame upon himself. This, he thought, must be the essence of licking. At least you are sensible. Speak. What is it that you wish? Lin Qingling's anger had subsided considerably. Qin Mu noticed his experience points flicker on the system panel. It worked. Although he had yet to level up, he was close. These are the spirit stones I gathered, a gift for Sister Qingling. Qin Mu reluctantly presented all his spirit stones, for he no longer intended to leave the Sacred Maiden Sect. With a plethora of formidable women within the sect, if he could pay homage to them all, he might very well seize the entire Sacred Maiden Sect. At that time, even the sect master would have to heed his words. A gift for me? Lin Qingling's eyes sparkled as she beheld the glimmering spirit stones, her displeasure dissipating entirely. Without hesitation, Qin Mu stuffed them into her arms. Indeed, Sister Qingling, you toil daily with your cultivation and managing us. It pains me to see you so burdened. Thus, I collected these spirit stones to offer you. Qin Mu's words flowed smoothly, and Lin Qingling's face radiated joy, causing her to forget her earlier intentions. At that moment, Qin Mu felt an abrupt surge of energy. Boom! An invisible wave of force erupted, and he found himself breaking through to the initial stage of the human spirit realm. Overjoyed, Qin Mu realized that merely by speaking, he could achieve such results. This lick dog system was indeed remarkable. Lin Qingling stared at Qin Mu, astonished. What just happened? You broke through? She had never anticipated that the once useless Qin Mu could now reach the initial stage of the human spirit realm. Qin Mu replied solemnly, "It must be the spiritual energy radiating from you, Sister Qingling, that activated my latent potential, allowing me to ascend to the human spirit realm. You are indeed my lucky star." Upon saying this, Qin Mu noticed his experience points increase once more. Yet, to reach the mid-stage, he needed to continue his homage. Lin Qingling gazed at her own hands in disbelief. She had indeed, in a moment of excitement, released spiritual energy. Could it be that she was born with a sacred body? Qin Mu, if you deliver these 100 spirit stones to the elder, you can leave the mountain. Are you certain you wish to give them to me? Lin Qingling decided to test Qin Mu further. I do not wish to leave. I want to remain by your side, Sister Qingling, Qin Mu declared with conviction, even stepping closer to her. Instantly, a delicate fragrance wafted into Qin Mu's nostrils. Lin Qingling's cheeks flushed as she regarded him, her previously stern demeanor softening considerably. Just then, someone entered the room. Qin Mu, why aren't you hurrying to prepare a meal? Do you want me to starve? The newcomer, Zhou Tian, was another captive taken to the mountain, known for his strength and penchant for bullying Qin Mu, often forcing him to chop wood and cook. Smack! No sooner had Zhou Tian spoken than a resounding slap echoed through the air. Sister Qingling, why did you hit me? Chapter 2. You live your life, I'll sleep. Zhou Tian pressed his feverish face, bewildered. You're the one who has the audacity to command Qin Mu to cook for you without even having hands or feet. Lin Qingling, with her arms crossed, retorted in anger. Beside them, Qin Mu smirked coldly. His earlier display of sycophancy had evidently paid off, as Lin Qingling had begun to defend him. It seemed he would need to intensify his efforts. Subsequently, Qin Mu feigned a sympathetic demeanor, rushing to Lin Qingling's side and directly grasping her delicate hand. It felt soft and smooth, a delightful sensation. Upon being held, Lin Qingling tensed instinctively, wanting to withdraw. Qingling, how are you? Does your hand hurt? Let me blow on it for you. Zhou Tian is so rough. How could he possibly deserve your attention? If your hand were to get hurt, it would surely break my heart. Qin Mu's flattery was well received, causing Lin Qingling's face to flush with a hint of embarrassment. She had never been touched by a man before. Nearby, Zhou Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this really happening? A sudden inspiration struck him, and he quickly grabbed a wooden board from the side and handed it to Lin Qingling. Qingling, if you ever feel like hitting me again, use this. It won't hurt your hands, and if you do hurt them, I would feel quite distressed. With a swift motion, Lin Qingling struck Zhou Tian, knocking him unconscious. How can this guy's words be so revolting? Qin Mu stifled a laugh. This fool, unaware that he possessed a system that thrived on flattery, believed his efforts would bear fruit. The most amusing part was that Zhou Tian had voluntarily invited Lin Qingling to strike him. He truly deserved it. Zhou Tian is utterly clueless. How could someone as beautiful as Qingling possibly enjoy hitting others? And preparing a wooden board? Bah, that tarnishes her reputation. After Qin Mu's remarks, Lin Qingling's expression softened considerably. You certainly have a way with words. Since you have already broken through to the human spirit realm, you need not reside in the woodshed any longer. I will take you to the sect and find you a hunting position. It will be far more beneficial than your current menial tasks. The Saintess sect, being the largest sect in the Great Sword Dynasty, had numerous branches and a plethora of daily tasks. The hunting Lin Qingling mentioned was an essential duty of the sect, as the captured spirit beasts could be consumed or harvested for spirit cores, aiding the disciples in their cultivation. However, Qin Mu shook his head. While assisting in the hunt was indeed preferable to menial labor, it was a task meant for men. Without beautiful women around, how could he practice his flattery? How could he accumulate experience points to enhance his cultivation? He then donned a sorrowful expression. Lin Qingling scrutinized him, her brow furrowed. What's wrong? Aren't you happy? Qin Mu thought to himself, happy? What a ridiculous notion. Am I to grovel before those female spirit beasts now? Clearing his throat, Qin Mu spoke. I understand that Sister Qingling has my best interests at heart, but once I join the hunting team, my days will be consumed with early departures and late returns. Consequently, I will be unable to attend to Sister Qingling. The mere thought of her toiling away each day without anyone to serve her tea or offer a shoulder massage fills my heart with sorrow. After expressing this, Qin Mu felt a shiver run down his spine. However, his experience points surged dramatically, and he estimated that with one more push, he could break through to the mid-stage of the human spirit realm. Gazing at Qin Mu with affectionate eyes, Lin Qingling's heart blossomed with joy. She had not anticipated that this young man possessed such conscience. Despite her offering him a favorable position, he still thought of her. Perhaps he could be nurtured into her trusted confidant, assisting her in managing her affairs in the future. Since you have such intentions, you may remain by my side, and I shall assign the menial tasks to others. However, you must not venture down the mountain secretly. I still need to cultivate, and thank you for the spirit stones. Though she was merely an outer disciple tasked with overseeing the male servants captured from below, she understood that to carve out her own domain within the Saintess sect, strength was paramount. Thus, her immediate priority was to focus on her cultivation, free from the distraction of managing these male slaves. Rest assured, Sister Qingling, I shall take good care of you. How could I possibly descend the mountain? You must also remember to rest during your cultivation and not overexert yourself. As he watched Lin Qingling depart, Qin Mu displayed genuine concern. Lin Qingling stumbled slightly, her face flushed crimson, even without turning back. This young man speaks as if his words were coated in honey. Upon glancing up, Qin Mu noticed his experience point skyrocketing, propelling him directly into the mid-stage of the human spirit realm. What a delightful surprise. Merely by engaging in conversation, he could attain such formidable strength. Seeing Lin Qingling move farther away, Qin Mu kicked Zhou Tian, who groggily awakened. Who the hell kicked me? Zhou Tian cursed, but upon meeting Qin Mu's icy gaze, he trembled in fear. Qin Mu, oh no, brother Qin. With Lin Qingling's protection, he dared not act recklessly. I'm hungry, Qin Mu declared, plopping down on a bench and looking at Zhou Tian with a cold expression. Understood, brother Qin. I will prepare a meal right away. Zhou Tian then inquired. Could you teach me how to build a good relationship with Sister Qingling later? Zhou Tian, of course, had his own motives. For individuals like him, who had been captured, dignity was a rare commodity. If he could establish a rapport with any disciple, it could facilitate an earlier descent from the mountain. It depends on your performance. Qin Mu replied, resting his hands behind his head and comfortably closing his eyes. Seeing the situation, Zhou Tian hurriedly rushed to cook, not daring to delay for a moment. After their meal, Qin Mu succumbed to a deep slumber. Alas, he was a cultivation failure. No matter how hard he tried, it was futile. He could only rely on flattery, and once his experience points accumulated, his strength would naturally improve. Zhou Tian, eager to learn from Qin Mu, took it upon himself to handle all the chores, working tirelessly throughout the afternoon until his legs ached, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. Qin Mu had never intended to teach him. Even if he did, it would be futile. The stronger one's capabilities, the greater the experience points accrued. The sect leader possessed formidable strength at the spirit concentration realm, and she was also the most enchanting beauty of the Great Sword Dynasty. If one could merely gain her favor, it might lead to a breakthrough into the Earth spirit realm. Qin Mu sighed at the thought. Reflecting on the sect leader's exalted status, accessible only to a select few core disciples and elders of the inner sect, Lin Qingling lacked even the qualification to meet her. What chance did he have? Those individuals possessed strength that was, at the very least, at the pinnacle of the Earth spirit realm. The path ahead was fraught with challenges. With a heavy heart, Qin Mu rose and stepped outside, casting his gaze upon the motionless Zhou Tian lying on the ground. A cold scoff escaping his lips. Serving me has truly worn you out. Qinggu, you should teach me how to curry favor with Sister Qingling. Zhou Tian exclaimed, eyes brimming with anticipation. Qin Mu, however, responded with a grave expression, nonsense. What do you mean by currying favor? My feelings for Sister Qingling are genuine admiration, stemming from the depths of my heart. Whoosh. Experience points increased once more. Chapter 3. A change in attitude. Come on. With her ferocious demeanor, I would sooner admire a pig than her. Zhou Tian retorted. Qinggu, there is no one else here. Just be honest with me. Zhou Tian was incredulous, unable to believe that Qin Mu genuinely admired Lin Qingling. After all, when she had brought them up the mountain, her brutality had nearly cost them their lives. Dare to speak ill of Sister Qingling, and I will end you. Qin Mu feigned indignation, delivering a slap that sent the already weary Zhou Tian sprawling into the dirt. As Zhou Tian lifted his head to rise, he was met with the sight of a figure clad in a blue dress. Oh no, Sister Qingling. I wasn't he. Zhou Tian stammered, trembling and immediately kneeling on the ground, his body quaking. Ferocious tiger? Better than a pig? Lin Qingling ground out through clenched teeth. The aura emanating from her, at the peak of the human spirit realm, expanded rapidly, suffocating Zhou Tian as if a mountain had been placed upon him. I was wrong. Zhou Tian pleaded, clutching his throat as he fell to the ground. Within mere seconds, his struggles ceased. Dead. Qin Mu was inwardly astonished. Lin Qingling was taken aback by this sudden action. I will avenge you. Sister Qingling, you need not concern yourself with this matter. Just point out the fool who has wronged you, and I shall risk my life to bring you satisfaction. Qin Mu feigned anger, pulling Lin Qingling up. No. Lin Qingling quickly withdrew her hand and sat back down. Qin Mu's status did not permit him to enter the inner sanctum. If discovered, he would face immediate execution. Within the inner sanctum, only women resided, and men were forbidden entry. Thus, there was little modesty among them, with some even bathing openly in the tranquil lake under the sun. And it was commonplace for them to shed their garments and hang them on branches after a tiring session of cultivation. If Qin Mu ventured there and beheld anything improper, even 10 lives would not suffice for his punishment. Do not be so impulsive. Lin Qingling gestured for Qin Mu to return, her spirits lifted somewhat by his fervent words. Qin Mu stood still, making no move. What a joke! How could he possibly come to Lin Qingling's defense? He was merely a sycophant, not one to gamble with his life. Moreover, whatever discomfort Lin Qingling faced had little to do with him. Sister Qingling has suffered such indignities. How can I possibly endure this? He remarked, noticing her cheeks had flushed. Leaning closer, he gently blew on her face. Feeling the warmth of his breath, Lin Qingling shivered, a tingling sensation brushing against her ears. This little minx was indeed quite sensitive. A wave of delight surged through Qin Mu. He was determined to reclaim the dignity he had lost. Yet, he also understood the importance of moderation and rose promptly after a couple of playful blows. I know you mean well and cannot bear to see me wronged, but today's events were indeed my fault. I should not have intruded upon the inner disciples' training grounds. They took my spirit stones, and I could hardly protest. Your concern brings me great joy, Lin Qingling said, and with her words, Qin Mu's experience points soared once more. He was but a step away from reaching the late stage of the human spirit realm. What? Those scoundrels even stole your spirit stones? This is utterly outrageous. Qin Mu rushed to the firewood shed, rummaging about before emerging with dozens of spirit stones. Sister Qingling, these are for your cultivation. Lin Qingling was astonished at the sight of so many spirit stones. How do you possess so many? Did you not give me all that you had earlier? These are not mine. They belong to Zhou Tian, Qin Mu hastily explained. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingling felt a surge of relief. She hadn't anticipated Qin Mu's sincerity, as he had not kept even a single spirit stone for himself, which were indeed precious resources for cultivation. These spirit stones are for you. You also need to cultivate. Lin Qingling allocated a portion back to Qin Mu, recognizing that his enhancement would also benefit her. Suddenly, she noticed that Qin Mu's strength had reached the mid-stage of the human spirit realm. You have broken through again, have I? Qin Mu feigned ignorance, checking his own body, his expression brightening with joy. It must have been my indignation upon witnessing Sister Qingling being wronged that spurred my breakthrough. Indignation? Lin Qingling stood there, momentarily stunned, unable to process the revelation. Why is Qin Mu's strength breakthrough simpler than her dining? This is of little importance. I do not desire a single spiritual stone, but I fervently hope that Sister Qingling will soon ascend to the spirit realm and then enter the inner sect to fiercely retaliate against that group of scoundrels. Qin Mu casually concocted an excuse to deflect the matter. Whoosh! The experience points surged once more. Unexpectedly, within the Holy Maiden Sect. You are the one who treats me the best. Lin Qingling felt a wave of emotion. Even among the inner disciples, no matter how close their relations, it was implausible for them to offer all their spiritual stones for another's cultivation. Qin Mu, being a man, found favor in her eyes as his strength grew. Yet he willingly relinquished his spiritual resources for her advancement. It truly brought tears to her eyes. Qin Mu slightly lowered his head, internally lamenting, what nonsense. Were it not for my own need for those spiritual stones, would I ever part with them for you? Boom. Suddenly, the aura within Qin Mu surged dramatically, achieving a breakthrough to the later stage of the human spirit realm. Lin Qingling was taken aback. In a single day, Qin Mu had transformed from a cultivator with no potential to one who had remarkably ascended to the later stage of the human spirit realm. This was simply preposterous. Could it be that he is a hidden genius? Indeed, he has broken through again. It appears Sister Qingling truly is my lucky star. Once my strength increases, I shall ensure to protect her diligently and never allow her to suffer again. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingling's eyes brimmed with tenderness. He must be a concealed prodigy. I must grasp this opportunity firmly. Contemplating this possibility, Lin Qingling took the initiative to grasp Qin Mu's hand. Chapter 4. Tonight, you can sleep with me, come with me. Lin Qingling exclaimed, pulling Qin Mu along at a brisk pace towards her boudoir. Qin Mu's heart raced. Surely she does not intend to take advantage of him? Although Lin Qingling possessed striking beauty and an exquisite figure, he was not in the right mindset for such matters, especially since he was merely brought to the mountain. If it were discovered that he was having secret liaisons with a disciple of the sect, he would be turned into a eunuch. As the door swung open, a waft of gardenia fragrance enveloped him. Sister Qingling, why have you brought me here? Qin Mu feigned ignorance. Lin Qingling immediately locked the door, gracefully approaching him. Her figure mesmerizing. After just a couple of steps, she shed her outer garment, revealing her alluring form before Qin Mu's eyes. Gulp. This was the first time he had seen Lin Qingling's physique, and he swallowed hard. How tantalizing. Her ample bosom, wrapped in binding cloth, ignited imaginative thoughts, while her slender waist and long, beautiful legs presented a vision of allure. Was this a sight meant for his eyes? Sister Qingling, you? Qin Mu began to stammer. Damn it. This little vixen truly knows how to tempt. Do you want to? Lin Qingling inquired, gazing into Qin Mu's dazed eyes, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Indeed, all men are the same. With just a hint of sweetness, their souls can be ensnared. After a day spent together, Lin Qingling was certain that Qin Mu was an extraordinary talent. She must ensure that he becomes utterly devoted to her. Once his strength escalates, he too shall remain within her grasp. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Mu Agr, how could one let such a succulent opportunity slip away? Very well. I shall impart to you a set of sword techniques. As Lin Qingling spoke, a long sword materialized in her hand. What is this? Sword techniques? Qin Mu immediately realized he had been played. This wretched woman truly knows how to wield a sword. To learn the same sword techniques as Sister Qingling is indeed an honor. Although Qin Mu grumbled internally, he still had to flatter her. Humph. Lin Qingling let out a delicate huff, visibly pleased with herself. This set of sword techniques is called the Qinglian sword art, a foundational skill of the Holy Maiden Sect. I shall pass it on to you, hoping you will study it diligently, for it may save your life in critical moments. Lin Qingling retracted her imposing aura and glanced at Qin Mu. Understood, I will certainly study hard. Qin Mu responded with a perfunctory remark, as he was not particularly interested in this rudimentary sword art. His thoughts were occupied with another matter. His experience was now sufficient to help him break through to the great perfection of the human spirit realm, but once he did, his realm would be on par with Lin Qingling's. According to the system's hints, he could only grovel before those whose realms surpassed his. Those of equal or lower realms were of no use to him. Do you know why I am teaching you this set of sword techniques? Lin Qingling stood before Qin Mu, lowering her head to speak. Qin Mu raised his gaze but could only see the top of her head. Why? Doubt clouded Qin Mu's expression, as he could hardly believe this woman had any good intentions. You are fortunate. Tomorrow, Senior Sister Yuhan Huang will arrive from the Great Sword Dynasty. She requires several bearers for her palanquin, and I plan to arrange for you to carry it from the foot of the mountain to the top, with a reward of 20 spirit stones. Upon hearing this, excitement flickered in Qin Mu's eyes. Yuhan Huang is the princess of the Great Sword Dynasty, possessing mid-level strength in the celestial spirit realm, with unparalleled talent and status. Flatter her. But how does this relate to your teaching me the sword art? Qin Mu was still somewhat perplexed. Fool. Lin Qingling playfully tapped his forehead. Once you master this sword art, you'll be able to endure blows. Oh, able to endure blows? What does that mean? Qin Mu suddenly grasped the implication of Lin Qingling's words. Senior Sister has a volatile temper and may strike at any moment. Qin Mu felt speechless at this revelation. Why would I want to serve her? She is nothing short of a violent maniac, and I might end up dead at her hands. Sister Qingling, I still think it would be better to stay by your side to take care of you. If you desire spirit stones, I can go to the back mountain to search. Qin Mu opted for a more cautious approach. No, Lin Qingling's tone was very serious, leaving no room for negotiation. She donned her long robe once more, fixing her gaze intently on Qin Mu. What I covet is not those 20 spirit stones. If you can impress Senior Sister, you may be granted exceptional admission as a disciple of the Holy Maiden Sect. That is the true outcome she desires. The Holy Maiden Sect does not refuse male disciples, but the criteria for acceptance are exceedingly rare. Moreover, even if they do accept male disciples, they can only be outer disciples. Become a disciple of the Holy Maiden Sect? A smile flickered across Qin Mu's heart. Would this not allow him to encounter even more formidable women? That does sound rather appealing. I shall not betray Sister Qingling's trust, and will strive to become a disciple of the Holy Maiden Sect. Qin Mu resolutely made up his mind. Lin Qingling nodded in satisfaction. Once Qin Mu became a disciple of the Holy Maiden Sect, their bond would be legitimate and in accordance with the rules. After Qin Mu's strength increased, she could entrust herself to him. Unbeknownst to Lin Qingling, Qin Mu was entirely unaware of her sentiments. Sister Qingling, I shall not disturb your rest any longer. I will go familiarize myself with the swordsmanship, Qin Mu said as he rose to leave. He realized that no matter how much he flattered her, his experience points did not increase. indicating that Lin Qingling had become unhelpful. He needed to find someone new to enhance his strength. Wait, tonight, I permit you to sleep in my room. Lin Qingling winked at Qin Mu and pointed to the floor, suggesting he could sleep there. This woman was undeniably bold, Qin Mu thought, shaking his head. Nonsense. If I am to sleep, it shall be on the bed. I will not lay on the floor. That was against the rules. He preferred to return to the woodshed. Besides, he was concerned that if he lost control, he might engage in something inappropriate. It was best to wait until he joined the Holy Maiden Sect before making any decisions. Lin Qingling was even more pleased. Qin Mu was not the lewd person she had imagined. Even when she invited him, he remained steadfast and virtuous, truly a gentleman. Her fondness for him deepened. Make sure to perform well tomorrow. I await your good news, Lin Qingling said, gazing at him with tender affection as she lay on her bed. Understood. Qin Mu replied dismissively and turned to exit the room. Lin Qingling watched his retreating figure, her expression slightly perplexed. Why did it seem he was not as enthusiastic about her as before? She furrowed her brow in contemplation. After leaving the room, Qin Mu returned to the woodshed. To ensure absolute safety, he directly elevated his strength to the pinnacle of the human spirit realm. Otherwise, he would lack the confidence to confront the formidable Yuan Huang. The next day arrived, and as Qin Mu opened his eyes, he was surprised to find Lin Qingling standing before him. Awake? Lin Qingling approached Qin Mu, her hands behind her back, displaying a newfound playfulness and charm compared to before. What brings you to my room so early? Qin Mu sat up, concealing his aura. It was best not to let Lin Qingling know about his breakthrough in strength. He could only imagine the trouble it might cause. What? It's merely a shabby woodshed. I can come and go as I please, Lin Qingling declared haughtily, quite pleased with herself. As an outer disciple of the Holy Maiden Sect, she felt that this mere woodshed, unfit even for servants, was only suitable for male slaves like Qin Mu who had been brought here against their will. Qin Mu sneered inwardly. This arrogant woman truly believed herself exceptional. Just yesterday, he had flattered her because of her strength. Now that they were on equal footing, why was she still displaying such superiority in front of him? You can flaunt your airs elsewhere. If I were to show you any more courtesy today, I would be a fool. He glared at Lin Qingling, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. He still vividly recalls the time when he was first bound on the mountain and the cruel acts committed by Lin Qingling against him. She would scold him mercilessly, and when displeased, would resort to curses or even physical punishment. Lin Qingling paused momentarily, puzzled by Qin Mu's demeanor. Why did he emanate such a chilling aura? Wasn't he infatuated with her? Qin Mu, are you jesting with me? I suggested you sleep in my room yesterday, and you were the one who deemed it inappropriate. Lin Qingling's tone reflected her dissatisfaction. When Qin Mu departed the previous day, she sensed something amiss, as if he had transformed into a different person. Yet, she remained oblivious to the fact that Qin Mu had merely ceased to fawn over her. You are indeed correct. I am merely jesting, Qin Mu replied, rising and suppressing the impulse within him. Had he spent the night in Lin Qingling's room, how would he face the senior sister today? It was said that the senior sister of the Holy Maiden Sect, Yuan Huang, was strikingly beautiful and possessed unparalleled talent. She was the one deserving of his admiration. However, it was not yet time to sever ties with Lin Qingling. Should this woman act irrationally, she might deprive him of the chance to meet Yuan Huang, thus jeopardizing his plans. Let us proceed. We mustn't keep the senior sister waiting, Qin Mu suggested. Lin Qingling, realizing his intent, chose not to dwell on his previous remarks, attributing them to his nervousness. She guided Qin Mu to the foot of the mountain, where a throng awaited their arrival. As the foremost disciple of the Holy Maiden Sect, coupled with her royal lineage from the Great Sword Dynasty, Yuan Huang's beauty and strength rendered her a paragon, the object of countless aspirations. Wow, there are so many people today, Lin Qingling exclaimed, gazing into the distance. Qin Mu furrowed his brow, feeling discontented. With so many onlookers, how could he possibly express his admiration? Was he to demean himself as a sycophant before the crowd? What a disgrace. Host, you are but one step away from breaking through to the Earth Spirit realm. At that moment, the system's voice resounded fittingly. Damn. Qin Mu resolved that in this fantastical world, strength was paramount. As long as he possessed sufficient power, who would dare speak against him? Before his transmigration, there had been precedents. Once, he was referred to as Little Agao, and now he was known as Mr. Zhan Yapping. Where are my companions to carry the sedan? Qin Mu inquired, casting a skeptical glance at Lin Qingling. The individuals meant to assist him were presumably the male slaves abducted from the foot of the mountain. Look, there they are. Lin Qingling gestured discreetly toward 3 individuals. Qin Mu's expression turned complex as he regarded them. Their strength was merely at the initial stage of the human spirit realm, and their delicate appearances suggested they were ill-suited for labor. Look, the senior sister is coming. A voice rang out from the crowd, drawing all eyes towards the source. Qin Mu turned to the horizon, his expression frozen. He beheld a graceful figure gliding towards them. Enveloped by an ethereal aura of soared energy, her movements a breathtaking spectacle. It seemed that even her slightest breath could resonate throughout the heavens and the earth. How exquisite! Truly, she was a vision of beauty. Qin Mu stood there, entranced, his eyes sparkling. She bore an uncanny resemblance to the moon goddess. Enamored, he found it difficult to tear his gaze away, contemplating that to pursue such a woman, even in front of the entire Great Sword Dynasty, would be no matter. No, he must devise a plan to win her over. Isn't she stunning? Lin Qingling prodded Qin Mu, attempting to rouse him from his reverie. However, Qin Mu had little hope. A woman of such celestial grace was destined only for the extraordinary of the Qin Mu continent, while he was merely a humble lad. Wait, something was amiss. Lin Qingling suddenly realized she might have underestimated Qin Mu. Indeed, she was beautiful, though it remained uncertain if she would be receptive to affection. Qin Mu not only admired the beauty of Yuhan Huang, but also noted that she lived up to her name. Her demeanor was as frigid as ice, forbidding to strangers. No one dared approach within 10 meters. This posed quite a challenge. What did you say? Let us go, it's your turn to shine, Lin Qingling urged, not daring to delay as she brought Qin Mu before Yuhan Huang. Elder sister, this is the one who carried you up the mountain today, she said, her voice trembling with deference. Yuhan Huang replied curtly, making her way toward the palanquin. Qin Mu's heart raced. Indeed, beautiful women exuded an intoxicating allure. What a delightful fragrance. This aroma stirred his very hormones, igniting an unfamiliar sensation within him. Yuhan Huang gracefully ascended the palanquin, yet in a moment of distraction, one of her shoes slipped off and fell to the ground. For a brief instant, everyone was at a loss for what to do. The three simpletons nearby appeared to look down upon the incident. A flicker of hope ignited within Qin Mu. An opportunity had presented itself. What was there to be disdainful of? Since they were unwilling to assist, it fell to him to take the plunge. He hurried over, retrieving the high-heeled shoe, which shimmered in a silvery hue. Its heel long and sharp, adorned with crystal embellishments that radiated elegance and opulence. Holding it in his hand, he felt a chilling sensation. Wow, what are you doing? Yuhan Huang seemed taken aback by his actions. I'm helping elder sister pick up her shoe, Qin Mu replied, his face beaming with joy. With that, he grasped her ankle and slipped the shoe back onto her foot, surreptitiously brushing against her delicate foot as he did so. Heavens! Yuhan Huang's expression hardened. The moment Qin Mu's hand touched her foot, her aura surged with fury. How dare he desecrate her? How dare a lowly wretch like you lay hands upon me? Begone! With a swift motion, Yuhan Huang unleashed a powerful wave of energy, hurtling toward Qin Mu with tremendous force. Chapter 6. A rare spiritual vein, the fated one? Damn it! Feeling the onslaught of her power, Qin Mu cursed inwardly. Lin Qingling's words rang true. Yuhan Huang had a notoriously volatile temperament. Beside them, Lin Qingling was frantic. Did this Qin Mu have a screw loose? Did he not understand that elder sister despised men touching her? He actually dared to touch the most sensitive feet of the senior sister. It's over. Qin Mu is doomed. The Azure Lotus sword technique. Qin Mu gathered his momentum. And immediately, sword shadows manifested around him, blocking the onslaught of Yuhan Huang. However, given his mere human spirit realm strength, he was still violently sent flying. The power of a celestial spirit realm expert is such that even a casual wave can unleash tremendous force. Is it truly the Azure Lotus sword technique? Are you a disciple of the Holy Maiden Sect? Upon witnessing Qin Mu's technique, Yuhan Huang's expression shifted slightly. She had only been away for a month. When did the Holy Maiden Sect admit a male disciple? No. Before Qin Mu could finish his words, Yuhan Huang had already raised her hand. A vortex of energy slowly coalescing. Wait, senior sister you. Cold sweat trickled down Qin Mu's forehead. This woman is beautiful yet perilous. Do you have any last words? Yuhan Huang's intent to kill was clear, and not a single person around dared to intervene. After all, it was hardly worth offending Yuhan Huang over a male servant. That would be foolish, wouldn't it? Why does senior sister want to kill me? A mere servant. To kill or not to kill, does it require justification? Yuhan Huang scoffed, her gaze icy. Hearing this, a chill flickered in Qin Mu's eyes. Once his strength increased, he would shatter all of Yuhan Huang's arrogance, forcing her to kneel before him and sing of submission. Moreover, you just touched my foot, Yuhan Huang added, perhaps not wishing to be criticized. Excellent. That is precisely what I wish to hear. A glimmer of joy sparkled in Qin Mu's eyes. He had found his opportunity. If that is the case, then senior sister you, go ahead and kill me. I shall die without regrets. Qin Mu stood tall, displaying a fearless demeanor, devoid of any trepidation. What is happening? Yuhan Huang stared at Qin Mu, her expression clouded with confusion. In this life, to have touched Senior Sister Yu's beautiful feet, I, Qin Mu, deem my existence worthwhile. Even in death, I will possess the capital to boast in the underworld. As Qin Mu finished speaking, he noticed a significant increase in his experience points on the system panel. Goodness, the stronger the opponent, the more experience gained? Qin Mu couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. How splendid it would be to lick the sect leader. Yuhan Shuang regarded Qin Mu, her expression unusual. She was uncertain how to respond. His words were oddly gratifying. Is it truly such a source of pride to have merely touched her feet? Observing Qin Mu's earnest expression, she offered a faint smile, though it quickly vanished. Senior Sister Yu, please act. To die by your hand would be a sweet delight. Qin Mu stoked the flames further, his gaze unwavering upon Yuhan Shuang. My experience points have risen again. In truth, I intentionally allowed myself to be captured to behold Senior Sister Yu's true visage. Now, not only have I seen it, but I have also touched her beautiful feet. If I must die, then let it be. After speaking, Qin Mu even brought the hand that had touched Yuhan Shuang's foot to his nose, inhaling deeply. Exquisite and intoxicating. A look of satisfaction spread across Qin Mu's face. Those around them gasped in astonishment, covering their mouths in disbelief. Is this fellow truly so repulsive? However, Qin Mu's statement was not a fabrication. Yuhan Shuang's feet bore no unpleasant odor, but rather exuded a delightful fragrance. Enough. With a casual wave of her hand, a surge of spiritual energy enveloped Qin Mu, drawing him before her. Mind your manners, or I shall sever you. With that, Yuhan Shuang entered the palanquin, unbeknownst to anyone. A subtle smile lingered at the corners of her mouth. Experience points reached their limit. Qin Mu was overjoyed. He never anticipated that just 2 sentences could elevate him to the earth spirit realm. Without hesitation, he chose to ascend. Boom. A tremendous wave of spiritual energy surged forth as Qin Mu successfully stepped into the early stages of the earth spirit realm. Ding. Realm elevated. And a random reward was bestowed. An exceptional spirit vein. What does this mean? Qin Mu was somewhat taken aback by this reward. In the Qin Mu continent, there exists an unspoken rule. Individuals possessing an exceptional spirit vein are coveted by various factions, for each exceptional spirit vein possesses the potential to evolve into a great emperor. Spirit veins are primarily categorized as inferior spirit veins, medium spirit veins, superior spirit veins, celestial spirit veins, rare spirit veins, and exceptional spirit veins. Even Yuhan Shuang merely possessed a superior spirit vein. Does this mean I will be able to traverse the Qin Mu continent with impunity? Qin Mu lifted the palanquin, his face alight with joy. However, his expression swiftly darkened, for this news did not bode well for him. Possessing an exceptional spirit vein would mean his cultivation talent would reach its zenith. He could master any technique with but a single glance, eliminating any concerns regarding his training. The crux of the matter, however, lay in the fact that spirit veins could be usurped. Should a powerful individual set their sights on his spirit vein, forcibly extracting it would not be out of the question. He must remain cautious. Crack. Suddenly, a whip struck Qin Mu's back. Though his strength had ascended to the earth spirit realm, rendering such damage insignificant, he felt a surge of annoyance. Hurry up. You are delaying my important business with my master. You will all pay? Yuhan Shuang's icy gaze swept over Qin Mu and the others, urging them onward. Qin Mu remained silent. Very well, I will remember you. Just one lash, is it? One day, I shall have you pinned down. After what felt like an eternity, they finally managed to carry Yuhan Shuang up the mountain. Qin Mu stood in place, contemplating how he might further ingratiate himself. An opportunity to be in the presence of such a rare beauty as Yuhan Shuang must not be squandered. You come with me. To his surprise, Yuhan Shuang pointed at Qin Mu, indicating for him to follow. Me? Indeed, you come here. Without waiting for Qin Mu to catch up, she swiftly entered the mountain gate. Qin Mu did not rush inside but stood outside, clearing his throat. Today, to enter the mountain gate alongside Senior Sister Yu is the greatest honor of my life. You may all envy me. With that, Qin Mu darted in after her. Whoosh. Experience points surged once more. It seemed that even an icy woman could exhibit pride. As Qin Mu stepped through the mountain gate for the first time, he felt an overwhelming influx of spiritual energy coursing into his body, nurturing his exceptional spirit vein. Sensing the disturbance, Yuhan Shuang turned around. It is impossible. The moonlit frost gazed at Qin Mu, her eyes filled with astonishment. How could he possibly possess a supreme spiritual vein? She recalled her father mentioning that her destined partner in this life would be one who bore such a rare gift. Yet, Qin Mu was merely a lowly slave. How could he possibly be worthy of her? What if he were to lose his supreme spiritual vein? A glint of coldness flickered in her eyes. Chapter 7 A Test? Joining the Holy Maiden Sect. Senior Sister Yu, what are you looking at? Qin Mu noticed that Yuhan Huang had been staring intently at him, leaving him perplexed. Could it be that she was captivated by his charm? Surely not. This woman couldn't possibly be aware of the supreme spiritual vein he possessed, could she? It's nothing. Yuhan Huang, disinterested, strode ahead. Following her, Qin Mu frowned. Feeling quite displeased, her arrogance would come at a cost. Along the way, Qin Mu was treated to a visual feast. Indeed, the Holy Maiden Sect was filled with beauties. He found himself somewhat dazzled. Many among them were exceptionally powerful, with even some outer disciples possessing strength at the Earth Spirit realm. Stay here, and do not go anywhere without my permission. Yuhan Shuang's icy voice rang out. Rest assured, senior sister Yu, unless you summon me. I won't even heed the orders of the sect master. Though he spoke those words, his thoughts were quite the opposite. If he had the chance to curry favor with the sect master, would he still need to flatter Yuhan Huang? Absurd. Naturally, he would seek to embrace a greater power. Humph. Yuhan Huang scoffed, casting a sidelong glance at Qin Mu before stepping through the inner gate. The inner gate was the core of the Holy Maiden Sect, forbidding the entry of men. Left outside, Qin Mu wore a bemused expression. If he became an inner disciple, would he not gain free access? Yet, upon further reflection, such an opportunity seemed exceedingly slim. The Holy Maiden Sect had never had a precedent for this. The most troubling aspect was that this was a matriarchal world, where men were generally unwelcome. He found himself in a precarious position. Had he not been clever moments ago, he might have been directly slain by Yuhan Huang. How could he possibly enter the inner gate? With so many enchanting maidens present, he would surely need to flatter them profusely. Qin Mu murmured to himself, his heart racing with excitement. Just then, Yuhan Huang, stepping lightly, appeared before him. Senior sister Yu, do you have any instructions? Qin Mu asked, his face lighting up with joy as he gazed at her. I ask you, who taught you the Qinglian sword technique? Yuhan Huang scrutinized Qin Mu, her expression serious. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Mu replied, I learned it on my own. He had no intention of involving Lin Qingling, wanting to avoid unnecessary complications and keeping her around for future use. Learned it on your own. Without any foundational methods, you merely observed a couple of moves. And you could master the Qinglian sword technique? Yuhan Huang was first taken aback. Then, as if she had spotted her prey, her gaze fixed intently on Qin Mu. Truly, he was worthy of his supreme spiritual vein. He was indeed extraordinary. Even with her exceptional talent, mastering the Qinglian sword technique would necessitate foundational methods as a guide. Perhaps I was simply fortunate. Qin Mu would certainly refrain from revealing the truth to Yuhan Huang. As she gazed intently at him, her mind seemed to wander. Allow me to demonstrate a move. You shall replicate it for me, she declared, and before Qin Mu could respond, she lightly tapped her toes. Her form akin to a graceful swan, and suddenly, a long sword of azure hue materialized in her hand, dancing in the wind. Where the sword's light passed, it appeared as if blossoms of blood were bursting forth. A palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped Yuhan Huang. What a fierce sword technique! Qin Mu observed intently, only to discover a remarkable phenomenon. Her movements were being automatically deconstructed in his mind, akin to slow motion. The unparalleled spiritual veins truly were extraordinary. Qin Mu began to grasp the essence of a protagonist's halo. Before long, a multitude of blood blossoms surged violently towards him. What tricks does Yuhan Huang have up her sleeve now? Qin Mu murmured, yet he refrained from any defensive gestures. Until he fully comprehended the situation, he needed to exercise utmost caution. Boom. In the next moment, all the blood blossoms before Qin Mu dissipated, transforming into a mass of spiritual energy. Why do you not evade? Yuhan Huang furrowed her brow, bewildered. Did he truly harbor no fear of death? Why should I? Qin Mu retorted. My previous attack possessed the might of a perfected earth spirit realm. You are merely at the early stage of the earth spirit realm. A mere touch would spell your end. Are you truly unafraid of death? Yuhan Huang had encountered many individuals, and they all valued their lives dearly. Retreating without a fight, fleeing in terror, or even kneeling to plead for mercy were common reactions. Yet, Qin Mu was different. He did not even bat an eyelid. I have long proclaimed that to perish at the hands of senior sister Yu is a delight I would embrace, Qin Mu declared. Whoosh. His experience points surged once more. Nearing a breakthrough into the mid-earth spirit realm, a wave of exhilaration coursed through him. This was far superior to the arduous cultivation endured by the disciples. A little more, and he would strive for a breakthrough. Suddenly, a vortex of air coalesced in the atmosphere, transforming into a razor-sharp wind blade that shot towards Qin Mu's face with merciless ferocity. Without warning, a gash appeared on his visage. Blood flowed forth. Did he truly possess no fear of death? Yuhan Huang clasped her hands behind her back, descending gracefully to stand before Qin Mu. The previous attack had given him no time to prepare or contemplate, yet he remained as steady as a mountain, proving he was not deceiving her. However, to be favored by such a lowly wretch brought her nothing but disgrace. This woman was indeed ruthless. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Qin Mu's eyes, only to vanish swiftly. I accidentally injured you. Here, wipe it. Yuhan Shuang casually tossed a silk handkerchief onto his face. Such a fragrant handkerchief for me to use. Qin Mu picked it up, dabbing at his face while inhaling its scent. It was intended for disposal, Yuhan Shuang replied coldly. This woman was undeniably proud. Yet, the more haughty a woman, the greater the contrast. Qin Mu gazed at Yuhan Shuang, his mind already formulating plans. Once his strength reached new heights, he would surely deliver a sound spanking to her. Whoosh! His experience points reached their limit. However, Qin Mu was in no rush to elevate his power. Your talents and abilities are commendable. I would like to invite you to join the Holy Maiden Sect. Would you be willing? Finally, Yuhan Shuang broached the main topic. She had just conversed with her master about how to handle a worthless slave possessing an extraordinary spiritual vein. If she were to directly extract the spiritual vein from his body, it would undoubtedly have repercussions. Unless absolutely necessary, she would refrain from employing such a brutal method. Thus, it was imperative for Qin Mu to voluntarily relinquish his spiritual vein. Join the Holy Maiden Sect? Naturally, I am willing. A smile graced Qin Mu's lips. This was the inaugural step towards his grand ambitions. Ideally, he would be accepted into the inner sect, where their prowess was formidable and with a few gestures of admiration. His own strength could be significantly enhanced. He also realized that as his strength grew, the experience points gained became increasingly scarce, unless one was of extraordinary caliber. The benefits of admiration were negligible. You're perceptive. Then follow me inside. Remember, do not gaze upon what you should not. Otherwise, I shall gouge out your eyes. Yuhan Shuang declared, leading Qin Mu into the inner sanctum. Greetings, celestial maidens. Qin Mu has arrived. Chapter 8. Entering the inner sect, disparate hearts of master and disciple. Upon entering the inner sect, Qin Mu's first reaction was the richness of the spiritual energy present. It was at least 5 times denser than that of the outer sect. Looking up, he beheld a towering mountain. Upon its summit stood a magnificent palace, the Holy Maiden Palace, the residence of the sect leader. You will soon encounter the leader's ethereal projection. Speak with caution, Yuhan Shuang advised. The leader was a formidable presence within the condensed spirit realm, one of the most esteemed figures across the entire Qin Mu continent. Under normal circumstances, how could someone like Qin Mu ever hope to meet the leader? I understand. So, this is the inner sect? Qin Mu's eyes darted around, overwhelmed by the sights. The female disciples nearby gazed at him as if he were a curious creature. For he was brought in by Yuhan Shuang, and they dared not speak too freely, merely whispering amongst themselves. Indeed, the inner disciples are stunning and powerful. Qin Mu involuntarily complimented, and to his astonishment, his experience points surged once more. Boom. His strength unexpectedly advanced to the mid-stage of the Earth spirit realm. You have broken through? Yuhan Shuang looked incredulously at Qin Mu, astonished by the rapidity of his growth. Surely, it was due to Sister Yu's earlier guidance that had sparked his enlightenment. That swift wind blade, fierce and rapid, was truly a rare and formidable technique. Qin Mu praised her effusively, expressing no resentment for the injury she had caused him, instead perceiving it as a blessing. Upon uttering this, his experience points surged further. Of course, as the eldest disciple of the Holy Maiden Sect, my heights shall remain unattainable for you throughout your life. Yuhan Shuang intentionally belittled Qin Mu, seeking to alleviate the imbalance she felt within. She was regarded as the favored daughter of heaven, the heir to the great sword dynasty. Yet the level of her spiritual vein paled in comparison to that of a mere slave like Qin Mu. How could she possibly endure such a reality? Fortunately, Qin Mu harbored profound admiration for her, to the extent that one might say he was utterly devoted to her. As long as she was not his adversary, given a little time, she was certain to cultivate him into a loyal companion. At that point, she could extract the spiritual vein from within Qin Mu and claim it as her own. Consequently, her cultivation would undoubtedly surpass that of her master, positioning her atop the hierarchy of the Qin Mu continent's formidable beings. Such was the assertion of Sister Yu. Qin Mu, feigning agreement, nodded reluctantly. While internally he scoffed, what utter nonsense. I bet before long, my strength will eclipse yours. I hope that by then, you will kneel before me in humility. Accompanying Yuhan Shuang, he arrived at a serene pool. With a casual wave of her hand, a surge of spiritual energy poured into the water, and in the next moment, the pool began to ripple, revealing a spectral figure before them. Disciple pays respects to the master. Yuhan Shuang bowed respectfully. As she bent, Qin Mu, standing to the side, caught a glimpse of an unexpected spectacle. Goodness, he thought, delighted by this hidden benefit. Alas, he lamented that he could not indulge in the tactile experience. Yet, after a brief glance, he averted his gaze, knowing that should Yu Hanshuang notice, she would surely reprimand him with fervor. The ethereal figure within the water was none other than Murong Li, the current leader of the Saintess sect, her cultivation resting at the mid-stage of the spirit-gathering realm. Is he the one you mentioned? Murong Li inquired, her expression revealing a complex mix of emotions. It was indeed rare for a man to possess a top-tier spiritual vein. However, it was fortunate that this phenomenon occurred within her sect. Had it transpired elsewhere, it could have led to dire consequences. Reporting to Master, it is indeed him. Moreover, his aptitude for cultivation is exceptionally high. I propose we admit him as a disciple of the Saintess sect, which would facilitate better management, Yu Hanshuang suggested. By integrating her junior brother's spiritual vein into her own, she would eliminate any whispers of dissent. Murong Li nodded lightly. Although our Saintess sect has never accepted male disciples, exceptions can certainly be made. Granted, Murong Li had her own motives as well. Her strength had remained stagnant at the mid-stage of the spirit-gathering realm for an extended period, and her celestial-grade spiritual vein was insufficient for further advancement. If she could transfer Qin Mu's exceptional spiritual vein to herself, perhaps she could break through to the fabled supreme realm. For now, she needed to bestow some benefits upon Qin Mu to ensure he remained firmly within her grasp. Let him be an outer disciple, remaining within my Saintess sect. Yu Hanshuang glanced at Qin Mu, realizing that had it not been for his usefulness, even the status of outer disciple would be beyond his reach. Outer disciple? Qin Mu felt somewhat disgruntled. The quality of outer disciples was far inferior to that of inner disciples. What scheme could he devise to persuade them to accept him into the inner circle? What is the matter? Are you unwilling? Yu Hanshuang warned Qin Mu not to be overly ambitious. Being accepted into the Saintess sect was already a tremendous favor. Did he truly wish to be picky? Not at all. It's just that I feel remaining an outer disciple would limit my opportunities to meet Sister Yu in the future. Qin Mu adopted a mode of flattering, his acting skills soaring as he feigned deep affection, causing the corners of Yu Hanshuang's mouth to lift slightly. It seemed her allure was indeed extraordinary. Upon hearing this, Murong Li's expression subtly shifted. Could it be that Qin Mu harbored feelings for Yu Hanshuang? No. They must not be brought together. Otherwise, she would be unable to obtain the exquisite spiritual vein. Qin Mu, is it? Murong Li spoke softly, her voice as ethereal as an orchid in the mist. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu abruptly raised his head, and to his astonishment, he beheld the true visage of Murong Li. Her beauty was unparalleled, her grace transcending the mundane. She was truly a celestial being, untouched by the earthly realm. Yet, why did she regard him with such a peculiar gaze, as if she were intent on devouring him? In accordance with the command of the sect master, Qin Mu replied, bowing respectfully, I grant you a unique opportunity, a rare exception to join the inner sect. Do you accept? Murong Li articulated, her form merely a phantom. Yet her silhouette revealed a figure of exquisite elegance, long hair cascading like a waterfall, willow-like brows arching gracefully, and a pair of starry eyes that seemed capable of ensnaring the soul. Qin Mu found himself entranced after merely gazing a moment longer. Indeed, she was the sect master, possessing a maturity that surpassed Yu Hanshuang's allure. Master, are you permitting a man to join the inner sect? Yu Hanshuang questioned in bewilderment. Did this not violate the established rules? What harm is there? His talent is commendable. He should be nurtured. In a month, the grand battle of talents on Qin Mu continent will commence. If he can lend you assistance, what matters if rules are bent? Murong Li proclaimed grandly. Yet, in truth, her thoughts were far from noble. By keeping Qin Mu under her vigilant eye, she could exercise greater control over him. Furthermore, it would prevent him from becoming entangled with Yu Hanshuang. Chapter 9. Yu Hanshuang's jealousy. Everything was left to the master's arrangements. Though discontent brewed among Yu Hanshuang and the others, they understood it was the master's decree. Any overt rebellion would surely lead them to face the wall of reflection. Murong Li nodded with satisfaction. The exquisite spiritual vein was as good as hers. Then let us take him below to familiarize him. After uttering this, her phantom began to dissipate. Just then, Qin Mu's voice resonated suddenly. Master, please wait. He called out hastily. Murong Li's formidable strength made him wonder how much experience he might gain from merely flattering her. Currently, he was at the mid-stage of the Earth Spirit realm, requiring a 50% increase to ascend to the latter stage. Although she was but a phantom, she was undeniably a genuine powerhouse of the concentration realm. What is it that you wish? Murong Li regarded Qin Mu, a glimmer of depth flickering in her gaze. Given her status, it was inconceivable for her to lower herself to engage in extensive discourse with him. She merely needed to entice him slightly, and if he had any needs, would he dare to refuse? Disciple wishes to present a gift to the master. Qin Mu bowed again, stating. Yu Hanshuang, observing Qin Mu beside her, felt a surge of unease. What scheme was he concocting now? She had already cautioned him to refrain from speaking out of turn, should he offend the sect master. Even possessing an exquisite spiritual vein would not spare him from demise. You intend to gift me something? Let me see what it is. Moronli spoke softly, her gaze descending like that of a celestial being, and the atmosphere around them shifted instantaneously. This was the formidable pressure emanating from a powerful practitioner, capable of solidifying the very space around her with but a glance. Those of even greater strength could traverse dimensions at will. It was precisely this artifact, a peculiar spiritual stone, resembling a plum blossom, which he intended to present to his revered master. A faint smile graced Qin Mu's lips. Indeed, women were all alike. In the next moment, a finely crafted spiritual stone appeared in his palm, its plum blossom form exquisitely detailed and breathtakingly beautiful. Upon seeing it, a flicker of surprise crossed Moronli's eyes. Over the years, no one had ever gifted her a present. Qin Mu was the first. The disciple understood that a single spiritual stone held little monetary value. Yet it represented the utmost sincerity he could muster, hoping his master would accept it without disdain. Qin Mu adopted a humble demeanor, lifting the spiritual stone with both hands. In an instant, he watched in astonishment as his experience points surged to 80%. Could it be that Moronli was genuinely moved? Such a humble spiritual stone could yield such a profound effect. Elation surged within him, though his expression remained as tranquil as water. Nearby, Yuhan Huang felt a tumult of emotions. Moments ago, Qin Mu had spoken of her in a certain manner, yet here he was, bestowing such a delicate gift upon his master. She felt a pang of jealousy. Although she cared little for the spiritual stone, she felt an imperative to possess it. Ding. Detection of jealousy components. Random reward acquired. Martial technique. Great desolate prisoner-s finger. What was happening? Upon hearing the system's notification, a martial art form manifested in his mind, which he comprehended instantaneously, as a surge of searing spiritual energy coalesced in his palm. To avoid drawing attention, Qin Mu swiftly dissipated the energy enveloping him. Jealousy? Had Yuhan Huang felt envy simply because he had not gifted her anything? A sardonic smile curled within Qin Mu. How could such a proud woman harbor such trivial sentiments? Her heart as inscrutable as the depths of the ocean? However, there was an upside to this revelation. Since it was a token of her goodwill, he would graciously accept it. Moronli waved her hand, and the spiritual stone in Qin Mu's grasp vanished in an instant. As the leader of the Sacred Maiden Sect, her status transcended ordinary bounds. Many sought her favor, yet few possessed the delicate thoughtfulness that Qin Mu exhibited in presenting such a gift. In return, I shall gift you something of my own, Moronli declared, and a long sword materialized before Qin Mu. This sword, named Tianke, was one she had discovered on the battlefield beyond their realm, perfectly suited to his current abilities. With the Qinglian sword art wielded through Tianke, its power was boundless. Absorb its essence well, and do not disappoint your master. As her words faded, Moronli's figure gradually vanished. Qin Mu's spirit soared. He had not anticipated such an unexpected delight. Grasping the Tianke sword, a smile slowly spread across his face. What of the Sacred Maiden Sect? What of the matriarchal world? Those were mere relics of the past before his arrival. Now that he was here, he would be the one to command respect. Moronli, the leader of the Holy Maiden Sect, awaits his conquest. As Qin Mu pondered this, a swift blade was suddenly pressed against his throat. Sister Yu, what are you doing? Qin Mu hastily raised his hand to block Yuhan Huang's sword, inwardly lamenting. It seemed he had not provoked this woman. So why did she suddenly draw her weapon against him? Indeed, his current strength was no match for Yuhan Huang, but once he surpassed her, he would never allow this woman to trample upon him. With sweet words and cunning, she deceived the master and even managed to obtain a Tianke sword. Pray tell, what is your true purpose in coming to the Holy Maiden Sect? Yuhan Huang felt that something was amiss. Qin Mu's tongue seemed coated in honey, for she had just witnessed the usually stern master displaying a faint smile. Sister Yu, I assure you, my intentions towards the Holy Maiden Sect are utterly sincere. Qin Mu raised 3 fingers, swearing an oath. Of course, he had no ulterior motives. He aimed to bring the entire Holy Maiden Sect under his command. The mere thought of the days to come filled him with unrestrained joy. Were you not the one who claimed to ascend the mountain solely to witness the true countenance? Now that your goal has been achieved, with the master permitting your entry into the Holy Maiden Sect, did you just attempt to bribe her? Next, do you intend to usurp my position as the senior sister? Yuhan Huang's tone was decidedly unfriendly. How could that be? My recent gift to the master was merely the appropriate course of action. Did you not offer gifts when you sought to become her disciple? Upon Qin Mu's words, Yuhan Huang fell silent. He spoke the truth. When she joined the Holy Maiden Sect, her father had selected numerous gifts, which were presented in their entirety to the sect. Thus, his reasoning held merit. Yet, why did her heart feel so unsettled? By joining the inner sect, I shall be better positioned to assist you, Sister Yu. Is that not so? As for replacing your position, that is utterly impossible. I will naturally stand by your side, and should anyone harbor ill intentions, even if I am outmatched, I shall expend my strength to protect you. Qin Mu eloquently defended himself with fervor. He had no interest in the status of a senior disciple of the Holy Maiden Sect. His ambition lay in becoming the supreme being of the world, attaining the pinnacle of strength. Thus, he could traverse the myriad flowers without a single petal clinging to him. Chapter 10. A successful first blood. Whoosh. Experience points surged to 90%. Yuhan Zhuang sheathed her sword, but continued to regard Qin Mu with a cold gaze. This could be interpreted as loyalty. Should he ever entertain selfish thoughts, she would swiftly sever his precious spiritual vein and eliminate him. Consider yourself fortunate. Return and gather your belongings, from now on. Reside within the inner sect, diligently cultivate, and enhance your prowess. With a swift motion, Yuhan Zhuang vanished before Qin Mu. As Qin Mu's strength grew, so too would the potency of his spiritual vein. When the opportune moment arose, she would extract it and transfer it to herself, thus claiming all of Qin Mu's power as her own. She hoped he would comprehend his place. Within the Holy Maiden Sect, he was but a vessel. This woman was undoubtedly courting disaster. Qin Mu let out a cold snort of displeasure. Had it not been for her superior strength, would he have deigned to flatter her? Just as Yuhan Zhuang departed, 4 or 5 female disciples surrounded him. Are you Qin Mu? Over the years, you are the first male disciple to join the Holy Maiden Sect, and moreover, an inner disciple. They chattered incessantly. From now on, we can no longer bathe without restraint. Their curiosity was palpable. They wondered what remarkable abilities Qin Mu possessed that made their master willing to make an exception in accepting him as a disciple. Greetings, elder sisters. It is indeed an honor to join the Holy Maiden Sect. Should you have any tasks you wish to avoid in the future, feel free to entrust them to me, Qin Mu proclaimed, thumping his chest with an air of bravado. Yet, he was acutely aware that inner disciples seldom engaged in any menial labor. They could freely command outer disciples or the male servants beneath them to wash clothes or attend to any tasks they wished to shirk, a privilege they relished. Giggling, they remarked, now we have a little junior brother. Henceforth, you shall handle the laundry, won't you? You won't be shy, will you? Qin Mu paused momentarily, pondering why a grown man would feel bashful. Not at all. I assure you, I wash clothes impeccably, he replied. Though internally, he contemplated how he could possibly manage to wash clothes for these women. He needed to find someone to assist him. Is that so? Well, I happen to have a batch of clothes that require washing, so I shall trouble you, little junior brother. One of the female disciples waved her hand, causing a basket of clothes to tumble before Qin Mu. Cursing inwardly, he thought, I was merely being polite. Do you truly expect me to wash your clothes? I wonder how much experience I might gain from this. No problem, Qin Mu blurted out, deciding it was best to flatter them for the time being. Upon seeing the contents of the basket, he was taken aback. It was filled with an assortment of undergarments, red, pink, blue, white, purple, and black. Washing these garments might not be an issue per se. Come, let us assist our little junior brother in organizing his belongings so we can bring him into the inner sect sooner. That way, we can see him every day, suggested one of the crowd, instantly garnering agreement from the others. They noted that Qin Mu was quite handsome and, unlike the male servants, had earned their masteress approval, promising boundless potential in his future. It was prudent to cultivate good relations now for future benefits. Thus, surrounded by a throng of admirers, Qin Mu made his way to the storage room at the mountain gate. Nearby, several male servants watched this scene, their hearts heavy with envy. Why should Qin Mu enjoy such favor while they remained trapped on Sacred Maiden Mountain? Qin Mu. At that moment, Lin Qingling's voice rang out. Observing the company surrounding Qin Mu, her hands clenched tightly. Ding. Lin Qingling, consumed by jealousy, received a random reward, 100,000 gold coins. In the next instant, Qin Mu's spatial pouch swelled with the newfound fortune. This woman harbored jealousy as well. How intriguing. Elder sisters, you may return. There is nothing of significance here. I can manage on my own, he said. Qin Mu cast a glance at the other inner disciples, offering a slight nod. They did not linger, and promptly turned to return to the inner sect. Qin Mu then approached Lin Qingling, inquiring, Did you summon me for a matter of importance? He gazed down at Lin Qingling from a position of superiority, his eyes devoid of the previous subservience. What do you mean? Lin Qingling questioned, her tone accusatory as she looked up at Qin Mu. Had he not previously idolized her? What was the true meaning behind his earlier words? I fail to comprehend your intent. What aspect are you referring to? Qin Mu found himself somewhat amused. Did she genuinely believe he harbored feelings for her, thus showering her with compliments? Please, she was merely a tool, and once her utility waned, did she expect him to continue fawning over her? He was no fool. Come with me. Lin Qingling, noticing the increasing number of onlookers, pulled Qin Mu directly into her room. Qin Mu, endowed with extraordinary talent, had finally glimpsed her hopes. She could never relinquish that chance so easily. Unlike the last encounter, Qin Mu, upon entering the room, promptly seated herself upon Lin Qingling's bed. "Stand up. Who permitted you to sit?" Lin Qingling exclaimed in anger as she approached to pull Qin Mu up. To her astonishment, she discovered that Qin Mu's strength had ascended to the mid-stage of the Earth spirit realm, while she herself had only attained the peak of the human spirit realm. How had Qin Mu accomplished this? "Qingling, why are you so agitated? It's merely a matter of sitting on your bed. Is that so wrong?" Qin Mu replied, reclining comfortably. "Ah, the softness of a woman's bed is truly delightful. I must ask you, do you harbor feelings for the senior sister? Were those words you uttered at the foot of the mountain genuine?" Lin Qingling had initially intended to provide Qin Mu with an opportunity, not to facilitate a romance with the senior sister. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu suddenly grasped the situation. He then rose abruptly, his gaze penetrating as he fixed it on Lin Qingling. "If I hadn't said those things, do you think I would still be standing before you now? At that time, you Hanswang sought to take my life. So you do indeed have feelings for me, don't you?" Lin Qingling's anger diminished considerably. She sought only to capture Qin Mu's heart. Qin Mu sneered inwardly, thinking, "Feelings for you? Such delusions are unhealthy. However, it would indeed serve to alleviate his pressing predicament." Qin Mu rose and seized Lin Qingling, forcefully pinning her down. "What are you trying to do?" Lin Qingling was visibly startled but offered no resistance. "I am now a disciple of the Holy Maiden Sect. What do you think I am capable of?" Qin Mu smiled, his hand reaching out. Lin Qingling's eyes widened in shock. His current status had surpassed her own. No, she must secure him immediately. Then, Lin Qingling suddenly kissed Qin Mu passionately, her garments swirling and scattering about, filling the room with a haze of enchantment. Accompanied by peculiar sounds, the night stretched on until the witching hour. Chapter 11, Conquest? Why does the beautiful senior sister weep in the dead of night? Qin Mu finally exhaled a breath of relief. After he was bound to the mountain, he exacted thorough revenge for the humiliation he endured. In the aftermath, Lin Qingling wrapped her arms around Qin Mu's waist, her seductive gaze like silk, pondering if this was what it truly meant to be a woman. "Qin Mu, I never imagined we would reach this day," she murmured softly, her voice barely above a whisper, looking up at him with a flirtatious glimmer in her eyes. Qin Mu, however, could not help but smirk inwardly. Indeed, he had not anticipated this either. Having spent over 20 years as a single virgin in his previous life, he was now unexpectedly able to claim a prize. "Tomorrow, will you propose to the sect leader and marry me?" Lin Qingling asked, her fingertips tracing along Qin Mu's chest. Her eyes filled with deeper intentions. She realized she could not let go of Qin Mu. She had to secure him tightly in her grasp. Qin Mu's thoughts raced. "What? Propose to marry you tomorrow? Is there some sort of mistake? Am I to wed a mere tool? You truly do not understand your own position. How foolish. When have I ever said I would marry you?" he replied, his gaze turning icy with a hint of mockery. Lin Qingling's smile faded as she stared at him in confusion. "What do you mean?" "Quite simply, I shall not marry you. If I were to marry you, how could I pursue others? However, indulging in her would remain a secret. Are you toying with me? I have given myself to you." Lin Qingling exclaimed in exasperation, rising to demand an explanation, her aura rapidly intensifying. Unfortunately, Qin Mu, at the mid-stage of the Earth's spirit realm, effortlessly subdued her. "Toying with you? You should be grateful for your modest beauty. Otherwise, I would have killed you instead of engaging with you." Qin Mu held Lin Qingling firmly, a cold smile playing on his lips. Wasn't she supposed to feel superior? Let us see how arrogant she can be. I will inform the sect leader of this. I will have you killed. Lin Qingling, infuriated and humiliated, clenched her delicate fists. Since Qin Mu had no intention of taking responsibility, she resolved to destroy him. Yet, Qin Mu remained unmoved, not even shifting in his seat. "Go ahead, tell the sect leader that I have laid with you. When she convenes a council to discuss your case, everyone will learn of our affair. Do you truly believe you can remain in the Holy Maiden Sect? Moreover, he would not perish. Would Murong Li willingly destroy such a rare spiritual vein?" She was not a fool. Contemplating this possibility, Lin Qingling's bravado diminished, and she collapsed to the ground with a thud. "Qin Mu, please, do not disclose this to anyone. As merely an outer disciple with limited strength, the ramifications of being expelled from the Holy Maiden Sect were unimaginable." "Very well, but you must obey me." Qin Mu glanced at Lin Qingling, noting her looks rated a 7, while her figure could merit an 8. "I will obey. I promise to obey." Lin Qingling nodded fervently, fearful of Qin Mu's change of heart. "Good, I shall take my leave," Qin Mu concluded, dressing swiftly and departing without a backward glance. Lin Qingling was left stunned. Did he not have even a trace of longing for her? Her expression swiftly shifted to one of malevolence. "Qin Mu, you have sullied my purity. I will surely kill you. Meanwhile, Qin Mu had already arrived at the mountain gate. Uncertain of the immense power of the great wilderness captive heaven finger, Qin Mu murmured to himself as he began to channel his energy. A surge of exceptionally pure spiritual power emanated from his limbs, ultimately converging at the tip of his right hand's middle and index fingers. With a decisive thrust, he unleashed a razor-sharp beam of energy that struck a nearby mountain peak, reducing it to nothingness in an instant. Impressive. Qin Mu silently commended himself. It was no wonder that so many were drawn to the pursuit of strength. With sufficient power, annihilating a city or sect could be accomplished with a mere flick of the finger. After practicing for a while, Qin Mu turned toward the inner sanctum. But before he could reach his chamber, he was startled by the sound of weeping. Who could be crying at this late hour? Driven by curiosity, he approached to investigate. If she were beautiful, perhaps he could offer some words of comfort, but if not, he would simply pretend he had seen nothing. To his astonishment, he found a delicate female disciple crouched there, softly sobbing. In the stillness of the night, even her quiet cries echoed for a while. Why was she clad only in a thin garment? Qin Mu approached stealthily and tentatively asked, "Dear sister, why do you weep in such a lonely place? Have you encountered some misfortune?" A beautiful woman in tears evokes a hero's sympathy. Upon hearing Qin Mu's voice, Qingyu suddenly looked up, her eyes widening in alarm. She regarded him with suspicion, rising cautiously. How dare you intrude upon the inner sanctum? Mistaking him for an unauthorized intruder, she prepared to strike. Please, do not be angry. You may not know, but I have been accepted as an inner disciple by our master. That direction is my chamber. I returned late and heard someone crying. So I came to investigate, Qin Mu explained, taking in the sight of the lovely woman before him, her scant attire accentuating her allure under the moonlight. Do not deceive me. Our master would never accept a man as a disciple. Begone. Qingyu remained skeptical and poised to attack. She perceived Qin Mu as a lecherous intruder, and as their master had once stated, such individuals could be dealt with severely, without hesitation. With arms outstretched, Qin Mu swiftly retreated. Was she really unwilling to hear his explanation? A formidable vortex surged toward his heart. You leave me no choice, Qin Mu declared, abandoning all restraint as he countered with a single finger. The great wilderness captive heaven finger, capable of shifting mountains and extinguishing seas, could pluck stars from the heavens and sever the moon. Boom. The vortex collided with his fingertip, instantly shattering upon impact. In an instant, Qin Mu's aura surged, propelling him forward to stand before Qingyu. Sister, do you wish to alert everyone else? I am indifferent, but you, he began, his gaze drifting to her delicate attire. The power of his earlier strike was akin to a tempest. How could such a flimsy garment offer her any protection? Before long, the brilliance of spring emerged. If she did not cease her actions now, she would undoubtedly attract the attention of others. Observing her own physique, Qingyu crossed her arms. Today I shall grant you a reprieve. With those words, she departed directly, soaring towards Qin Mu's chamber. What on earth does this woman intend to do? Qin Mu sighed, and quickly followed suit. Upon entering the room, Qingyu commenced changing her attire, shedding one garment after another. Chapter 12, Qin Mu's Thoughts. Yuhan Frost is jealous again. Just then, Qin Mu pushed open the door and strode in. Ah! Upon seeing Qin Mu, a piercing shriek pierced the air. How did he gain entry? In an instant, Qin Mu grabbed a towel and muffled Qingyu's mouth. Do not scream. Qin Mu felt a surge of irritation. He had initially intended to be a considerate young man and offer some comfort, but this woman refused to listen to reason, repeatedly attacking him. And now barging into his room, shamelessly shouting? This is the inner sanctum. If discovered by others, the consequences would be dire. Would you kindly turn your back? Qin Mu had no choice but to turn away, listening to the rustling sounds of her dressing. You may turn around now. As Qin Mu pivoted, he was met with the sight of a fully dressed Qingyu, and a sense of disappointment washed over him. How did you manage to intrude? I have already informed you that I am a newly accepted disciple of the master. Why can you not believe me? Qin Mu scoffed, utterly perplexed whether to commend or criticize the intellect of women like her. Then produce evidence. Evidence. At this, Qin Mu promptly revealed the Tianke sword. The moment Qingyu beheld the sword, her suspicions were laid to rest. I misjudged you, junior brother, my apologies. Qingyu had never anticipated that the Holy Maiden Sect would one day accept male disciples. It seemed that Qin Mu possessed some unique qualities. No harm done. You were merely concerned for the safety of the other sisters. Qin Mu casually brushed it off. The strength of Qingyu was at the mid-stage of the Earth's spirit realm, on par with his own. Even flattery would bear little fruit. Noticing that Qin Mu showed no intention of leaving, Qingyu spoke up. Might you not take your leave now? Upon hearing this, Qin Mu was bewildered. What does this mean? She wished for him to vacate the premises? This is my room. You should be the one to depart. struggling to suppress his rising frustration. He retorted, "Sister, this is my chamber. If anyone is to leave, it ought to be you." From Qin Mu's words. It seemed he intended to reside here alongside them in the inner sanctum. Surely that could not be permissible. The inner sanctum was exclusively for female disciples. Having a man reside here would undoubtedly lead to numerous inconveniences. Then I shall take my leave. Yan Qingyu chose not to linger. Realizing that this room had been their resting place, yet it had unexpectedly transformed into Qin Mu's chamber, something must have gone awry. Wait a moment. Why were you crying alone outside just now? Qin Mu remained curious about what had caused her to weep so profusely. Yan Qingyu turned her head to look at Qin Mu, surprised to discover that he was also at the mid-stage of the Earth Spirit realm. Perhaps he could assist her. "Junior brother, could you do me a favor?" Yan Qingyu suddenly leaned in, her demeanor imbued with mystery. "Go ahead," Qin Mu nodded, momentarily entranced by Yan Qingyu's striking resemblance to his goddess. "I received a letter from my family, and they have arranged a marriage for me, urging me to return home to wed. However, I am unwilling to comply. Could you help me by pretending to be my betrothed? Just say you were designated by our master." Yan Qingyu thought that with the master's name backing her, her family would surely hesitate to act rashly. "Are you suggesting I masquerade as your fiancé?" Qin Mu pondered, his expression thoughtful. This was indeed feasible, but he would require some incentives. "Absolutely. I am more than deserving of you." Upon hearing this, Qin Mu's heart raced with excitement. Her self-assuredness was quite remarkable. "Very well, I shall agree to your request. But you must consent to one condition." Before his transcendence, he had never dared to speak to his goddess, and now that he had found this alternative, he intended to seize the opportunity. No longer would he have to secretly admire his goddess's photographs from the confines of his blanket. Of course. Yan Qingyu immediately agreed without a second thought. "Tomorrow, you will spend the day with me." The mere thought of a date with his goddess sent thrills coursing through Qin Mu. "Is that all?" Yan Qingyu had anticipated Qin Mu would make more outrageous demands. Initially nervous, she found no issue with merely a date. What more does senior sister desire in terms of tangible progress? Qin Mu's lips curled into a subtle smile. "Were it not for your resemblance to my goddess, I would hardly involve myself in your affairs. That is not the case. All right, rest well. And I shall see you tomorrow." With that, Yan Qingyu bounced away, her spirits high. Lying in bed, Qin Mu tossed and turned, filled with excitement that felt oddly unsettling. Eventually, he drifted off to sleep, only awakening when sunlight graced his face. Stepping out of his room, he stretched lazily, seeing other senior sisters already immersed in their cultivation. He felt a surge of pride. Their arduous practices to enhance their strength could not compare to his own swift progress. However, among the numerous disciples in the inner sect, only a handful surpassed Qin Mu in strength, while the rest were mere tools of little use. And then there was the greatest challenge of all. The head of the Holy Maiden Sect, Li. "Qin Mu, come here for a moment." Yuhan Huang suddenly appeared beside him, startling him. "Senior sister Yu, how may I assist you?" Qin Mu smiled, noting how much more radiant she appeared today than yesterday. It seemed she had enjoyed a restful night. With the experience points rising at such a slow pace, akin to a tortoise's crawl, Qin Mu felt a wave of concern wash over him. How long would it take to ascend to the celestial spirit realm? Is it possible that Yuhan Huang is immune to him? That shouldn't be the case. "I have heard that you assisted other junior sisters with their undergarments," Yuhan Huang said coldly. "Does senior sister, you also require my assistance with hers?" Qin Mu replied. Almost instinctively, this woman must be deranged to investigate him. It seems he must be more cautious in his dealings to avoid falling into Yuhan Huang's hands. Get lost. With an irate wave, Yuhan Huang sent Qin Mu flying. "Please don't be angry, senior sister Yu. If I were to refuse the orders of the other junior sisters upon my arrival, they might turn against me. I am merely acting out of self-preservation. Had you been in front of me yesterday, they certainly would not have dared to impose such tasks upon me." Qin Mu hastily returned and began to explain himself. His experience points increased by 5%. "So, does this mean it was my fault?" Yuhan Huang remained stoic, yet internally, she acknowledged the truth in Qin Mu's words. With her presence, others would certainly not dare to act so brazenly. That is not the case. "Do not worry, senior sister Yu, since you disapprove. I shall refrain from such actions in the future." Yuhan Huang gazed at Qin Mu, slightly taken aback. Was it truly so simple that he would cease his actions merely because she disliked them? Perhaps he possessed a sliver of conscience. Experience points rose by 10%. "By the way, senior sister, what do you require of me?" Chapter 13, A Touch of Jealousy. Is it too much to seek a little benefit? Yuhan Huang's expression softened as she regarded Qin Mu. "There has been a disturbance among the spirit beasts at the back mountain. You will accompany me." Using him as a shield? Upon hearing this, Qin Mu realized Yuhan Huang harbored ulterior motives. The spirit beasts at the back mountain were formidable, residing in the earth's spirit realm. Without the protection of the sect's elders ordinary disciples would not dare to venture there, lest they become a meal for the beasts. Moreover, he had a date with Yan Qingyu today. This Yuhan Huang was truly a hindrance. What? Are you unwilling? Yuhan Huang scrutinized Qin Mu's hesitant expression, her eyes glinting with frost. I am entirely willing. Qin Mu replied with a smile. However, I am somewhat concerned that if I fail to protect you, senior sister, and you sustain injuries, I would be deemed a criminal. Perhaps I should seek my master for some protective talismans. He was unsure if Mu only would grant his request. But that was of little consequence. He merely sought an opportunity to evade the situation. Yuhan Huang grasped Qin Mu's wrist. With my mid-level strength in the heaven spirit realm, they cannot harm me. Come with me. After declaring this, Yuhan Huang assertively lifted Qin Mu, leaping into the air, suspending them both in midair. To traverse the skies. A hallmark of a heaven spirit realm expert. The air at this height was indeed far superior to that below. Senior sister Yu is actually taking me flying. How delightful. Qin Mu beamed like a blooming flower, even winking at Yuhan Huang. Yuhan Huang's heart raced. This Qin Mu's words were quite nauseating. Had it been in the past, she would have undoubtedly struck him down without hesitation. But now, she had to endure. Qin Mu possessed an extraordinary spiritual vein and could not easily be allowed to perish. The reason she brought him to the back mountain to quell the spirit beast disturbance was so that he would find himself in peril. When she subtly intervened to save him, he would owe her a tremendous favor. Just as the two were about to depart, a delicate voice called out from below. Senior sister, where are you taking junior brother? The speaker was Yan Qingyu, who had specially adorned herself today, donning the exquisite azure and glass dress she had long cherished. She appeared ethereal, like a celestial being descended from the heavens, her unmatched grace captivating all. Gazing at Yan Qingyu below, Qin Mu smiled, realizing that the goddess in ancient attire was even more beautiful than he had imagined. However, he still preferred the outfit she wore last night, without any barriers between them. They had been almost completely open with each other. Junior sister Yan, I am taking him to the back mountain to quell the beast riot. Do you have any matters to discuss? Yuhan Huang replied coldly. In the entirety of the Saintess sect, she treated everyone equally, except for Mu only. But junior brother promised me that he would accompany me down the mountain today. Quelling the beast riot is a trivial matter that senior sister can handle alone. Why drag junior brother into this? What if he gets hurt? Yan Qingyu looked up at the sky earnestly. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu felt a sense of foreboding. He detected an escalating jealousy level and received a random reward, the ability to move as swiftly as a fleeting moment. Indeed, Yuhan Huang was jealous once again. Was she a vinegar jar? Turning his head, Qin Mu felt as if he had been locked onto by a bullet, his body instinctively tensing. Senior sister Yu. Why are you looking at me like that? Qin Mu stammered, shifting his feet to the side, ready to flee at any moment. While he intended to flatter Yuhan Huang, he certainly did not wish to limit himself to her alone. Would this woman truly consider herself his sole object of affection? Strangely, why was he experiencing such feelings of jealousy? Yuhan Huang suddenly realized that despite Qin Mu possessing an exceptional spirit vein, it could not alter his previous status as a lowly servant. Why was she experiencing such emotions? Calming her thoughts, Yuhan Huang forcefully suppressed her inner turmoil. Just how many promises have you made during this one night apart? She asked, tightening her grip on Qin Mu's hand. A sharp pain coursed through Qin Mu as he quickly contemplated his options. Senior sister Yu, please wait for me here. With that, Qin Mu's figure rapidly vanished. Yuhan Huang stared at her empty hand, her eyes widening in disbelief. How could someone at the mid-stage of Earth's spirit realm possibly escape from her grasp? Was this the power of an exceptional spirit vein? Then she would have to endure a bit longer. Qin Mu appeared before Yan Qingyu and whispered, Are you trying to get me killed? He lowered his voice to remind her. It was you who invited me on a date last night. Are you backing out now? Yan Qingyu looked at Qin Mu with a playful smile, finding the situation rather amusing. Today's date is cancelled. If you want my help, you must follow my lead. Qin Mu had no desire to offend Yuhan Huang, the fierce woman. He still needed to continue his flattery. Yan Qingyu sighed but did not refute. Fine. After reaching an agreement, she turned and walked away, while Qin Mu rushed to Yuhan Huang's feet. Senior sister Yu, please pull me up. Qin Mu called out to Yuhan Huang with a radiant smile gracing his face. Yuhan Huang cast a sidelong glance. Her demeanor calm, yet laced with an unmistakable undertone of irritation. You should accompany senior sister Yin down the mountain. She's right. I can handle this minor matter of quelling the spirit beast uprising on my own. Though her tone was composed, Qin Mu sensed the palpable tension beneath it. If he were to descend the mountain with Yan Qingyu, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions upon his return. Women can be quite troublesome. I refuse to go. I must stay with senior sister Yu. If those beasts truly go mad and attempt to harm her, I will stand in front to protect her. Qin Mu's gaze was resolute as he looked at Yuhan Huang. Yet, internally, he began to voice his frustrations. If it weren't for the desire to enhance my abilities for you, I would certainly prefer to go on a date with the goddess. Can I tell the difference between a cold face and a warm backside? Experience points have increased by 5%. Observing the experience points on the system panel reaching 80%, he felt a wave of relief. It seemed the effort was indeed worthwhile. He needed to elevate his power swiftly to ensure his safety within the Holy Maiden Sect. He had surmised that Yuhan Huang was undoubtedly coveting the supreme spiritual vein within him. Aren't you concerned about Senior Sister Yan's anger? Yuhan Huang inquired once more. Angry? What does her anger have to do with me? Qin Mu wore an indifferent expression, as if to convey that nothing was more significant than Senior Sister Yu. Accompanying her would not only broaden his horizons, but also augment his strength. Surely, I'm not foolish enough to choose otherwise, right? He suppressed his inner revulsion and expressed his thoughts. At least you understand. Yuhan Huang reached out, pulling Qin Mu into the air as they sped toward the back mountain. During their flight, Qin Mu was pleasantly surprised. The rapid pace created a gust of wind that rustled Yuhan Huang's attire, and he caught glimpses of glimmering white through the fabric, resembling two fluffy buns. Humph. After being scolded by this woman for so long, isn't it fair to enjoy a little benefit? Thus, they soared through the air, and Qin Mu feasted his eyes upon the view. Chapter 14. Testing the limits again. Upon landing in the back mountain, Yuhan Huang quickly adjusted her attire. The fierce wind had left her feeling somewhat disheveled. What are you staring at? Noticing Qin Mu's gaze, she instinctively stepped back, checking her clothing for any discrepancies. Finding none, she questioned, what is it? I was admiring the unparalleled beauty of Senior Sister Yu. Qin Mu replied, his face a mask of feigned innocence, determined that Yuhan Huang would not discover his earlier indiscretion, lest she strike him down with a single sword stroke. Flattering tongue, lacking decorum. Yuhan Huang remained unfazed, for Qin Mu spoke the truth. Across the entire Holy Maiden Sect, or indeed the Great Sword Dynasty, few could rival her beauty. It was simply a fact. Not wishing to dwell on the matter, Qin Mu turned his gaze toward the horizon. Wasn't it said that there was an uprising of spirit beasts in the back mountain? Why was it so eerily tranquil? Senior Sister Yu is resting here. I shall investigate the situation. Qin Mu took the initiative to volunteer, and having finally arrived in this fantastical realm, he was eager to experience the thrill of riding a spirit beast. The thought of soaring through the skies atop such a creature was utterly exhilarating. Be cautious. If you lose your life, I shall not concern myself with your fate, spoke Yuhan Huang coldly. Suddenly, a glimmer flashed in her eyes. If Qin Mu were to be slain by a spirit beast, she could extract the spiritual veins within 2 hours of his demise, transferring them to herself without arousing suspicion. How splendid! A plan so perfectly suited to her ends. To perish amidst such a beast tide would indeed be a misfortune for Qin Mu. She lightly tapped her toes, perching herself upon a branch, arms crossed in front, a barely perceptible smirk playing at the corners of her lips. As Qin Mu dashed forward, he encountered not a single creature along his path. Did this woman intend to lure him into the depths of the mountains only to dispose of him? Upon contemplating this possibility, his instincts heightened. Had he known, he would have chosen to accompany the goddess on a date instead. Fear not, Senior Sister Yu, before my demise. I shall have depleted their combat strength significantly, he boldly proclaimed, testing the waters. To his astonishment, his experience points surged by 2%. How shocking it was that this woman was indeed watching him from the shadows. Suddenly, a fearsome roar resounded through the mountains, reverberating with such intensity that it was nearly deafening. The power of this creature was undoubtedly at the heavenly spirit level. This was troubling. Could it be that his previous words had provoked such a formidable spirit beast? A heavenly spirit level earth demon bear? Yuhan Huang frowned slightly at the sight. How could such a troublesome creature appear here? Was the upheaval of the spirit beasts connected to him? One swipe from its paw could easily flatten Qin Mu, and she could not allow him to perish at its hands. As Qin Mu sensed the ominous presence behind him, his courage surged. A foolish bear dared to disrupt the domain of the Holy Maiden Sect? Truly audacious. He drew the Tiankei's sword, pointing it defiantly at the earth demon bear. How dare you, a lowly human, underestimate this king? To his astonishment, the bear spoke in human tongue. Qin Mu's heart raced. The tales he had heard were true. Spirit beasts in this fantastical world could indeed articulate speech upon reaching a certain level of power. This was utterly remarkable. His eyes sparkled with excitement, betraying no hint of fear. Just a mere beast, is it? Do you not know that the chief disciple of the Holy Maiden Sect is none other than a princess of the Great Sword Dynasty? With but a gentle stroke of her sword, she could slay you 1,000 times over. Qin Mu began to boast, a note of pride in his voice. His experience points increased by another 3%. Silence. Today, I shall slay her. The earth demon bear, enraged by Qin Mu's words, became increasingly frenzied. Its bristled steel fur standing on end, emanating a terrifying surge of spiritual power. What have I done to provoke its wrath? Qin Mu wore a bewildered expression. He merely intended to flatter Yuhan Huang a little, never imagining he would provoke this formidable creature. Was he about to be overwhelmed by his own antics? If you wish to harm Sister Yu, you must first step over my body. Qin Mu continued his dramatic performance, eager to discern the intentions of this colossal being. The earth demon blood bear raised its paw, unleashing a tempestuous gust that seemed to rend the very fabric of space with fissures. How terrifying it was for a spirit beast of the heavenly spirit realm. A question mark loomed in Qin Mu's mind. Goodness, the aftermath of reading too many novels. Clang. At that moment, a sharp flash of sword light struck fiercely against the earth demon blood bear's paw, forcing it back several dozen steps before it finally halted. Remarkable. Qin Mu couldn't help but gasp in awe. He was aware of Yuhan Huang's formidable strength, yet he had not anticipated it to be this fearsome. With just a single stroke, she could compel a heavenly spirit realm beast to retreat. Yuhan Huang, I have awaited you for far too long. The earth demon blood bear's gaze fixed on Yuhan Huang, its eyes suddenly turning a blood-red hue, its aura swelling ominously, hinting at a potential breakthrough into the mid-heavenly spirit realm. Earth demon blood bear, what brings you to me? This is the back mountain of the Holy Maiden Sect. Instead of diligently cultivating in your lair, you actively incite a beast tide. What are your true intentions? Yuhan Huang maintained her composure, her sword held lightly in her grasp. If it weren't for your interference, I, Sister Yu, would not need to venture here, tirelessly cultivating in the sect's forbidden grounds. What a pity, Qin Mu chimed in, echoing her sentiments. The principle was simple. All blame lay with the earth demon blood bear, while Yuhan Huang was utterly blameless. Nonsense. Your great sword dynasty has nearly obliterated my clan. Do you truly think I am unaware? The earth demon blood bear roared in fury, its bellow resonating throughout the forest. Spirit beasts exist solely to be wielded by others. What fault is that? Yuhan Huang remained unfazed, dismissing them as mere beasts that absorb the world's spiritual energy, ludicrously presuming to discuss such matters in her presence. Qin Mu, overhearing, inwardly shook his head. What sort of character does this woman possess? It was no wonder the earth demon blood bear was so incensed. According to Yuhan Huang's current perspective, they were deserving of their fate. Yet, he still needed to flatter her. Sister Yu was right. To be under her command is indeed an honor. Of course, even if Sister Yu wished to command me, I would gladly comply, unlike you, who whines in protest. As Qin Mu spoke these shocking words, the earth demon blood bear was left utterly dumbfounded. This fellow was human? He seemed more spineless than some spirit beasts. What are you staring at? If I were you, I would hastily kneel and do as Sister Yu commands. Even being a dog by her side would be a splendid fate. Qin Mu laughed as he spoke. His experience points had already risen to 90%. Just a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the late earth spirit realm. The more repulsive his words, the more experience he gained. You sharp-tongued fool. I shall slay you. Chapter 15. To exchange my life for yours. Does that not stir your heart? The earth demon blood bear, unable to contain its rage, charged forth with a swift sprint. Qin Mu stood motionless, yet his heart was a tempest of anxiety. Do not approach, he cautioned, if you dare come closer. Do not blame me for pointing my finger at you. The great desolation's prisoning heaven finger can imprison the heavens, the earth, and all living beings. Even if it can shatter mountains, can it not slay a mere barbaric bear? Yet, if he were to eliminate this earth demon bear now, the great desolation's prisoning heaven finger would be revealed to Yuhan Huang, and the predicament was that he could never elucidate such a matter clearly. Suddenly, Qin Mu turned, his gaze filled with profound emotion as he looked at Yuhan Huang. Sister Yu, retreat. This bear is about to go mad. Do not let it harm you, he shouted, fully aware of his insufficient strength, yet resolutely stepping forth to shield Yuhan Huang from harm. A true display of devotion. Is this fool truly unafraid of death? Yuhan Huang thought, watching Qin Mu prepare to charge. The earth demon bear's power was in the early stages of the celestial realm, far beyond Qin Mu's capability to contend with. Qin Mu, be cautious, she urged, her voice low as she summoned her Qingying sword. With a swift motion, the blade glinted, unleashing a flash of white light that shot forth. Standing as a barrier before Qin Mu, the sword's radiance struck the earth demon bear, causing it to stagger back with a roar of fury. Despicable wretch! How dare you ambush this king? The bear bellowed, charging towards Yuhan Huang with formidable might. Undaunted, Yuhan Huang stood her ground. She positioned the Qingying sword before her, gathering spiritual energy from within her being, which surged forth and coalesced into the sword. In an instant, countless sword shadows erupted behind her, as if 100 blades were poised for battle. Technique, Qingxian sword art. Suddenly, the technique Yuhan Huang employed flashed in Qin Mu's mind, each scene playing out in slow motion, allowing him to absorb its essence completely. Is this the sensation of a prodigy? A smile crept upon Qin Mu's lips. With just a fleeting demonstration from Yuhan Huang, he could comprehend this technique in its entirety. How exhilarating. He then grasped the Tianke sword and began to practice. Sister Yu, do you think I resemble your technique? He called out, as hundreds of sword shadows materialized behind him as well. Witnessing this spectacle, Yuhan Huang could no longer maintain her composure. Is this the innate talent of a supreme spiritual vein? To master her painstakingly cultivated technique with merely a glance. And his strength was formidable. Though Yuhan Huang remained silent, Qin Mu sensed her astonishment. If you wish to harm Sister Yu, you must first contend with me. He swung his sword, launching 100 blades in attack. Even the Earth Demon Bear, upon witnessing such an onslaught, exhibited a flicker of surprise. When did the Holy Maiden Sect produce such a talent? Despite its tough hide, Qin Mu's strike was unparalleled and not so easily withstood. As the dust settled, blood began to seep from the bear's skin. Barbaric bear, do you wish to submit to my sister Yu? Qin Mu inquired. Upon hearing this, the Earth Demon Bear's eyes blazed with fury, its aura surging ominously. To submit to a mere human woman? Such an affront is the utmost humiliation. A thunderous roar erupted, signaling the further escalation of the Earth Demon Bear's might. I shall never be a slave, and you lack the right to command me. A scarlet glow radiated from his being. This is dire. The Earth Demon Bear has entered a state of fury. Yuhan Huang swiftly maneuvered to stand before Qin Mu, placing her hand firmly on his shoulder and urging him to retreat expeditiously. Although her reaction was remarkably swift, the overwhelming force emanating from the Earth Demon Bear still struck them. Stand aside and do not hinder me. Should you perish, I would be unable to account for your demise to my master. Yuhan Huang warned coldly, her tone laced with urgency. The present circumstances had spiraled beyond her control. If Qin Mu wished to survive, he must remain an observant bystander. Is Sister Yu expressing concern for me? How fortunate I am. Qin Mu beamed with an expression of delight, untroubled by the peril at hand. Even if Yuhan Huang faltered, he still possessed the techniques of the martial ancestor. What is there to fear? With that thought, Qin Mu felt his experience points surge slightly forward. Almost there. He was on the brink of breaking through to the latter stages of the Earth Spirit realm. However, at this moment, Yuhan Huang was already engaged in fierce combat with the Earth Demon Bear, the two locked in a relentless struggle, yet she seemed to be at a disadvantage. Is she not formidable? At that moment, Qin Mu pondered a theory. Typically, spirit beasts possess greater strength than humans of the same level, and in this frenzied state, the Earth Demon Bear would be even more formidable. If Yuhan Huang were to falter, perhaps I could buy time against the Earth Demon Bear. Would that not be advantageous? But how could I orchestrate her subtle defeat? Sister Yu, you can do it. Smash that brute's skull. Once you triumph, I shall prepare roasted meat for you. Just look at those muscular arms. They must be delectable. Qin Mu began to cheer her on, offering encouragement with a few words. After all, he merely needed to speak a couple of praises. Yet, perhaps by some twist of fate, his words seemed to unsteady Yuhan Huang, her grip on her sword faltering. What is happening? Qin Mu was bewildered, noticing that Yuhan Huang appeared affected, nearly losing her hold on her weapon. Silence. Yuhan Huang truly regretted bringing Qin Mu along. Had she been alone, Yuhan Huang intended to send Qin Mu back to find someone, for the situation could not be allowed to escalate any further. Even if it meant sacrificing my own life, I would never allow Sister Yu to come to any harm. Qin Mu pushed Yuhan Huang away with a forceful palm, albeit awkwardly, as his hand landed upon her chest. Such ample softness. Yet, Yuhan Huang's expression was conflicted, unwilling to depart. Hurry and leave. If you don't go now, it will be too late. Qin Mu's face contorted with a fierce determination reminiscent of one facing death. Hold on for a moment. I shall summon Master. Chapter 16. Acting? I can play two roles. With those words, Yuhan Huang transformed into a fleeting shadow, speeding away into the distance. Qin Mu let out a sigh, then turned to face the Earth Demon Savage Bear with an expression of serene resolve. I have never encountered a being as foolish as you, human. Release her and remain here. Do you truly believe that as a mere Earth Spirit cultivator, you can stand against me? The Earth Demon Savage Bear sneered, licking its lips slightly. It could sense a unique aura emanating from Qin Mu. This must be what humans refer to as a spiritual vein. If it could consume this vein, its power would undoubtedly surge, enabling it to lead other spirit beasts in a cataclysmic uprising. After Yuhan Huang's departure, Qin Mu suddenly began to laugh. Do you truly think I would let her go? His rhetorical question left the Earth Demon Savage Bear momentarily stunned, heightening its vigilance. Simultaneously, a terrifying aura radiated from Qin Mu. In the next moment, he unexpectedly sheathed the Tianke sword. What could this possibly mean? What was he planning? Earth Demon Savage Bear. Shall we discuss a transaction? Qin Mu placed his hands behind his back, his demeanor calm. The black attire he wore billowed without wind, exuding an aura befitting a formidable opponent. You dare to negotiate with me? Prepare to perish. The Earth Demon Savage Bear appeared to dismiss Qin Mu with contempt. As the king of the Demon Bear clan, it possessed genuine heavenly spirit strength, while Qin Mu was merely a man of earth spirit cultivation, fit only to be its prey. Great desolation, prisoner-s finger. Qin Mu uttered, his spiritual energy coalescing, forming a fierce offensive force at his fingertips. The power of that singular strike descended as if tearing through space, hurtling toward the Earth Demon Savage Bear. With a thud, the Earth Demon Savage Bear suddenly knelt before him, its massive form trembling. Spare me. At this sight, Qin Mu retracted his offensive. Am I now worthy? He crossed his arms, a sardonic smile playing upon his lips as he fixed his gaze on the Demon Bear. The Earth Demon Savage Bear nodded. Yes, of course. It could sense the invincible might of that earlier strike. Had it truly connected, its flesh would have been torn asunder in an instant. How perplexing. How could an earth spirit cultivator possess such terrifying strength? Could it be that the technique he employed was that of the legendary celestial grade? Indeed, it must be. In a moment, I shall need you to cooperate with me in a performance. If you comply well, you may have a chance to survive. Otherwise, Qin Mu pointed casually, causing the Demon Bear to curl up in fright. I will certainly cooperate earnestly. The Earth Demon Bear gazed intently at Qin Mu, awaiting his command. Qin Mu understood that Yuhan Shuang would never abandon him. She would undoubtedly return with reinforcements, and when she did, it would be his time to revel. He had nearly surrendered his life, and that was certainly worth savoring. When Yuhan Shuang arrives, I need you to pretend to hold me hostage. As for the rest, I will handle it myself. Do you understand? Qin Mu instructed. Although the Earth Demon Bear was perplexed, it nodded in agreement. Was there some twisted amusement at play here? At that moment, Yuhan Shuang had already returned to the Holy Maiden Sect, her heart racing with anxiety. The Earth Demon Bear had gone berserk. A force even she could not subdue, and she had no idea how long Qin Mu could withstand it. Master, help! Qin Mu, before Yuhan Shuang could finish her plea, a graceful figure suddenly appeared before her. What has happened to Qin Mu? Moron Li's emotions surged. Qin Mu must not come to harm. Otherwise, his exceptional spirit vein would be wasted. Yuhan Shuang relayed the events that transpired on the back mountain to Moron Li. What? Such a thing has occurred. Moron Li declared. We must set off immediately to rescue Qin Mu. With that, she vanished in an instant. A mere little Earth Demon Bear dared to wreak havoc on her territory. Truly a foolhardy endeavor. Yuhan Shuang quickly followed, and the two raced towards the back mountain. One must commend Moron Li's formidable prowess. Upon her arrival at the back mountain, a mere aura was enough to confine the Earth Demon Bear in place. Qin Mu. Moron Li's concern was palpable, leaving no time to regard Yuhan Shuang behind her as she vanished into the forest, charging towards the Earth Demon Bear. Watching her retreating figure, Yuhan Shuang was momentarily stunned. Today, her master seemed rather peculiar. She appeared to be exceedingly concerned for Qin Mu, a level of concern that far surpassed her own. Could it be that her master held feelings for Qin Mu? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. What kind of person was her master? To ever take notice of someone as insignificant as Qin Mu? Even she herself looked down upon him. Upon seeing Moron Li's arrival, a faint smile graced Qin Mu's lips as he turned to the Earth Demon Bear beside him. It's up to you from here on. Rest assured, I will accomplish the task. The Earth Demon Bear nodded, seizing Qin Mu and bellowing, Halt. If you dare take another step forward, I will kill him at once. Impudent. Should you harm a single hair on Qin Mu, I shall make you wish for death. Moron Li's aura surged, as a lance of spiritual power shot towards the Earth Demon Bear with precision. Oh no, Qin Mu thought, realizing the precariousness of the situation. He knew Moron Li was formidable, but he hadn't anticipated such ferocity. This strike would undoubtedly slay the Earth Demon Bear, jeopardizing his subsequent plan. What are you waiting for? Act quickly. Do you truly wish to meet your end? Qin Mu scolded, exasperated. This foolish bear, holding a hostage in its grasp, yet failing to capitalize on it, truly deserved its fate. At last, the Earth Demon Bear reacted, extending its paw to grasp Qin Mu's neck. Let us see whose movements are swifter, yours or this king's claws. The Earth Demon Savage Bear's menacing threat indeed caused Moron Li to hesitate in his actions. Release him. I shall negotiate the terms. After all, Moron Li had painstakingly discovered such a rare spiritual vein. He could not bear to let Qin Mu perish. Master, sister, you. Do not concern yourselves with my fate. I would rather perish alongside him than bring you trouble. Qin Mu feigned a willingness to sacrifice himself. No, absolutely not. Both Moron Li and Yuhan Shuang exclaimed simultaneously, their expressions reflecting utmost disbelief. Qin Mu must not die. Sister Yu, your return to save me is more than I could ever hope for. It is an honor to be remembered by someone as gifted and extraordinary as you. Qin Mu expressed earnestly. Master, though our bond as teacher and disciple has spanned merely a day, it feels like a divine blessing to me. I cannot contribute greatly to the sect, and thus, in death alone can I repay your kindness." As Qin Mu concluded his heartfelt declaration, his aura began to swell dramatically. Was he truly intending to self-destruct in a bid to take the Earth Demon Savage Bear with him? Such a notion was absurd. He was merely awaiting the accumulation of experience points. However, after an extended wait, there was no sign of his experience points increasing. "What is happening? System, have you consumed my experience points?" Qin Mu questioned, unable to contain his frustration. Believing this should suffice for him to advance to the late stage of the Earth Spirit realm. The host's actions do not qualify as mere selfishness. They are for a greater cause. "What?" Qin Mu replied, momentarily at a loss for words. He had no desire for noble ideals. He merely sought experience points. Yet, having cultivated the atmosphere to such a degree, if he were to abandon it now, his carefully crafted persona would unravel. "Earth Demon Savage Bear, push me out," Qin Mu commanded. "I refuse. If I do, I shall lose my life." The Earth Demon Savage Bear was not foolish, knowing he held Qin Mu as leverage. Moronli would not dare to act. If he were to fight alone, Moronli would undoubtedly strike him down with a single blow. I can guarantee your survival. Quickly push me out, or it will be too late," Qin Mu urged, his true spiritual energy surging at an alarming rate. If he could not contain it, the consequences would be dire. Fearing Qin Mu, the Earth Demon Savage Bear reluctantly complied, thrusting him forward with a powerful paw. Upon witnessing this, Moronli and Yu Hanshuang sprang into action, each grasping one of Qin Mu's hands to cradle him gently within their palms. Instantly, two distinct warm energies enveloped him. Qin Mu's heart raced. Both were extraordinary. What a splendid opportunity this was, and he could not let it slip away. Utilizing the momentum, he retreated slightly, and indeed, this movement caused him to collide directly with Yu Hanshuang's chest. "Ah, so soft." A wicked thought flickered through Qin Mu's mind. He desperately wished to squeeze. "Are you all right?" Moronli inquired, his voice laced with concern. If Qin Mu were to perish, would not this once-in-a-millennium spiritual vein be wasted? "Thank you for your concern, Master. It's nothing." Qin Mu waved his hand, suppressing his aura. In the next moment, Moronli glared at the Earth Demon Bear. "Beast, today shall be your demise." Without hesitation, Moronli drew her sword and charged forward. "Hold on, Master." Qin Mu would not allow Moronli to slay the Earth Demon Bear, for this creature still held potential utility. "What do you mean?" "I mean spare its life," Qin Mu interjected, advocating for mercy, suggesting that if the bear promised to cease its malevolent ways, it could become a great asset to our Holy Maiden Sect. Yu Hanshuang gazed at Qin Mu in disbelief. Would he truly show such kindness? Furthermore, it is merely a spirit beast. What harm would come from its death? You wish to spare it? Moronli was somewhat taken aback. Her disciples were typically decisive in their actions, but Qin Mu's approach was indeed rare. "I implore you, Master. Grant it a chance at life." Qin Mu clasped his hands in earnest. "If that is the case, let it keep its wretched life. From now on, it will be your responsibility. Are you willing?" Moronli turned her gaze to the Earth Demon Bear, her voice icy. "I am willing, and I vow to do no harm again." The Earth Demon Bear sighed in relief, choosing to follow Qin Mu rather than remain with Yu Hanshuang and the others. Thus, this matter was settled. "Qin Mu, you must never engage in such foolishness again. Do you understand?" Moronli admonished, exhaling deeply. "I understand, Master." Qin Mu nodded gravely, relieved that his cleverness had spared him today. "It is a pity, though, that I could not manage to tame it. Hanshuang, do you acknowledge your wrongdoing?" Moronli directed her authoritative gaze at Yu Hanshuang, her tone laden with reproach. "I acknowledge my fault." Yu Hanshuang set down her sword, speaking softly. She had not anticipated the situation would escalate thus. As the senior disciple, how could she have placed her junior in such peril? "If anything were to happen to him today, would you find peace in your heart?" Moronli chastised. "Moreover, this venture should not have included Qin Mu. What strength does he possess? The back mountain is fraught with danger. A moment's carelessness could lead to utter ruin. This was a misjudgment on my part." Though Yu Hanshuang spoke, internally she felt a profound dissatisfaction. It was merely Qin Mu. Had she not coveted his exceptional spirit vein, he wouldn't even qualify to converse with her. She had initially thought Qin Mu to be a coward, allowing her to use the Earth Demon Bear to eliminate him and seize his exquisite spirit vein, but that had not come to pass. Observing this, Qin Mu felt a surge of joy. An opportunity has arisen. "Please, Master, do not blame Senior Sister Yu. This matter was, in fact, my fault." Both Moronli and Yu Hanshuang displayed expressions of shock simultaneously. "It was I who asked Senior Sister Yu to bring me to witness the world. And it was I who provoked the Earth Demon Bear into a frenzied state. I should actually express gratitude to Senior Sister Yu. Had she not sought your assistance, I would have likely become this savage bear's next meal." Qin Mu intentionally took the blame upon himself, feigning concern for Yuhan Huang. Indeed, his experience points began to soar. Murong Li gazed thoughtfully at Qin Mu, pondering the depths of his loyalty towards Yuhan Huang. Could it be that he had truly developed feelings for his senior apprentice? Should she not express her gratitude to Qin Mu for his intercession on her behalf? With Qin Mu having made such a statement, Murong Li found it inappropriate to elaborate further on the matter and decided to let it rest. Thank you, junior brother. I shall endeavor to fulfill my duties as your senior sister and look after you well. Yuhan Huang's tone was heavy with emotion. Even though Qin Mu had sacrificed himself to protect her, what did it matter? She was, after all, a princess of the Great Sword Dynasty. Her status far surpassing that of Qin Mu. Even if he were to perish for her, it should be deemed his honor. Yet, as she listened to Qin Mu's words, an inexplicable feeling stirred within her. The mere thought that he might have perished just moments ago filled her heart with an overwhelming sorrow. Senior sister Yu, let us depart, Qin Mu remarked, noticing the shift in her expression, easily deducing that his words had touched her. All right, she replied, oblivious to the slight flush on her cheeks. Murong Li took the lead, leaving Qin Mu and Yuhan Huang to return to the sect together. This unexpected pairing astonished many of the female disciples, for their usually stoic senior sister was now seen walking closely with a man. Was this truly the senior sister they knew? Senior sister, the young master of the Wanjian sect has come to see you. Do you wish to meet him? A disciple inquired. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu wondered if it was Yuhan Huang's suitor. What a fortuitous coincidence. In his previous life, he had been an unrepentant sycophant, and he certainly recognized the value of such an opportunity. After all, who could not play the part? Chapter 18, The Sycophant. He truly is a sycophant. Yuhan Huang turned her gaze towards Qin Mu, seemingly seeking his counsel. Qin Mu thought to himself, why are you looking at me? If you wish to go, then go. I am merely here to support you from behind. After a moment of contemplation, Yuhan Huang shook her head. This won't do, Qin Mu interjected. How can you not meet him? After all, pursuing someone with a fiancé is the true essence of a sycophant. Isn't there a saying? What did your partner have for breakfast? I will bring it along. Senior sister, he has come all the way from the Wanjian sect. Would it not be somewhat inappropriate for you not to meet him? Qin Mu urged, a cheerful smile adorning his face. Do you know who he is? Yuhan Huang scrutinized Qin Mu, attempting to see through his thoughts. The young master of the Wanjian sect had long pursued her affections, yet she held no interest in him. In her eyes, the path to power was paramount. The young master had come with the intent of proposing, and upon receiving this news, Qin Mu found himself deep in thought. A proposal? If he were to marry Yuhan Huang, would that not place him in a rather precarious position? How formidable was this young master? He questioned, uncertain of his own capabilities. Late stage of the earth spirit realm. What? Upon hearing such prowess, Qin Mu shook his head resolutely. Such a person is unworthy of senior sister Yu. Yuhan Huang did not anticipate that Qin Mu would utter such words. A paragon like senior sister Yu deserves to be matched only with someone of extraordinary strength. A mere late-stage earth spirit realm practitioner is not even worthy of her footbath. Whoosh. His experience points surged once more, finally approaching the threshold of a late-stage breakthrough. Yet, Qin Mu refrained from rushing this advancement, choosing instead to suppress his eagerness. It would be prudent to concoct some excuse to dismiss him. Yuhan Huang, though not excessively ruthless, understood the implications of offending the 10,000 Sword sect. Even the Great Sword Dynasty would find it difficult to navigate such a situation. No, we must go, Qin Mu asserted decisively, gripping Yuhan Huang's wrist in an attempt to draw her along. Qin Mu, have you lost your senses? I do not wish to see him. Yuhan Huang protested vehemently. Such a person is entirely unworthy of entangling with senior sister Yu. I must make him comprehend the vast chasm that separates them, if necessary. I shall personally teach him a lesson. Qin Mu had initially believed the opponent's strength to be formidable, but it was merely mediocre. What gives you the right to discipline him on my behalf? Or do you harbor intentions of pursuing me? Yuhan Huang was aware of Qin Mu's admiration for her. However, should he dare to entertain any inappropriate notions, she would not hesitate to respond with unwavering severity. How could I ever be worthy of senior sister Yu? My actions stem solely from disdain for anyone who clings to her. I am acutely aware of my own status. Even if my strength were to ascend to the spirit condensation realm, I would not dare entertain any improper thoughts toward you. In a swift motion, Qin Mu elevated Yuhan Huang to a pinnacle that surpassed even Murong Li. Upon hearing this, Yuhan Huang's cheeks flushed crimson. She murmured softly, "It is not as formidable as you claim." Yuhan Huang's heart swelled with joy. Qin Mu's words confirmed the purity of his feelings for her, and she realized she could easily manipulate him. Observing Yuhan Huang's demeanor, Qin Mu began to ponder. This woman, evidently ecstatic, why had her experience points not increased at all? After some investigation, Qin Mu discovered a significant flaw. He needed to elevate to the mid-tier of the Earth's spirit realm for experience points to accumulate once more. Otherwise, he would remain stagnant. You are correct. I must clarify matters with him to prevent further entanglements. Yuhan Zhuang finally resolved, leading Qin Mu directly to the main hall. Within the hall stood a man with starry brows and a sword-like gaze, clad in a flowing azure robe, with a hefty sword slung across his back, emanating an aura of immense weight. The surrounding disciples dared not approach within 3 steps of him. It was said that this young master of the 10,000 Sword Sect, though merely at the late stage of the Earth spirit realm, could still pose a challenge even to some formidable figures in the spirit realm. Is Han Zhuang unwilling to meet me? Chu Xingyun spoke softly, his voice tinged with a hint of longing. Please wait, young Master Chu. Our senior sister should arrive shortly. Staying by his side felt like an eternity, prompting many to choose departure. After all, Chu Xingyun would never leave without encountering Yuhan Zhuang. Once the words fell, Yuhan Zhuang appeared in the grand hall alongside Qin Mu. Upon seeing her, Chu Xingyun's face lit up with joy, and he hurriedly stepped forward. Han Zhuang, I have brought you this Millennium Ice Lotus, which is immensely beneficial for cultivation. It is a gift for you. Furthermore, I have informed my father that I shall marry no one but you. He has consented and has formally proposed to the Holy Maiden Sect and the Great Sword Dynasty. These are the betrothal gifts. Chu Xingyun's excitement was palpable, as if after tonight, he would surely win Yuhan Zhuang's heart. Yuhan Zhuang maintained her icy demeanor. Even in the presence of such rare treasures, she remained unmoved. What a jest! As the princess of the Great Sword Dynasty, what kind of treasures had she not encountered? Chu Xingyun, as fellow cultivators, you should understand the significance of strength. My previous reluctance to decline your advances was merely to spare your feelings. Yet I never expected you would propose so boldly. Let me make this unequivocally clear. I cannot marry you. I advise you to relinquish this misguided hope. Yuhan Zhuang stated candidly. Qin Mu was correct. Even though he was the young master of the 10,000 Sword Sect, his power was merely a result of his father's influence. Without the protection of the sect's leader, he was nothing. Such a man was even inferior to Qin Mu and utterly unworthy. What did you say? Chu Xingyun could hardly believe his ears, his eyes widening in disbelief. He clutched his heart, appearing as though he were in unbearable pain. How could she treat him thus? Did my master sister not make it clear? You are simply unworthy of her. You are not even fit to drink her bathwater, yet you dare propose. Who gave you such audacity? Qin Mu stood to the side, arms crossed, showing no mercy. Upon hearing this, Chu Xingyun's expression changed dramatically. A man, a male servant of the Holy Maiden Sect, dared to speak to him with such insolence. You seek death. Chu Xingyun mistook Qin Mu for a male servant of the Holy Maiden Sect and drew his sword, swinging it heavily towards Qin Mu. Yuhan Zhuang's opinion of him was inconsequential, but what was Qin Mu to him? Chu Xingyun, do you believe this is an appropriate place for such behavior? Yuhan Zhuang exclaimed in anger, pushing forward with her palm. Han Zhuang, Chu Xingyun, fearing he might harm her, rushed in front of her, using his body to shield her from the sword's aura. Qin Mu was taken aback. This fellow was indeed a devoted admirer. Moreover, he was genuinely devoted, taking tangible action. Chapter 19. Do not rush. Allow me to showcase my skills. Bang. Chu Xingyun was struck by his own sword's aura, emitting a muffled cry of pain. Han Zhuang, are you unharmed? Even after injuring himself, he still concerned himself with Yuhan Zhuang's well-being. Qin Mu internally gave him a thumbs up, truly a model for his kind. This is how a devoted admirer should behave. Qin Mu reflected on this with a sense of admiration, but did not let this perfect opportunity slip away. He swiftly approached Yuhan Zhuang, raising his voice in anger. Young Master Chu, while your grievances with me are inconsequential, how can you draw your sword against my master sister? I caution you, even though you are the young master of the 10,000 Sword Sect, should you dare to harm a single hair on Sister Yu's head, I will pursue you relentlessly to the ends of the earth. Qin Mu's voice resonated throughout the grand hall. In Yuhan Zhuang's gaze, Qin Mu seemed to take on an imposing stature. His concern for her was indeed palpable. This Chu Xingyun is truly unaware of his limits, daring to act in such a place. I, Chu Xingyun, wish to retort. I have never intended to lay a hand on Yuhan Zhuang. Sharp-toned. The one I seek to eliminate is you. How could I possibly target Han Zhuang? The only life I seek to extinguish is Qin Mu's. Enough, please return, young Master Chu. Yuhan's eyes were filled with disappointment, her hands clasped behind her back, unwilling to entangle herself further with Chu Xingyun. Regardless of his explanations, they held no significance. Han Zhuang, no matter the circumstance, I am still the young master of the 10,000 Sword Sect, and what is his status? Do you intend to abandon me for such a nobody? Chu Xingyun's heart brimmed with reluctance. In terms of status and strength, he believed himself to far surpass Qin Mu. Yet today, Yuhan Zhuang's demeanor suggested she was choosing an obscure individual over him. Why should this be? He had pursued Yuhan Huang for years, and now, finally mustering the courage to propose, he never anticipated such an outcome. Just as Yuhan Huang was about to speak, Qin Mu stepped forward. My sister Yu possesses extraordinary talent and unparalleled strength. A person of my caliber is simply unworthy of her. Yet you dare to insinuate that she is the type to cling to the powerful and seek fame? Qin Mu stood on the moral high ground, eloquently expounding. Yuhan Huang prided herself on her noble status, but would not permit anyone to utter such words. Was this not akin to slapping her in the face? I meant no such thing. Chu Xingyun recognized the inappropriateness of his words and quickly amended his statement. He merely sought to diminish Qin Mu in order to make Yuhan Huang see the reality that only by collaborating with him could they facilitate the alliance between their sects and the Great Sword Dynasty. Even if you did not mean it, how dare a mere late-stage spirit realm practitioner propose to my sister Yu, who stands at mid-stage celestial realm? Such strength could easily qualify you as an elder of the 10,000 Sword sect. Qin Mu pressed on. This remark nearly pushed Chu Xingyun over the edge. Would you pursue an elder within your own sect? Of course not. The thought alone would lead to his father punishing him severely. Absurd. I challenge you to a life and death duel. Do you dare to accept? In a fit of rage, Chu Xingyun declared, with Yuhan Huang present. He could not directly kill Qin Mu, but if the latter accepted his challenge, resolving their conflict would become significantly simpler. Chu Xingyun, how dare you issue a life and death challenge to someone of lower cultivation? Yuhan Huang advised Qin Mu not to act impulsively and accept such an unreasonable demand. Once the life and death duel commenced, outsiders would be powerless to intervene. Even if the master intervened, it would be of no avail. Today, I shall prove my worth to him. Chu Xingyun declared grandly. If he could vanquish Qin Mu, he was certain he could win back the heart of Yuhan Frost. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Why seek to demonstrate your strength on me when you should challenge Yuhan Frost? Yet, this presented him with an opportunity. I shall accompany you in this duel. Yuhan Frost, unable to endure any longer, wished to take on the challenge herself. With her mid-stage heavenly spirit realm prowess, dealing with Chu Xingyun was but a trivial matter. Since he sought his own misfortune, she would indulge him. Qin Mu extended his hand, blocking Yuhan Frost. Allow me to handle this matter. After all, swords are merciless, and I would be pained if you were harmed, sister Yu. Repeating these very words again, though lacking experience points, it nonetheless brought great joy to Yuhan Frost's heart. She yearned to tell Chu Xingyun to observe Qin Mu and then compare himself. Qin Mu's intentions were solely towards her, devoid of ulterior motives, while Chu Xingyun merely desired to possess her, thus igniting such wrath. The chasm between the two was as vast as the heavens and the earth. Are you capable? He is the young master of the 10,000 Sword sect. Stronger than you. I am concerned. Yuhan Frost's autumn eyes shimmered, her worry evident. Witnessing her in this state, so markedly different from her previous cold demeanor, evoked a sense of an elder sister's concern, momentarily ensnaring Qin Mu's heart. It appeared that this woman was not merely an impenetrable iceberg. Gazing at Yuhan Frost's exquisite visage, Qin Mu inhaled deeply. With your concern, what is there to fear in death? As he spoke, Yuhan Frost raised a finger to halt Qin Mu. She would not permit any harm to befall him. Subsequently, she produced a jade disc and placed it in Qin Mu's hand. This is a spatial transmission disc from my royal family. Should danger arise, shatter the disc, and you shall escape. The supreme spirit vein within Qin Mu must not be lost. If he were to perish at the hands of Chu Xingyun, the news would inevitably reach others, and once it spread, it would be irretrievable. What a valuable item. Qin Mu accepted it without hesitation. One must seize opportunities when they arise. Rest assured, sister Yu, I have my own methods to deal with him. During my confrontation with the Earth Demon Bear, I fortuitously learned a technique that I shall now test against this young Master Chu. Qin Mu sought a justification, readying himself to unleash the great wilderness prison sky finger. That was the technique of the martial ancestor. The martial ancestor, throughout his life, acted decisively, knowing only 5 words: great wilderness prison sky finger. Moreover, he was one to speak little, diving straight into action. A new technique? Yuhan Frost was not overly surprised, given the supreme spirit vein Qin Mu possessed. As long as it was not a long-lost legendary technique, mastering it would merely require a single glance. Qin Mu nodded, defiantly gazing at Chu Xingyun. I accept your challenge. Upon hearing this, Chu Xingyun's face lit up with delight, gripping his heavy sword, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Indeed, he had taken the bait. Let us proceed to the life and death arena, where all shall be revealed. Chu Xingyun prepared to depart, but Qin Mu obstructed him. Do not rush. Allow me to showcase my skills first. As Qin Mu's voice faded, it was as if a golden dragon erupted from his being, and his aura surged wildly, causing his spiritual power to swell immensely, directly propelling him into the late stage of the Earth Spirit realm. His cultivation level matched that of Chu Xingyun. What was happening? Why had he experienced such a sudden breakthrough? Chapter 20. The Power of a Finger, Morning Protector Murong Li. You've broken through to the late stage of the Earth Spirit realm? Yuhan Huang was equally astonished. Qin Mu's ascent in strength had come so effortlessly. Even Chu Xingyun was taken aback. He could not fathom why a male slave of the Holy Maiden Sect would be on par with him in power. Qin Mu had to perish, otherwise his dignity would be shattered. Perhaps, in a moment of desperation, he had unleashed his spiritual energy to achieve this breakthrough, not wanting to disappoint his senior sister. Qin Mu let out a long breath. After holding back for so long, he had finally managed to elevate his strength. The next phase would be his domain. Yet, having just entered the late stage of the Earth Spirit realm, what was there to boast about? In an attempt to regain his pride, Chu Xingyun spoke with anger. Proud? Which of your eyes sees me as proud? Come, let me witness the prowess of this genius from the 10,000 Sword Sect, Qin Mu retorted mockingly. They made their way directly to the life and death arena. Han Huang, I will prove to you that I am the one worthy of your affection, Chu Xingyun declared, gripping his obsidian great sword with an imposing voice. Senior sister, I will not allow you to marry such a worthless fool. Qin Mu winked at Yuhan Huang, confident of his victory. Qin Mu, be cautious. Yuhan Huang merely cast a glance at him, disregarding Chu Xingyun entirely. Such a character could only be dealt with in this manner. Otherwise, he would cling to her like a stubborn piece of toffee, with a tremendous force. The entire arena was enveloped in a vast spiritual energy, rendering it inaccessible to outsiders. Qin Mu, today marks your demise. A heavy sword was swung, exuding an overwhelming weight, as if the very heavens had been momentarily stilled by this immense power radiating from Chu Xingyun. Want to kill me? You are not worthy. Qin Mu stood empty-handed, slowly extending 2 fingers. Do you not even possess a sword? To triumph over you, it seems I require no more than these 2 fingers. Against you, why must I use a sword? 2 fingers suffice. My sword is a precious gift from my master. I cherish it greatly. If it were to strike your hardened bones and sustain damage, that would be truly regrettable. Qin Mu feigned an expression of affection for his weapon. Experience points increased by 10%. A flicker of confusion crossed Qin Mu's eyes. Could it be that Murong Li was lurking nearby, observing him? In that case, he had acquired a natural advantage. To ascertain whether Murong Li was around, he merely needed to utter a couple of sentences. Murong Li was indeed nearby. Though she remained concealed, she could not possibly turn a blind eye to such a significant event as the life and death arena. Arrogant. Since you seek your own demise, I, the young master, shall indulge your wish. Boom. A surge of formidable spiritual energy erupted, transforming into a torrent that surged directly into Chu Xingyun's heavy sword. The 10,000 Sword Sect excels in swordsmanship and is well versed in various sword techniques, holding a significant position within the Grand Sword Dynasty. It is said that the strength of the Sect Master is comparable to that of Murong Li. With a swift stride, Chu Xingyun approached like the wind, his figure a blur as he wielded his heavy sword, striking fiercely towards Qin Mu's neck. Upon witnessing this scene, Yuhan Huang felt her heart clench with anxiety. What was Qin Mu, standing motionless, intending to do? Qin Mu stood resolutely, his tall figure emanating an air of confidence as he silently chanted, invoking the great wilderness captive heaven finger. With a commanding shout, a purer surge of power erupted forth, far surpassing the might of Chu Xingyun's obsidian heavy sword. Such incredible strength. Was it possible to reach this realm solely through physical prowess? Hidden in the shadows, Murong Li sensed the transformation within Qin Mu, her heart stirring. Such power emanating from merely a finger? What might it be if he unleashed his full potential? This version of Qin Mu was increasingly appealing to her. Throughout her long life, she had never considered seeking a partner, as none had ever captured her interest until now. Qin Mu seemed to possess certain qualities that resonated with her. Suddenly, a force akin to a cannonball erupted, surging towards Chu Xingyun with lethal intent. Chu Xingyun felt a wave of murderous energy wash over him. How could this be? It was merely a finger, yet it radiated such formidable force. With no time to ponder, Chu Xingyun executed the heavy mount sword technique, aiming to suppress Qin Mu. However, he underestimated the power of that single finger. As Qin Mu descended, he resembled a vast expanse of stars, a meteor poised to pierce through the heavens, sharp and unyielding, targeting a singular point. With a resounding crack, Chu Xingyun's obsidian heavy sword shattered into countless pieces in an instant. Not even a second passed before he was sent hurtling backward, directly cast off the stage. Gasp. The spectators collectively inhaled sharply, including the hidden Murong Li. This Qin Mu truly had a knack for surprising others. Thud. Chu Xingyun landed on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. How could this be? How could he possibly be defeated by a mere male servant? And in a single move, no less. What a disgrace. He felt utterly humiliated. Qin Mu, with his hands clasped behind him, approached Chu Xingyun. With such meager strength, how dare you pursue my senior sister, you? Pathetic. He chuckled inwardly, relishing the moment. Just moments ago, he had restrained his power. Otherwise, that finger alone could have obliterated Chu Xingyun completely. Chu Xingyun, overwhelmed with shame, scrambled to his feet. You wait. The grudge of today will be remembered by the 10,000 Sword Sect. With no other recourse, he resorted to invoking the name of his sect once more. Regardless of the circumstances, he was still the young master of the 10,000 Sword Sect, a title that would ensure Qin Mu could only aspire to look up to him for a lifetime. Did this fool truly believe that his affiliation with the 10,000 Sword Sect would guarantee him a lifetime of security? Lord Chu Shaozong, do you take me for a fool, believing that the Holy Maiden Sect is without defenders? At that moment, the elusive Murong Li gradually emerged from the shadows. Clad in a pristine white robe, her hair cascading freely, she emanated an aura of sanctity that bore an overwhelming pressure, causing Chu Xingyun to falter at her mere presence. Master Murong, I did not mean it in that way. And what did you mean? Murong Li, renowned for her fierce protectiveness, was notably pleased with Qin Mu's earlier conduct. How could she permit anyone to belittle him? Qin Mu is my disciple. Threatening him is tantamount to threatening the Holy Maiden Sect. Return and inform Chu Hanfeng that should anyone from the Wanjian sect dare to harm Qin Mu, they shall face the wrath of my Holy Maiden Sword, which is sworn to slay disciples of the Wanjian sect. Begone. With a furious roar, Chu Xingyun retreated in disgrace. Master, both Yuhan Huang and Qin Mu spoke in unison. Very well. Murong Li nodded gently, then turned her gaze toward Qin Mu. Qin Mu, come here. I have a task for you. As she spoke, her tone took on an unusual quality. Chapter 21. The Substitute, preparing to lavish affection on Yuhan Huang. All right. Qin Mu followed the enigmatic Murong Li as they departed. Throughout their journey, his mind churned with questions. What could this woman possibly want with him? Surely she wasn't lured by his striking appearance, seeking to deceive him for ulterior motives? Lost in his musings, he suddenly collided with something. Lifting his gaze, he found himself face to face with Murong Li's back. Damn it. What a misfortune. How much better it would have been had I bumped into her front. Qin Mu lamented internally before hastily apologizing. Master, I apologize. I was momentarily distracted and accidentally bumped into you. Please, have a seat. Murong Li, unfazed by the incident, addressed him. I summoned you because there is a matter on which I require your assistance. To his astonishment, a hint of shyness crept onto her face. Qin Mu rubbed his eyes, thinking he must be mistaken, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was indeed true. What on earth? Why is Master smiling? His heart raced with trepidation. If Murong Li, a formidable powerhouse, intended to act against him, no amount of effort on his part would suffice to defend himself. Awakened from her reverie by his voice, Murong Li regained her composure. With a grand gesture, she produced a garment and handed it to Qin Mu. Change into this attire before we continue our conversation. As Qin Mu examined the garment, a black robe adorned with golden threads, simple yet elegant, featuring a prominent character for Qin embroidered upon it, he pondered its significance. What does this mean? Murong Li's hometown is quite distinctive. With a spark of inspiration, Qin Mu donned the robe. Instantly, an immense aura surged forth. He now appeared statuesque and formidable, as if the garment was custom-tailored for him. It fit flawlessly, imbued with a layer of spiritual energy. It is he. Murong Li's expression shifted dramatically as she gazed upon the transformed Qin Mu, her demeanor momentarily frozen, her eyes heavy with gravity, as if traversing the annals of time itself. A flood of memories rushing forth. Qin Tian, have you returned? Murong Li murmured softly, unable to resist the urge to reach out and touch Qin Mu's face. This gesture startled Qin Mu, causing him to retreat repeatedly. Master, please refrain. Your esteemed hands are unfit to grace my visage. Qin Mu licked his lips nervously and took a step back. He was now certain that Murong Li had mistaken him for another, a realization that boded ill. Clearing her throat, Murong Li regained her composure, inhaling deeply as she returned to her seat in the grand hall. In this world, how can there exist two individuals so strikingly alike? You may leave now. In the future, whenever I seek you, don this attire. Do you understand? With a wave of her hand, she closed her eyes in contemplation. In that fleeting moment, she had indeed been lost in a reverie. Yet Qin Mu was ultimately not Qin Tian. Even donning his clothing could not alter that truth. Once outside the grand hall, Qin Mu exhaled a long breath. How absurd it was for Murong Li to treat him as a mere substitute. Suddenly, he paused, pondering the implications of being a replacement, a devoted admirer. Just then, Yan Qingyu approached from the side. What are you thinking about? She inquired, poking him playfully in the side before standing before him. Nothing much. I merely exchanged a few words with the master. What brings you here? Upon seeing Yan Qingyu, Qin Mu's spirits lifted considerably. She was the goddess of his dreams. Now within his grasp, an exhilarating prospect indeed. I noticed the senior sister seemed rather hurried. Did you upset her? Yan Qingyu asked in a hushed tone. Not at all. Perhaps she is merely experiencing some monthly discomfort, Qin Mu replied nonchalantly, then grasped Yan Qingyu's hand. Since it is still early, shall we descend the mountain for a stroll? After all that licking, he was weary and in need of some relaxation. This was the life Qin Mu desired, indulging in the company of celestial beings, reveling in freedom. His only aim now was to enhance his strength. Mastering the Holy Maiden Sect was merely the first step in his grand plans, with the ultimate goal being the Great Sword Dynasty and the entire Qin Mu continent. A man ought to aspire to such heights. He intended to hold every woman he had ever admired in his palm. Sounds good. Yan Qingyu readily agreed, recognizing that she still required Qin Mu's assistance. The two descended the mountain, and at that moment, Yuhan Huang stood at the mountain gate, witnessing their retreating figures. An unnameable jealousy surged within her. What did Qin Mu mean by this? As Qin Mu descended, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine and looked up at the sky. Odd. The heavens were clear, yet a sudden coldness enveloped him. After reaching the ground, he felt significantly more at ease. Sister Yan, where is your family from? He inquired. Curiosity etched upon his face. The Great Sword Dynasty's Martial King Mansion. What? Qin Mu's expression shifted dramatically. Yan Qingyu was from the Martial King Mansion? Was she pushing herself into a perilous situation? What's wrong? Are you frightened? Yan Qingyu teased, covering her mouth with a laugh. Pleasantly surprised by how endearing this junior brother was. Which is more powerful, the Martial King Mansion or the 10,000 Sword Sect? Qin Mu, in a moment of impulsiveness, asked what on earth. It is said that the Martial King's residence has rendered significant contributions to the Great Sword Dynasty, whose royal lineage bears the surname of Yu, while the Martial King's house belongs to the Yin clan. This is indeed an external family being granted the title of nobility, a testament to their remarkable achievements. Of course, it must be the Martial King's residence. Though the 10,000 Sword Sect possesses formidable strength, it remains merely a local power. The Martial King's residence, on the other hand, is directly bestowed by His Majesty of the Great Sword Dynasty, a royal kin. Surely, the junior disciple can discern the weight of these distinctions, Yan Qingyu elucidated. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu felt a flutter of anxiety within. Indeed, could this not place him in grave danger? Who, then, is the one he is to be united with? A sudden chill ran through Qin Mu. Had he known, he would have sought clarity. It was all the fault of the goddess's enchanting beauty, which left him momentarily dazed. The Great Sword Dynasty, the sixth prince. When Yan Qingyu uttered these words, Qin Mu nearly choked. What? The sixth prince of the Great Sword Dynasty? Is he not the brother of Yuhan Huang? This is a colossal predicament. You promised me, and you must not go back on your word, Yan Qingyu said with a slight smirk, deliberately provoking Qin Mu. Yet, having already made a commitment, it would be inappropriate to express fear now, would it not? Naturally, he would not retract his promise. Alas, this has become rather troublesome. Given Yuhan Huang's disposition, how benevolent could her brother be? However, fret not too much. From what I perceive, senior sister Yu seems to harbor a favorable impression of you, which should spare you from peril. Being a woman, Yan Qingyu could indeed discern Yuhan Huang's expression back then. She either wished to possess Qin Mu or viewed him as her servant. Regardless of which scenario it may be, the likelihood of Qin Mu meeting his demise is quite slim. It appears that I must earnestly charm her in the days to come. Qin Mu collected his thoughts, already formulating a plan. Yuhan Huang, are you prepared to be fervently adored by me? Chapter 22. Winning a Heart, Silver Needle to Relieve Fatigue. As they walked halfway, Qin Mu suddenly halted. What is it? Yan Qingyu inquired, her face a canvas of confusion as she gazed at him. Qin Mu mused. It was in this very spot that I was ensnared by that wretched Lin Qingling and taken up the mountain. A hint of nostalgia flickered in his eyes at the thought. Regardless, that little vixen Lin Qingling still possesses a certain freshness. Nothing, merely a twinge of nostalgia. Qin Mu replied, offering no further explanation as he took a couple of steps forward. Yan Qingyu shook her head with a smile. She had noticed a unique allure about Qin Mu. Even within the Martial King's residence, where many exceptional talents abound, few possessed the same charisma as his. A jade-like figure amidst the crowd, a gentleman unparalleled in the world. This phrase aptly encapsulated the essence of Qin Mu in that moment. Subsequently, she naturally intertwined her arm with his, enveloping him in a wave of warmth, and since her gaze had already wandered, she found no reason to conceal it. This gentle intimacy ignited a spark within the freshly awakened Qin Mu. How audacious she truly is. Life at the foot of the mountain is filled with mundane folk, many of whom lack spiritual roots or powers. Suddenly, a resounding bang echoed, capturing Qin Mu's attention. The two individuals beheld a cloud of black smoke rising ahead. resembling a colossal specter grinning menacingly in their direction, exuding an eerie aura. "Help! Murder!" someone cried out, stumbling out from the courtyard in distress. Observing this, Qin Mu immediately rushed forward. "Qin Mu." Yan Qingyu intended to call out to him, but he had already vanished, having swiftly darted away. "That insignia belongs to the Blood Demon clan." Yan Qingyu furrowed her brow, her breath momentarily halted, and with a swift leap, she followed suit. Upon arriving at the scene, Qin Mu felt a wave of nausea wash over him, for he witnessed a figure cloaked in black, grotesquely feasting upon a corpse. What manner of monster is this? Are there zombies in this fantastical realm? Qin Mu held his breath and swung his Tianke sword to strike. With a resounding thud, the sword plunged into the ground. Yet the dark figure had already vanished without a trace. "Qin Mu, be careful," Yan Qingyu cautioned from behind. Qin Mu pivoted sharply, only to see the shadow lunging towards him. He merely scoffed in response. Great desolate prison sky finger. Boom. A powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted, obliterating the figure into fragments. How impressive. Yan Qingyu stood rooted in astonishment. What kind of technique is this? It possesses such dominion over the Blood Demon clan. Who was that individual just now? Qin Mu inquired. They are members of the Blood Demon clan, who should have been suppressed in the outer battlefield. For some unknown reason, they have suddenly descended upon the mountain to wreak havoc. Could it be that the seal is weakening? We must promptly inform our master, urging her to join forces with other formidable practitioners to reinforce the seal. The mention of the Blood Demon clan plunged Qin Mu into contemplation. He was no savior. Yet upon witnessing the scene before him, he could not suppress the urge to intervene. In the future, do not act impulsively, should you fall victim to their blood poison. The consequences would be dire, Yan Qingyu advised. However, she too was influenced by Qin Mu's righteousness, without a moment's hesitation charging forward to protect the vulnerable. For such a man truly embodied the essence of masculinity. It seemed she began to harbor different sentiments towards Qin Mu. As the eldest disciple and a princess of the Great Sword Dynasty, even if Yuhan Huang desired Qin Mu, it was unlikely her father would consent. Yet she was different. As a legitimate daughter of the martial king's manor, she believed she was well suited to Qin Mu. Once she annulled her engagement with the seventh prince, she would certainly petition her father to allow her to wed Qin Mu. Yet, she must hasten to bolster her strength. Qin Mu lamented inwardly. He was merely at the late stage of Earth spirit realm. To truly establish himself in the Qin Mu continent, he would need to reach the spirit gathering realm at the very least. The road ahead was long and arduous. Before long, evening fell. Qin Mu returned to the Holy Maiden Sect with Yan Qingyu. However, it was unusually noted that he did not encounter Yuhan Huang. Upon inquiring, he learned she had returned to the Great Sword Dynasty. It appeared there was some significant event, perhaps even a joyous occasion, unfolding there. Lying on his bed, Qin Mu was left perplexed. With Yuhan Huang gone, whom was he to woo? Murong Li, as the sect leader, posed a significant danger, and his infrequent appearances only heightened the risk. Should he take offense, being expelled from the sect would be the least of one's worries. One's life could very well be forfeit, with no one to avenge it. Among the other inner disciples, only a few surpassed him in strength, and he was unfamiliar with them. It would be unthinkable for him to approach and fawn over them directly. "Qin Mu, are you asleep?" A voice suddenly echoed from outside. Qin Mu sat up. "Come in." Lin Qingling quietly pushed open the door, entering like a thief, swiftly closing it behind her. Qin Mu. Upon entering, Lin Qingling dashed forward and embraced Qin Mu tightly. Is this woman out of her mind? Qin Mu pushed her away, gazing at her with a serious expression. Do you not understand the consequences for an outer disciple entering the inner sect without permission? But I miss you. Lin Qingling spoke softly, her voice tinged with a hint of sobbing. I see, so you've been thinking about me? Qin Mu scoffed, shocked to discover that this individual possessed such boldness. A flicker of fierceness crossed Lin Qingling's eyes at his words. How dare he speak to her in such a manner? Yet, for the sake of her plan, she had to endure. Indeed, Qin Mu, let me have you once more, Lin Qingling said, inching closer to him, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist and resting her head on his shoulder. In her hand, a silver needle suddenly appeared. Lin Qingling chuckled coldly to herself. Qin Mu, if you take my purity, I shall turn you into my puppet, subject to my command. With a swift motion, she plunged the silver needle into Qin Mu's lower back. This was a method she discovered in ancient texts, specifically devised to deal with him. However, just as the needle pierced his skin, an audible rip echoed. Lin Qingling's clothing was unexpectedly torn to shreds, exposing her delicate skin, pale and soft, particularly in front. She wore nothing but a red undergarment, her ample form straining against its confines, causing Lin Qingling to shudder in fright, nearly losing her balance. Qin Mu. Lin Qingling crossed her arms in indignation, furious that he dared to Lin Xingling, have I not warned you to heed my words? Do you truly believe you possess the strength to harm me with that needle? Qin Mu's gaze turned icy as a silver needle appeared in his hand. Lin Xingling looked down, aghast to find her own needle had vanished without a trace. When had he taken it? You misunderstand. I merely wish to alleviate your fatigue. Lin Xingling, fully aware of Qin Mu's prowess, concocted a flimsy excuse. Alleviate fatigue? Perhaps you should use my silver needle to relieve your own fatigue. The absurdity of her words made her feel as though she were berating herself. Chapter 23. Training, a juicy revelation. Qin Mu could no longer concern himself with trivialities and charge forward. Regardless of the circumstances, he could not allow Lin Xingling to entertain any rebellious thoughts towards him. This time, Qin Mu displayed no mercy. His movements were swift and decisive, each strike infused with his full strength, forcing Lin Xingling to retreat in defeat, pleading for mercy. An hour later, Qin Mu gazed at Lin Xingling, now sprawled on the bed. Once more, I reiterate, your life is spared solely due to your fleeting beauty. Should the day come when I grow weary of you, do you truly believe your existence will endure? Qin Mu's voice resonated with an icy chill, akin to a frigid gust in the depths of winter, enveloping Lin Xingling and causing her to instinctively hug herself, trembling uncontrollably. She sensed a profound shift in Qin Mu. He was no longer the same. His strength had surged to remarkable heights. I understand, Lin Xingling expressed with an expression devoid of hope, tugging at her clothing while gazing up at Qin Mu. The prospect of exerting control over him had become utterly futile. Yet, how had his power escalated so swiftly? Very well, you may leave, Qin Mu declared, devoid of any emotional attachment, regarding her merely as a tool. Upon hearing this, disappointment flickered in Lin Xingling's eyes. Am I not permitted even a single night by your side? Humph, allowing a woman like you to stay overnight is a risk I cannot afford, Qin Mu retorted. If you possess such thoughts, it would be wiser to contemplate how to please me instead. He waved his hand dismissively, his impatience palpable. Unlike Yuhan Huang, who had once saved him, Lin Xingling's past treatment of him was not easily forgotten. The wheel of fortune turns, and today it is my turn. Were it not for certain reservations, Qin Mu's lips would have stretched into a broad grin. Lin Xingling obediently donned her clothing, lost in thought. Indeed, should she remain here, discovery would lead to dire consequences, and every man eventually tires of playthings. Was she destined to be nothing more than an amusement? I comprehend now, Lin Xingling declared as she approached the door, suddenly speaking. From now on, I shall understand my place. After her departure, Qin Mu reclined comfortably on the bed, a wave of introspection washing over him. He felt no guilt. This was all owed to her. In this fantastical world, he could have easily ended her life. Yet he chose not to, instead offering her unique experiences. Perhaps Lin Xingling ought to express her gratitude. The night passed in silence, and soon dawn broke. After Yuhan Shuang's departure from the Holy Maiden Sect, Qin Mu found himself devoid of a target for his affections. He contemplated. Perhaps he might seek favor within the royal family? The multitude there could yield unexpected results. However, the royal court was fraught with peril. To be near a monarch was akin to courting danger. In a realm where masters abound, a single misstep could lead to his demise. Never mind. I shall first visit the scripture pavilion to see if any formidable techniques await. Qin Mu ultimately resolved to bide his time, waiting until his strength reached the celestial spirit realm before venturing out, as he could not squander his exceptional spiritual vein. The scripture pavilion housed myriad techniques, and with his current prodigious intellect, there was little he could not learn. After some winding, he arrived at the pavilion. It was a wooden structure towering 20 meters high, surrounded by lush greenery and enveloped in spiritual energy, as if one could perceive threads of power weaving through the air. It is said that the path to enlightenment manifests as scripture, and here converged all the martial arts and heart methods of the Holy Maiden Sect, a testament to its profound heritage. Just as he was about to enter, a wooden longsword descended from the heavens, piercing the ground directly before him. Who dares approach? Do you not know that the Sutra Pavilion forbids the entry of idle wanderers? Immediately following was a delicate, yet commanding voice. The strength of the person before him was at the late stage of the celestial spirit realm. Qin Mu did not raise his gaze, fixating instead on the wooden sword. Taking a deep breath, it was but an inch away. Should he advance even a step further, his bell would be plucked away. I am Qin Mu, a disciple of the inner sect of the Holy Maiden Sect, here to seek enlightenment in the Sutra Pavilion. Your swordsmanship is truly profound, esteemed senior. Qin Mu clasped his hands respectfully, his expression one of deference. It was wise to be cautious with those who would draw their blades at the slightest provocation. Upon raising his head, astonishment washed over his face. Your master? The figure before him bore an uncanny resemblance to Murong Li, and Qin Mu could not fathom why she seemed not to recognize him at all. Who is your master? Do not make unfounded claims. I am Murong Ning, an elder of the Sutra Pavilion, and I have never seen you before. Besides, when has the Holy Maiden Sect accepted male disciples? Clearly, you are here to steal our secrets. As she spoke, the woman grasped the air, and the long sword lifted from the ground, hurtling towards Qin Mu with fierce intent. Goodness! Qin Mu cursed inwardly, retreating rapidly. Was this woman raised on gunpowder? It is you who forces my hand. Qin Mu, unable to endure any longer, drew the Tianke sword, executing the Azure Lotus sword technique with utmost finesse. For someone of Qin Mu's extraordinary spiritual vein, wielding the Azure Lotus sword technique was akin to a graduate student tackling elementary school problems. The Azure Lotus sword technique? Senior sister's Tianke sword. Upon witnessing this unexpected turn of events, Murong Ning abruptly halted her assault, a complex expression flickering in her eyes. Now do you believe, esteemed senior? Qin Mu sighed deeply, inwardly noting, should you dare pursue me further, beware, for I could dispatch you with but a single finger. You little rogue. Possessing such audacity to not only learn our sect's martial arts, but also to steal the sect leader's Tianke sword. I shall slay you and present your corpse to the sect leader. In the next moment, Murong Ning's movements became even more fierce. Is this woman foolish? Qin Mu had presented the most compelling evidence, yet she remained unconvinced. Stop. With no other option, Qin Mu donned the attire that Murong Li had given him the previous day. Surely, she would believe him now? He had no desire to engage in conflict with this woman. The attire of Qin Tian? It has an effect. Murong Ning appeared dazed, mist welling in her eyes, her body trembling slightly as she stood there, gazing at Qin Mu. Had he truly returned from his reincarnation? The one she had yearned for day and night stood before her. Then, with a flash, Murong Ning appeared before Qin Mu, extending her arms to envelop him tightly, as though she wished to merge him into herself. Qin Mu felt his face enveloped by something soft. A suffocating sensation washed over him. What was happening? Why had the sky suddenly darkened? Moreover, there was a sweet scent wafting through the air. At last, you have returned. Murong Ning repeatedly murmured this phrase, her warm tears cascading down to Qin Mu's lips. Qin Mu clicked his tongue, exclaiming how salty and bitter it was. Is this the tear of longing? Thus, the attire he wore belonged to Murong Ning's beloved, and simultaneously, to Murong Li's cherished one. Goodness, it seems I have stumbled upon an astonishing revelation. Chapter 24. Call me Ninger, the tears of true affection. Could you possibly let me go first? I feel as though I am suffocating. Although Qin Mu was reluctant to part from this tender embrace, he knew that his life was of greater significance. Upon regaining her senses, Murong Ning opened her arms, a shy smile gracing her face. I apologize. I was overly excited just now. It had been 10 long years since she last saw Qin Tian, and the sudden reunion understandably stirred her emotions. It's quite all right, Qin Mu reassured her, though his heart yearned for another embrace. Murong Ning donned a gray robe, resembling that of a nun. While it appeared unremarkable at first glance, its quality was undeniable. Qin Mu nearly succumbed to the temptation of inhaling its essence. You truly are Qin Tian? Murong Ning questioned in disbelief. She had witnessed clearly how Qin Tian resisted the malevolent forces from beyond, perishing on the foreign battlefield, leaving behind only this garment. Her senior sister, fearing that it would evoke memories, had hidden it away. Now, why was it adorning Qin Mu's form? To this inquiry, Qin Mu shook his head. Actually, I am unsure. This was given to me by my master, instructing me to wear it whenever I visit her. As for the Qin Tian you speak of, I know little of him. Qin Mu shrugged, pondering if he had been mistaken for a mere substitute. However, a plan began to blossom within him. If the day ever came, perhaps he could usurp the place of the Qin Tian they both spoke of, fostering a bond akin to sisterly affection. The mere thought sent a thrill through him. What? How dare she keep such a thing to herself? Murong Ning expressed her frustration, grasping Qin Mu's hand firmly. Come with me. Naturally, Qin Mu would not let such an opportunity slip away. The enchanting elder deserved his utmost admiration. Besides, her emotional state intrigued him. Is there something you require? I merely wish to visit the scripture pavilion for some insights. Qin Mu feigned innocence. You indeed bear a striking resemblance to him, yet he would never treat me so kindly. Murong Ning's tone carried a hint of melancholy, as if Qin Tian had always been rather indifferent towards her. Now, with Qin Mu addressing her in such a manner, it felt somewhat disconcerting. Perhaps fate was playing tricks on her, as if even the heavens pitied her. You are called Qin Mu, correct? Murong Ning inquired. Qin Mu nodded. Yes, elder. Yet, Murong Ning was not fond of this title. From now on, you shall call me Ninger. Her gaze fixed intently upon Qin Mu, her mind teeming with unspoken schemes. This cannot be. I am but a humble disciple. How could I dare to disrespect an elder? Qin Mu was taken aback, hastily waving his hands. Yet, His thoughts betrayed him. Were it not for his current lack of strength, he would not hesitate to transgress, even against the sect leader. A disciple who does not aspire to be like the leader is not a worthy soldier. You are indeed different from him. How can I be disrespected by you? I wished for him to indulge in sacrilege, yet throughout, his gaze remained solely upon his senior sister, never sparing me even a glance. Murong Ning took a deep breath, then gently cradled Qin Mu's face in her hands. This attire, this visage, was perfectly suited to replace him. At that moment, Qin Mu discovered something exceedingly peculiar. His experience points were fluctuating wildly. How strange, what could this mean? Ninga? Qin Mu called out fearlessly, and his experience points surged rapidly. It dawned upon me. The previous Qin Tian had been indifferent to Murong Ning, but now, as long as I willingly played the role of her devoted admirer, she would project her affections onto me. Such an amplification was nothing short of miraculous. Merely uttering that phrase had already elevated Qin Mu's experience points by 30%. Oh. A faint smile graced Murong Ning's lips, her affection for Qin Mu deepening. With him by her side, her past grievances could dissipate like smoke. Ninger, are you thirsty? Shall I fetch you a cup of water? Or perhaps I could massage your shoulders? Qin Mu began to fervently offer his services, his lips curling into a joyous smile. Perhaps this was what it meant to pursue mutual affection. Murong Ning reveled in the sensation of being adored, perhaps due to her prolonged period of unreciprocated love. Human nature remains consistent, even in this fantastical realm, exhibiting little deviation. First, please massage my shoulders. Spending every day in this scripture pavilion is leaving my bones on the verge of disarray, Murong Ning remarked, her eyes sparkling with mirth, as Qin Mu kneaded her shoulders. He pondered deeply. This matter must remain concealed from Murong Li. Otherwise, the consequences would be quite troublesome. Qin Mu, why not move into the scripture pavilion from now on? Murong Ning extended the invitation, desiring to gaze upon him day and night. This woman was indeed a romantic at heart. Ninger, being so stunning, if I truly moved in, I fear I might lose control, Qin Mu replied with a solemn expression. Yet, his words struck a chord within Murong Ning's heart. If only the Qin Tian of your had possessed such sentiments. You are quite the charmer with your words, but my body can belong solely to Qin Tian. Even if you bear a striking resemblance, you cannot usurp his place. Do you understand? Murong Ning was not so naive as to misconstrue that. I am fully aware that I cannot compare to him. Yet the mere opportunity to care for you, Ninger, would be a monumental blessing for me. Some desires are far too lofty to entertain, Qin Mu spoke, expressing sentiments that even he found distasteful. To reach such a level of devotion was indeed rare. Whoosh. Experience points surged once again, soaring to 50%. It appeared that Murong Ning's feelings for Qin Tian were profoundly entrenched, even years after his demise. The emotions she harbored were still fiercely potent. Really? Murong Ning turned to gaze at Qin Mu, her eyes transforming, reflecting the visage of Qin Tian. In that instant, it felt as if time and space had intertwined, their forms converging, with Qin Tian's features perfectly aligning with Qin Mu's, their auras strikingly similar. Qin Tian, how I miss you. Murong Ning embraced Qin Mu as if to expend all her strength. Tears streamed down the corners of her eyes. Ding! A system prompt sounded, detecting the tears of genuine emotion. Should they be absorbed? Tears of genuine emotion? What purpose do they serve? Absorb. Without hesitation, Qin Mu absorbed the 2 droplets of tears. Tears of genuine emotion can enhance the host's charm. Collecting 10 droplets will cause the weeper to unconditionally fall in love with the host, achieving a transformation of true feelings. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu was momentarily stunned. In other words, if he could find a way to make Murong Ning shed 10 droplets of genuine tears, her feelings for Qin Tian would unconditionally transfer to him. It seemed rather appealing. If he couldn't win over Qin Tian, capturing her twin sister would suffice. As Qin Mu pondered this, an exquisite visage gradually loomed larger before him. Deeply moved, Murong Ning could not help but lean in to kiss him. What to do? Should he kiss her? Chapter 25, Sword Intent. I am indeed the greatest. Hold on. Just as Qin Mu felt their lips were about to touch, he swiftly halted the encounter. Though the beauty was enchanting, preserving his life was of utmost importance. Cough, cough. Murong Ning, regaining her composure, blushed. In that moment of deep emotion, she had lost control, and the longing of the past decade surged forth. Had it not been for Qin Mu's timely reminder, she feared her first kiss would be lost. We cannot tell anyone about today's events, especially not senior sister. If she finds out, their budding romance would be irreparably hindered. This matter lies between us. Why should others be privy to it? Qin Mu feigned deep sentiment, gazing down into Murong Ning's eyes. This tactic proved most effective. His experience points surged, rapidly reaching 60%. Before long, he would attain the pinnacle of the Earth spirit realm. Didn't you wish to enter the scripture pavilion for enlightenment? Go ahead. You may freely explore all the techniques within. If something is unclear, take it back and study it at your leisure. Murong Ning was remarkably generous, showing no concern for Qin Mu's motives. The Saint sect, one of the 4 major sects of the Great Sword Dynasty, stands alongside the 10,000 Sword Sect, Spirit Beast Sect, and Body Refining Sect. Renowned for its vast array of techniques, mastering even one technique and integrating it would allow one to traverse the Great Sword Dynasty with ease. Thank you, Ninger. Qin Mu nodded and swiftly departed. Murong Ning gazed at Qin Mu's retreating figure, her heartstrings nearly unraveling. Though merely a substitute, she felt no aversion. Perhaps this was truly a stroke of divine mercy, granting her such an opportunity. This secret must be kept. Senior sister must not discover it. Meanwhile, upon entering the scripture pavilion, Qin Mu felt an immense sense of ease. Within, there was a trace of the power of the Tao, albeit faint, but sufficient to protect this scripture pavilion. He rapidly perused the texts, setting aside each volume as he finished reading. Most of the techniques contained herein are sword arts, lacking any particularly extraordinary characteristics. However, the supreme spiritual vein possessed by Qin Mu enables him to attain an unparalleled comprehension of these techniques, allowing him to grasp concepts in a single glance that would take others months to fully understand. Moreover, he possesses the rare ability to mend incomplete techniques. This might well be what a prodigy perceives as drawing inferences from one instance. Thus, Qin Mu spent an entire day within the scripture pavilion. Why has he not emerged yet? At the entrance, Murong Ning felt a twinge of anxiety. She had not seen Qin Mu for a whole day and missed him dearly. Suddenly, a loud commotion erupted from within the pavilion, as if the entire structure were collapsing. What could he possibly be doing inside? This was the first time Murong Ning witnessed such a scene. Without hesitation, she extended her hands, channeling 2 waves of formidable spiritual power into the pavilion, determined to stabilize it. This place harbors the entire essence of the Holy Maiden Sect. Should it collapse, the consequences would be dire. Unparalleled sword technique. Ancient paths of the sword. Qin Mu murmured softly, and the Tiang sword in his hand began to transform. One side turned black, the other white. The blade a perfect embodiment of harmony. The black side bore the jagged patterns reminiscent of a shark, exuding an aura of relentless slaughter, while the white side resembled a pure ribbon, soothing the tumultuous heart within. This sword is named Unparalleled. A wave of ecstatic realization washed over Qin Mu. After mastering all the sword techniques, he had stumbled upon a unique, unparalleled sword technique, and his Tiang sword had undergone a metamorphosis. You have comprehended the sword saint's intent. Murong Ning gasped in astonishment, rushing forward to embrace Qin Mu tightly. A person who has yet to reach the celestial spirit realm could grasp the sword saint's intent and even create a new sword technique. What does it mean to comprehend the sword saint's intent? Although Qin Mu could not fully grasp it, he felt it must be extraordinarily formidable. After so many years of being a mediocre student, he had finally turned the tide. The sword saint. Across the vast Qin Mu continent, sword cultivators are commonplace. Yet most are unable to comprehend true sword intent, unless they belong to certain noble families who possess inherited sword intent, providing shelter for their disciples. Regardless, as long as one integrates and comprehends, they can establish themselves on the continent. For instance, your master, Murong Li, comprehended the Holy Maiden sword intent. In just a century, she not only founded the Holy Maiden Sect, but also secured a fundamental foothold on the path. Upon hearing Murong Ning's explanations, Qin Mu felt a surge of fervor. Yet, the Holy Maiden sword intent pales in comparison to the sword saint's intent. Qin Mu stated earnestly. Indeed, sword intents are classified into tiers: mortal, spiritual, celestial, and then the sword saint's intent. The comprehension of sword intent is fundamentally akin to the grade of spiritual veins. Your master's sword intent is of spiritual grade. Inherited by chance during the outer battlefield conflict, Murong Ning remarked casually. The outer battlefield again? Qin Mu had heard that term more than once. What truly lies beyond that battlefield? Is the spiritual grade sword intent truly this formidable? It is only natural. The essence of the sword transcends mere technique, demanding a resolute heart. On the path of cultivation, without sufficient opportunity, one may spend an entire lifetime without grasping the essence of the sword. Take her for instance. Her emotional attachments are too burdensome. Even if the sacred sword intent were to flow into her body, it would be forcefully expelled. Otherwise, the current leader of the Sacred Maiden Sect might very well be 2 individuals. The unparalleled sword intent I have comprehended, resting upon the path of the sword saint, is indeed among the most exalted existences. With this thought, Qin Mu cracked a smile. He felt he had arrived in the right world. Perhaps it was the echoes of his past life as 007 that stirred the heavens to show him compassion, granting him a chance to begin anew. Qing'er, I hope you will not disclose this matter to anyone. Qin Mu spoke earnestly. His current strength was still quite feeble. If others perceived him as a threat and sought to target him, conjuring some soul haul, he would be deprived of peace for the rest of his life. I won't speak of it. Even if I did, no one would believe me. If a person's sword intent is not manifested, employing soul-searching techniques would prove futile. Moreover, for someone of Qin Mu's mere spiritual realm to possess an understanding of mundane sword intent is already a remarkable talent. Aspiring to higher realms is but a fool's dream. That is reassuring. Qin Mu felt a wave of relief wash over him. Power reigns supreme. Even in a matriarchal world, this fact remains unchanged. He intended to make it clear that only by submitting humbly beneath his feet could one hope to survive. Qin Mu, come to me at once. At that moment, the voice of Murong Li resonated within Qin Mu's mind, startling him. What could she possibly want at this time? Had she discovered his involvement with Murong Ning? Chapter 26. Huolinger, the delightfully compliant second senior sister. Qin Mu could not afford any delays and swiftly made his way to the sect leader's hall. Upon entering, he found Murong Li's expression gravely serious, the entire atmosphere seemingly suspended in time. Master, what is it that you require of me? Qin Mu inquired cautiously. At least you are obedient. Do not soil that attire. Murong Li remarked, her satisfaction evident as she nodded at his clothing. His experience points had increased by 5%. Qin Mu had not anticipated that, through a twist of fate, he had inadvertently endeared himself. Indeed, Murong Li had instructed him to wear this particular outfit whenever he met her. He had arrived in such haste that he hadn't changed, yet it had proven fortuitous. Following your command, Master, Qin Mu nodded, though he felt quite displeased internally. However, she appeared to be in a good mood. Surely she would not seek to trouble him? Master, you seem to be in good spirits. Might there be some good news? Qin Mu pondered, uncertain of the matters at hand, but it was prudent to curry favor. You have guessed correctly. There is indeed some good news. Your second senior sister has arrived in Qinyan City. Go and welcome her. Second senior sister? Upon hearing this, Qin Mu began to contemplate. How had he never heard of a second senior sister? Your second senior sister has been cultivating in the outer sect. She has now broken through to the heavenly spirit realm, hence her return to the sect for further training, Murong Li explained. She is quite vivacious. A stark contrast to Yuhan Zhuang. Allowing Qin Mu to make contact is intended to prevent him from becoming overly fixated on Yuhan Zhuang. It is said that once an individual endowed with exceptional spiritual veins becomes infatuated, any attempts by others to extract those veins would not only be exceedingly troublesome, but also significantly less effective. Disciple obeys, Qin Mu replied, slightly cupping his fists. Showing little concern, he would only agree to the task if he possessed sufficient strength. Otherwise, he would not squander his time. Here, this is a portrait of your second senior sister. Once you arrive in Qinyan City, be sure to exercise caution to avoid attracting unnecessary trouble. Do you understand? Murong Li cautioned. Understood. Qin Mu turned and departed, making his way toward Qinyan City. Was he being treated as a mere carriage driver? Upon unveiling the portrait, Qin Mu inhaled sharply. Huolingu, what a remarkable coincidence. He scrutinized the image, clad in a flowing red gown. She was a vision of unparalleled beauty. Was Murong Li intentionally introducing him to other enchanting women, fearing he might cling to Yuhan Zhuang indefinitely? A faint smile crept upon Qin Mu's lips, his expression one of satisfaction. Indeed, he felt as though he were soaring among the clouds. Without delay, he descended the mountain, heading toward Qinyan City. Sisterling, I am on my way. In Qinyan City, Huolinger descended gently upon a colossal gourd. Has Master sent word? I heard he recently accepted a new junior disciple. I wonder what talent he possesses. Her voice was soft, laced with anticipation. It was indeed a rarity for the Holy Maiden Sect to accept male disciples. At that moment, a man beside her spoke. With arms crossed, he exuded a certain handsomeness, wielding a tasseled sword that emanated a formidable aura, causing those nearby to hesitate in approaching. Fengchen, what is your attitude? Huolinger retorted, somewhat displeased. Nothing much. Upon entering the sect this time, I intend to propose to Master Murong. When that time comes, you shall accompany me back to the body refining sect, he replied. Huolinger had previously been frail and was sent to the body refining sect to strengthen her physique. Now that her abilities had improved, it was only natural for her to return to the Holy Maiden Sect for further cultivation. That is out of the question. I have been away from Master for many years. I should remain here for a while longer. Huolinger would not forget Murong Li's kindness. Had it not been for her master, how could she have embarked on the path of cultivation? Are you suggesting that I return alone? Fengchen's tone turned sour. As the young master of the body refining sect, he shared a mutual affection with Huolinger, yet due to the sect's strictures, they had not been able to engage in any marital relations thus far. Now that an opportunity had finally arisen, was he to continue waiting? Perhaps you could also remain in the Holy Maiden Sect. Once I have repaid Master's kindness, we can return together, Horlinger proposed, offering a mutually beneficial solution. However, Feng Chen flatly rejected her suggestion. As a man, how could he remain in a sect filled with women? One might mistakenly believe he was a servant. Absolutely not. At that moment, Qin Mu approached from a distance. Upon seeing Horlinger, his expression shifted dramatically. She was the spitting image of someone he knew, identical in every way. Second senior sister. Qin Mu exclaimed excitedly as he rushed forward. How beautiful! Are you the Qin Mu Shidi mentioned by Master? Upon seeing Qin Mu, Horlinger nodded. Noting his handsome appearance, though she observed that his strength was merely at the late stage of the Earth Spirit realm, which indeed felt somewhat lacking. Exactly. Master has sent me to bring second senior sister back. Please follow me. After some brief conversation, Qin Mu discerned Horlinger's cheerful disposition, which was considerably more pleasant than the cold demeanor of Yuhan Huang. Keep your distance from Ling. Feng Chen, standing nearby, voiced his displeasure as he watched Qin Mu and Horlinger walking ahead, increasingly feeling like the odd one out. Goodness, how perfectly matched they are. A wave of jealousy surged within him. Who is this? Qin Mu detected the hostility, and his gaze sharpened. Daring to show off before me, seeking death. This is Feng Chen, the young master of the body refinement sect, Horlinger introduced. I see. So you are the one who looks after my second senior sister. Thank you. Qin Mu quickly perceived Feng Chen's feelings for Horlinger, yet he deemed him unworthy to play such games in his presence. What does this mean? He is merely senior brother Feng from the body refinement sect? They are on the verge of becoming Dao partners, so why this introduction? I share a profound bond with Linger. We are united as one. I intend to propose to the sect master upon our return, Feng Chen interjected hastily, positioning himself beside Horlinger. However, what does this matter to Qin Mu? Having finally encountered such a lively senior sister, Qin Mu was eager to charm her. Second senior sister, after your long journey, you must be weary. Here is a Qingling powder I prepared. Once consumed, it will refresh your spirit and dispel your fatigue. Qin Mu quickly presented a jade vial. This substance was akin to modern-day soda, though regrettably, he had no means to chill it. Thank you, Shidi. Horlinger, indeed feeling somewhat parched, opened the vial and drank it all at once. Look at you, bringing me a bottle of water. What about you? Horlinger shot a displeased glance at Feng Chen after finishing. Feng Chen was rendered speechless. Was this Qin Mu really relying on such trivial tactics to join the Holy Maiden Sect? My actions are merely a courtesy. Senior sister need not compare me with senior brother Feng, Qin Mu replied once more. Glancing down, he noticed his experience points had risen to 90%. It seemed that this second senior sister was quite receptive to his flattery. Thanks, little Shidi. Horlinger winked at Qin Mu, her lively spirit radiating cuteness. Truth be told, such a gaze was quite impactful for Qin Mu. No one could resist a cheerful girl, especially one as stunning as Horlinger. Her mere presence seemed to exude an enchanting fragrance. Senior sister, you are too kind. Shall we be on our way? Qin Mu completely disregarded the furious Feng Chen trailing behind. What did Feng Chen's anger have to do with him? After all this time, he had yet to win Horlinger's affections. Could it be that he was incapable? Step aside. Feng Chen, filled with rage, forcefully pushed Qin Mu aside. In truth, the strike he delivered held little significance for Qin Mu. However, he deliberately allowed himself to be pushed aside, wearing a peculiar expression on his face. Senior sister, it seems that brother Feng harbors a strong dislike for me. Perhaps it would be better if I followed behind you both? Qin Mu spoke, though internally he felt a wave of discomfort. So this is what it means to utter green tea sentiments? While uncertain of the outcome, it would suffice to annoy Feng Chen. Unexpectedly, upon hearing Qin Mu's words, Horlinger seized his hand and glared at Feng Chen with great indignation. What are you doing? My junior brother has kindly come all the way down from the mountain to fetch us, and you treat him with such disdain. Feng Chen was utterly flabbergasted. Horlinger was truly going out of her way. Was there some misunderstanding? The two were destined to become companions in the future, while Qin Mu was merely a fortunate individual who had been accepted into the Sacred Maiden Sect. How could he possibly be compared to him? Moreover, he had merely come down the mountain to escort them. It was not as if he had performed some earth-shattering feat. Was it necessary to protect him so fiercely? Linger, I simply do not wish for him to get too close to you. Feng Chen suppressed his rising fury, his gaze fixed intently on Qin Mu. Once they reached the mountain, he planned to test Qin Mu's standing. If he were merely an ordinary disciple, he would find a reason to eliminate him. He is my junior brother, and we will be cultivating in the same room in the future. If you do not want him to be close to me, do you wish for me to betray our sect? Horlinger argued passionately. To her, Qin Mu had been quite cautious, only guiding them ahead without any inappropriate contact. It was Feng Chen who was overly sensitive, unable to tolerate even a grain of sand. Enough. Please do not argue over me any further. Meeting senior sister for the first time has stirred my emotions, yet I harbor no other thoughts towards you, senior brother Feng. So I hope you will not target me any longer. Qin Mu looked at Feng Chen fearlessly. Had he not wished to keep a low profile, he would have already unleashed the great wilderness prisoning heaven finger. At the pinnacle of martial arts, a single finger could shatter mountains and rivers, tearing through the void. His experience points surged by another 5%. If this continued, it would not be long before he could break through to the celestial spirit realm. Qin Mu felt a surge of excitement. Did you hear that? Is it not entirely natural for my junior brother to hold admiration for his senior sister? Is it not the case that your body refinement sect has junior sisters who admire you as well? Did you think I was unaware of such matters? Huolinger interjected. This was a perfectly normal situation. Why, then, did it seem to incite resentment on her part? Such circumstances are not comparable. I am the eldest brother of the body refinement sect. It is only natural for them to admire my strength out of fear. Feng Chen retorted. So, it is abnormal for my junior brother to feel admiration for me? Huolinger was increasingly agitated, knowing her strength surpassed Qin Mu's. Do not think I am unaware. He only finds you attractive. Men are all the same. Feng Chen's words trailed off abruptly. Had he inadvertently ensnared himself in his own reasoning? If that were the case, did it not imply that he too coveted Huolinger's beauty? Should she discover the matter of the intended union between their two sects, it would undoubtedly be a disaster. Qin Mu smiled beside her, seemingly relishing the misfortune. This Feng Chen was indeed not just foolish. Can a man truly be devoid of lust? By proclaiming this, he inadvertently encompassed all men, including himself. Enough of the explanations. I trust my junior brother. Let us return to the sect. Huolinger chose not to listen further and turned to leave. Perhaps arriving at her own sect bolstered her confidence. Feng Chen, who had been by Huolinger's side, could only follow behind, seething as he observed the interaction between Qin Mu and her, gritting his teeth in anger. One day, he would surely kill him. Junior brother, have there been any unusual occurrences within the sect lately? Huolinger inquired, having been away for many years. Although she often sent messages, she was not fully apprised of the happenings within the sect. With our master present, all is well within the sect, Qin Mu replied nonchalantly. As a formidable presence in the realm of spirit condensation, her presence ensured that no one dared to infringe upon the Holy Maiden Sect. Yet, if Mu only were absent, would someone not entertain ulterior motives? Why would our master accept a male disciple? Do you possess some extraordinary talent? Huolinger began to engage in light conversation with Qin Mu, scrutinizing him closely and discovering that he was indeed more handsome than Feng Chen. His physique seemingly adhering to the golden ratio. Extraordinary talent? Does exceptional ability in certain matters count? Qin Mu mused silently. After his encounter with that wretched Lin Qingling, he realized his prowess had significantly improved, allowing him to endure prolonged conflicts. Yet, he dared not voice such thoughts. It's merely luck. If you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask, senior sister. Qin Mu discreetly relished the moment. Though his experience had increased somewhat, it was not sufficient to elevate him to the realm of celestial spirits. Huolinger did not press further. Perhaps their master had changed her mind. After all, a sect comprised solely of women would undoubtedly lead to an imbalance of yin and yang. In such an extreme state, one could easily succumb to madness. This statement, however, reached Feng Chen's ears. Indeed, he was well aware of Mu only. Under normal circumstances, she would never accept a male disciple, especially one from the inner sect. Thus, it was highly probable that Qin Mu possessed some remarkable quality. The more exceptional he was, the more cautious Feng Chen needed to be. He must eliminate him, or else he would undoubtedly become a formidable obstacle in the future. Qin Mu, your demise approaches. I will not allow you to leave the Holy Maiden Sect alive. Feng Chen vowed silently. Qin Mu sensed a faint trace of murderous intent and immediately thought of Feng Chen. He wishes to kill me? Let us see if he possesses the capability. Since arriving in this fantastical world, he had yet to experience the sensation of taking a life. Perhaps he could use Feng Chen as his first trial? Even if the sect behind him came seeking vengeance, he had Mu only to protect him. What was there to fear? Let us proceed. Chapter 28. The Deadly Triple Question. Sacrificing Power for a Woman? Before long, they arrived at the Grand Hall of the Holy Maiden Sect. Disciple Huolinger greets Master. Huolinger bowed deeply to Mu Rongli, who sat upon the throne. It had been many years since their last meeting, yet her master retained his grace, showing no signs of age. Rise, Linger, he said. You have been in the body refinement sect for 5 years, and now that you have broken through to the celestial spirit realm, it is time for you to return to the sect and commence your true cultivation. Mu Rongli nodded slowly. As you command, Master, Huolinger replied, not mentioning Feng Chen. Initially, she was somewhat hesitant about whether to return to the body refinement sect after their farewell, having spent many years there. However, Feng Chen's recent performance had left her greatly disappointed. Master Mu Rong, I have pledged my life to Linger, and my purpose in returning is to seek your blessing for our union. If there are no objections, I wish for Linger to remain in the body refinement sect. Rest assured, I will bring her to visit you regularly, Feng Qin stated, stepping forward and clasping his hands in respect. Hearing this, Linger's expression shifted slightly. Such matters of lifelong commitment seemed premature. You wish to marry my disciple? Mu Rongli regarded Feng Qin with evident displeasure, resting his head on one hand. He was not inclined to approve. He had merely sent Linger for cultivation, not to entertain the notions of the sect's members daring to covet his disciple. Indeed, this matter is closely intertwined with Linger and me, and I hope Master Mu Rong will grant us his blessing, Feng Qin declared, resolute in his intention to take Linger away. Linger, what are your thoughts on this? Mu Rongli pressed, seeking to understand her perspective. If she truly desired to marry Feng Qin, he would not oppose her. Linger hesitated, torn between acceptance and refusal. The situation had unfolded so abruptly. She had intended to remain at the Saintist sect for a while longer before addressing such matters. Yet, Feng Qin had broached the subject now, as if to pressure her. Qin Mu, observing the dynamics, quickly recognized his opportunity. It seemed Linger was reluctant to return with Feng Qin at this moment. Naturally, he did not wish for his beautiful second senior sister to depart so soon. He had yet to savor her presence fully. Senior brother Feng, I have several inquiries for you, Qin Mu interjected, drawing the attention of all present. Feng Qin shot him an irritated glance, wondering what this fellow was up to. Speak, he replied, albeit begrudgingly, as they were still within the domain of the Saintist sect. If you are so eager to take my second senior sister away, is it not a tad inappropriate to do so before my master has had a chance to speak with her at length? You would separate them just like that? Upon hearing this, Linger felt a surge of relief. It appeared her junior brother understood her predicament well. She owed her current strength to her master's guidance, and to neglect her gratitude would cast her in a heartless light. What do you mean? Are you implying this is somehow my fault? Feng Qin retorted, attempting to maintain his composure. I have no objection to Linger remaining at the Saintist sect for a time. That can certainly be arranged, he conceded, seeking to avoid any potential fallout. It appears that Brother Feng is not in such a rush after all. It seems that Sister Linger is not particularly eager to return with you so soon. And you both mentioned during your journey that you would like to stay at the Holy Maiden Sect for a while. However, Brother Feng seems somewhat reluctant, does he not? Qin Mu could certainly deduce that the two of them had a disagreement. This presented an exquisite opportunity for him. Is there truly such a matter? Feng Qin, do you believe that the Holy Maiden Sect is unworthy of your status as the deputy leader of the Body Refinement Sect? Mu Rongli has always been proud and haughty. Allowing Feng Qin to remain at the Holy Maiden Sect is already a favor from her. His unwillingness in this matter is somewhat disrespectful. A terrifying aura bore down upon Feng Qin. In an instant, he felt as if a colossal stone was pressing upon him. His scalp tingled, his spine bent, and he experienced an overwhelming urge to kneel. Master Mu Rong, please allow me to explain. That is not my intention, Feng Qin exclaimed. This Qin Mu had actually set a trap for him. Then what do you mean? Mu Rongli's gaze turned icy, locking onto Feng Qin. Should he dare utter any disrespectful words towards the Holy Maiden Sect, she would not hesitate to teach him a lesson. I merely feel that as a man, it is somewhat inconvenient for me to remain here. It is not a reflection of any discontent towards the Holy Maiden Sect, Feng Qin retorted angrily. That is a reasonable point. However, I have another question, Qin Mu continued. Throughout this journey, I have come to understand one thing. Sister Linger deeply misses her master. And her master, upon receiving this news, immediately commanded me to fetch her. If the two of them are unable to meet frequently, how shall we address this matter? I believe I have addressed this before. I can bring Linger over at any time. Feng Qin gritted his teeth. He felt that Qin Mu was intentionally causing him trouble, displaying audacity beyond measure. At any time? Brother Feng, that seems rather dismissive, Qin Mu remarked, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. It was evident that Feng Qin had taken the bait. Did he think that by perfecting his response, he would encounter no issues? In reality, his answer was riddled with flaws. Junior brother, what do you mean by that? Linger inquired, somewhat perplexed. There seemed to be no issue with Feng Qin's statement. Sister Linger naturally shares a closer bond with her master. If you wish to return, or if her master wishes to see you, and Brother Feng happens to be in the midst of a breakthrough, would it still be feasible to return at any moment? Such a question left Feng Qin utterly speechless. He longed to retort, asserting that of course his own breakthrough was of greater significance. Yet, he dared not voice it. Mu Rongli was watching him closely. If he were to utter such words, he would surely be unable to take Linger away. Thus, Qin Mu had cleverly set a pitfall for him. And if it were you, what would you do? Feng Qin resolved to deflect the blame back. In this world where strength reigns supreme, nothing is more crucial than a breakthrough. Even Qin Mu could not possibly achieve that. If, hypothetically, I were to be a companion to Sister Linger, residing in the outer sect, and at this juncture, she needed to return to her family. While I was on the verge of a breakthrough, I would undoubtedly choose to pause my advancement and accompany Sister Linger home. Qin Mu appeared utterly unconcerned, effortlessly propelling Linger to her pinnacle. With this surge of affection, his experience points had reached their zenith. With but a mere thought, he could ascend to the celestial spirit realm. Even fate seemed to conspire in his favor. I cannot believe you could achieve this. At present, Linger is on her way to fetch a garment, while you are poised to break through. Feng Qin's words trailed off abruptly, as he suddenly realized that Qin Mu's aura was indeed on the brink of a breakthrough. Truly, he was favored by the heavens. I am eager to see whether you will pause your advancement or return to fetch her attire. Chapter 29. Sacrificing the breakthrough for love, utterly touching. Allow me to inquire. Why would you forsake your breakthrough in favor of accompanying Linger back to the sect? Feng Qin exclaimed loudly. He intended to make Qin Mu aware that everything he had just stated was nothing but nonsense. Who would willingly relinquish the opportunity for power to attend to a trivial matter? Only a fool would act so. What is the purpose of a power breakthrough? Qin Mu did not respond, but instead posed a question that left Feng Qin utterly bewildered. What is the purpose of enhancing one's strength? To dominate the world? To be surrounded by beautiful companions? To wield immense power? Feng Qin's mind was flooded with possibilities, yet he found himself unable to articulate them. Was Qin Mu deliberately leading him into a trap? The pursuit of strength, of course, is aimed at achieving the pinnacle of martial arts. Feng Qin proclaimed what he believed to be an impeccable reasoning. Qin Mu let out a cold laugh and stepped closer to Feng Qin. If that is your stance, I would be even less inclined to entrust Sister Linger to your care. What do you mean by that? Feng Qin felt an inner fury arise. Who did Qin Mu think he was to lecture him? I believe that the enhancement of strength is to protect one's loved ones. If Brother Feng is solely intent on pursuing the apex of martial arts, then there is no need to concern oneself with the affections of the world. One could simply retreat into the depths of a mountain to cultivate in solitude, and emerge only upon reaching that exalted state, correct? Qin Mu spoke eloquently, leaving Linger enlightened. She felt that Qin Mu's perspective was profoundly reasonable. In this tumultuous world, the cultivation of strength is indeed for the protection of one's cherished ones, family, friends, and others dear to the heart. If one were to pursue the summit of martial arts solely for personal gain, would they not become a heartless and unfeeling being? Feng Qin, I believe I must reconsider the nature of our relationship. Linger suddenly came to a realization. Throughout her years in the body refinement sect, although nothing significant had occurred, it seemed that Feng Qin had always regarded her as a mere vessel. This return was marked by his eagerness to take her away, likely back to the body refinement sect, to engage in unspeakable acts. Linger, what do you mean? Feng Qin was taken aback, unable to accept the implication that Linger intended to sever their ties. However, after such a prolonged preparation, would he truly let all his efforts go to waste? He was unwilling to accept that. What you uttered was merely a ruse to buy time. I sensed it earlier. You are on the verge of breaking through to the celestial spirit realm. If I were to ask you to perform a task for Linger now, would you choose to forsake your breakthrough? Feng Qin had finally discovered his point of breakthrough. As long as Qin Mu dared not abandon his ascent, it would validate that all his previous claims were mere fabrications. Feng Qin, what are you saying? How could you ask junior brother to forfeit his breakthrough for me? Fire Linger interjected, clearly discontented. After all, her relationship with junior brother was merely one of fellow disciples. How could she possess the merit to warrant such a sacrifice from him? Yet, according to his earlier assertions, such a demand seemed entirely reasonable. Linger, I recall there is a jade green flowing sand skirt in your room. Why not have him fetch it now? It would serve well to test the veracity of his claims. Feng Qin's lips curled into a slight smirk. At the moment of breakthrough, one must not be subjected to any disturbances, time delays. This back and forth would require at least half an hour. If he did not complete his breakthrough, it would take at least another year to attempt to reach the celestial spirit realm again. He boasts of his prowess, yet when faced with the reality, he might not be able to follow through. Of course, there is no issue, for the sake of senior sister Linger. What is the harm in relinquishing a moment of strength? Qin Mu replied without a second thought. His earlier display of his burgeoning power was a bait to draw Feng Qin in. It is imperative to understand that his breakthroughs do not rely on mere chance, but rather on accumulated experience. One could say that delaying for an hour or two is trivial. Even if it were to extend for several days, he could achieve his breakthrough whenever he desired. Anyone can boast empty words. The true test lies in action. Once he transcends to the celestial spirit realm, his identity and control over spiritual energy would transform dramatically. And only upon reaching the mid-stage of the celestial spirit realm could one be deemed a true initiate of the Qin Mu continent. No, junior brother must break through immediately. How could he abandon it now? Fire Linger firmly rejected, her disdain for Feng Qin intensifying. How had she not realized before that he was such an aggressive individual? Just moments ago, he had spoken of familial love and sacrifice. Yet now, he seemed hesitant. If you are a man, you should uphold your promises. Feng Qin's expression was one of triumph, as if to say, you can no longer maintain your facade. Who claimed my resolve was wavering? In my eyes, strength is indeed vital, but if one cannot be present for their beloved, what value does power hold? As Qin Mu spoke, he felt a surge of delight. Only he could comprehend the depths of such devotion. Then, astonishingly, he repressed his aura. He truly halted his breakthrough. Junior brother. You. Firelinger was momentarily speechless at the sight. Though she had known Qin Mu for a short while, his willingness to go to such lengths for her was remarkable. One must question whether Feng Qin, who had accompanied her for years, could ever match such devotion. Could it be that the junior disciple harbors feelings for her? Just moments ago, he asserted that he had no such intentions, thus proving himself to be a person of his word. Nevertheless, it is evident that he possesses some special sentiments towards her. Qin Mu, have you lost your mind? To abandon the breakthrough to the celestial realm. Feng Qin was momentarily at a loss for words, his expression a vivid tapestry of astonishment. I am merely fulfilling my obligations, should senior sister Linger require my assistance. I would never refuse. Following this exchange, despite lacking experience points, Qin Mu felt a surge of joy within his heart. This was a means of cultivating goodwill. Once Fire Linger trusts him sufficiently, he would be free to act as he wished. Junior disciple, your actions truly move me. However, moving forward, one must prioritize strength. Fire Linger spoke, her demeanor somewhat bashful. Feng Qin found himself at an impasse, for such feats were beyond his capabilities. Very well, Feng Qin. If you wish to take Linger away, it must be with her consent. Should you choose to remain at the Holy Maiden Sect, you are welcome to visit. If not, then depart at once. Moron Li, wishing to put an end to this farce, issued an eviction notice. Then I shall not linger any longer. I will return in 2 months. Linger, I hope that by then, you will no longer reject me. Feng Qin soared into the air, yet he did not depart entirely. Instead, pausing at the foot of the Holy Maiden Sect, he sought an opportunity to eliminate Qin Mu. This fool has so brazenly forsaken the breakthrough to the celestial realm. It is as if he desires his own demise. Unless he remains hidden within the Holy Maiden Sect, he is doomed. Chapter 30. A Heartfelt Affection. My master leads me into the cave. Qin Mu, please escort your second senior sister down first. Moron Li waved his hand, a hint of weariness evident, and soon thereafter, he closed his eyes to rest. Qin Mu and Fire Linger exited the hall. Junior disciple, Fire Linger was at a loss for words, her heart profoundly touched. Few possess the courage to forsake becoming a formidable warrior. There is no need for such sentiments, second senior sister. This is the belief I hold dear. For the sake of my beloved, relinquishing some of my cultivation is of no consequence. Qin Mu continued his pretense. Yet, he suddenly sensed a shift in Fire Linger's gaze towards him. What is happening? Could it be that I have touched her heart? To his astonishment, tears began to flow from Fire Linger's eyes. Oh, how deeply moved I am. Junior disciple, that Feng Qin is truly despicable. He is unwilling to do such things for me. How can I ever entrust myself to him in the future? Fire Linger finally came to a realization. If she were to marry, it must be to someone who wholeheartedly belongs to her. A person like Feng Qin, despite being the young master of the body refinement sect, holds a higher status yet ultimately does not love her. Or rather, he loves himself more. Second senior sister's words bear wisdom. Thus, this matter requires earnest contemplation. Qin Mu neither supported nor opposed her sentiments. Yet, in his heart, he wished for Fire Linger to remain. The delightful second sister, should she depart, would leave him to continue yearning for the icy visage of Yuhan Huang. Junior brother, do you have a betrothed? Suddenly, Holy Air's sparkling eyes turned toward Qin Mu, radiating an almost ethereal light. Not yet, Qin Mu replied, shaking his head, perplexed by Holy Air's implications. Perhaps I should beseech our master to bless us with a union. After all, you are now an inner disciple. If we were to be together, it would neither contravene the rules nor would it displease me. After all, Qin Mu is a person capable of devoting himself entirely to her. Encountering such a person, why would one hesitate to marry? What? Qin Mu was taken aback by her words. Holy Air wished to marry him. This was untenable. The ramifications were too significant for him to manage. Moreover, if he were to truly wed her, how could he continue to pursue others? Qin Mu held steadfast to the principle of being unencumbered. He did not wish for his own progress to stagnate. Second sister, you jest. With my status, how could I possibly be worthy of you? If our master were to learn of this, I fear I would be punished to meditate in solitude for days on the cliff of reflection. Qin Mu began to decline. How could you be unworthy? Or do you already have someone in your heart? Holy Air pressed on. Naturally, there is no one. Qin Mu shook his head, though admitting to such a thing was out of the question. Is it that I am not beautiful enough? Holy Air inched closer, her exquisite visage magnifying in his view. Qin Mu vehemently shook his head. With Holy Air's beauty, she could easily be deemed a celestial being. How could she possibly be unattractive? Is it that my figure is not to your liking? Holy Air continued, playfully showcasing her curves, causing Qin Mu's heart to flutter as she subtly twisted before him. It must be said, Holy Air's figure surpassed that of Lin Xingling's by a considerable margin. Qin Mu found himself momentarily flustered. The second sister possessed an exceptional physique, far surpassing that of her peers. As he spoke, he felt his cheeks involuntarily flush. Goodness, this Holy Air truly knew how to entice. Was it possible that Feng Chun was incapable of handling such allure? Throughout his time in the body refinement sect, he had astonishingly managed to maintain his purity, which was quite remarkable. You, junior brother, have turned red. Who would have thought you were so innocent? Holy Air found Qin Mu increasingly intriguing. Yet, he was not innocent. Rather, he simply had not encountered many women. Please, sister, do not tease me further. Qin Mu inhaled deeply, then shifted the conversation. Let me escort you to your chamber. Holy Air did not refuse and followed Qin Mu to her room. Though years had passed since her last visit, her room remained tidy, regularly maintained by others. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Qin Mu said briskly, eager to regain his composure. Sister, feel free to summon me should you require assistance. As he departed swiftly, Holy Air perched on her bed, unable to suppress the smile gracing her lips. It was no wonder she had felt unloved during her prolonged stay in the body refinement sect. It seemed he had simply not loved her enough. Qin Mu, it appeared, was quite suitable, handsome and adept at expressing affection. Although somewhat lacking in strength, this is of little consequence. The mere fact that he has been accepted as an inner disciple by his master signifies that his talent is far from ordinary. If given a little time, I am certain I shall witness him transform into a dragon. After departing, Qin Mu ventured alone to the back mountain. It is time for a breakthrough. He would never suppress his own power. In a world where martial arts reign supreme, only true strength will grant him peace of mind. Boom! A formidable aura surged forth, and the sky was suddenly streaked with bolts of tribulation lightning. What is happening? Qin Mu was taken aback. He had never encountered such a heavenly tribulation before. Is it necessary to endure the tribulation to ascend to the celestial spirit realm? This is disastrous. I am utterly unprepared for this tribulation. I shall take a leap of faith. Qin Mu unsheathed the Wushuang sword and held it aloft above his head. The sword, indestructible in nature, should provide some measure of protection. Yet, this alone is insufficient. Rumble. In the next moment, the tribulation descended. With lightning as thick as a barrel crashing down directly toward Qin Mu's head, the electric currents swirling with unfathomable might. In an instant, Qin Mu felt a surge of numbness envelop his entire being, his eyes sparkling with golden stars. Is this the might of the tribulation? Qin Mu concentrated his energy and gazed skyward. I have only just acquired this extraordinary ability. I cannot be vanquished by this tribulation. Qin Mu summoned all his strength to withstand the heavenly thunder. However, the relentless downpour of lightning was unyielding. Within mere seconds, his garments were reduced to tatters, leaving him bare, seated on the ground, his expression still bearing traces of ferocity. Those who do not strive in cultivation shall meet such a fate when faced with the tribulation. Yet, even so, Qin Mu gritted his teeth and persevered. He cannot afford to perish. Time slipped away, and soon Qin Mu felt his strength waning. His eyes rolled back, and he succumbed to darkness. Is he to meet his end? Just before his demise, a beautiful figure appeared before him, clad in white, standing gracefully in his presence. A celestial maiden? Qin Mu murmured softly, drifting into unconsciousness. Mu only gazed at the unconscious Qin Mu, devoid of clothing, his expression resolute, and felt an unexpected pang of sympathy. What celestial maiden? I am your master. Thereafter, Mu only gently bent down and lifted Qin Mu, soaring towards a nearby cave. Chapter 31. Have I been overpowered by my stunning master? Upon entering the cave, Mu only regarded the comatose Qin Mu, a complex emotion flickering in her gaze. Qin Tian, how I wish you were alive. Mu only extended her delicate hand, as if caressing a precious treasure, to touch Qin Mu's face with great tenderness and caution, as though afraid of causing him pain. As she continued to touch him, tears welled in her eyes, her expression laden with sorrow. In Mu only's eyes, the Qin Mu lying on the ground had transformed into the visage of Qin Tian. All of it felt like a distant dream, yet utterly unattainable. Both my sister and I have fallen for you. Yet who could have foreseen your fleeting existence? Originally, I believed she could achieve her desires, yet unexpectedly, she was eternally separated from her aspirations. It was not until the arrival of Qin Mu that Mu only discovered a new source of hope. Qin Mu, Though we are master and disciple, we shall not remain so forever, Mu Rongli murmured softly, gradually kneeling down. This was not merely due to the exquisite spiritual vein within Qin Mu, but rather because he bore a striking resemblance to Qin Tian. Perhaps this was heaven's benevolence towards me. I lost one Qin Tian, yet was granted another in Qin Mu, along with an exceptional spiritual vein. The corners of Mu Rongli's lips curled slightly, a sign that perhaps this was her destiny. Qin Mu remained in a deep slumber, entirely unaware of the unfolding events. Yet, amidst the haze, he sensed someone embracing him, a softness pressed against his chest, and his lips felt as if they were brushed by cotton candy. Such a delightful sensation. However, his injuries were grave, and he felt himself linger in this moment before succumbing to slumber once more. As for what followed, it was all instinctual. Are you responding to me as well? A tear slipped from the corner of Mu Rongli's eye as she joyfully held Qin Mu close. She resembled a parched river suddenly blessed by a flood, a feeling beyond description. Then, Mu Rongli made a daring decision. The matters between her and Qin Mu were inevitable. And at this moment, she felt no need for restraint. All that was required was tranquility of heart. Qin Tian, I must complete what I failed to accomplish before. With a sudden rustle, she shed her outer robe, revealing her inner garments. In no time, she appeared like a piece of pure white jade, seemingly malleable to anyone's touch. With a mere wave of her hand, dense grass sprouted at the cave's entrance, swiftly sealing it off, rendering the interior completely invisible to any external gaze. Next, she removed Qin Mu's clothing as well. The atmosphere within the cave began to shift, taking on a peculiar and inappropriate nature. One that even the sounds could not be heard. Mu Rongli was not only intent on saving Qin Mu, but also on fulfilling the regrets within his heart. This time, she unleashed the full force of her authority, embodying the moment of dominance completely. Alas, Qin Mu remained in slumber, deprived of the pleasure of such an encounter. After what felt like an eternity, the sounds within the cave gradually subsided. You, my dear, are rather impressive, Mu Rongli remarked, one hand resting against the wall. Casting a playful glance at Qin Mu, her eyes regained their clarity. Although her prior actions had been somewhat impulsive, she held no regret. It was a resolution for her younger self, and in any case, Qin Mu would never know. If she did not reveal it, it would remain an eternal secret. Subsequently, Mu Rongli turned to leave, as if she had never been there at all. Shortly after her departure, Qin Mu slowly opened his eyes. I'm so tired, what happened? He murmured, feeling as though his waist might snap. Wasn't he enduring a heavenly tribulation? Why did it feel as if he had just emerged from a fierce battle? Wait a moment, how did I end up in this cave? He muttered, and suddenly his expression froze. No way, I can't have been taken advantage of. Can I? Qin Mu immediately began to inspect himself and discovered, to his astonishment, that he had indeed softened. This meant that just moments ago, someone had taken such liberties with him. Although he was dressed, and it appeared as if nothing had transpired, he was acutely aware of his own body. Who could it be? To strike while he was incapacitated by the heavenly lightning displayed a certain cunning. After pondering for quite a while, Qin Mu could not deduce a conclusion and decided to abandon the thought. After all, the deed had been done, and he seemed to have suffered no detriment. It was merely a lack of participation that troubled him. What kind of situation was this? He couldn't help but feel a twinge of annoyance. He promptly began to assess his cultivation and was pleased to note that he had successfully ascended to the celestial spirit realm. Thankfully, he had managed to salvage his life. Qin Mu swiftly returned to the Holy Maiden Sect and directly entered the inner sanctum. Upon entry, he was taken aback by the scene before him. Good gracious. Belly bands. The entire wall was adorned with belly bands. In a splendid array of colors, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, they were all present. There were even distinctions in styles. For instance, some were one-piece, while others were two-piece. Had the fantastical world evolved to such an open-minded state? Qin Mu felt that his arrival in this place, even in a matriarchal society, would not pose any significant challenge to him. Moreover, living amidst such women was proving to be far sweeter than he had imagined. Have you seen enough? If not, I can offer you a few more. At that moment, a voice rang out. Startled, Qin Mu shivered and stiffly turned his head, only to find a fierce-looking woman glaring at him, brandishing a wooden board. This woman appeared so intimidating. Could she be one of those perpetually irritable women within the sect? It was rumored that in the Holy Maiden Sect, there existed a woman whose demeanor was even colder than that of Yuhan's Huang, who rarely smiled and was known for her ruthlessness. Encountering her was a source of fear for all. Sister Huang, Qin Mu quickly called out. Huang Churen, upon hearing this, cast him a cold glance. The inner sanctum forbids the entry of men. Do you not understand? This place is solely for women, and there is no place for men. Upon hearing this, a displeased expression crossed Qin Mu's face. He was a dignified disciple of the inner sanctum. How could she deny him entry? Just as he was about to explain, Huolinger approached from the side. Sister Huang, this is our junior disciple, the only male disciple of our master. If you dare to make things difficult for him, do not blame me for being ungracious. As the second sister, Huolinger naturally held the authority to educate Huang Chuan. Feeling the support from Huolinger, Qin Mu smiled faintly. She was indeed a commendable second sister, always there in crucial moments. Sister, I am not making things difficult for him. It is just that his gaze has been lingering on the belly bands of the junior sisters. And I highly suspect his intentions for joining the Holy Maiden Sect. Huang Chuan's tone was laced with a hint of threat. If Qin Mu dared to entertain any improper thoughts within the inner sanctum, she would not let him off easily. Sister Huang has misunderstood me. Qin Mu sought to elucidate the situation, yet Huang Chuan exhibited no inclination to listen. A misunderstanding? Can you honestly assert that your gaze did not linger on those undergarments? Such lecherous individuals deserve castration. Far away in the grand hall, Moron Li abruptly rose. Castrate Qin Mu? That cannot be allowed. Chapter 32, The Protector of the Young. Reaping admirers, Huolinger, Moron Li refrained from intervening. Making her presence known at this juncture would only reveal her ongoing observation of Qin Mu, which would be excessively conspicuous. At that moment, Huolinger spoke up suddenly. With so many present, even I must take a glance. Has Huang Shimi never looked before? Huolinger fixed her gaze on Huang Chuan, asserting that curiosity is a natural human trait, is it not? However, Huang Chuan frowned, her expression displeased. She sensed that this Qin Mu was somewhat different. There is no however. Junior brother is a man, and it is entirely normal for him not to have encountered such things before. What is wrong with merely casting a glance? Huolinger found Qin Mu to be exceedingly forthright. Only hypocrites would pretend not to look. If one is to gaze, one should do so openly. Senior sister Ling, please cease, Qin Mu interjected, sensing that the situation was amiss. If this continued, it was inevitable that the two of them would end up in a conflict. Senior sister Huang, today's events were indeed somewhat abrupt on my part, but I cannot avoid the current circumstance. Qin Mu inwardly mused. With undergarments hanging on the wall, he was not blind. How could he possibly guarantee not to see them? Fine, I shall not hold this against you this time, but do be more cautious in the future. Huang Chuan shot him a glare before turning on her heel and departing. Qin Mu shook his head helplessly. This woman's cold demeanor and sharp tongue were indeed formidable, and seeking to curry favor with her for the sake of enhancing his strength was not a wise endeavor. Yet, the more challenging the task, the more invigorated Qin Mu felt. What expression would she wear once he had conquered her? Junior brother need not worry. I shall protect you. However, there truly is nothing worth viewing here. Huolinger gazed intently at Qin Mu, her eyes sparkling with intrigue, seemingly captivated by the thoughts swirling in his mind. Yet all she could see was Qin Mu. Second sister, Qin Mu began, but Huolinger swiftly silenced him. You need not explain. I trust you. Qin Mu's willingness to forego his strength for her sake left her with no reason to doubt him. Suddenly, her gaze sharpened, her mouth agape in astonishment. Junior brother, have you broken through to the heavenly spirit realm? How is this possible? Did you not just pause your advancement? Under such circumstances, he should not have been able to achieve a new breakthrough within 6 months. What on earth was happening? Just a stroke of luck? Qin Mu chuckled, opting to gloss over the matter rather than delve into an explanation with Huolinger. No, something is definitely amiss. Huolinger's tone shifted abruptly, her countenance turning gravely serious. She scrutinized Qin Mu from head to toe. Under her unwavering gaze, Qin Mu felt a twinge of discomfort, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Could it be that she had truly discerned something? Sister, you are testing Qin Mu's resolve once more. This is indeed a manifestation of the system's capabilities. Even if she, Huolinger, possesses extraordinary talent, she likely could not fathom the depths of this. Huolinger's gaze was fixed intently upon Qin Mu. Suddenly, she gasped in realization. I understand now. My junior brother must possess the legendary supreme spiritual vein. Even if he pauses his breakthrough, he can seek other opportunities. Am I correct? Perhaps this is the very reason Master took Qin Mu as a disciple. Has she truly deduced it? Qin Mu nodded, speaking softly to Huolinger. Sister, this matter is of utmost importance. I implore you to keep it confidential. If others were to find out, my life would be at stake. He intentionally exaggerated the situation to intimidate Huolinger. Do not worry, junior brother, I comprehend. Huolinger nodded earnestly. A supreme spiritual vein is indeed a pinnacle existence. My junior brother is truly a dragon among men and is destined for greatness. At that moment, her gaze towards Qin Mu shifted. In comparison, Feng Chun held not even the slightest advantage. Ding. You have gained the admirer Huolinger. Reward, portable space. What? Upon hearing the system's voice, Qin Mu was taken aback. An admirer? He could only blame his own charm for swiftly converting Holy Maiden into his admirer. This reward is rather splendid. A portable space is a remarkable skill for plundering. Sister, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Qin Mu intended to thoroughly explore his portable space. Wait. Holy Maiden stood in his path, arms outstretched, deliberately puffing out her chest. No more sister, it feels too distant. From now on, you shall call me Linger. Holy Maiden's voice gradually diminished until it was barely a whisper. Linger, have their relations become so intimate? Say it aloud, I wish to hear. Holy Maiden harbored extraordinary feelings for Qin Mu. If possible, she truly wished to become his partner in the Tao. It was not solely his supreme spiritual vein that captivated her, but more so his heart. To be with such a person would indeed be a beautiful affair. Linger, Qin Mu tentatively called out. He merely sought to taste the sweetness of the name, yet he did not expect that Holy Maiden would develop genuine feelings for him. It seems he must exercise more restraint in the future. A mere taste, without commitment, was Qin Mu's principle. If they were to become partners, how could he maintain that carefree attitude? Alas, Holy Maiden was overjoyed, her eyes sparkling with delight. As long as her relationship with Qin Mu grew closer, it was only a matter of time before she could win him over. Qin Mu rolled his eyes in exasperation. These women, each one enamored either by his looks or by his supreme spiritual vein. How utterly vexing. Shall I take my leave then? Qin Mu wished to extricate himself from Holy Maiden. With her fiery temperament, once entangled, the consequences would be dire. Go on, go on. Remember to visit my room often. We, as sister and brother, ought to share our thoughts. Holy Maiden has completely forgotten about the past. Her sole desire now is to capture Qin Mu. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu fled even faster. The mere thought of entering her room filled him with trepidation. Returning to his own chamber, he focused his energy and sat cross-legged upon his bed. Before him lay a wooden table, which, with a mere thought, vanished into thin air, appearing within his personal space. What a remarkable ability. Could it possibly accommodate another person? Qin Mu began to ponder this. Such a powerful space could serve as a means of preserving his life. However, at present, he lacked a suitable subject for experimentation. It would be best to wait for an opportunity to arise. Sleep. Qin Mu felt that his energy had been significantly depleted. He reclined on his bed and began to rest. When he awoke, it was already the next day. As he opened his door, he was met by Huang Chuan. Huang Chuan seemed to have lost her mind, letting out a loud scream upon seeing Qin Mu. This commotion attracted a multitude of onlookers. What is this madwoman shouting about? Be careful, or I might just pin you down for a swing on my bed. Qin Mu inwardly cursed, but quickly feigned concern. Sister Huang, did you see something terrifying? Chapter 33. This is excessive. Before Huang Chuan could finish her sentence, she covered her flushed face and hurriedly fled. At that moment, Qin Mu glanced down and noticed several dark lines hanging from his forehead. Damn, who removed my trousers? Qin Mu stared at his bare lower half in disbelief. He distinctly remembered being clothed. How had they disappeared? Could someone have stealthily entered his room in the dead of night? But what could their motive be? Simply to strip him of his pants. Junior brother Qin, your trousers. Other female disciples chimed in, finding the situation amusing. It seemed this little junior brother was quite impressive. Without a moment to spare, Qin Mu swiftly turned back into his room, rummaging for his clothes and dressing hastily. Such shameless rascals must not be allowed to remain in the inner sect. Huang Chuan spoke coldly, her fists seemingly on the verge of being crushed. Her chest rising and falling violently, indicating she was at the brink of eruption. Her eyes had been tainted, all because of Qin Mu. When Qin Mu reemerged, he had regained his composure, appearing as a refined gentleman once more. Sister Huang, I must clarify this situation. I sincerely apologize for what transpired. It was not my intention. I have no interest in your excuses. Save them for the master. Huang Chuan retorted imperiously, granting Qin Mu no opportunity for explanation. Such a reckless individual did not deserve to remain in the Holy Maiden Sect. Qin Mu internally scoffed. It was merely a glance. He had not inflicted any harm upon her, and while he was not desperate for his own survival, it was utterly unacceptable to wish death upon his little self. I truly did not mean to cause this uproar. Must it escalate to the master? Sister Huang, please feel free to express any demands you may have. I shall not hesitate to comply as long as it is within my capability. Qin Mu has already demonstrated his sincerity. Very well, then you shall castrate yourself. Huang Chuan proclaimed with an air of superiority, her chin held high. A man can only attain lasting peace by eliminating the root of his troubles. Any other form of apology is utterly futile. Qin Mu glared at Huang Chuan, bewildered at how this woman seemed intent on opposing him at every turn. Are you afraid? She taunted. Then accompany me to see our master. She intended to report all of Qin Mu's deeds. Furious, Qin Mu fumed, his face reddening. It was not a matter of courage, but rather one of impossibility. Was this woman still in elementary school? Always threatening to inform the master. How on earth did she ascend to the position of the third sister of the Holy Maiden Sect? Suddenly, Qin Mu found a flicker of calm. Perhaps this was an opportunity. Even a sycophant has its worth. And he seemed to have discovered the perfect moment to flatter Huang Churen. Qin Mu, this is the inner sect. Aside from you, all present are women. If you claim it was unintentional, I ask you, who among our fellow sisters would believe such nonsense? After Huang Churen spoke, an awkward silence enveloped the room. The third sister's words bore weight. There was indeed something amiss. Sister Huang, any fault lies solely with me, Qin Mu. Regardless of the outcome, I shall accept it. Upon uttering these words, Huang Churen paused, perplexed. What was this Qin Mu plotting now? His words were in stark contrast to his previous statements. It is my fault for sullying Sister Huang's eyes. Your reasoning is absolutely sound. Whether I am cast out from the Holy Maiden Sect or choose self-castration, either would be an act of mercy on your part. Qin Mu spoke earnestly, a sorrowful expression gracing his features. Do you truly feel that way? Huang Churen remarked. Sensing a remarkable shift in Qin Mu's demeanor, his earnestness in admitting fault was unexpected. Of course, as the third sister, your esteemed position in the Holy Maiden Sect must be formidable. The fact that you did not simply strike me down earlier must have been out of consideration for the sect's reputation. It is an honor for someone of my standing to be seen by you, yet a disgrace for you to acknowledge me. Huang Churen nodded thoughtfully, recognizing the truth in his words. It is good that you understand. The experience points advanced slightly, a minuscule increment. Yet, Qin Mu felt an unexpected joy. He had indeed succeeded in his flattery. It seemed that Huang Churen was not as unyielding as he had assumed. He would stoke the flames further. I must provide Sister Huang with a satisfactory explanation, Qin Mu declared with righteous fervor. However, upon hearing this, Huang Churen furrowed her brow. An explanation? Do you mean to say you wish to marry me? That was her interpretation of his intent. The other disciples gasped in shock. This Qin Mu truly possessed audacity. Given the temperament of the third sister, who could hardly contend with the master, if Qin Mu genuinely sought to take responsibility, he would do better to consider other options. One misstep could cost him his life. Qin Mu shook his head vigorously. The idea of marrying Huang Churen was preposterous. He might as well forfeit his own life. Sister, you misunderstand. How could I ever contemplate such a foolish act? What I meant was self-castration as an apology. Qin Mu would certainly not engage in such foolish actions. However, it was prudent to first indulge Huang Churen. After all, she could hardly be expected to publicly subject herself to such a predicament. What? Huang Churen was taken aback, as Qin Mu's notion of responsibility implied an agreement to self-castration. The experience points surged to 10% in an instant. A smile of delight curved Qin Mu's lips. Though the method was somewhat distasteful, it proved remarkably effective. You are indeed perceptive. Huang Churen nodded with satisfaction, her arms crossed before her. But, Sister Huang, there is another matter I must address. Qin Mu's tone shifted abruptly, his expression transforming into one of defiance. Speak quickly, but if you dare to waver, I shall end you right now. Huang Churen unsheathed her long sword with a swift motion, the blade emanating a chilling aura, aimed directly at Qin Mu's neck. Caught completely off guard, a trickle of blood appeared at his throat. By heavens, this woman truly showed no mercy. It seemed he would need to exercise greater caution. I do not wish to retract my words. It is merely that such matters ought not to be witnessed by Sister Huang, as it would only cloud her judgment. Therefore, I propose to undertake this alone. Qin Mu's intentions were indeed for Huang Churen's benefit. She should have no reason to refuse. But how can I be certain you will act obediently? Huang Churen expressed her skepticism once more. If you doubt, sister, you may appoint someone to oversee. Qin Mu responded. But who would willingly supervise such an endeavor? He could easily deceive them with a mere donkey or horse. No, those creatures could hardly compare to a human. You all. Huang Churen directed her gaze towards the other disciples behind her, but each one took a step back, shaking their heads vigorously. They had no desire to partake in such affairs. What are you all doing gathered here? At that moment, a commanding voice resonated, drawing everyone's attention. The Grand Elder? Ninger. Chapter 34. Murong Ning washes my clothes, shocking everyone. The newcomer was none other than Murong Ning, holding a pair of trousers. Qin Mu focused intently. Was that not the very pair he had worn previously? How had they come into Murong Ning's possession? His mind spiraled into confusion. Had he discarded them? Or had Murong Ning stripped them from him? Qin Mu, I noticed your trousers were somewhat soiled, so I took the liberty of cleaning them. Do you find any issue with that? Murong Ning approached, extending the trousers towards Qin Mu. Though he wore a smile, his heart brimmed with embarrassment. Murong Ning, despite her good intentions, had inadvertently created a predicament. While it was harmless for her to wash his trousers, what of the contents within? He could find himself in dire straits. Grand Elder, what does this mean? How could I, of such humble merit, warrant your personal care in laundering my trousers? Huang Charan thought to herself that Qin Mu was merely a man. Even if by some fluke he had joined the Holy Maiden Sect, it did not alter this fact. It would be most fitting for him to toil as a laborer. What kind of Grand Elder would wash the clothes of a disciple? Murong Ning's expression instantly turned cold as she cast a casual glance at Huang Charan. Kneel. Huang Charan dared not defy the command and knelt before the crowd. Why was the elder punishing her in such a manner? Deep within, Huang Charan felt a sense of injustice. She had committed no wrongdoing, so why this treatment? Remember, in our Holy Maiden Sect, there exists only a distinction of strength, not of status. All disciples are treated equally. Yet here you are, deeming Qin Mu unworthy merely because he is a man, and asking me to assist him in washing his garments. This is your first offense. As the third senior sister, instead of guiding your fellow sisters in cultivation, you are causing a disturbance. This is your second offense. Is there anything wrong with my punishment of you kneeling? Murong Ning's imposing aura weighed heavily upon those around her, leaving them breathless. Thus, none dared to voice a dissenting opinion. Qin Mu stood nearby, unsure how to interject. He understood Murong Ning's intentions all too well. If he were to speak a kind word on Huang Charan's behalf, she would undoubtedly retaliate against him. Nevertheless, her fierce defense was indeed commendable. How wonderful it felt to be protected in such a manner. The elder's punishment was justified. Huang Charan harbored no resentment and could only bow her head in submission. Remember, I do not wish for such incidents to recur. Murong Ning's expression softened slightly. However, how should they address the fact that he had emerged without clothing? Huang Charan continued to speak, insisting that a resolution must be reached. What? Such a situation exists? Murong Ning refrained from elaborating further. It was likely an oversight on his part. If you escalate this matter due to such trivialities, it merely reflects your lack of magnanimity. In his heart, Qin Mu silently praised her. Indeed, the logic of women in debate was not to be underestimated. Why had he not considered this perspective earlier? Very well. Let this matter be laid to rest. Return to your pursuits. With a wave of her hand, Murong Ning turned to approach Qin Mu. Meanwhile, Huang Charan remained on her knees, with no one daring to bid her rise. Qin Mu anxiously tugged at his hair. This was an opportune moment, and he yearned to seize it. Surely, this was the prime time for experience points to increase. Yet, Murong Ning viewed herself as Qin Tian, possessing a fierce possessiveness. Should he speak up? Perhaps we should allow the third senior sister to stand. I admit I too have my faults in this matter. Qin Mu ventured tentatively. Glancing at Murong Ning, you wish to plead for her? Murong Ning's expression darkened immediately, her displeasure evident. I merely believe it unnecessary to exacerbate the situation. After all, we are fellow disciples. Huang Charan was taken aback. She had not anticipated Qin Mu would advocate for her. Could it be that he harbored feelings for her? Yet, even so, a relationship with Qin Mu was simply unattainable. For the sake of Qin Mu's plea, you may rise. Murong Ning reluctantly permitted Huang Charan to stand. Thank you, Elder, Huang Charan replied as she got to her feet, leaving only 5% of experience points for Qin Mu. Yet this was sufficient. After reaching the celestial spirit realm, the enhancement of strength became increasingly gradual, which was to be expected. Qin Mu, do my garments smell pleasant after being washed for you? Murong Ning gazed at Qin Mu with eyes filled with the essence of spring. She had long wished to wash Qin Tian's clothes and prepare meals for him, yet had never found the opportunity. At last, one of her desires had been fulfilled. The garments washed by Ning were undoubtedly fragrant. Qin Mu complimented her, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, relieved that no trouble had arisen. Otherwise, he would have faced a difficult situation. From what you just said, you aren't harboring feelings for that Huang Charan, are you? Indeed, what was inevitable had come to pass. Murong Ning, being a woman of thoughtful disposition, would not allow such a scenario to unfold. Of course not. If this matter escalates, it will inevitably reach our master, and I merely wish to avoid a troublesome outcome. Qin Mu persisted with his previous reasoning, offering no further explanation. At this moment, it was best to speak as little as possible. Then that is acceptable. You are solely mine. Not even my senior sister can have you. Murong Ning spoke with utmost seriousness, warning that anyone daring to contest her claim would face dire consequences. I have matters to attend to. I shall visit you later. With that, Murong Ning departed, leaving Qin Mu alone. He was just about to head to the back mountain to experiment with his spatial pouch on some animals when unexpectedly, Huang Charan appeared before him, her expression ominous. Why has this woman returned? Surely she did not come to trouble me again upon seeing Murong Ning leave? Senior Sister Huang, do you have something to discuss? Qin Mu flashed a bright, sunny smile, but alas, it failed to sway Huang Charan. Her face remained cold, as if someone owed her a fortune. Did you plead for me just now out of guilt? What nonsense. Why would I feel guilty? Qin Mu rolled his eyes internally. bemused by Huang Churen's inability to recognize kindness. He had interceded on her behalf not out of pity for her, but rather to prevent her from remaining in a humiliating position. Yet, she twisted his intentions, making him feel unjustly accused. Is there truly such an unreasonable woman in the world? Senior Sister Huang has misunderstood me. I merely wish to spare you from prolonged kneeling. Especially as you are a woman, it is indeed inappropriate. Though Qin Mu was internally grumbling, he maintained his composure outwardly. However, his experience points only increased by 1%. She had firmly concluded that Qin Mu was feeling guilty. Enough of this nonsense. Come with me to see our master. Huang Churen seized Qin Mu's hand and pulled him towards the main hall. With no choice but to comply, Qin Mu followed. He could scarcely believe that Murong Ning, enamored with his exceptional spiritual vein, would consent to have him emasculated. Nay, the spiritual vein is the spiritual vein, and it bears no connection to that. Huang Churen, should I truly find myself deprived of that, I shall not spare you. Chapter 35. Qin Mu's unexpected paid leave. Before long, they arrived at the Holy Maiden Palace. Upon learning of the situation, Murong Li's expression shifted rapidly. Master, I believe it is inappropriate for a man to remain in the inner sect. Today it was I who encountered him. What if one day Master were to come across him? Would that not sully Master's vision? Huang Churen articulated her points with clarity, asserting that this matter must be dealt with rigorously. Seated upon the grand dais, Murong Li was suddenly choked, her complexion betraying an unusual turmoil. Well, Churen, what are your thoughts? Murong Li refrained from displaying her discomfort, sensing that this matter could not be solely attributed to Qin Mu. Rather, it was her junior disciple who had clandestinely engaged in such antics behind her back. Surely, she must have discerned the resemblance between Qin Mu and Qin Tian, prompting her actions. Previously, she had vied with Murong Li for Qin Tian, and now she sought to contend for Qin Mu as well. In an instant, an inexplicable jealousy surged within her. Detecting the presence of jealousy, the system awakened the skill of alchemy, elevating her to the esteemed rank of a third-tier alchemist. Qin Mu, engrossed in thought, was abruptly rewarded by the system. Bewildered, he pondered, what is this? Who is feeling jealous? Glancing at Huang Churen beside him, he quickly shook his head. It could not possibly be this fierce woman. Therefore, was it Murong Li? But what could be the reason for her jealousy? Could it be that she felt envious because Huang Churen had glimpsed his prowess? Yet even he found that rationale hard to believe. Not wishing to dwell too long on the matter, he considered the reward a fortuitous boon. After all, it was the art of alchemy, and he had ascended directly to the rank of a third-tier alchemist, which was exceedingly gratifying. Throughout the entire Qin Mu continent, alchemists were indeed a rare breed, akin to their counterparts in the Duqi continent. Possessing a system was undeniably advantageous. He was the chosen one of fortune. My suggestion is to expel Qin Mu from the inner sect, either banishing him from the mountain gate or relegating him to the outer sect, never to set foot in the inner sanctum again. Huang Churen's seriousness was palpable, her eyes betraying no tolerance for Qin Mu. This statement left Murong Li in a quandary. It was impossible to expel Qin Mu, yet she could not overtly show favoritism. What rationale could she devise to navigate this predicament? Since Murong Ning had already become aware of Qin Mu's existence, it was imperative to eliminate any lingering illusions she might harbor. Master, I too find Huang's reasoning sound. Perhaps I should remain in the outer sect for the time being. Whenever you summon me, I shall return to the inner sanctum. Qin Mu feigned a noble demeanor. Fully aware that Murong Ning would never truly part with him, he uttered these words merely to obfuscate Huang Churen. After all, as long as he ingratiated himself with her, he would gain experience points. Since he had already acquiesced, it was henceforth settled. Huang Churen could not comprehend why the elder would show such favoritism towards Qin Mu. Yet retaining him left her with an unsettling feeling, as though he might harbor ulterior motives. Murong Li remained silent, her mind racing. It was certain that Qin Mu, as an inner sect disciple, could not be discarded, yet she was acutely aware of Huang Churen's temperament. Should she become serious, she might disrupt the entire sect's tranquility. At this juncture, a concession was necessary. I beseech you, Master, for a resolution. Otherwise, I would feel deeply remiss towards Sister Huang. Qin Mu clasped his hands in reverence, almost bowing to Murong Li. In an instant, his experience points surged to 20%, indicating the effectiveness of his strategy. Let it be thus, Qin Mu. During this period, you shall descend the mountain to attend to a matter for me. Once you have completed it, we shall reconvene to discuss whether you remain in the inner sect or stay in the outer sect. Murong Li devised a compromise. Let Qin Mu depart from the sect first. This not only allows him to evade the current turmoil, but also provides an opportunity for Huang Churen's temper to cool, while simultaneously dissuading Murong Ning from her intentions. Truly a masterstroke. She is indeed a genius. However, Huang Churen was far from pleased with this decision. perceiving no significant detriment to Qin Mu. Yet, before she could voice her thoughts, she was abruptly interrupted by Murong Li. Enough. This matter ends here. You may leave. I need to discuss something with Qin Mu regarding his tasks outside the mountain. With Murong Li's authoritative decree, Huang Chuan dared not oppose and reluctantly departed, albeit with lingering resentment. Nevertheless, this period marked an inevitable separation for Qin Mu from the sect, which serendipitously aligned with her own desires. This Qin Mu. He adheres to my every word. Either he harbors feelings for me, or he acknowledges his own faults. Regardless of which possibility it is, I shall not permit him to remain in the Holy Maiden Sect, Huang Chuan declared, soaring away like a fleeting phoenix, breathtakingly exquisite. In the Holy Maiden Palace, Murong Li fixed her gaze upon Qin Mu, yet remained silent. The intensity of her stare sent shivers down Qin Mu's spine. He pondered, what could this woman be staring at him for? Moments ago, she was envious, and now she radiates a wrath akin to thunder. Truly, the thoughts of a woman are the most inscrutable. Master? Qin Mu tentatively called out, his eyes darting. Surely she does not expect him to assist in subduing some ferocious beast? He mused in trepidation. Qin Mu, I entrust you with a task. Should you accomplish it, I will ensure your safety in this matter. If you fail, you shall remain in the outer sect henceforth, Murong Li stated with feigned seriousness. Yet, Qin Mu was confident he could fulfill this task. Thank you, Master, for your understanding. I shall exert every effort to succeed, Qin Mu replied, his heart racing with apprehension at Murong Li's expression, sensing trouble ahead. I have a letter for you. Deliver it to the Yu Wangfu of the Great Sword Dynasty, handing it directly to Ling Qianyu. Upon completion, return immediately without fail. With that, a letter floated effortlessly into Qin Mu's hands. What? Qin Mu felt a surge of joy. Could this be what they call a paid leave? It appeared that Murong Li indeed favored him, as even in his transgressions, his punishments were minimal. Merely delivering a letter. What a simple errand. This was a splendid opportunity for him to appreciate the scenic landscapes of the Great Sword Dynasty. Having stayed here for so long, he could treat this as a leisurely excursion. Huang Chuan would never anticipate that her prolonged efforts had inadvertently granted him such a boon. I shall complete the task. Qin Mu carefully tucked the letter away, preparing to depart. Just then, a figure suddenly materialized in the grand hall. It was Murong Ning. Having learned of Qin Mu's summons by Murong Li, she had been restless and decided to follow him directly. Please, you may leave now, Murong Li waved her hand. And Qin Mu had no choice but to exit. Before he departed, he cast a glance at Murong Ning, marveling at how strikingly similar the sisters appeared. At a mere glance, distinguishing one from the other was nearly impossible. In the dim light, it was entirely understandable to be unable to tell them apart. Murong Ning remained silent as she departed, hastening to confront Murong Li once Qin Mu had left. What does this mean? What have you done to Qin Mu? Chapter 36. Two women compete for attention. Qin Mu faces ambush. Observing the agitated Murong Ning, Murong Li's expression shifted slightly. Her suspicions were confirmed. Indeed, Murong Ning was vying for Qin Mu's favor. Alas, she was ultimately outpaced by Murong Li. The adage the early bird catches the worm rang true. As Qin Mu's mentor, he would naturally prioritize her. Sister, why the haste? Surely, you have come for this matter as well. While you wash Qin Mu's garments, why not warm his bed? Murong Li scoffed, realizing she had underestimated this woman's depth, and it seemed she was addicted to competing for a man. This occurrence, she vowed, would not repeat itself. This matter has nothing to do with Qin Mu. It is solely my fault. If punishment is to be meted out, let it be directed at me, Murong Ning proclaimed, adopting a self-sacrificial demeanor in an attempt to atone for Qin Mu's perceived transgressions. However, Murong Li would not grant her this opportunity. Sister, as the grand elder, how can you bear the blame for a disciple? Such an act defies protocol. Moreover, he is my disciple. The manner of his punishment is mine to determine, and it is not your place to intervene, Murong Li retorted coldly. Although she could not overtly protect Qin Mu in front of Murong Ning, she maintained her composure while asserting her authority. Do you truly believe I am unaware that he resembles Qin Tian? You have deliberately kept him by your side and failed to inform me. Murong Ning's expression soured. How could Murong Li be so selfish? They were sisters after all. What if he bears a resemblance? He is not Qin Tian. If he has erred, I must impose punishment. Is there a problem with that? Murong Li replied nonchalantly, waving her sleeve dismissively. What have you done to him? I warn you. If anything happens to him, I will not let this matter rest. Murong Ning exclaimed, her fists clenched in frustration. I merely sent him down the mountain to gain experience and learn a lesson. If he fails to survive, it merely proves he is unworthy of being my disciple. Murong Li said, crossing her legs and smirking coldly. You. Murong Ning's breath quickened, and she drew her sword. You are unworthy to be Qin Mu's master. From this moment on, I shall become his new mentor, she declared, boldly challenging Murong Li without regard for her status. However, she underestimated Murong Li's prowess. As a mid-level practitioner of the spirit-gathering realm, the energy she exuded was beyond what Murong Ning could withstand. Leave. This is not your concern. With that, Murong Li vanished. I will not give up, Murong Ning declared fiercely, departing in frustration. At that moment, Qin Mu remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil surrounding him. Two women nearly clashed over him. Such a scenario was beyond his wildest imaginings. Before he descended the mountain, Yin Qingyu approached him. I heard you embarrassed yourself in front of Senior Sister Huang today? A playful smile danced upon her lips, suggesting she found the situation quite amusing. Don't mention it. It was not intentional on my part. Now, I must retreat to the foot of the mountain. Faced with Yin Qingyu, Qin Mu felt a surge of happiness. She was, after all, the goddess of his dreams, despite their starkly contrasting personalities. While Yin Qingyu was not as fervent as the typical fire spirit, she exuded a lively spirit. And the sensation of being in her company was delightful. Most importantly, he did not need to fawn over her, given that Yin Qingyu's prowess was inferior to his. Such flattery would be futile. You're fortunate. At any other time, Senior Sister Huang might have slain you. She is notoriously averse to men, possessing a temperament even more irritable than that of the eldest sister. Simply being alive was a blessing for Qin Mu. Could she possibly be a lesbian? He muttered softly. What does lesbian mean? Yin Qingyu inquired, puzzled. It implies that Senior Sister Huang might prefer women, which could explain her aversion to men. If that were the case, Qin Mu would have to exercise caution. I cannot say. My relationship with her is not particularly close, Yin Qingyu responded with a shrug, acknowledging that few wished to converse with someone who perpetually wore a cold expression. Consequently, over time, Huang Charan gradually became an outlier. Even the sect leader was powerless against her. Forget about her, Qin Mu said, shaking his head, unwilling to dwell on it further. He needed to hasten to the Feather King's residence, although the journey felt somewhat solitary. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Qingyu, why not accompany me to the foot of the mountain? I must deliver a message to the Feather King, and afterward, we can head to the Martial King's residence together to assist you in annulling your engagement. What do you think? Qin Mu proposed. He had expected Yin Qingyu to agree, but to his surprise, she shook her head resolutely. No, the calamity of the heavenly spirit realm is imminent. I must remain within the sect for the next few days. If I leave and fail to achieve my breakthrough, I would have to wait for another year. Yin Qingyu found herself unable to leave. Otherwise, she would have liked to accompany Qin Mu down the mountain. As for the annulment of her engagement, they could discuss it after her breakthrough. Very well, if you need assistance, you may seek out the Earth Demon Bear. Just mention that I sent you to him, and he will do his utmost to help, Qin Mu instructed. Thank you, you are truly kind, Yin Qingyu exclaimed, suddenly rising on her toes to brush her lips against Qin Mu's cheek. In that fleeting moment, Qin Mu's face flushed crimson, his entire being ablaze. She had actually kissed him. The exhilarating rush of his heartbeat was utterly beyond acting. I shall retreat for seclusion now. Do take care. I have heard that the Feather King has a foul temper, so once you deliver the message, return swiftly without delay to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. Ling Qinyu, a formidable cultivator at the initial stage of the concentration realm, possessed combat prowess that could rival those at the mid-stage of the same realm. Quite terrifying indeed. I understand. Qin Mu nodded, racing down the mountain. After all, he was merely delivering a message. What danger could there be? Yet, unbeknownst to him, the delivery of this letter would not unfold as simply as he anticipated. Just as he exited the mountain gate, he sensed a murderous intent directed towards him. Strange. Could it be that wretched Huang Charan? One cannot deny, she is indeed capable of such treachery. To slay him outside the mountain gate. This matter would hardly reach the sect. What a meticulous scheme. Whoosh. At that moment, a long sword descended from the heavens, aimed directly at Qin Mu's head, seemingly intent on delivering a fatal blow. With unparalleled sword intent, the sword in my grasp, Qin Mu uttered a low growl, sweeping his hand with vigor. A surge of formidable spiritual power erupted forth, causing the long sword to abruptly halt mid-air, its hilt inverted, and it willingly flew into Qin Mu's hand. Observing the inscription on the blade, Qin Mu murmured softly, "Sword of the celestial stream from the 10,000 Sword sect. It is that scoundrel Feng Chun." Realizing this, a glint of murderous intent flashed in Qin Mu's eyes. This fellow had been lurking outside the mountain gate, specifically to kill him? Qin Mu, today shall mark your demise. Sword come. Suddenly, a figure burst through the air, hovering in the void. It was indeed Feng Chun. Chapter 37. Slaying Feng Chun. First strike the heart before the kill. Qin Mu, prepare to meet your end. Feng Chun roared, his aura surging dramatically, yet the celestial stream sword did not return to his hand. Senior brother Feng, are you not afraid that Sister Linger will be enraged by your hasty ambush here? Qin Mu deliberately taunted, a cold smile gracing his lips. Does he truly believe he can provoke him without consequence? Bold of you. Linger is not someone you can call upon. Sword come. Feng Qin summoned once more. Yet silence reigned. What is going on? A flicker of confusion crossed his face. The celestial stream sword, his blood-bound weapon, did not heed his call. Now held by Qin Mu. It seems not only does your fiancé disregard your commands, but even this treasured sword refuses to follow you. Qin Mu casually waved the sword twice, its blade radiating with energy, soaring like a rainbow into the clouds, striking with unyielding force. Resembling a silver dragon amidst the tumultuous clouds, utterly awe-inspiring. You. Feng Qin's face contorted with rage, nearly spitting blood. This detestable Qin Mu, he is doing this on purpose. Linger refuses to return with him, and now even the sword, this external possession, is defying his control. It is infuriating. Angry are we? Then allow me to return the sword to you. After speaking, Qin Mu caressed the celestial stream sword, as if tending to a pet, and with heartfelt words, he said, "Little sword, I know you hold admiration for me, but you ultimately belong to another. Should you fail to return, your master may well perish from frustration." With that, Qin Mu abruptly waved upward, the celestial stream sword hovering in midair. However, the blade unexpectedly turned, its tip now directed at Qin Mu. Witnessing this, Feng Qin burst into laughter, his body trembling with delight. See, it was merely deceiving you. Now you may meet your demise. Kill. Feng Qin attempted to command the celestial stream sword to strike Qin Mu. Yet, to his utter disbelief, the sword bowed thrice towards Qin Mu. What on earth is happening? Am I seeing things? Oh dear, do you not wish to return to your master? Qin Mu's heart was filled with cold laughter. With the sword saint's intent residing within him, the mastery over a mere sword was akin to child's play. The Changlu sword nodded once more, circling around Qin Mu a few times. Suddenly, Feng Qin could no longer endure and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, the Changlu sword rebounding into his hand. I knew my sword would never betray me, Feng Qin thought, feeling a bit better. It feared that if you perished, its spiritual energy would be entirely depleted. Qin Mu shrugged, mercilessly adding salt to the wound. Feng Qin's brow darkened with clouds of fury. He yearned to tear Qin Mu's mocking lips apart. Had it not been for his silver tongue, Firelinger would not have changed her attitude so drastically. Let us dispense with idle chatter. You may possess innate talent, but if you forsake your cultivation, today you shall not be my match. Gripping the Changlu sword, Feng Qin suddenly turned, unleashing a torrent of sword intent that transformed into a rain of needles, enveloping Qin Mu in a vast net of impending doom. A smirk curled at the corners of Qin Mu's lips, an instant step. Whoosh! His figure darted away with astonishing speed, evading tens of thousands of rain-like needles that fell harmlessly to the ground. What manner of movement is this? How can he move with such swiftness? Feng Qin was initially taken aback, but soon a glimmer of greed crossed his face. If he could master such terrifying agility, his power would undoubtedly increase. At that time, Firelinger would be unable to reject him any longer. Is dodging all you can do? Feng Qin taunted, his grip tightening as a terrifying aura began to coalesce around him. Qin Mu must not be allowed to live. Not dodging. Then it is you who shall perish. Qin Mu slightly raised his head, a chilling expression crossing his face. He had no intention of killing Feng Qin, yet the man was courting death, and he could not be blamed for it. Arrogant fool, I am the heir of the body refinement sect. Do you truly believe you can kill me? Feng Qin's aura surged, causing the surrounding mountains and forests to tremble, leaves scattering in disarray. The strength of the heavenly spirit realm indeed provided grounds for pride. Unfortunately, he was also of the heavenly spirit realm. Feng Qin, I address you as Brother Feng out of respect, yet you truly overestimate yourself. Come, let me see just how much power this cuckold possesses. Though Qin Mu had yet to make any tangible moves, Firelinger had already conveyed her intentions. Thus Feng Qin had unwittingly donned a grand green hat, seeking death. As Feng Qin's voice fell, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Qin Mu's strength had inexplicably risen to the heavenly spirit realm. How on earth did you achieve this? Pausing the enhancement of power would damage one's Dao Yuan, requiring a year to recover. Yet, in a mere 2 days, Qin Mu had made a breakthrough. Naturally, it is due to my master's excellent teachings. And I am an unparalleled prodigy in cultivation. You, with your pitiful strength, dare to compare yourself to me? To be frank, senior sister Linger has shown interest in my master, but the one she wishes to marry is me. Qin Mu spoke each word slowly, as if they had been meticulously crafted, piercing Feng Qin's heart with each syllable. Die for me. Feng Qin's figure lunged forward, brandishing his sword in a furious thrust toward Qin Mu, his eyes bloodshot, intent on eliminating him swiftly. He had long entered the realm of the celestial spirit, yet he still could not defeat Qin Mu. He found it hard to believe. What a fortuitous arrival. He had been waiting for this moment. Qin Mu aimed at Feng Qian, extending a finger as torrents of spiritual energy surged towards him, converging at the tip of his finger. The pressure intensified, and the spiritual force escalated. The great wilderness prison heaven finger. Suppressing kill, Qin Mu murmured, unleashing a spiraling vortex of spiritual energy akin to a thunderous dragon, which directly exploded towards Feng Qian's chest, piercing through his body like paper. What? Feng Qian spat out a mouthful of blood, his long flow sword clattering to the ground. He looked down in disbelief at the gaping wound on his chest, the flicker of life in his eyes swiftly extinguishing. Finally, his body slackened, collapsing heavily onto the ground. The young master of the body refinement sect had thus perished. Is this the sensation of taking a life? It feels rather satisfying. Qin Mu gazed at the lifeless body on the ground, a subtle smile gracing his lips. In the next moment, he stored the corpse within his space, discarding it in a secluded corner. As for the long flow sword, it could not be wasted. After all, it might serve as a material for forging swords. Though it was unsuitable for his own use, lest the sect leader of the body refinement sect discover it, his current strength would be insufficient to resist. Oh no, as the novels suggest, the demise of such a significant figure would surely result in the shattering of spirit tablets in the sect. They won't trace the aura back to me, will they? I must make my escape quickly to avoid being pursued. Even if they find me, I will deny it vehemently. After all, the corpse lies within my space, and no matter how thoroughly they search, they will not uncover it. Qin Mu transformed into a streak of light, dashing down the mountain. The Feather King's residence, here I come. Chapter 38. The Feather King wants me to be his male pet. How should I choose? As he sprinted, Qin Mu arrived at the territory of the Great Sword Dynasty. Would he be able to see Yuhan Huang? Qin Mu, with a blade of dogtail grass in his mouth and his hands behind his head, strolled leisurely down the street. After inquiring about the location of the Feather King's residence, he set off swiftly. He had to return quickly and infuriate that woman, Huang Churen. At worst, she would only demand he see her once to settle the score. The Feather King's residence. Like the Martial King's, it was a noble house of a different surname. However, while the Martial King's was established through exceptional merit, the Feather King's was hereditary, having been passed down for nearly 3 centuries across 5 generations, all due to saving the life of the late emperor. Upon arriving at the residence, Qin Mu tidied himself up, preparing to enter. The guards immediately stepped forward, blocking his path. You, as a servant, must enter through the small side door. Huh. Qin Mu glanced to the side, where a small dog door had been opened, with a sign indicating it as the entrance for servants. Must he really crawl through there? You misunderstand. I am a disciple of the Holy Maiden Sect, sent by my master to deliver a message to the Feather King. Surely, I need not crawl through a hole. Qin Mu thought nothing of others. But to make him crawl through a dog door was something he would rather demolish the entire wall than do. The guard glanced at him and extended his hand. Let me see the letter. Qin Mu shot him a disdainful look and retrieved the envelope from his pocket. To his surprise, the guard attempted to tear it open directly. Qin Mu immediately intervened. Are you seeking to court death? Do you dare to open such a letter? Qin Mu retrieved the letter, his expression filled with anger. How can I ascertain its authenticity without opening it? The guard protested. I have no time to waste with you. Summon the Feather King. Qin Mu, having lost all patience, unleashed a surge of power that sent the guard flying. Sensing this terrifying strength, the guard panicked. Yes, senior, I shall go at once. Observing the guard's flustered retreat, Qin Mu smirked in satisfaction. Now that felt more appropriate. Moments later, a girl clad in a purple dress appeared before Qin Mu. She was extraordinarily beautiful. Her exquisite face flawless, her tall figure accentuated by her simple gown, which could not conceal her impressive curves. Are you a disciple of the Holy Maiden Sect? The girl inquired, looking down at Qin Mu. Is the messenger now so formidable? With her initial assessment, she noted his initial stage of the heavenly spirit realm. Indeed, he possessed some strength. Indeed, my master has tasked me with delivering a message to the Feather King. May I ask your name, dear sister? Qin Mu said, surveying her with a slight smile. I am Lingxi, the 3rd disciple of the Feather King. And where is the message from Sect Master Moro? She extended her delicate hand, pale and soft. Upon seeing it, Qin Mu couldn't help but desire to touch it. The sensation must be exquisite. Unfortunately, Lingxi merely gestured, and a surge of spiritual energy drew the envelope into her grasp. Come with me, Lingxi commanded, ensuring there was no issue, and led Qin Mu into the Feather King's residence. Upon entering the grand estate, Qin Mu felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down from all directions. What is happening? Is this a display of intimidation? Do not be anxious. This is merely the formation of the Feather King's estate. Surely, you are not intimidated? Lingxi turned her head, offering Qin Mu a rather mischievous smile. A man entering the Feather King's abode exhibits quite the audacity. Did Sect Master Morong fail to inform you before your arrival? Intimidated? What nonsense. Qin Mu's demeanor shifted. He straightened his posture and shot a defiant glance at Zhi Lingxi. A man could never admit to weakness, especially when this trivial intimidation was hardly worthy of fear. However, he soon detected something amiss. Why was there such a palpable scent of blood within the Feather King's residence? Qin Mu mused, casting his gaze around. Even the ground bore remnants of blood that had not been entirely cleaned, while the walls and trees hinted at a recent violent confrontation. No, this is the Feather King's estate. Who would dare to act so recklessly here? Feather King. A messenger from the Holy Maiden Sect has arrived. Upon reaching a door, Zhi Lingxi bowed slightly, displaying respect. Boom. In the next instant, the door swung open, and a fierce gust of energy surged forth, revealing a striking figure that emerged from within. With her hands clasped behind her, she hovered in midair, clad in black. Her face obscured by a silver veil. Her hair was carelessly styled, with hairpins jutting out, exuding an ethereal charm. So, this is the Feather King, Ling Qinyu? Upon seeing her true form, Qin Mu was momentarily taken aback, for Ling Qinyu was even more beautiful than Yuhan Huang. And the gleam at her waist was indeed a diamond. A diamond embedded in her navel? Could it be that she was also quite audacious? Where's the letter? Ling Qinyu spoke softly, her voice echoing like a distant melody, as soothing as the call of a kingfisher in the woods. In this moment, Zhi Lingxi handed over the letter and discreetly departed. Witnessing this scene, Qin Mu displayed a trace of astonishment. Why had this woman left? Ling Qinyu opened the envelope, glanced at its contents, and simply nodded. Your Highness, the letter has been delivered. If there are no further matters, I shall return to report. Qin Mu felt a sense of unease, preparing to slip away. This Ling Qinyu appeared formidable. Wait, when did I permit you to leave? Just a single voice was enough to immobilize Qin Mu in place. A cold sweat broke out on his brow. His instincts were indeed correct. This woman was as unpredictable as an early arrival of one's monthly visitor. Does your Highness have any further instructions? Qin Mu had no choice but to remain still, awaiting her next move. Then, Ling Qinyu swooped down before Qin Mu, gently lifting his chin with her hand, scrutinizing him from head to toe, as if assessing something. Goodness, this was an act of indecency. Qin Mu felt a surge of tension, instinctively swallowing hard. It was not entirely his fault. Ling Qinyu revealed only her mesmerizing eyes, which sparkled with life, as if capable of ensnaring hearts. Furthermore, she exuded an enchanting fragrance that would tempt anyone. A bead of sweat trickled down his throat, adding a touch of allure to his demeanor. Ling Qinyu noticed and momentarily became entranced. This Qin Mu was strikingly handsome, indeed possessing the potential to be a favored companion. Your Highness, is there something on my face? Qin Mu could no longer endure. He felt that Ling Qinyu was intentionally enticing him. How could the esteemed winged king display such a lack of decorum? Surely, it was because of his own striking looks, akin to those of the readers. Morong Li had surprisingly taken a male disciple. I find that quite intriguing. May I inquire your name? I am Qin Mu, a junior. Do you have any interest in residing in my winged king's estate? Ling Qinyu spoke slowly, her gaze fixed on Qin Mu. What? To keep him in the winged king's estate was out of the question. The beauties within could hardly be compared to those of the Holy Maiden Sect. I am grateful for your Highness's kindness, but as a disciple of the Holy Maiden Sect, I cannot forsake my allegiance. Qin Mu politely declined. I lack a male companion by my side, should you choose to follow me. I could offer you boundless riches and all the resources for cultivation, which would far surpass your status as a mere disciple in the Holy Maiden Sect. Ling Qinyu beckoned to Qin Mu with a gesture of her hand. A male companion? Qin Mu inwardly scoffed. Did he truly appear like a pretty boy? Nevertheless, being Ling Qinyu's male companion seemed to be a tempting prospect. Yet, he could not bear to part with Morong Li, Morong Ning, Yuhan Huang, Huolinger, and Yen Qingyu. What a dilemma. Chapter 39. The Winged King's Intentions. Does she have a daughter? Your Highness possesses unparalleled beauty and strength. I can only express my admiration. Qin Mu slightly bowed, speaking tentatively. Listening to Qin Mu's flattery, Ling Qinyu's eyes curled into a faint smile. This little fellow certainly had a way with words. However, once one entered her Feather King's manor, departing would not be a simple task. As my male consort, I shall bestow upon you a foundational cultivation manual. Ling Qinyu once again presented her terms. A foundational manual was something even formidable cultivators in the spirit-gathering realm would vie for. This woman was indeed generous in her offerings. Thank you for your esteemed favor, Your Highness, but I currently have no intention of living off a woman. Qin Mu declined once more, taking a step back. Suddenly, he grasped something. The bloodstains within the royal manor. Could they possibly be remnants of Ling Qinyu's torment of her male consorts? At that moment, 3 fair-skinned young men were ushered inside. Your Highness, The new male consorts are in place, the butler announced, seemingly unfazed by the event. As the Feather King, Qin Mu held a noble status, whatever she wished to do. Others could not obstruct. These men, labeled as male consorts, were little more than playthings. Upon seeing them, Qin Mu expressed her displeasure. What a bunch of misfits. Take them away and execute them. She showed no mercy. To her, they were merely worthless lives. Goodness, this woman is so ferocious and cruel. I must keep my distance. Qin Mu felt an increased sense of caution, contemplating how to seize the opportunity to escape. Yuhan Huang. If she were to come looking for me, even as the Feather King, she should grant some respect, right? However, given the vastness of the great sword dynasty, Yuhan Huang would not likely visit the Feather King's manor without reason. Heaven help me, who will come to my rescue? The men were swiftly dragged away, and soon, their anguished cries echoed through the air. Qin Mu shivered from the chilling sound. This was truly barbaric. Qin Mu, there is no need for you to feel anxious. This king shall not harm you. However, I must ask, are you willing to seize this fortuitous opportunity? The threat in Qin Yu's tone was unmistakable. If Qin Mu complied, all would be well, but should he defy her, he would have only himself to blame. Is this coercion to become a consort? Qin Mu's mind raced, and suddenly, an idea struck him. To receive the favor of the Feather King is indeed a blessing, yet this matter is not solely mine to decide. A conflicted expression crossed Qin Mu's face. Oh, pray tell, what is it that stands in your way? This king shall assist you. Qin Yu, skeptical, could hardly believe that subduing a mere Qin Mu would pose such challenges. After all, I am a disciple of the Holy Maiden Sect. To remain in the Feather King's manor requires the consent of the Sect Master. Moreover, my soul jade slip remains within the sect. Should the Sect Master become enraged and destroy it, I would surely meet my doom, Qin Mu articulated. Perhaps Qin Yu found some merit in his words. As she fell into contemplation, why not discuss it with the Sect Master? Seeing a glimmer of hope in the situation, Qin Mu pressed on. Moron Li, like Qin Yu, was a cultivator in the spirit-gathering realm. She could not simply take what she desired by force. Qin Yu's brow furrowed, her expression darkening. Very well. Since you are unwilling, I shall not press further. But surely, you can assist me with a task? She had no desire to clash with that old woman, Moron Li. The letter stated that she needed to have Qin Mu bring back the 9-turned glazed spear. However, before that, she ought to extract some benefits. Your Highness, I am at your service. As long as it is within my capabilities, I shall not decline. Qin Mu exhaled a long sigh of relief, his fate seemingly preserved. I have a grand disciple who has recently been in low spirits. Please accompany her and ensure her happiness. Surely, such a trivial task will not pose a challenge for you. Qin Yu's gaze fixed on Qin Mu, her tone icy. What a splendid man he was, yet alas, he could not be her favored companion. The previous suitors had been lacking in strength. They could not withstand her whims for long, either fleeing or meeting their demise, rendering them utterly dull. However, with Qin Mu's prowess at the celestial spirit realm, he would undoubtedly endure her trials. Yet, he was a disciple of the Saintess sect. Perhaps it was not meant to be. Where could the grand disciple of the Feather King be now? Qin Mu pondered, perplexed at the notion of becoming a spiritual guide. While it was not beyond the realm of possibility, why complicate matters when a few words might suffice? Come with me, Qin Yu declared as she soared into the air, her figure vanishing. Qin Mu pursued her on foot, his mind racing with complaints. He needed to ascend to the concentration realm quickly. Running beneath the ground was not only exhausting, but also quite embarrassing. Wait a moment. Given his celestial spirit realm strength, he could indeed fly. I shall fly. At the Feather King's estate, in the Lingyan Pavilion, my grand disciple, Lingyan, awaits within. The remaining matters are entrusted to you. With that, Qin Yu took her leave, leaving Qin Mu standing before the pavilion, utterly bewildered. Lingyan? Qin Yu? Could they possibly be mother and daughter? A bold hypothesis formed in Qin Mu's mind as he pushed open the door to the pavilion and stepped inside. A waft of delicate fragrance enveloped him, intoxicating his senses. In the center of the first floor, a white figure sat with her back to him, her hair cascading freely and clad in a flowing robe, exuding an air of noble elegance reminiscent of a lotus. Could this be the grand disciple of the Feather King? Senior Sister Lingyan? Qin Mu tentatively called out, yet received no response. He circled around, and upon seeing her face, he gasped in astonishment. She was stunning, exceedingly beautiful, more lovely than the frost of the moon. She radiated an aura of purity that made it feel sacrilegious to gaze upon her for too long. No, this was an angelic presence, embodying the essence of the light path. Who are you? Lingyan inquired, slowly opening her eyes. A wave of energy emanated from her, sending Qin Mu staggering back 3 meters, his blood surging within him as if he might cough it up at any moment. Strange, she appeared to possess only mid-level celestial spirit strength. Yet she could repel him with nothing but her aura. This Ling Yan was no ordinary individual. I am Qin Mu, a disciple of the Saintest sect. Sent by the Feather King to inquire about senior sister Ling Yan's emotional state, he introduced himself. Leave. I require no assistance from her. Ling Yan waved her hand dismissively, forcing Qin Mu out of the pavilion. To achieve such a feat without employing any techniques was truly remarkable. Sister Ling, I observe a clouded expression upon your face, which surely indicates that you harbor unexpressed frustrations within. If this persists, it will undoubtedly hinder your journey in martial arts. Qin Mu proclaimed from the doorway, his voice resonating. Do you possess knowledge of physiognomy and medicine? Ling Yan inquired, tilting her head slightly, her tone nonchalant. Only a modicum. Yet if I were to administer a couple of needles, I assure you, the energy will disperse. Qin Mu declared, channeling his spiritual power into a silver needle. Poised to act. However, Ling Yan shook her head. No need. I require no one's assistance. You may leave. Qin Mu smirked, for he was not inclined to interfere. He merely obeyed Ling Qianyu's directive without question. Sister Ling, are you perhaps afraid of pain? Understandably so. A girl as exquisite as you, with skin as delicate as jade, would find fear of pain quite natural. I truly wish there were a way for the needles to pierce me while healing you. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Experience points increased by 2%. Qin Mu rejoiced, pondering whether he had indeed received a boon. Chapter 40. The Troubled Maiden. Did I kiss the daughter of the Demon Lord? In that moment, Ling Yan rose to her feet, gazing intently at Qin Mu with an expression that was an intricate tapestry of shock, gratitude, and suspicion. Upon witnessing her gaze, Qin Mu's mind began to race. Was it merely an ordinary remark? Why such a profound reaction? With a swift movement, Ling Yan appeared before Qin Mu, solidifying his belief that she was undoubtedly the daughter of Ling Qianyu. Sister Ling, what troubles you? Qin Mu inquired with genuine concern. Yet, as his words hung in the air, he noticed the corners of Ling Yan's eyes glisten with unshed tears, as though she might weep at any moment. This sight startled Qin Mu, prompting him to hastily produce a handkerchief and offer it to her. He could not allow the King of Wings to discover his daughter's tears. Otherwise, the blame would surely fall upon him, complicating his eventual departure. Yet, Ling Yan did not accept it. Why would she refuse? Resolutely, Qin Mu reached out, drawing closer to her visage to gently wipe away the tears at her eye's edge. Just as he intended to withdraw, Ling Yan grasped his arm with fervor. Sister Ling, what is the meaning of this? Qin Mu found himself utterly bewildered, unable to decipher her intentions. What is your relationship with Ling Qianyu? Ling Yan inquired slowly, her gaze icy and serene, reminiscent of a mountain ice lotus. The chill emanating from her words was akin to a frigid wind in the depths of winter. Nothing of significance, Qin Mu mentally scoffed, bemused by her directness in addressing her mother by name, questioning her understanding of filial piety. Did she instruct you to speak those words to me? Ling Yan pressed on. Qin Mu shook his head. What I expressed was merely a reflection of my feelings, unrelated to the King of Wings. Besides, witnessing such a beautiful maiden like you in sorrow would sadden anyone, wouldn't it? He spoke sincerely. Could it be that Ling Qianyu's relationship with her daughter was fraught with discord, thus necessitating his intervention? Even the fairest beauty is but a fleeting specter. Are you truly so worldly? Ling Yan released Qin Mu, falling into deep contemplation. Regardless of the mundane or the extraordinary, should we not embrace the present moment? A century hence, even if we are reduced to mere dust, it is the current version of ourselves that truly exists. Qin Mu gazed intently into Ling Yan's eyes, articulating each word with deliberate care. You are you, and I am I. My admiration for your beauty springs not from worldly desires, but from the depths of my heart. Sister Ling Yan, you ought to focus on your own essence. Beauty is beauty, do you not agree? At this moment, Qin Mu transformed into a life mentor, speaking incessantly. Ling Yan appeared to grasp his words, yet there lingered a sense of uncertainty. She pondered whether her origins, despite being criticized by many, could indeed be so. Her eyes reflected a hint of despair, her breath heavy with melancholy. Qin Mu furrowed his brow, having finally stirred her emotions only to see them dissipate in an instant. What hardships had she endured? If I am not mistaken, Sister Ling Yan must be the daughter of the Feather King, correct? Noticing her silence, Qin Mu nodded in acknowledgement. With such a lineage, could anyone truly cast aspersions? It is likely that many would envy her, an envy that is unattainable, born with a silver spoon. Possessing the strength of a celestial being, she epitomizes the exemplary offspring of a wealthy family, not one who merely lies idle, but one who forges her own path. That is merely your perspective. Ling Qianyu has never regarded me as her daughter, confining me within the Feather King's palace, neither allowing me to perish nor to truly live. Is this the enviable heritage that many speak of? What? Qin Mu began to understand. The conflict between mother and daughter was indeed profound. In that moment, he felt an immense weight upon his shoulders. Resolving such familial discord would prove to be a monumental challenge. May I inquire about the cause? Qin Mu's curiosity was piqued. Yet he was unaware of the full context, rendering him at a loss for words of consolation. Have you heard of the Blood Demon Clan? The Blood Demon Clan? Qin Mu nodded, recalling that he had recently slain one of their members. These fiends are utterly despicable, taking lives in the streets, unworthy of existence. However, he refrained from voicing these thoughts, for he sensed a connection. Since Ling Yan had mentioned the Blood Demon Clan, it must be related to her lineage. Was he about to uncover a significant revelation? It seems that the intrigues of this fantastical world unfold in waves. Let us taste this fruit. In truth, the demon lord of the Blood Demon Clan is my father, Ling Yan whispered softly. Splendid. Qin Mu silently applauded, for indeed, this revelation was monumental. Wait, the demon lord is Ling Yan's father? This implies that Ling Qinyu had been involved with the demon lord. How audacious. Yet under normal circumstances, it was usually Ling Qinyu who found herself compelled into such narratives. As anticipated, the scenario unfolded predictably. Ling Qinyu, tasked with eliminating the Blood Demon Clan, had recklessly advanced into their stronghold, ultimately falling into the clutches of the demon lord, leading to that fateful encounter. However, upon my birth, they deemed me a demon seed. Ling Yan's emotions surged, her aura shifting to a formidable intensity. Qin Mu felt a jolt of alarm. Would she soon unleash a torrent of dark energy? This simply would not do. He needed to devise a means to offer her some comfort. It is their fault. Senior sister Ling Yan need not impose their thoughts upon herself. You are who you are. Even if you bear the bloodline of a demon lord, as long as you perform acts of kindness, the rest is inconsequential. Qin Mu hastily spoke, gazing resolutely at Ling Yan. Do you not believe I have a right to exist in this world? Before the age of 18, Ling Yan had never practiced cultivation, and moreover, Ling Qinyu forbade her from calling her mother, insisting instead on the title of master, which evidently denies her existence. Perhaps it was merely a final flicker of compassion within her heart that allowed her to survive. Why would you utter such words, senior sister Ling Yan? The aura of sanctity surrounding you is profound, akin to a celestial being exiled to this realm. You must live well. Would it not be a pity if you were to perish? Qin Mu spoke from the depths of his heart. Indeed, mixed blood is more beautiful. Is this what you mean? Ling Yan removed the circular jade pendant from her chest, and the sacred aura around her dissipated instantly, replaced by an overwhelming, ominous demonic energy. Even her white robe transformed into a deep, dark hue. My goodness, it's happening. It's starting to emit black smoke. You must not succumb to darkness at this moment. Otherwise, all sins will fall upon me. Qin Mu felt a surge of anxiety, stepping forward urgently. Yet as he observed the black aura enveloping Ling Yan, he realized that if he did not act swiftly, it would be too late to prevent her complete descent into darkness. I'm sorry. Qin Mu made a resolute decision, leaning in and kissing her with all his might. Ling Yan's mind became chaotic as Qin Mu's lips silenced her. The dark energy around her gradually dissipated. At that moment, Qin Mu hastily placed the circular jade pendant back around her neck, successfully halting her transformation into darkness. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by the recently arrived Ling Qinyu, who was appalled. This young man dared to defile her daughter. Seeking death. Chapter 41. Unraveling the Heart's Knot. Can mother and daughter recognize each other? Yet, before Ling Qinyu could act, she beheld an extraordinary sight. Her daughter Ling Yan surprisingly did not display anger. The gaze she directed at Qin Mu was rather peculiar. Perhaps it would be prudent to observe further. Ling Yan had never anticipated that Qin Mu would kiss her so brazenly. Senior sister Ling, Qin Mu stammered, his throat dry, filled with regret. There had been no other choice. Thus, he resorted to this desperate measure. However, this was the residence of the Feather King. Having kissed the Feather King's daughter, would he be able to leave this place unscathed? By heavens! This task was indeed more complicated than it seemed. As she gazed at the circular jade pendant resting on her chest, Ling Yan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Are you saving me? Huh. Ling Yan's words momentarily stunned Qin Mu. I did not know. I only understood that if I did not intervene, once you fully succumbed to darkness, the Feather King would undoubtedly have my head. As for saving Ling Yan, he cared not. He was solely concerned with his own life. Senior sister Ling Yan. Life is fleeting and sweet. Why must it be so? Yet in my world, it is filled with suffering. Ling Yan did not dwell on Qin Mu's kiss. Her expression remained sorrowful and melancholic. Perhaps, the Feather King too has his burdens. Suddenly, Qin Mu conceived a clever plan to untie the bell. One must first find the bell ringer. The origin of the matter likely lies with Ling Qinyu. To truly bring joy to Ling Yan, one must address this issue. Her? Ling Yan's lips curled into a cold smile, her disappointment profound. Since the day I was born, she has insisted on being addressed as master, neglecting the duties of a mother. If she truly had her reasons, it seems she would find it difficult to justify taking my life. To extinguish the existence of this demonic spawn. Ling Yan's tone was resolute, her heart filled with indignation. The mere mention of Qin Mu felt like a knife twisting within her, unbearable in its agony. Qin Mu endeavored to devise a strategy, at the very least to pacify her until he could depart. Nearby, Qin Mu, hearing her daughter's voice, let a single tear cascade down her cheek. Yenner, is this how you perceive me? She was strict, even leaving Ling Yan alone in the Ling Yan pavilion, all in a bid to ensure her survival. Had this matter been revealed to outsiders, Ling Yan would never have made it to this day. I believe the Feather King must have her unspoken reasons. There exists no mother who does not love her daughter, Qin Mu asserted with righteous conviction. And what might those reasons be? What justification could compel her to imprison me in this Ling Yan pavilion for 20 years, neglecting me entirely, and subjecting me to myriad hardships? Ling Yan could not fathom it. Qin Mu pondered briefly. It appeared that Qin Mu was not as simple as he had initially thought. Moreover, those male favorites seemed to have never approached her, merely serving as a facade. Buzzing, a sound of realization. A few moments later, Qin Mu experienced an epiphany. I understand now. As the Feather King, having given birth to the daughter of the demon sovereign, this matter impacts not only her, but the entire Feather House, even the great Sword Dynasty. Should it come to light that Qin Mu favors male companions, it would be deemed a mere matter of conduct, posing no threat to others, while simultaneously allowing her to better protect her daughter, Ling Yan. Senior sister Ling Yan, your hatred blinds you, making it impossible for you to analyze the situation. Allow me to unveil the truth. Qin Mu led Ling Yan to a nearby stone table and sat down. Senior sister Ling Yan, being the daughter of the demon sovereign is beyond reproach. The fault does not lie with you or the Feather King, but with the demon sovereign. Upon hearing Qin Mu's words, Ling Yan was momentarily stunned, evidently never having considered this perspective. Meanwhile, Qin Mu displayed a look of deep emotion. At long last, someone comprehended her feelings. During the time she carried Ling Yan, she too was engulfed in despair, relentlessly blaming herself and contemplating suicide, wishing to perish alongside the demon sovereign. Yet, upon feeling the stirrings of life within her, she could not bring herself to do it. Under the pretense of seclusion, she bore Ling Yan after 10 months. Without regret. However, she must ensure the child's survival, preventing anyone from discovering Ling Yan's lineage as the demon sovereign's daughter. She had brought her back under the title of disciple, never daring to acknowledge their mother-daughter bond. She had believed this secret would remain concealed indefinitely, until 3 days prior, when Ling Yan inadvertently stumbled into her chambers and overheard her dreams, thus exposing the secret. So, why did she not simply end my life? Ling Yan still could not comprehend. Simply eliminating her would not resolve everything. You are the daughter of the Feather King. How could she possibly harm you? I firmly believe that all her actions were motivated by a desire to ensure your survival, and I would stake my very life on it. At this moment, Qin Mu was not concerned with the facts. He merely needed to convince Ling Yan. After hearing Qin Mu's words, Ling Yan appeared somewhat dazed. It seemed that there was a semblance of reason in what he said, yet from whence did this reasoning arise? Is what you say truly credible? Ling Yan cast a doubtful glance at Qin Mu. This was entirely different from her life in the royal mansion. Everything seemed to bombard her senses, rendering her unable to believe and unwilling to accept. Of course, senior sister Ling Yan could ponder whether her current strength and lifestyle were indeed superior. Qin Mu, with a discerning eye, recognized that the Ling Yan pavilion was a uniquely constructed edifice. Ling Yan nodded, acknowledging that her upbringing had been relatively untroubled. Thus, this was merely a misunderstanding. Senior sister Ling Yan is astute and exceptional. Do not allow hatred to govern you. In truth, the most prudent course of action would be to enhance one's strength and eradicate the demon sovereign. Qin Mu nodded in satisfaction. Yet, upon reflection, eliminating her father might not be entirely appropriate. Suddenly, Ling Yan sprang to her feet, her expression grave. Qin Mu's heart sank. Trouble loomed. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Ling Yan had long harbored resentment towards Qin Mu and bore the mark of the demonic. Might she have already acknowledged the demon sovereign in her heart? If so, then his words could lead to dire consequences. Senior sister Ling, actually, Qin Mu attempted to speak, only to be seized by Ling Yan's hands. I understand now. Thank you, Qin Mu. Then, Ling Yan rose onto her toes, extending her arms to embrace Qin Mu tightly. The softness of her bosom pressed against his chest, eliciting a silent thrill within him. I guess correctly. Qin Mu reciprocated the embrace, gently patting her delicate back in a gesture of comfort. Senior sister Ling, there is no need to thank me. It is my honor to clarify your doubts. Qin Mu whispered softly in Ling Yan's ear, his masculine presence sending a delightful shiver through her. Soon, she released him, the shadows on her face dissipating entirely. Ahem. Just then, Ling Qinyu appeared before them. With a sweeping motion of her hand, she conjured a soundproof barrier. Her expression filled with maternal love as she gazed at Ling Yan, her lips trembling slightly. Yan are my daughter. The words Ling Qinyu had suppressed for years finally escaped her lips. However, Ling Yan stood frozen, offering no response. Qin Mu, feeling anxious, urged her to approach and reconcile, to unite mother and daughter. Thus, he discreetly nudged Ling Yan forward. Chapter 42. Unconventional Tactics, a Sudden Ambush. Pushed by Qin Mu, Ling Yan found herself before Ling Qinyu. At that moment, she was uncertain how to confront her, her posture betraying a hint of awkwardness. Yenner, are you still angry with your mother? Over these years, I have borne burdens of my own, unable to share them with you. My heart has never truly let go. Ling Qinyu, filled with sorrow, slightly raised her hand. Alas, she had not even had the opportunity to embrace her daughter properly. This was her grave oversight. Ling Yan glanced back at Qin Mu, seemingly seeking his counsel. Qin Mu nodded emphatically, conveying a message of encouragement. Go ahead with confidence. With her mother's earlier support, Ling Yan felt less resistant and gently called out. This single utterance brought the formidable Feather King to tears. As she cried, Ling Yan found herself unable to contain her own tears. The two women embraced, weeping together, as if releasing years of pent-up emotions, grievances, misunderstandings, and torment. Qin Mu observed from the side, secretly impressed. This moment was truly extraordinary. Fortunately, he had read enough novels beforehand. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss. Should he make a discreet exit? While Qin Mu pondered, the mother and daughter separated, and Ling Qinyu approached him. Qin Mu, you performed admirably. Ling Qinyu was exceedingly pleased with Qin Mu's actions. He had not only uplifted her daughter's spirits, but also mended their relationship. No wonder he was accepted as a disciple by Murong. He indeed possessed considerable skill. It is my duty to alleviate the worries of the esteemed Feather King. Qin Mu had no intention of taking undue credit. He simply wished to leave this place swiftly. How did you discern my thoughts? The Feather King fixed his gaze on Qin Mu, intrigued. He did not even understand himself, yet could surmise the truth of the matter from his heart, which struck him as quite peculiar. Moreover, he had managed to encourage his daughter to open up to him. Qin Mu's expression brightened. Here was an opportunity for flattery. Although he was somewhat guessing, he was determined to let Ling Qinyu know that her character had profoundly influenced him. The Feather King was evidently a remarkable woman, one who would never engage in treachery or violate moral principles. After all, this matter stemmed from the fault of the demon sovereign. Were it not for the demon sovereign's audacity, the Feather King would not have fallen victim to his malevolence. If given the chance, I would personally slay the demon sovereign to avenge the Feather King. Qin Mu indulged in his flattery, relishing the moment, and indeed, after he spoke, he noticed his experience points skyrocketing, reaching 40% in the blink of an eye. Truly, the stronger one was, the more experience one gained from flattery. Well, at least you have some discernment, Ling Qinyu remarked, barely able to suppress a smile. Initially, she had been eager to achieve merit, but she had also acted for the greater good of the Great Sword Dynasty. Otherwise, how could she have infiltrated the heart of the demon clan alone? Yet upon her return, the people of the Great Sword Dynasty had only criticized her for returning empty-handed, showing no concern for her safety, and from that moment, her heart turned cold. Mother, will I no longer be confined in the Ling Yan Pavilion? Ling Yan asked, her eyes filled with hope. She had been bound within the Ling Yan Pavilion for far too long. Though her needs were met, being trapped in that limited space was her greatest constraint. Certainly, I have come to realize that I shall no longer restrict your freedom. If anyone inquires, what harm is there in telling them? Ling Qinyu declared with authority, ready to fight if necessary. Anyone who dared to harm her daughter would be opposing the entire Feather King's residence. That is wonderful. Ling Yan's face revealed a long-awaited joy. The Feather King is magnificent. Qin Mu, standing nearby, gave a thumbs up and smiled brightly. In the next moment, Ling Qinyu's palm trembled, and a nine-turned glazed spear suddenly materialized. Take this back to the Simped sect and present it to Master Murong. Ling Qinyu spoke softly. Is this also a task entrusted by my master? Qin Mu was somewhat puzzled, as Murong had not mentioned it to him. Damn, could these two women be conspiring about something? Indeed, this is a debt I owe your master. Ling Qinyu nodded, offering no further explanation. Then I shall take my leave to report back. Qin Mu clasped his hands in a gesture of farewell and turned to depart, thinking that if Ling Qinyu discovered he had kissed her daughter, it would undoubtedly lead to trouble. Wait, hold on. Both Ling Qinyu and Ling Yan spoke simultaneously, stopping Qin Mu in his tracks. Is there anything else? Qin Mu turned back, feeling a bit anxious and awkward. Junior brother Qin, may I accompany you? What? Qin Mu was utterly taken aback. Ling Yan wanted to return with him? How could that possibly be? Sister Ling Yan, this matter must be discussed with the Feather King. He tactfully declined, knowing that Ling Qianyu would never allow her daughter to leave her side at this moment. Mother, may I return to the Saintess sect with junior brother Qin? Ling Yan asked, her desire to visit the Saintess sect evident. As it was the first place she wished to go, she felt an unusual sense of comfort in Qin Mu's presence. Why do you wish to go to the Saintess sect? It is not a place of safety. Ling Qianyu shook her head. But I want to be with junior brother Qin, Ling Yan stated unabashedly. At this, Ling Qianyu's expression turned slightly cold. Qin Mu, you just kissed my daughter. How do you intend to explain this matter? Ling Qianyu's gaze fixed on Qin Mu, her aura locking him in place. Even if Qin Mu wished to leave, he found himself unable to move. This was bad. He had landed in serious trouble, not realizing Ling Qianyu had been watching from behind. Feather King, I acted out of necessity just now. Please allow me to take responsibility. Qin Mu was at a loss for words, pondering if he might be expected to marry Ling Yan. Could it be that I am to wed Sister Ling? He tentatively inquired, a comical expression on his face. His usual principle was to reap the benefits without bearing any responsibilities. To think you aspire to marry my daughter, you truly overestimate yourself. Ling Qianyu scoffed, her disdain evident. While Qin Mu was indeed commendable, he was far from being qualified to be her son-in-law. Mother, I am willing. Ling Yan suddenly interjected, her expression serious. She wished to be with Qin Mu. He radiated warmth and light in her life. Ling Qianyu was entirely unprepared for her daughter's declaration. Yenner, it is not that I disapprove, but such significant life matters cannot be trifled with. Moreover, you do not even know the true nature of this Qin Mu. You should reconsider. Ling Qianyu spoke earnestly, unwilling to accept her daughter's departure so soon after reconciling with her. Qin Mu must devise a plan to expedite his departure. Suddenly, an idea struck her. A formidable aura surged forth, propelling Qin Mu out and crashing him against the outer wall of the courtyard. How outrageous. You lack martial ethics and resort to ambushes. Caught completely off guard, Qin Mu landed painfully on the ground, grimacing in discomfort. This woman was truly adept at burning bridges. Rubbing his backside, he muttered, I can leave on my own. Chapter 43. Feathered King, I like you. No, that is too shameful. Junior brother Qin. Just as Qin Mu intended to depart, Ling Yan rushed out from within. I am truly sorry for your injury. She felt remorseful about the earlier incident and approached Qin Mu, using a silk handkerchief to wipe the dust off his clothes. Upon seeing this, Qin Mu felt not thrill, but anxiety. Inwardly, he cried out, please, don't come any closer. Just moments ago, Ling Yan had wished to accompany him back to the Holy Maiden Sect, which had provoked the wrath of Ling Qianyu, resulting in his expulsion. If she were to witness him again, would she not flay him alive? It's quite all right. I can manage on my own. Qin Mu smiled and waved his hand dismissively, glancing back at the gate of the Wangfu. However, his smile abruptly faded. Feathered King, I shall take my leave now. With that, he swiftly made his exit. Dealing with a woman as unpredictable as Ling Qianyu was far too perilous. It would be wiser to retreat to the comforting embrace of his master. As Qin Mu stepped forward, he was suddenly called to a halt. Stop. Ling Qianyu perceived that Qin Mu held a significant place in her daughter's heart. The heartfelt conversation they had shared not only resolved Ling Yan's inner turmoil, but also left an indelible impression upon her. Thus, this Qin Mu must not be harmed. I command you, from this moment forth, to remain by my daughter's side, tending to her needs, and ensuring she suffers no grievances. Should you fail in this duty, even the Holy Maiden Sect shall not protect you from my wrath. Ling Qianyu cast a glance at Qin Mu and spoke, albeit softly. What does this imply? Is she instructing him to stay close to Ling Yan? Feathered King, I must respectfully decline. Qin Mu did not hesitate to refuse. What a preposterous notion to remain alone with Ling Yan. How could he ever flatter her? Most importantly, Ling Yan could transform at any moment. She was a ticking time bomb. You refuse? A disapproving glare from Ling Qianyu met him, her dissatisfaction palpable. How many would envy the opportunity to join the Feathered King's residence? And yet he dared to refuse. I am but a disciple of the Holy Maiden Sect, and must return to report. If Sister Ling Yan wishes to visit the Holy Maiden Sect, I can accompany her, but as for the matter mentioned earlier, that is out of the question. Qin Mu stated earnestly. Mother, please do not pressure junior brother Qin any further. Ling Yan interjected, positioning herself before Ling Qianyu as she sensed her mother's rising ire. Shaking her head, junior brother Qin, may our paths cross again. With that, Ling Yan's gaze dimmed as she swiftly returned to the Wangfu. Qin Mu sighed in relief. He could distinguish between a hearty meal and one that merely satiated. This mother-daughter duo was truly amusing. One wished for him to be her paramour. while the other sought to have him as her man. Yet, they failed to comprehend Qin Mu at all. Ling Qinyu approached Qin Mu, her gaze piercing. Why do you refuse? Do you know how many have longed to be my son-in-law? Her delicate fists clenched, yet she refrained from harming him. That is their desire. Not mine. I am devoted to martial arts, and the mundane world holds no allure for me. Qin Mu spoke with righteous conviction. Do you truly believe I would be swayed by that? Ling Qinyu saw through his deceit. Since you entered, you have gazed at my chest 8 times and my legs 10. Is this what you call devotion to martial arts? I see it as lust instead. Qin Mu was taken aback. He had thought his furtive glances were well concealed. All right, I admit I deceived you. But why? Ling Qinyu pressed, her patience waning. Her aura disordered. Do you disdain my daughter for her demonic lineage? This was the one thing she could not tolerate. If Qin Mu truly held such disdain, she would go to any lengths to make him understand the consequences of his words. Qin Mu shook his head. That is not the case. I am not foolish enough to voice such sentiments. Then what is it? Ling Qinyu's impatience was palpable. Do you genuinely wish to know? Qin Mu's expression turned conflicted. Speak. If you do not, I shall end your life this instant. Ling Qinyu conjured a long sword in her palm, poised at his throat, ready to sever his head at a moment's notice. Because I have feelings for you, esteemed Wang, Qin Mu declared boldly, his gaze unwavering on Ling Qinyu. What, your majesty? I hope this matter remains confidential. I am acutely aware of the insurmountable chasm that lies between us. Upon my return to the sect, I shall devote myself to rigorous training, aspiring for the day when I might stand shoulder to shoulder with you. Qin Mu spoke with profound emotion, his words imbued with a lingering affection. Ling Qinyu slightly parted her lips, her heart awash with tumultuous thoughts. Qin Mu harbored feelings for her, which brought her joy. Yet she found herself in a morally ambiguous position, having effectively usurped her daughter's suitor. How could she possibly reconcile with that? Qin Mu, this situation is not entirely devoid of possibility. Ling Qinyu's delicate voice pierced through the haze of her thoughts. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu's expression shifted sharply. What did she mean? Could it be that Ling Qinyu harbored similar sentiments? He could only attribute this to his own striking appearance and captivating charm. No matter. Let us not dwell on this matter any further. You should return now. Ling Qinyu hastily retorted, waving her hand dismissively as she turned back toward the royal residence, her silhouette betraying a sense of disorientation. At last, that is resolved. Qin Mu wiped the cold sweat from his brow, narrowly avoiding a predicament within the royal palace. Yet, one must admit, the regal form of the crown princess was indeed captivating, a feast for the eyes. Strolling leisurely through the streets of the great Sword Dynasty, Qin Mu suddenly heard a whoosh of air slicing through the atmosphere. Chapter 44. The adorable girl strikes, a treat for Qin Mu. What was happening? Qin Mu deftly sidestepped as a cold arrow whizzed past him. He believed he had no enemies in the great Sword Dynasty. Who could this be? Come forth. Qin Mu shouted angrily, denouncing the cowardice of launching a sneak attack. Soon, a diminutive figure emerged slowly. She appeared to be around 5 feet tall, petite, yet strikingly well-proportioned, particularly in the chest area, even surpassing Yen Qingyu. With a large bow slung over her back, she seemed a curious contrast to her delicate frame. A youthful visage? Qin Mu's gaze momentarily faltered upon seeing the girl, her little white legs exposed to the air, exuding a certain charm. My apologies, I did not mean to. The girl approached Qin Mu, awkwardly scratching her head. She had merely been testing her archery skills and had not intended to nearly injure anyone. Do you realize that shooting arrows carelessly in the streets could be fatal? Qin Mu maintained a stern tone, feeling it necessary to impart the gravity of her actions to this impish girl. Yet, I have already apologized. Long Qiuming fidgeted with her skirt, swaying side to side, her face still adorned with a shy expression. Where are your guardians? Qin Mu pondered how such a young girl could be alone. I snuck out by myself. You don't intend to take me back, do you? Long Qiuming took a step back, having made a considerable effort to sneak away. She could not return, lest she face punishment. So, you ran away, did you? How intriguing. A mischievous grin spread across Qin Mu's face. A child sneaking out, lacking in strength. This is indeed a delightful scenario. You big brother, you seem rather intimidating. You aren't a bad person, are you? Long Qiuming's innocent voice nearly broke Qin Mu's composure. Little girl, how charming. Qin Mu cleared his throat intentionally, assuring, fear not, I am not a villain. Have you ever encountered such a dashing rogue? Long Qiudream shook her head thoughtfully, seemingly in disbelief. Well then, that settles it. To which clan do you belong? Qin Mu felt compelled to investigate this young girl's background. After all, if she hailed from an extraordinary sect, it would spell trouble for him. I am from the Spirit Beast Sect, Long Qiudream declared earnestly. A disciple of the Spirit Beast Sect? This meant that representatives from the 4 major sects were now gathered. After a series of inquiries, Qin Mu gleaned that the members of the Spirit Beast Sect had come to the Great Sword Dynasty on business, bringing Long Q Dream along. Only for her to sneak out through a hole unexpectedly. Her joyous escapade had backfired. So, it turns out you are a disciple of the Holy Maiden Sect. Long Q Dream relaxed, reassured that as long as she was not pursued by the body-refining sect or the 10,000 Swords sect, she was safe. If the elders of your sect discover you sneaking away, it could lead to trouble, Qin Mu warned playfully. Brother Qin, please, do not inform them. I beg you. Long Q Dream implored, her eyes wide with hope. Qin Mu smiled knowingly. It would be quite simple for me to remain silent, provided you agree to one condition. At this, Long Q Dream bounced joyfully on the spot. However, her exuberance caused a commotion, making Qin Mu slightly dizzy, shaking his head to regain focus. He realized this little girl was truly a force to be reckoned with. Brother Qin, please speak. As long as you do not tell them, I will comply. Long Q Dream expressed her modest desire to experience the vastness of the world beyond the confines of the Spirit Beast sect, where her days had been filled solely with the care of spirit beasts, devoid of any joy. You must accompany me. Qin Mu's sentence was abruptly interrupted by a booming voice from behind. Xiaomeng, you naughty girl. Come back at once. A burly man appeared, striding with purpose and quickly closing the distance. Uncle Yang, this is bad. He is here to capture me. Long Q Dream exclaimed in alarm. Brother Qin, could you possibly help me escape? She looked at Qin Mu with pleading eyes, for if she were taken back, she would never see the outside world again. Are you certain? Qin Mu felt an unsettling sensation, as if he were about to abduct a young girl. A wave of guilt washed over him. Yes. Please take me away, anywhere but back there. Long Q Dream's determination shone in her eyes as she clutched Qin Mu's hand tightly. If you dare to take her away, I will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Long Haoyang threatened from behind, unwilling to let Qin Mu escape with Long Q Dream. This girl was truly reckless, always attempting to flee. The outside world was fraught with danger, and who would bear the responsibility if anything happened? Initially, Qin Mu felt a pang of guilt, but upon hearing Long Haoyang's menacing words, his resolve hardened. Had you approached me with reason, perhaps I would have reconsidered allowing Long Q Dream to depart. But you dare to threaten me? Come, I shall lead you away from this place. With determination, Qin Mu instructed, climb onto my back. Long Q Dream obediently leapt onto Qin Mu's back. Let us go. Qin Mu's expression momentarily froze. This girl certainly possesses quite the substance. How dare you? Long Haoyang glared at Qin Mu as he attempted to take Long Q Dream away, his anger surging. He had already issued a warning, yet the audacity to disregard his words. If Qin Mu were to hear this, he would undoubtedly curse him. What you call a reminder is, in fact, a threat. Steady yourself, Qin Mu advised, his hands cradling Long Q Dream's delicate legs. They felt soft and silky, delightfully tender. Charge forth. As Long Q Dream's voice echoed, Qin Mu's figure suddenly levitated, soaring into the air. Just as Qin Mu ascended, Long Haoyang rushed over. A grave expression crossed his face as he clenched his fists tightly. That young man is actually a master of the heavenly spirit realm. How can this be? Who is he really? What is his purpose in taking Little Dream? Long Haoyang paused momentarily to contemplate, then promptly turned back. He must inform the elders. Little Dream has been abducted, and the situation is dire. He cannot allow that young man to harm her. Once he captures Qin Mu, he will ensure he faces a most torturous fate. At this moment, Qin Mu, with Long Q Dream in tow, had already reached the outskirts of the Great Sword Dynasty. Initially, he had intended to explore, but unforeseen circumstances urged him to return to the sect swiftly. Otherwise, his experience and power would stagnate, leaving him trapped in the heavenly spirit realm. Wow. Brother Qin is actually a formidable master of the heavenly spirit realm. How terrifying. Long Q Dream, perched on Qin Mu's back, extended her thumb towards him, her face radiating a charming innocence. Qin Mu smiled faintly. Does she also indulge in novels? Where are you headed? Allow me to accompany you. Qin Mu resolved to find a suitable place to set Long Q Dream down. May I follow Brother Qin? You can take me flying, and I shall cook for you. Long Q Dream innocently chimed, her face aglow with joy. You can cook? Qin Mu chuckled lightly. This little girl is rather endearing. Below. I'll prepare a meal for Brother Qin from below. Chapter 45. The Adorable Girl's Pursuit. An encounter with the Titan Great Ape King. Below. Upon hearing this phrase, Qin Mu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He hadn't anticipated that Long Q Dream, despite her youth, would exhibit such openness and dare to utter such words. Is it delicious down there? Qin Mu questioned, bemused, for Long Q Dream was truly too young. Absolutely delicious. The noodles I make are smooth, tender, and incredibly delectable. Long Q Dream chattered away from her position on Qin Mu's back. However, she had yet to comprehend the implications of Qin Mu's words. Otherwise, she surely would not have said such a thing. Very well, I shall taste it when the opportunity arises. Qin Mu chose not to tease Long Q Dream further. focusing instead on flying, his senses alert and vigilant. Should the people from the spirit beast sect come looking for trouble, he would be prepared. Upon reaching a desolate mountain on the outskirts of the Great Sword Dynasty, Qin Mu came to a halt. Wow, that was exhilarating, soaring here in an instant. Brother Qin, you are truly remarkable. Long Q-Dream still felt slightly dizzy, but after the flight, she experienced what true freedom felt like. Is this the prowess of a master in the heavenly spirit realm? She must strive diligently to enhance her strength and liberate herself from the spirit beast sect's control. Just basic skills. Qin Mu casually waved his hand, yet his heart brimmed with joy. Is this the feeling of having a little admirer? It seems rather delightful. Long Q-Dream's eyes were filled with him, and her admiration was palpable. Even the slightest gesture from him could send her into a frenzy of excitement. But where are we? Where shall we go next? Long Q-Dream gazed eagerly at her surroundings, all of which were unfamiliar, leaving her devoid of any plan. She had ventured out, yet it seemed there was nowhere to go. Do you not know where to head? A sudden realization struck Qin Mu. This girl simply wished to escape her family's oppressive expectations, without any clear destination in mind. If that were the case, he could offer her a suggestion. Returning to the spirit beast sect would indeed be the wisest choice. I don't know. My family never lets me out. They want me to stay home to raise spirit beasts, but that is dreadfully tedious, and I dislike it. Thus, I have longed to venture out. Long Q-Dream shook her head, her face radiating innocence. Qin Mu was momentarily speechless. It turned out this girl was merely acting on a whim. This area lies on the outskirts of the Great Sword Dynasty. Over there leads to the Holy Maiden Sect, and that way to the 10,000 Sword Sect. You may choose your path as you wish. Do you understand? After Qin Mu spoke, Long Q-Dream resolutely headed toward the direction of the Holy Maiden Sect. I am destined to be a woman of the Holy Maiden. I shall not continue raising spirit beasts. Long Q-Dream mumbled, yet her expression was earnest, as if she had made a firm decision. Hey, Qin Mu exclaimed, exasperated. Could this girl not articulate her thoughts? No. He could not allow her to go to the Holy Maiden Sect. Otherwise, he would find no peace in the future. He suddenly regretted bringing Long Q-Dream along. Before he could intervene, a tremendous roar from a beast echoed nearby. Roar. The sudden sound startled Long Q-Dream, causing her to stumble back. Accidentally twisting her ankle and collapsing to the ground with a thud, her ankle slightly scraped, leaving her unable to retreat further. Senior Brother Qin, help. There's a monster. Hearing her cries for help, Qin Mu rushed over, his expression grave as he surveyed the scene. A giant ape. A titan ape. This creature possessed the strength of the mid-stage spirit realm, a beast king of sorts. Why had it suddenly appeared on the outskirts of the imperial city? Delicious and tender little girl, I have set my sights on you. The titan ape growled lowly, its gaze fixated on Long Q-Dream. This newly blossomed young girl was at her most succulent. A single bite could burst with flavor, utterly delectable. He had not anticipated such good fortune upon his arrival. Encountering food so soon, splendid indeed. Just as it extended its arm to grasp Long Q-Dream, a black and white, suspended sword suddenly obstructed its path. The titan ape crinkled its nose. Displeasure etched across its face, revealing its fearsome fangs. Who dares to interrupt my meal? Upon closer inspection, it noticed a human nearby. It seemed that today, it could indeed satisfy its hunger. Titan ape, this is not your place. Return. Qin Mu spoke solemnly. This fellow, once within the confines of the Great Sword Dynasty's imperial city, would undoubtedly have countless individuals echoing his venomous words. Humph. Such a diminutive human dares to command me. Seeking death. As the titan giant ape's voice fell, its arm, resembling a mountain peak, descended heavily towards Qin Mu. Brother Qin, be careful. Long Xiaoming was utterly terrified. Her legs trembling, her complexion pale. This was nothing like the docile spirit beast she had encountered in the spirit beast sect. It was fierce, brutal, and slaughterous. Its gaze glimmering with a crimson light, the very essence of terror emanating from deep within her soul. This was the world beyond. Unmatched sword intent, slash. Qin Mu did not dare to underestimate the threat before him, wielding the unmatched sword to strike fiercely at the titan giant ape's arm. Clang. The sword collided with the arm, producing a shower of sparks. Truly, the titan giant ape king possessed an extraordinary level of defense. Are you merely scratching me? The titan giant ape scoffed, opening its massive mouth to unleash a torrent of poisonous gas. The overwhelming miasma spread instantly. What on earth? How long has it been since you brushed your teeth? Qin Mu felt a wave of foul odor assault him, nearly causing him to faint. He hastily covered his nose, feeling slightly better afterward. This creature was indeed despicable. I am a spirit beast. Why would I need to brush my teeth? The titan giant ape shamelessly retorted. Moreover, this was one of its deadliest weapons, having incapacitated countless spirit beasts, turning them into its next meal. However, this Qin Mu possessed some skill, managing to withstand the noxious fumes. Now, Prepare to be devoured by me. The Titan giant ape took a step forward, shaking the ground and shattering rocks, obliterating the surrounding trees and foliage, showcasing its astonishing destructive power. You have forced my hand. A glimmer of determination flashed in Qin Mu's eyes. There was no alternative. For the sake of his survival, he had to resort to decisive measures. Forced you? I am a mighty ape. How could you claim such a thing? The Titan giant ape, limited in intellect, could only grasp this much. Yet, Qin Mu focused his energy, channeling all his strength into his palm, aiming it squarely at the Titan giant ape. Great wilderness prison sky finger. Boom. A surge of extraordinary power erupted, its momentum directed towards the Titan giant ape. Sensing this force, the Titan giant ape's eyes widened, and it stumbled back half a step. Mountain rock scales, protect me. With a crack, several massive mountain peaks were inexplicably summoned to shield it. Though the peaks shattered, they absorbed a significant portion of the force behind the great wilderness prison sky finger. This creature was indeed fortunate. Bah! Human, you have enraged me. Chapter 46, Shattering the Void. The Spirit Beast Sect's Master, Long Qiushui. Curse it. It had no effect. Qin Mu felt a surge of panic. His expression grew grave. His form began to slowly approach Long Qiuming, seeking an opportunity to extract her from this perilous situation. He could not allow her to be consumed by this giant ape. Otherwise, he would bear an immense burden of guilt. Brother Qin, are we going to die here? I want to return to the sect. I miss my sister. Long Qiuming, overwhelmed by fear, could not contain herself and began to weep. This scene left Qin Mu in a state of exasperation. The Titan ape continued its rampage, while Long Qiudream had succumbed to tears once more. He found himself besieged on all sides. Find a way to escape. I will hold this behemoth at bay, Qin Mu uttered, clinging to the last vestiges of his moral compass. Upon hearing his words, Long Qiudream's eyes glistened with fresh tears. Wait, sister, I can summon my sister to rescue us. An idea struck her suddenly, and she began rummaging through her clothes, soon producing a jade flute. Qin Mu discerned its unique material, infused with an immense spiritual energy. What is this? Cautiously, he inquired, wary of attracting even more formidable spirit beasts. This was given to me by my sister. If we encounter a life-threatening peril, I must blow it, and she will come to protect me. Long Qiudream replied earnestly, her fear diminishing significantly. Why didn't you bring this forth sooner? Qin Mu felt his blood pressure rising, regretting the reveal of his ultimate technique. He had just tested it. To utilize the great wilderness prisoning heaven finger again with his current strength would require at least 2 hours of cooldown. If they could not evade this predicament, they would surely perish in the belly of the beast. I just remembered. Long Qiudream pouted before beginning to blow into the flute. A melodious sound resonated through the forest, enchanting and captivating, even drawing Qin Mu into its spell. It seemed to embody some form of sonic technique. Stop. Cease at once. The Titan ape, unable to endure the sound, began to thrash about violently, slamming its palms against the ground. Remarkably, the sound had a restraining effect on the Titan ape. Qin Mu's expression brightened. They must continue. He gazed at Long Qiudream with excitement. The girl possessed some intriguing talent. Encouraged by his praise, Long Qiudream played with even greater fervor, her enchanting melody echoing through the air, tormenting the Titan ape, which rolled on the ground, toppling trees in its wake. Yet soon, the smile faded from Qin Mu's face. To his astonishment, the Titan ape had pulled out 2 massive trees and stuffed them into its ears. Goodness, this creature is relentless. Does it not fear rupturing its eardrums? However, this act surprisingly achieved the desired effect of muffling the sound. The Titan ape's expression gradually returned to one of rage as it resolved to consume the 2 troublesome beings before it. Run. Sensing the dire turn of events, Qin Mu grasped Long Qiudream's clothing and dashed away. Should they be swallowed whole, survival would be beyond their reach. Enraged, the Titan ape's speed escalated, and Qin Mu, with Long Qiudream in tow, darted chaotically, attempting to evade it. Yet he had underestimated the fury of the Titan ape. With a tremendous leap, it descended like a heavy mountain, blotting out the sky. Oh no, Qin Mu thought, is this truly where my journey ends? That could not be. Sister. Long Qiudream's piercing cry shattered the heavens, piercing through the clouds. Buzz. At that moment, a circular light suddenly appeared in midair. A graceful woman stepped forth from within, barefoot and adorned in resplendent glass garments, her face veiled with a green gauze, exuding an otherworldly beauty that was simply breathtaking. She shattered the void as she manifested herself from miles away. What power did she possess? A mere monkey dares to challenge my sister? Begone. Her voice was cold, akin to frost. With a mere gesture of her finger, she halted the Titan giant ape and unleashed a force that sent it staggering back hundreds of meters. A formidable presence at the concentration realm. Qin Mu was taken aback. This woman's strength was indeed at the concentration realm. There was hope. Thank you for your timely intervention, Sister Fairy. Qin Mu hurriedly approached, seizing the opportunity to express his gratitude. Upon hearing his voice, Long Qiushui turned her head. With just a glance, she rendered Qin Mu motionless. How formidable. Indeed, she appeared even stronger than Morongli. Are you calling upon my true self? Long Qiushui's voice was melodious, yet carried a chill. Yes, had it not been for your timely assistance, we would have perished at the hands of the ape. Qin Mu clasped his hands in respect, bowing deeply. Sister. In the next moment, Long Qiudream dashed forward, embraced by Long Qiushui. You little girl, sneaking out again? If it weren't for Uncle Yang's timely warning, I might not have made it in time. Long Qiushui affectionately ruffled Long Qiudream's hair, her expression one of helplessness. This girl had ventured out more than once, now facing life and death, yet perhaps this ordeal would serve as a lesson, making her more cautious about the dangers of the outside world. Sister? She is Long Qiudream's sister? A powerhouse at the concentration realm. Could she be the leader of the Spirit Beast sect? I didn't do it on purpose. Long Qiudream pouted, shaking Long Qiushui's sleeve. Who are you? And why have you abducted my dream? Long Qiushui narrowed her eyes, casually extending her hand to grip Qin Mu's neck from afar. Damn, I've stirred up trouble. Qin Mu felt the vitality within him being swiftly siphoned away, a choking sensation enveloping him. Sister, you cannot blame Senior Qin. It was I who insisted he take me away. Long Qiudream, seeing Qin Mu nearing his end, hastily interceded. She had a fondness for Qin Mu and could not bear to see him come to harm. Do you understand the consequences of taking my sister away and placing her in danger? Long Qiushui remained furious, had she not arrived in time. The outcome would have been unthinkable. How was I to know? It was that fellow who provoked me first. There was nothing wrong with taking Long Qiudream away. Sister Fairy, could you please release me? Qin Mu smiled faintly, at least his life would be spared. Sister. Long Qiudream continued to tug at Long Qiushui's arm. Her eyes filled with concern. Reluctantly, Long Qiushui released Qin Mu. This time, I shall spare you, now leave. However, instead of departing, Qin Mu rose, gripping his unparalleled sword, and lunged fiercely at Long Qiushui. Before she could react, blood splattered across her face, a vivid crimson stain that tainted her green gauze. You, Long Qiushui, gazed at Qin Mu. Her lips slightly parted, her eyes filled with emotion. At that moment, Qin Mu abruptly drew his sword, shaking off the blood that clung to it. A cold smile of triumph curling at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 47. The innate cold body. Qin Mu enters the cave again. You, Long Qiushui, momentarily stunned, turned to face Qin Mu. Before her lay the Titan giant ape, its body stiffly collapsed on the ground, a gaping wound in its chest, blood still pouring forth. Are you saving me? Long Qiushui clearly did not expect that just moments ago, she had nearly slain Qin Mu, yet he bore no grudge against her. Instead, he had come to her aid in her time of peril. The Titan giant ape had concealed its form, maneuvering behind her, although it could not kill her. It could have inflicted severe harm, with dire consequences. Had it not been for Qin Mu's timely sword strike, she would have faced a significant challenge. Naturally, Qin Mu nodded, indifferent to how Long Qiushui had treated him earlier. The ancients said, a gentleman is magnanimous, not quibbling with the petty or the female. To repay enmity with virtue is the righteous path. Long Qiushui had indeed harbored murderous intent, yet ultimately refrained from acting upon it. And all of this stemmed from Long Qiudream. What reason had Qin Mu to resent Long Qiushui? He bore no grudges, no resentment, and even extended a hand to save her. Surely, this could be considered a form of grace. Swish. Qin Mu watched as his experience points advanced by a single increment. Could it be? He pondered. How could it be so low? Doubt crept into Qin Mu's mind, suspecting that the system had consumed his experience. After all, Long Qiushui possessed the strength of a focused practitioner. A mere touch should have yielded at least 5% of experience points, if not more. Yet now he only received a paltry 1%. Dogged system, have you devoured my experience for some other purpose? Qin Mu expressed his soul's query. Please, host. Do not slander this system. Theft is beneath us. Then why is it only 1%? Qin Mu struggled to comprehend, his disbelief palpable. Long Qiushui practiced the path of emotionlessness, making her sensibilities towards emotions inherently dull, and thus her experience gained would naturally diminish. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu was even more confounded. The path of emotionlessness? Does that not imply a total forsaking of all sentiments? Kinship, love, friendship, and so forth. Yet, Long Qiushui evidently shared a profound sisterly bond with Long Qiudream. How could one so deeply connected possibly master the path of emotionlessness to such a degree? The path of emotionlessness is not as you presume, host. If one achieves mastery, a trace of sentiment may remain. Long Qiushui has been inseparable from Long Qiudream since childhood. Even if she has cultivated the path of emotionlessness, it would not affect their bond. Qin Mu suddenly understood. So in that case, attempting to elicit emotions from Long Qiushui would be akin to courting a block of wood. Nay, a stone. What a loss. Had I failed earlier, I would surely have garnered the Titan giant ape's animosity. Without Long Qiushui's protection, wouldn't I be in grave danger? Do you bear me no resentment? Long Qiushui looked at Qin Mu, a flicker of surprise in her gaze. Why would I harbor resentment towards you? Qin Mu retorted, as if the matter were trivial and hardly worth consideration. I nearly took your life just now, yet you were willing to take such a risk. Had the Titan ape not been vanquished by you, it is likely that you would now be the one meeting your demise. I fail to comprehend your motivations. Long Qiushui, rather naive in matters of the heart, is filled with questions. Well, the esteemed Long Zhongzhu just saved my life, a kindness that warrants reciprocation. As for Long Zhongzhu's earlier attempt to end my life, it stemmed purely from a brotherly instinct to protect his sister. Such sentiments are entirely human and thus understandable. Qin Mu spoke eloquently, asserting that to harbor resentment towards Long Zhongzhu would diminish my own character. Upon hearing these words, Long Qiushui nodded in agreement. Regardless of the circumstances, Qin Mu truly possesses a grand vision. I apologize for my earlier rudeness, Long Qiushui said, stepping closer to Qin Mu and extending her delicate hand. This Qin Mu does not seem to be a malevolent individual, and his intentions in taking Meng Meng may be more complex than they appear. Qin Mu reciprocated without hesitation, grasping her soft hand, which felt as smooth and tender as the finest jade. Suddenly, a chilling force surged through him, compelling him to retract his hand instinctively. However, a sudden change occurred. The spiritual energy within Long Qiushui surged violently, coiling around her and Qin Mu like a dragon's chain, binding them together so tightly that no amount of force could separate them. Sister, Qin Shixiang, what has transpired between you? Long Qiudream exclaimed with concern upon witnessing the entwined forms of Qin Mu and Long Qiushui. Could it be that the Titan ape was behind this? But it was already slain, wasn't it? Do not approach. Long Qiushui's voice was icy, her aura radiating power. At that moment, Qin Mu beheld her eyes transform into a frosty white, and her entire being began to encase itself in a layer of ice, resembling a suit of armor. What on earth? Does this woman harbor some hidden ailment? Qin Mu struggled to break free, exerting all his strength to no avail. It was as if ice had bonded their bodies together. What could be the cause of this? Long Qiudream paced anxiously, desperate to assist but entirely at a loss. Qin Mu, what is it within your body? Long Qiushui, acutely aware of her predicament, attempted to push Qin Mu away but found herself inexplicably drawn to him, as if his very essence held a unique allure. Bound together, they could not part unless his hand was severed. I am at a loss as well, Long Zhongzhu. What affliction plagues your own body? Qin Mu thought, bemused, as he had merely intended to take advantage of the situation, only to find himself ensnared. I possess a naturally frigid constitution, experiencing bouts of coldness each month. It seems there is a force within you that attracts me, capable of suppressing the chill within me. If you can release this energy, perhaps we can separate. Otherwise, the longer we remain bound, the more intense the cold will become, and with your strength, you cannot endure it. Long Qiushui recognized the unfairness of this proposition towards Qin Mu, but it was certainly preferable to ending his life. Is there no other way? Qin Mu was not unwilling to assist. He simply surmised the nature of the force. An extraordinary spiritual vein, whether it be fire poison or cold energy. It could entirely suppress both. However, should one surrender the exquisite spiritual vein, the consequences would be exceedingly grave. At that point, he would be unable to return to the Holy Maiden Sect. There lies the option of severing your arm. Long Qiushui stated earnestly. Yet, this truly is a last resort. Should Qin Mu ultimately be unable to withstand, she would resort to this method. What nonsense is this? Severing his arm would render him crippled. After further contemplation, he insisted that there must be alternative solutions. Qin Mu spoke with gravity. Follow me to the cave over there. Upon Long Qiushui's command, she leapt forth, dashing towards the distant cave. Qin Mu was thus dragged along, passively trailing behind. Sister, I am here too. Long Qiuming hopped anxiously on the ground, and seeing no response, hurriedly pursued them. What shall we do if something goes awry? Upon entering the cave, Long Qiushui's eyes were already enveloped in frost, and she trembled all over. Hold me. Long Qiushui managed to utter those 3 words with great difficulty. What did you say? Qin Mu feigned ignorance. Hold. Yet before Long Qiushui could finish her sentence, she was transformed into a frozen statue. Simultaneously, one of Qin Mu's arms was instantaneously encased in ice. Chapter 48, Long Sect Master. You would not desire for them to discover this, would you? No. If this continues, I too shall become a frozen statue. Long Sect Master, I beg your pardon. Qin Mu concentrated a formidable spiritual force in his right hand and pressed it against Long Qiushui's imposing figure. It was not intentional at that moment. He could only reach that location. As the essence of the exquisite spiritual vein surged forth, akin to a gentle stream, it collided with Long Qiushui, producing a sizzling sound as the ice began to melt. Long Qiushui's eyes fluttered open, and upon seeing Qin Mu, she was taken aback. How is this possible? She had turned into a frozen statue, yet Qin Mu remained unscathed. What secrets does he harbor? But upon glancing down, Long Qiushui's countenance darkened with fury. Qin Mu's hand was, in fact, resting on her beast. Long Qiushui fumed, raising her hand to strike him fiercely. Yet at that moment, the cold within her erupted. One arm sliced through the air, and by the time it reached Qin Mu, it too had transformed into a frozen statue. Long Sect Master, given your current state, it is wise not to recklessly exert your spiritual power. Otherwise, you may very well succumb. Once engulfed by the cold, death is inevitable. How dare you violate me? Once I regain my strength, I shall ensure your torment is 1,000-fold. Long Qiushui bellowed. However, no sooner had she spoken than her entire visage became enshrouded in frost once more. Qin Mu sighed in resignation. I had already warned you not to become enraged. Yet you chose to ignore me, and now look, frozen once again. This chill is truly terrifying. Were it not for the protection of the exquisite spiritual vein, I would undoubtedly have been frozen solid. One last attempt to save you. Break free. Qin Mu's palm struck Long Qiushui, and a torrent of spiritual energy surged forth, enveloping her entirely. This time, do not even think of turning against me, Qin Mu cautioned, lest he decide to abandon the endeavor entirely. Long Qiushui remained silent, her gaze fixed on Qin Mu with an air of peculiarity. What was the matter? Why did Qin Mu feel an overwhelming allure emanating from her? As the iciness melted away, Long Qiushui resembled a blossoming lotus, appearing even more enchanting and delicate. She approached him from behind, her arms gently wrapping around him. Her lips slightly parted as she exhaled softly against his ear. In that instant, Qin Mu felt a surge of electric sensation coursing through him. Was this really Long Qiushui? So drastically transformed? Master Long, please conduct yourself with decorum, Qin Mu cautioned, aware that if she continued to entice him, he might very well succumb. Yet, Long Qiushui seemed oblivious, her hands continuing to explore his body, and she slowly began to unfasten her outer garment, her actions bold as she grasped his arms. In her eyes, an unquenchable fire burned fiercely. What was happening? It was as if she had become a different person. Qin Mu, observing this instinctual version of Long Qiushui, dared not make any sudden moves. What if she regained her senses and turned against him? Long Qiushui sensed that Qin Mu possessed what she desperately needed. At that moment, the cold affliction within her flared up, craving the essence within him. She sought to merge it with herself, believing it would cure her ailment, freeing her from suffering for good. You think you can take it from me? Qin Mu struggled to break free, retreating a few steps. Was she entitled to demand something so precious from him? Such a treasure was rare, and parting with even a fraction would be a tremendous loss. Upon witnessing his escape, Long Qiushui unleashed a spell, ensnaring the entire cave in a constricting array that continued to shrink until only the two of them remained. What are you trying to do? Overpower me. Qin Mu discerned her intentions, but he was not the kind to surrender so easily. Forgive me, Da Huang prison. Before he could finish, a soft fragrance enveloped him, silencing his words. How curious. Why were Long Qiushui's lips not cold? In the next moment, like a serpent, her tongue invaded his mouth with fervor, her assault so fierce that he found himself unable to resist. In mere moments, he was utterly ensnared. You cannot hold me accountable for this. Qin Mu, bold and daring, resolved that he could simply slip away. After all, in this fantastical realm, there was no means of paternity testing. Once he fled, it would be a daunting task for Long Qiushui to track him down. As he ventured deeper into the hidden recesses, he realized that Long Qiushui's cold affliction had likely been festering for too long, causing it to erupt uncontrollably, rendering even her formidable power ineffective. All that remained was instinct, fortuitously balanced by Qin Mu's extraordinary spirit vein. Suddenly, a low cry escaped Long Qiushui as her consciousness began to return. How dare you? She exclaimed, her face aflame with fury as she raised her hand to strike him. Sensing the imminent danger, Qin Mu had no choice but to lunge forward, spurred by the urgency of the moment. In her current state of agitation, Long Qiushui was rendered incapable of retaliating. She was uncertain whether to shout or to take action. Sister. At that moment, a voice echoed from outside the cave, Dragon Xiuming's. This is bad. If my sister sees me in this state, how will I ever face anyone again? Be gentle, Dragon Qiushui implored, her gaze pleading as she looked at Qin Mu. Their movements must not be too loud. They must ensure Meng Meng remains oblivious. Rest assured, she will not know. Qin Mu assured her with unwavering confidence. This cave was concealed, and given Dragon Xiuming's petite stature, it was utterly impossible for her to discover them. Indeed, Dragon Xiuming continued to call out from outside the cave, showing no sign of entering. Sect Master, are you here? Dragon Haoyang's voice resonated, causing Dragon Xiushui to lose her composure completely. Why is Uncle Yang here? Surely, Mingming must have summoned him. She truly knows how to handle matters. Hush. It will be over soon. You wouldn't want them to find out, would you? Qin Mu whispered into Dragon Xiushui's ear. At that moment, Dragon Xiushui's heart was filled with conflicting emotions. Qin Mu had managed to suppress the coldness within her, and the sensation she felt now was indescribably pleasant. This Qin Mu possesses quite a talent. After a while, Qin Mu nodded in satisfaction. Whoosh! A long sword suddenly descended, halting where Qin Mu had just stood, leaving behind a fearsome scar. Qin Mu patted his chest, relieved that he had dodged in time. Otherwise, it could have been catastrophic. Dragon Sect Master, until we meet again. Qin Mu exclaimed as he surged from the cave. If he did not leave now, would he wait to be slain? His figure caught the attention of Dragon Haoyang and his companion. Dragon Xiushui emerged as well, her expression dark, her clenched fist digging into her flesh without her realizing. This Qin Mu is truly infuriating. Sect Master, are you alright? Dragon Haoyang rushed forward, concern etched on his face. Uncle Yang, I'm fine. Let us head back. Dragon Xiushui replied, maintaining her composure, her gaze averted from the direction Qin Mu had departed. Until we meet again, will we truly cross paths again? Since when did the Holy Maiden Sect produce such a disciple? Chapter 49. Return, the Body Refinement Sect comes knocking, Qin Mu in danger. After leaving, Qin Mu embarked on the journey back to the Holy Maiden Sect. Along the way, he pondered a pressing question. Would Dragon Xiushui's feelings for him disrupt her path of forgetting love? However, this question remained unanswered. Upon arriving at the foot of the Holy Maiden Sect's mountain, Qin Mu was met with a gathering of individuals clad in black uniforms, their belts adorned with short swords, exuding an intimidating presence. They were members of the Body Refinement Sect. Qin Mu's heart raced. He had barely been gone a few days, and the Body Refinement Sect was already seeking him out. It seemed that Fengchun undoubtedly possessed a soul jade slip in the sect. Thus, upon his demise, others would be informed. Goodness, have I stirred up a hornet's nest? Qin Mu felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Having slain Fengchun, his father would undoubtedly seek retribution. More only, my son met a tragic end at your Holy Maiden Sect. Today, you must provide me with an explanation. Feng Wudi's deep voice reverberated throughout the Holy Maiden Sect, a testament to his formidable strength. His prowess lies at the initial stage of the concentration realm. Yet through a singular body refinement technique, he has fortified his physique to an extraordinary degree, rendering him impervious to blades and spears alike. He is indeed a figure of formidable strength. Feng Wudi, your son has long departed. I express my profound condolences for his demise. But this matter bears no relation to our Holy Maiden Sect. I beseech you to refrain from unfounded accusations. Moron Li's tone was far from pleasant. Being unjustly branded as a murderer would displease anyone. Such nonsense. According to the soul jade slips within our sect, the death occurred right at the gates of your Holy Maiden Sect. Do you wish to deny this? Do you think Feng Wudi is easily trifled with? Feng Wudi's voice rose in a furious roar, his eyes bloodshot. He must exact vengeance for his son, or he swore he would not live as a man. Moron Li remained silent, her expression growing increasingly grave. Feng Wudi was not to be trifled with. If a confrontation ensued, even a 50-50 chance would be considered fortunate. Yet his demeanor did not suggest deceit. Could it truly be that someone had slain Fengchen? Who could it be? Choosing to do so right before the gates of the Holy Maiden Sect would indeed invite her troubles. Sect Master Feng, this matter bears certain peculiarities. Perhaps we should await a thorough investigation before reaching a conclusion. If it is indeed a member of my Holy Maiden Sect who is responsible, I shall ensure that individual is delivered to you for due retribution. What say you? Moron Li calmly proposed. Upon hearing this, Feng Wudi nodded, agreeing to Moron Li's suggestion. Regardless, today he must uncover the true culprit behind his son's murder. Should I perhaps step away to avoid the storm? Qin Mu stood a short distance away, quietly observing the unfolding scene. If it were to somehow lead back to him, he would find himself in peril. Even if Moron Li wished to shield him, trouble would inevitably ensue. Yes, it would be wise to lay low. Qin Mu turned to depart, but at that moment, a voice called out from behind. Junior brother Qin, please come here for a moment. Huang Charan had noticed Qin Mu and immediately halted him. That wretch, why call me for no reason? Moron Li also noted Qin Mu's presence, her gaze flickering. There appeared to be some connection between Fengchun and Qin Mu. Could it be that he was the one who had slain Fengchun? If that were the case, this matter could become quite troublesome. Master. Qin Mu soared towards Moron Li, then gently descended, bowing respectfully. Yes, this is Sect Master Feng of the Body Refinement Sect. His son was slain at the gates of the Holy Maiden Sect, and he has come to investigate. Do you have any knowledge of this matter? Moron Li inquired. Naturally. Qin Mu could not divulge anything, promptly shaking his head. I do not know. I have never seen him. I have heard nothing. It is indeed a pity that senior brother Feng has passed. Such talent is cruelly taken by the heavens. I had hoped to engage in a friendly spar with him. Yet alas, the opportunity has been lost. How unfair fate is. Qin Mu feigned a sigh of lamentation. His expression was sincere, as though he truly mourned for Feng Chun. Moron Li cast him a sidelong glance. Since he claimed ignorance, he might as well withdraw. He certainly lacked the audacity to have harmed Feng Chun. Wait. Feng Wudi's gaze locked onto Qin Mu. I ask you, what is your relationship with my son? There is no relation. Qin Mu shook his head. Merely that I nearly placed a green hat upon him. Then why did you engage in a contest with my son? He sensed that Qin Mu was suspicious and felt compelled to scrutinize him closely. With a swift motion of his hand, a torrent of immense spiritual power surged forth, transforming into a binding rope that ensnared Qin Mu's body and pulled him towards him. How audacious! Was this a desperate act? A fierce glint flickered in Qin Mu's eyes. With Moron Li present, he had no cause for concern. I shall consider the sect leader's intentions to fulfill my wish. I apologize for the inconvenience. The peerless sword intent, strangulation. Qin Mu abruptly unsheathed the peerless sword, and a domineering and fierce sword intent erupted. Resembling a meat grinder that ensnared Feng Wudi's spiritual power and swiftly shredded it to pieces. The spiritual rope was severed, and Qin Mu regained his freedom. Sect leader Feng, I welcome your guidance, he proclaimed, standing resolutely with the peerless sword in hand, his tone neither servile nor arrogant. In that moment, he resembled a celestial being descended to earth, exuding an air of elegance and power. Guidance, you are not worthy of it. I now suspect you are the one who killed my son. Prepare to die. Feng Wudi, having tested Qin Mu's strength, realized that he possessed such overwhelming sword intent that he could indeed have slain his son. Baseless accusations, sect leader. I cannot bear such a heavy charge without evidence. If you wish to take my life, present your proof. Qin Mu was no fool. He would not concede to claims made without substantiation. However, Feng Wudi undeniably had some prowess. Evidence. With your strength, you could easily have killed my son, and that is evidence enough. Feng Wudi turned to Moron Li, expressing his desire to have this youth dealt with by the Body Refinement Sect. He harbored grave suspicions that Qin Mu was the perpetrator. Perhaps this was the effect of a father-son connection. That is not correct. If those stronger than brother Feng are all deemed murderers, then wouldn't my master also fall under suspicion? Not to mention senior sister Huang, and you as well. Qin Mu ultimately directed his ire towards Feng Wudi. Nonsense. Feng Wudi's anger flared. This boy was merely sowing confusion, misrepresenting the situation. Were you not the one who spoke first? Qin Mu retorted. Master, am I not correct? He cast a glance at Moron Li, wondering if she would choose not to assist him. After deliberation, Moron Li nodded. Sect leader Feng, Qin Mu has a point. I understand your desire for vengeance, but you cannot simply accuse anyone of being your son's killer without proper evidence. Such actions are inappropriate. You, Feng Wudi scoffed. I possess a method to ascertain the true culprit. What method? I have a projection crystal that can reveal the last person my son encountered. Whoever's silhouette appears in the image is undoubtedly the one. A death replay? Good heavens. Qin Mu felt a surge of panic. Such advanced artifacts existed in this fantastical realm? This could lead to dire consequences. Why did you not present this sooner? Moron Li remarked with displeasure. Master, I suddenly feel the urge to relieve myself. May I be excused? Qin Mu sought an escape route, for he might truly fall into Feng Wudi's clutches otherwise. I see you intend to flee. In a state of delusion, before the truth is thoroughly investigated, no one shall leave the Holy Maiden Sect. Feng Wudi bellowed, instilling fear in those around him, rendering them motionless. Fear not, for when the truth is unveiled, your innocence shall be restored. Moron Li hoped fervently that Qin Mu was not the perpetrator. In resignation, Qin Mu placed a hand on his forehead, realizing the gravity of the situation. Moron Li was utterly unaware, and should his identity be revealed, no explanation would suffice. What to do? What measures could he employ to obstruct this? Behold, I see it clearly. This is the culprit behind my son's demise. Feng Wudi channeled his spiritual power into the crystal stone, which immediately radiated a blinding light, akin to 1,000 rays of dawn, causing countless individuals to shield their eyes. How dazzling! Qin Mu, ready to make his escape, felt assured that, given his current strength, even if he could not win, fleeing should not pose a challenge. Master Feng, why does this crystal lack any semblance of a figure? Moron Li questioned, puzzled by the empty display. This individual had boasted so grandly. Could he truly be nothing more than a facade? What? How could this be possible? Feng Wudi, upon witnessing the barren image, was in disbelief. The projection crystal displayed nothing. What had gone amiss? Ah, it seems I am unscathed. Qin Mu chuckled inwardly. A malfunction at such a critical moment was indeed a stroke of fortune. It appeared this advanced technology was far less reliable than a witness. No, there must be an error somewhere. I shall attempt again. Yet, regardless of Feng Wudi's efforts, no results materialized. The screen remained a blur of white, obscuring any chance of identifying the assailant. I understand now. Someone must be deliberately causing chaos. Morong Li felt a surge of irritation. She had cooperated sufficiently, and now, since the culprit remained elusive, it was time to bring this to a close. However, Feng Wudi appeared resolute in his pursuit. Master Feng, one must adhere to boundaries in their endeavors. I have allowed you to create a ruckus here for long enough. And if you remain obstinate, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Morong Li's message was clear. She wished to expel him. She did not welcome the presence of the body refinement sect, nor did she tolerate disturbances within her domain. Master Morong, are you implying that we are to be driven away? Feng Wudi, having found no culprit, was reluctant to relent. How could he return without the face to confront his deceased son? What do you mean? Do you truly think of the Holy Maiden Sect as mere clay to be molded? Morong Li was capable of anger, though she preferred restraint. She had extended ample courtesy. And further disturbances would be deemed impolite. I shall not depart until the assailant who harmed my son is found. I have another method. Feng Wudi proclaimed. What? There is still a way? Qin Mu felt a wave of despair wash over him. This predicament was far from resolution. Let us observe further. We must not provoke the serpent in the grass. This individual had already set his sights on him, and any hint of movement would not go unnoticed. Upon my son lies the celestial long-flowing sword of my body refinement sect. Anyone who has come into contact with its sword energy will inevitably bloom with sword flowers. Tell me, do you dare to test this? Feng Wudi fixed his gaze upon Qin Mu, who felt an overwhelming sense of exasperation. Why did this old fellow fixate on him? Did he already know of this matter? What harm could come from a trial? Huang Chuan interjected from the side. Qin Mu's thoughts spiraled into unpublishable realms, contemplating whether this wretched woman sought his demise for her own satisfaction. After this incident, I implore sect leader Feng to return with his people. Morong Li tacitly agreed, but only this once. Certainly, no problem at all, Feng Wudi replied, extending his hand towards Qin Mu. In the next moment, blue sword flowers suddenly erupted from Qin Mu's form. Witnessing this scene, Feng Wudi was engulfed in fury. Indeed, it is you, beast, who has slain my son. You shall pay with your life. Feng Wudi bellowed, striking towards Qin Mu with a sword. The ferocity of the attack was overwhelming. With Qin Mu's current strength, he could hardly contend, feeling an onslaught of power that rendered him breathless. A condensed spirit realm expert, indeed, is a force to be reckoned with on this continent. Master, save me. Qin Mu cried out, employing the great desolate prison heaven finger to barely defend himself. At that moment, Morong Li appeared before him and intervened. Morong Li, do you dare impede my vengeance? Feng Wudi, on the brink of delivering a fatal blow to Qin Mu, was further incensed by this unexpected turn of events. Why does sect leader Feng not inquire about the origin of the sword flowers upon him? Morong Li casually posed the question. Is it not obvious? They surely arose during the battle with my son, Feng Wudi asserted with certainty, leaving no room for debate. Qin Mu, tell us, whence do these sword flowers come? Morong Li prompted. What in the world is happening? Could it be that Qin Mu truly killed Feng Chen? In truth, these sword flowers were left by the esteemed winged king. What? This declaration left everyone speechless. How could such a thing be? The boy stands on the brink of death, yet dares to fabricate lies. Does he truly believe that with Morong Li's protection, I cannot slay him? Should a fight ensue, he would not fear Morong Li in the least. I speak the truth. The winged king desired for me to be her male concubine, yet I declined. Thus she imposed minor punishments upon me. These sword flowers are the evidence. If you doubt me, sect leader Feng may inquire with the winged king herself. Qin Mu had no choice but to cast Ling Qianyu into the fray. After all, such matters were common knowledge and not particularly scandalous. Ling Qianyu? Upon recalling this woman, Feng Wudi broke into a cold sweat. He wished not to engage with one of her ilk, especially since she indeed had a penchant for male slaves. Qin Mu's rejection of her would naturally result in punishment. Very well, the situation has reached this juncture. Perhaps sect leader Feng should take his leave for now. As for your son's demise, once the matter is thoroughly investigated, you may return to my Holy Maiden Sect for restitution. Morong Li waved her hand, issuing an expulsion order. Despite his helplessness, Feng Wudi had no choice but to temporarily cease his efforts, as he lacked sufficient evidence. However, once the seed of suspicion is sown, hatred will swiftly take root and flourish. Just wait, this matter is far from over. After declaring this, Feng Wuti hastily departed with his entourage. What a stroke of misfortune today. Had it not been for the damage to the imaging crystal, the true culprit would have already been apprehended. Once they had all left, Qin Mu patted his chest, appearing as if he had narrowly escaped the calamity. Qin Mu, come here. Mu only glared at Qin Mu and strode forward. It was perplexing. It seemed he had not provoked her, so why was she angry? Chapter 51. A lecture. Muron Li's thoughts upon entering the Saintess Palace. Qin Mu stood to the side, cautiously observing Muron Li. The atmosphere was stifling, as if a cyclone lingered in the air. Kneel. Muron Li commanded in a low voice. A formidable aura bearing down upon Qin Mu. Thud. Caught off guard, Qin Mu's knees buckled, and he fell to the ground with a thud. Damn, my knees are golden. Qin Mu sighed helplessly, not rising, but rather voicing his confusion about what had caused his master to erupt in fury. Can this disciple alleviate your worries? Currently, he was no match for Muron Li's strength and could only endure, biding his time to improve. Once his power increased, he would certainly make Muron Li submit to him. Let her kneel before him? Then she should kneel in front of him to serve him, which cannot be mentioned. For now, he must prioritize enhancing his strength. You say Ling Qinyu wishes you to be her male pet? Muron Li's voice resonated with a hint of jealousy. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu instantly understood. So it was because of this matter? Rest assured, Master, I would never stoop to such a thing. I am a disciple of the Saintess Sect in life and a ghost of the Saintess Sect in death. No matter the temptations offered by others, my heart remains steadfast to you as my sole master. Qin Mu proclaimed loudly, wishing for everyone to hear his words. Only then did Muron Li's expression soften slightly. Has she done anything to you? Muron Li was concerned about this issue. Ling Qinyu was not a woman to be trifled with. And if she had set her sights on someone, it was unlikely that nothing had transpired. A smile crept onto Qin Mu's lips. This was an extraordinary opportunity. The esteemed winged king initially intended to force himself upon me, but my heart was solely devoted to my master. And it was by threatening her that I was able to deter him. Otherwise, master, you might not have seen me today. As he spoke, Qin Mu took a step forward, his expression resembling that of one on the verge of tears, with unwavering loyalty written all over his face. Ling Qinyu truly was excessive. I will undoubtedly seek justice for you. Muron Li appeared quite furious, seemingly inclined to cause a ruckus at the winged king's residence. Master, you must not. Qin Mu quickly intervened. If Muron Li were to indeed go to the winged king's residence, the situation would certainly escalate, leaving him unable to resolve it. You need not clash with the winged king on my account. I am perfectly fine. Taking care of your health is of utmost importance. Qin Mu appeared to be deeply filial, and it brought joy to his master to witness such sentiments. Muron Li had spoken hastily earlier. Should she find herself in conflict with the woman associated with the Feather King, it would undoubtedly lead to complications. Ling Qinyu possessed formidable strength, exuding an unprecedented dominance. Some claimed she hailed from a territory steeped in demonic forces. The aura of bloodshed surrounding her could rival that of many men. Was it merely a facade? Qin Mu internally rolled his eyes, realizing he should have performed his act more convincingly. Fortunately, his recent display of deference had granted him a 10% increase in experience. He was now merely 30% away from advancing to the mid-stage of the celestial spirit realm. With continued effort, once he reached that stage, he would be able to handle Yuhan Huang with ease. The prospect alone filled him with delight. Yuhan Huang, the ice and snow master sister of the Holy Maiden Sect, was a goddess many aspired to possess. To embrace her and nurture her would be sheer bliss. By the way, does Feng Qin's death truly relate to you? Muron Li was uncertain, but since the situation was far from simple, with no outsiders present, Qin Mu spoke candidly. Master, it is true that I was the one who killed Feng Qin. What? Muron Li sprang to her feet, astonished. Why did you take his life? Was it because of Huolinga? Do you realize the trouble this will bring to our sect? He sought to kill me. I merely defended myself, Qin Mu explained. I could not simply stand by and allow him to take my life. Muron Li fell silent, tacitly acknowledging that Feng Qin had brought this upon himself. However, she warned. Do you understand that his father is the sect leader of the Body Refinement Sect, a figure of immense power? Even I do not hold absolute confidence against him. Are you not afraid that Feng Wuti will come for your life? With a sigh, Muron Li lamented Qin Mu's impulsiveness. In that moment, there was no escape unless one of them perished. Qin Mu repeatedly emphasized that he had acted out of necessity. If Feng Wuti truly discovers that I was responsible for Feng Qin's demise, you need only hand me over. I would never want to bring trouble to our sect. Qin Mu spoke earnestly. If worst comes to worst, I will wander the world. Though the Body Refinement Sect was formidable, there were countless powerful beings across the Qin Mu continent. The sect would hardly rank among the top. Moreover, Muron Li would never allow him to perish. This matter shall not be neglected. From now on, you must remain within the sect and refrain from venturing outside. We shall observe Feng Wudi's movements before making any further decisions. Murong Li sighed in resignation. With the situation set in motion, the question of right or wrong had become irrelevant. Qin Mu possessed an exceptional spirit vein, even if it required some sacrifices. His life must be preserved. As for Feng Chun, he was not a virtuous individual and warranted no sympathy. Thank you, master. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Qin Mu yearned for a moment of respite, for the aura emanating from Murong Li was overwhelmingly powerful. Wait, what about the item I asked you to retrieve? Upon hearing Murong Li's words, Qin Mu suddenly comprehended. The 9-turn glazed spear. This was indeed a remarkable treasure that he desired. Whoosh! A spear, entirely shimmering in a glaze-like hue, materialized in Qin Mu's grasp. Here, reluctantly. He relinquished the 9-turn glazed spear, his gaze filled with longing. Although this divine weapon could not rival the unmatched sword, it was a rare artifact nonetheless. With the 9-turn glazed spear in hand, his confidence in the upcoming genius battle increased significantly. Murong Li smiled faintly. You may leave now. And do not cause me any further trouble in the future, do you understand? This Qin Mu had stirred considerable chaos from the outset, potentially igniting a conflict between the two sections. Even if he was unafraid, it was inevitable that casualties would ensue. I take my leave, Qin Mu said, bowing slightly as he departed from the Holy Maiden Palace. As he stepped outside, he was met by Huolinger, who stood before him, her expression peculiar. Sisterling, why do you gaze at me so? Qin Mu felt a chill under her scrutinizing stare. Did you kill Feng Chen? Huolinger inquired in a hushed tone. Yes. Qin Mu did not deny it. It seemed Huolinger had overheard his earlier exchange with Murong Li. Her expression hinted that she might seek vengeance for Feng Chen. Given their years of camaraderie, it was impossible for her to harbor no feelings. Should he confront Huoling? Chapter 52, at midnight. Murong Ning voluntarily surrenders herself. Would Sister Linger truly seek to avenge him? If that were the case, then let it be. Qin Mu stood his ground, unwavering as he met Huolinger's gaze. Why did you kill him? Huolinger asked, her heart conflicted upon learning this news. After all, she had studied alongside Feng Chen for several years. Despite his insincerity towards her, she could not bear to witness his demise. Because he sought to kill me. Do you believe me to be a senseless murderer, Sister Ling? Qin Mu replied. That's not true. I don't think that. Huolinger hastily shook her head, her thoughts in disarray, leaving her uncertain of her next course of action. Feng Chen had attempted to take Qin Mu's life, and Qin Mu had merely defended himself. It was a perfectly justifiable act. To strike at Qin Mu was beyond her courage and desire. Sister Linger, you must understand what kind of person Feng Chen was. He desired to marry you, yet when he could not, he harbored resentment towards me, seeking to eliminate me. I was merely acting in self-defense. Qin Mu spoke with righteous conviction. Upon hearing this, Huolinger fell silent, struck by a realization. It was her involvement that had brought unnecessary trouble to Qin Mu. How could she even consider blaming him? She should not have. Conversely, had Qin Mu's strength not been formidable enough, he might have perished at the sect's gates by now. I am sorry. Huolinger suddenly extended her arms, enveloping Qin Mu in a tight embrace. Taken aback by the unexpected gesture, Qin Mu momentarily froze. So soft, so fragrant. Sister Linger always managed to surprise him in the most delightful ways. Sister Linger, there is no need for such distress. This matter is not your fault. The blame lies solely with Feng Chen, who has led himself to a dead end. Qin Mu gently patted Huolinger's back. Upon raising his gaze, he observed that Huolinger was already in tears. She had never anticipated that her actions would provoke such significant trouble. Should I have not been so resolute in my refusal? Perhaps then, Feng Chen would not have acted so impulsively, nor would he have targeted you. Regardless, Feng Chen is inherently that type of person. Your refusal bears no relation to this. Why should you burden yourself with such guilt? One should not engage in self-inflicted turmoil. Such inner conflict yields no beneficial outcome, and only serves to harm oneself. However, Huolinger still wished to speak, but Qin Mu gently silenced her. Let the past remain in the past. It is paramount to look forward. I find myself somewhat hungry. Might Sister Linger prepare a meal for me? Qin Mu smiled. This lifestyle is indeed quite delightful. Were it not for his underlying plans, remaining at the Holy Maiden Sect would not be a hardship. Very well. I shall make you some fragrant steamed buns. A smile graced Huolinger's face. Qin Mu was right, since this matter had already transpired and was not her responsibility. Continuing to dwell on it was utterly meaningless. Soon, Huolinger led Qin Mu to the kitchen. While she cooked, he tended the fire. Observing her diligent demeanor momentarily left Qin Mu entranced. To have a wife such as this would indeed be a remarkable blessing. An hour later, a large bowl of steaming buns was presented. Do try them, Huolinger exclaimed with anticipation. Qin Mu picked one up and glanced at Huolinger's chest. It appeared to be an exact replica. He took a gentle bite. It was sweet and delightful. Who would have thought Huolinger possessed such talent? The only blame lies with Feng Chun for lacking the fortune. What an unfortunate name he chose, Feng Chun. Throughout history, those of the wind and dust have often met with tragic fates. Did he not know this? After satisfying his hunger, Qin Mu rose to return to his room. He sat cross-legged on the bed, feeling the fluctuations of spiritual energy around him. Suddenly, he realized that he could now absorb spiritual energy through his own power. Once the energy reached a certain density, a breakthrough would be possible. Thus, he would soon rise from his humble beginnings and sing his praises. I must make a name for myself in the Qin Mu continent. Qin Mu clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fierce ambition. Women would only influence the speed at which he drew his sword. He intended merely to flirt, but the notion of responsibility was out of the question. With a creak, the door swung open. Ningyu, is that you, Murong Ning? What brings you here? Qin Mu inquired, surprised. I heard you returned, Qin Mu. How has it been? Did they mistreat you? During this time, Murong Ning had been exceedingly anxious, fearing that something might befall Qin Mu. Such an opportunity was rare. She could not allow any misfortune to befall him. No, rest assured. Yet, your aura seems somewhat different, Qin Mu remarked, observing Murong Ning with unexpected intrigue. This is a sign that she is on the verge of breaking through to the concentration realm. I am about to transcend this stage, but before that, I wanted to see you. Murong Ning spoke, her eyes filled with reluctance. Perhaps it was the presence of Qin Mu during this time that had altered her disposition, allowing the strength that had bound her for over a decade to begin to wane. She was on the brink of a life-and-death breakthrough to the concentration realm. During this period, she could not venture outside, nor could she meet Qin Mu. This is for the best. Focus on your breakthrough, and do not concern yourself with anything else, Qin Mu encouraged her. The presence of two concentration realm powerhouses in the Holy Maiden Sect would further solidify its standing within the Great Sword Dynasty, which would also be beneficial for Qin Mu at this juncture. But the heavenly tribulation of the concentration realm is exceedingly terrifying. I do not know if I can endure it. At this point, a subtle change flickered across Murong Ning's countenance. Why not seek your master for a few protective talismans? As a concentration realm expert, she must have methods at her disposal. This was the best suggestion Qin Mu could offer. Despite any previous animosity between Murong Ning and her master, it was likely that she would assist her in such a critical moment. I do not want her help, Murong Ning insisted, displaying her stubbornness. She was determined to elevate herself to the concentration realm through her own efforts. Did you come to see me merely to say farewell? Qin Mu gazed at Murong Ning, his heart a tumult of emotions. To be frank, Murong Ning regarded him as her other half. Yet did her heart belong solely to Qin Tian? Those few drops of genuine tears were the best testament to her feelings. Of course not. Murong Ning mustered her courage and closed the door behind her, enveloping the space in a vast soundproof formation. Ning, are you? Qin Mu instantly understood her intentions. She was resolute, perhaps wishing to share a final moment before her perilous journey. If you take me, I will have no regrets. Murong Ning's autumn-like eyes locked on a Qin Mu's, evoking a sensation that left him momentarily breathless. In that moment, she shed her garments, revealing her smooth, fair skin that glimmered with an alluring pink hue. Her exquisite form laid bare, as if inviting Qin Mu to admire and cherish her. She was aware of the dangers that lay ahead. Her life might hang by a thread. Otherwise, she would not be so resolute. Murong Ning leaned in and kissed Qin Mu fiercely, the act raw and devoid of technique, driven solely by emotion. Qin Mu's eyes widened in surprise. This time, he intended to take the lead. Suddenly, he flipped over, pressing Murong Ning beneath him with great force. Just then, a voice rang out from outside. Qin Mu, are you asleep? Upon hearing this, Qin Mu's heart sank, realizing the gravity of the situation. Murong Li, what was she doing here? He hesitated for a moment, contemplating how to explain the situation. If caught in such a compromising position, would Murong Li not tear him apart? Forget her. Let us continue. Murong Ning dismissed the concern, turning Qin Mu's head back toward her and kissing him once more. A fervent breath enveloped the air, leaving Qin Mu in a state of disarray. The heat was unbearable, yet the thought of his master bursting through the door compelled him to pause, clinging to the last vestiges of his reason. It's all right. The formation I have set cannot be breached by her, Murong Ning declared with confidence. Unless she opens it herself, not even the prowess of Murong Li at the divine realm can penetrate from the outside. Murong Li, this time, your speed pales in comparison to mine, Murong Ning thought to herself, feeling a surge of pride. Little did she know that Murong Li had once again outpaced her. Qin Mu, are you asleep? Murong Li called from outside the door, detecting faint movements within, yet Qin Mu remained silent. What could this mean? Was she regretting her earlier reprimand, or had he truly succumbed to slumber? Indeed, Qin Mu was asleep, entwined with Murong Ning. Undeterred, Murong Li approached the door. only to be met with an invisible barrier. A formation? When had Qin Mu mastered such techniques? The late hour and silence raised her suspicions. Was he engaging in mischief inside? The more she contemplated, the more she sensed something amiss. She was determined to uncover what schemes Qin Mu was orchestrating. Suddenly, a colossal serpent of spiritual energy surged forth, crashing violently against Qin Mu's door. The impact reverberated, threatening to collapse the entire structure. This cannot continue. Disaster is imminent. Qin Mu, I need you. Beneath him, Mu Rongning was fervently demanding, seemingly oblivious to the chaos surrounding them, entranced by only Qin Mu, even as the room teetered on the brink of collapse. Outside, Mu Rongli was relentlessly attempting to breach the formation, resolute in her refusal to relent until the door was opened. Meanwhile, Mu Rongning remained indifferent, her body emanating an intoxicating fragrance that captivated the senses. Qin Mu focused intently, his palms pressed against Mu Rongning. Within him, a tumultuous surge of spiritual energy battered at his limbs, his eyes reddening as if his very soul were being drawn by an unseen force. What was happening? Had a new form of cultivation been implanted within him? Ding. Detection of increased loyalty from Mu Rongning. Random reward acquired. The principles of yin and yang. What is this? The principles of yin and yang? Loyalty? As Qin Mu sensed the transformation within, it was as though vibrant colors had suddenly splashed onto a once blank canvas, not only filling the void, but elevating his very essence to a higher plane. So this is the method of yin-yang co-cultivation? Indeed, with the interplay of yin and yang, all phenomena of the world lie within his grasp. This world is inherently dualistic. Only through the harmony of yin and yang can one achieve the true path. Opportunities such as this are fleeting. They must not be squandered. Master, forgive me, Qin Mu murmured softly, channeling a powerful surge of spiritual energy to collide with the formation, hastily repairing it. This moment was of paramount importance to him, and he could not afford any interruptions. Outside, Mu Rongli fumed. What else was Qin Mu concealing from her? The protective formation surrounding the room was impenetrable, even to her. Wait, that aura, it seems to belong to Mu Rongning, the audacious girl. Could it be that she has intruded into Qin Mu's chamber? The Holy Maiden's sword intent. With a flourish, Mu Rongli unsheathed a long sword. The overwhelming sword intent coalescing from all directions, converging around her like a mesmerizing lotus flower. This act caused the heavens and earth to tremble, giving rise to an extraordinary phenomenon. A tribulation thunder? What on earth is happening? Why are there signs of tribulation thunder of the condensation realm within Qin Mu's room? What else is he concealing from me? And then there is Mu Rongning. She must certainly be in Qin Mu's chamber. Is that girl on the verge of breaking through to the condensation realm? Boom. The first tribulation thunder descended prematurely, striking fiercely towards Mu Rongning. At this moment, Qin Mu had just finished his affairs when the tribulation thunder struck, nearly rendering him unable to continue his lineage. Damn. Fortunately, I dodged in time. Truly, the tribulation thunder of the condensation realm is terrifying beyond measure. This is bad. The thunder is arriving early. You must leave quickly. Mu Rongning's complexion changed drastically. For reasons unknown, after her union with Qin Mu, her tribulation thunder had descended earlier than anticipated, and was even more intense than she had foreseen. Could this be a punishment from the heavens? What will you do if I leave? Qin Mu felt a pang of sympathy as he gazed at the vulnerable Mu Rongning, standing alone to face the tribulation thunder. What if she fails? Moreover, Mu Rongli was still outside. How could he explain this if he were to go out now? In the dead of night, he and Mu Rongning, a man and a woman, were alone in a room. Even if he had a multitude of excuses, it would still be difficult to clarify the situation. If you do not leave, the thunder will perceive that there are two individuals undergoing the tribulation together, and the ensuing punishment will be doubled, leading to the demise of both you and me. What? Such a rule exists. Can you handle it? Qin Mu stood at the doorway, his expression complex. If Mu Rongning could not withstand the tribulation thunder, her fate would be sealed. To be honest, he was reluctant to let her go. Rest assured, I shall not perish so easily. Mu Rongning smiled gently at Qin Mu, two genuine tears glistening in the corners of her eyes. Qin Mu absorbed this sight, then approached her, placing the Wushuang sword before her. This sword, named Wushuang, contains a fragment of my sword saint's intent. Should you find yourself in peril, casting this sword may grant you a chance at survival. Qin Mu spoke earnestly, for the Wushuang sword was exceptionally sturdy, surely capable of withstanding this tribulation thunder to some extent. Mu Rongning nodded, touched. Stepping closer to Qin Mu, she lightly kissed his forehead. You must go. Mu Rongning was resolute, holding the Wushuang sword, her gaze lifted towards the heavens. Come. Let her witness just how terrifying the tribulation thunder of the condensation realm truly is. Qin Mu was forcefully thrust out of the door, his body retreating several meters, only to feel a gentle force holding him back, allowing him to halt just in time. Turning to look, it was Li. Master. Qin Mu feigned nonchalance, speaking slowly, for he could not afford to reveal any hint of distress to Li. What is happening in your room? Who cast this formation? Li exuded an aura of overwhelming pressure, her gaze fixed intently upon Qin Mu. It was the Grand Elder. Ning? Indeed, it was she. What brings her to your chambers at such an hour? A surge of jealousy welled up within Li. As the sect leader, she was unable to enter a disciple's room at will, yet that did not imply that others were afforded the same restraint. Master, please observe. The Grand Elder is on the verge of facing her heavenly tribulation and has come to seek my assistance. Qin Mu fabricated a reason, regardless of whether she believed it. He had convinced himself. Before Li could utter a word, a thunderous clap resounded from the heavens, shattering the room into fragments. And a graceful figure slowly materialized before Li and Qin Mu. Upon seeing Ning in her natural state, Li's fury erupted. Turn away and close your eyes. How could this be something Qin Mu was allowed to witness? Chapter 54. Sharing a bed, please don't be reckless. Qin Mu obediently turned his back. Yet did it bear any significance? He had already seen what should not be seen. Even if Li shielded him, the established truths remained immutable. Her heavenly tribulation was unlike any other. Li felt a twinge of concern. Regardless of their past grievances, in this life and death moment, she could not remain indifferent. This girl? Truly, with the tribulation approaching, she failed to inform me. This place is unsuitable for facing the tribulation. I shall take you to a more favorable location. After speaking, Li gracefully rose, stepping into the air, her delicate feet radiating a resplendent glow beneath the night sky, appearing both sacred and enigmatic. With a casual motion of her hand, like a celestial maiden descending from the heavens, she summoned a surge of spiritual energy from all directions. Countless chains erupted forth, ensnaring Ning securely. Master, the Grand Elder is undergoing her heavenly tribulation. It would be best not to disturb her. Should she fail, it would cost her life. Silence. My affairs are not for you to meddle in. If you dare turn your head, I shall sever it from your shoulders. Li declared with imperious authority. Her words not a threat, but an edict. With her strength, eliminating Qin Mu would be as effortless as a mere flick of her wrist. I understand, disciple. Qin Mu replied, shoulders slumping in resignation. The situation had escalated beyond his control. He could only observe the resilience of Ning's fate. Rise. With a crack, the ground beneath Ning was uprooted. Several chains served as a tether, leading her slowly towards the back mountain. Li followed closely behind, casting aside a cloak. Fortunate it was night, or else this splendid sight would have drawn the gaze of many. Once they departed, Qin Mu exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet, upon glancing back, he was met with a cascade of dismay as several dark lines appeared on his forehead. What could he even say? Where's my room? The celestial thunder had obliterated his quarters. What remained of the floor had been completely uprooted by Li, leaving only a gaping pit. Was he to sleep in a hole tonight? Impossible. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Mu made his way towards Yan Qingyu's room. Is it acceptable to temporarily take you in? What did you say? You want to sleep with me tonight? Yan Qingyu was taken aback. How could this be permissible? They were two solitary individuals without any formal relationship, and it was inappropriate for them to share a dwelling. My house has been demolished. I just need a place to stay. Rest assured, I will sleep. Qin Mu suddenly smacked his forehead, forgetting that this was a fantastical realm devoid of sofas. This meant he had only two choices before him: to squeeze onto the same bed as Yan Qingyu, or to sleep on the floor. If forced to choose, he would undoubtedly opt for the former. There's only one bed. There's south no place for you to sleep. Yan Qingyu shrugged her shoulders, indicating her helplessness. How about we just squeeze together? I'm quite slender, and you're not overweight either. Qin Mu began to jest, employing his most persuasive tactics. Especially since Yan Qingyu needed his assistance, she surely wouldn't refuse such a minor favor. Are you certain you have no ulterior motives? Yan Qingyu looked at Qin Mu with suspicion, having heard tales of how he captivated the second senior sister. Perhaps it was merely his stunning looks that enchanted her. I assure you, I have no intentions of taking advantage. Am I that kind of person? Besides, your affiliation with the Martial King's mansion suggests I have no desire to meet an early demise. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Qin Mu pressed on. At last, Yan Qingyu relented. Only this once. Upon uttering these words, her entire face flushed a radiant red, making her quite adorable. Unacquainted with worldly affairs, Yan Qingyu retained a childlike innocence. She nimbly climbed into bed, positioning herself snugly against the wall. Qin Mu, with no other thoughts occupying his mind, settled at the edge and promptly fell asleep. He was genuinely exhausted. Perhaps it was the first experience attempting the harmonious balance of yin and yang that left him somewhat drained. Yan Qingyu's heart raced, yet gradually. She discerned Qin Mu's faint breathing. He has fallen asleep? So quickly? He was even a couple of fingers' breadth away from her. Unexpectedly. This Qin Mu proved to be a man of integrity. Yan Qingyu turned to gaze at Qin Mu's chiseled features, which indeed possessed a certain charm, and with formidable strength. He might truly be a worthy match. However, the Martial King's mansion upheld strict rules. Unmarried individuals were not permitted to share a room. Qin Mu, you are rather unique. Yan Qingyu had never heard of this name before, yet now, Qin Mu had become a rising star within the Holy Maiden Sect, even rivaling the renown of Yuhan Huang. He was merely a lowly male servant. How could he achieve such remarkable progress in such a brief period? What secrets lay within Qin Mu? Lost in thought, Yan Qingyu gradually succumbed to sleep. Yet in the middle of the night, her restless hands roamed, waking Qin Mu several times. Why is this woman so disruptive in her slumber? Qin Mu turned over, only to find himself firmly held by Yan Qingyu. This was deliberate. She was certainly doing this on purpose. The next morning, Yan Qingyu slowly opened her eyes, but the very next moment, her voice, akin to a dolphin's call, startled Qin Mu awake. What is your name? Qin Mu, though unwell, seemed to feign some illness. Was she truly so anxious that others might not be aware of her overnight stay in his room? Forgive me, it was not my intention. Yan Qingyu quickly released her grip, her cheeks aflame, unable to meet Qin Mu's gaze. How utterly embarrassing. A faint smile graced Qin Mu's lips. How amusing it was to discover that Yan Qingyu was not as naive as he had presumed. I am magnanimous and shall not hold this against you. Swiftly donning his attire, Qin Mu slipped outside to evade detection. Watching his retreating figure, Yan Qingyu pondered his true nature. What was he really like? Alas, what was she thinking? Qin Mu soared towards the back mountain, and from a distance, he spotted Murong Li standing still in midair, though the ominous thunderclouds above had long since dissipated. Master, where is the Grand Elder? Qin Mu's concern deepened. Surely, they had not truly failed? The previous night's tempest had been a harrowing ordeal. He had stood vigil, while the Grand Elder had nearly exhausted her strength. At the brink of despair, a black and white long sword had miraculously shielded her from the final strike of the tribulation, allowing her to narrowly succeed. Murong Li sighed, reflecting on the near brush with death. But where is she now? Having successfully navigated the tribulation, why is she not present? She is in seclusion on Zhaohua Mountain, undergoing a breakthrough. And it is uncertain when she will emerge. Murong Li's expression grew grave. Must one truly enter seclusion after a breakthrough? Qin Mu, why are you so concerned for her? Could it be that you harbor affections for her? Suddenly, Murong Li realized that Qin Mu had never shown such interest in anyone before, and yet here he stood, neglecting to offer even a single greeting to her. There must be something amiss between them. Panic surged within Qin Mu as he sensed Murong Li's growing suspicion. If he did not concoct a suitable explanation, the situation could become quite troublesome. Chapter 55. Trouble approaches, yet I hold a hostage. Before Qin Mu could finish his thought, a resounding voice echoed from outside the mountain gate. Chu Hanfeng, the leader of the Wanjian sect, requests an audience with Sect Master Murong. Upon hearing that powerful voice, Murong Li's expression hardened. Why had Chu Hanfeng come? Come, let us see what this is about. Murong Li turned and launched himself towards the mountain gate. With Qin Mu closely following, his thoughts racing. Could it be that he sought vengeance for my confrontation with Chu Xingyun? Is he truly so petty? Arriving at the mountain gate, they were taken aback by the scene before them. Numerous disciples of the Saintist sect lay wounded on the ground, varying degrees of injuries evident. Meanwhile, Chu Hanfeng and his son, Chu Xingyun, stood nearby, impeccably dressed, their eyes filled with derision and provocation, while none dared approach within a 10-meter radius. Enraged, Murong Li confronted them. Chu Hanfeng, what is the meaning of this? You injure my disciples and disturb my mountain. Do you take me for a fool? Without hesitation, Murong Li drew his sword and struck towards Chu Hanfeng. However, Chu Hanfeng was no pushover. With a swift motion, his right hand shot forth, summoning a fiery red long sword from the mountain, shattering the rock as it landed firmly in his grasp. It was your Saintist sect that initiated the provocation. I, Chu, have merely come to seek justice. Murong Zong, I shall accompany you to the end. With a clang, in the blink of an eye, the two engaged in a fierce battle. This Chu Hanfeng's strength has surprisingly reached the latter stage of the spirit condensation realm. The situation is dire. Father, it is this brat who has harbored improper thoughts towards Hans Huang and has caused me great humiliation. Today, I shall ensure his demise. Chu Xiongyan noticed Qin Mu, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He dared to mock and belittle him. Qin Mu must not be allowed to live. Qin Mu was startled upon hearing this. Indeed, he was coming for him. Very well, today I shall slay him on your behalf. while dealing with Morong Li. He still had the strength to target Qin Mu. Truly, he was worthy of being in the latter stage of the spirit condensation realm, possessing considerable skill. Qin Mu felt a sharp sword intent rushing towards him, as if he were locked in place. Following that, countless strands of sword energy surrounded him like a cage, ensnaring him tightly. In an instant, he evaded backward, his gaze fierce. This was no trivial game. It was utterly humiliating. His strange movements allowed him to dodge a significant amount of sword energy. However, continuing in such a manner was not a viable strategy. Qin Mu halted, concentrating and gathering the spiritual energy within his body at his fingertips. Aiming precisely at Chu Hanfeng, he launched a strike. Great Wilderness Prison Heaven Finger. Vanquish, Qin Mu murmured, and a surge of formidable power erupted, causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly. Even Chu Hanfeng did not anticipate that a cultivator in the early stages of the heavenly spirit realm could unleash such might. His underestimation led to a significant wound on his body. His clothing was torn, akin to receiving a slap from Qin Mu. Brat, I did not expect you to possess such a terrifying technique. Hand it over. I might consider granting you a swift end. Chu Hanfeng looked down at Qin Mu with a condescending gaze. Otherwise, he had a myriad of methods to torment Qin Mu, rendering his existence worse than death. Chu Hanfeng, let us battle once more. Qin Mu, be cautious. If necessary, do not hesitate to employ decisive measures. Morong Li's intention was crystal clear. No wonder Chu Hanfeng dared to come here. It turned out his strength had increased. Did he believe he could run rampant over the Saint sect because of this? Understood. Master, leave it to me. Qin Mu immediately grasped the situation, directing his gaze towards Chu Xiangyun. Under that gaze, Chu Xiangyun felt a chill run down his spine. Why had Qin Mu's strength surged to the heavenly spirit realm in just a few days? This is unjust. He was merely the young master of the 10,000 Sword sect, with a meager strength still at the earth spirit realm. It would be utterly embarrassing if this got out. What do you intend to do? Chu Hanfeng had realized the situation had turned grim and attempted to retreat, only to be blocked by the suddenly appearing Morong Li. Chu Hanfeng, do you believe your newfound strength can withstand my Saintess sword intent? As her words fell, the Saintess sword intent began to coalesce. In the entire space, several lotus flowers appeared out of thin air, glowing crimson, swiftly spinning towards Chu Hanfeng. Having suffered under the Saintess sword intent before, Chu Hanfeng naturally did not dare to be careless. All swords returned to one. Let us see what other tricks Morong Li possesses. Two torrents of sword intent coalesced in the air, resembling ferocious beasts clashing violently, causing the very foundation of the mountain gate to tremble precariously. A trickle of blood seeped from Morong Li's lips. Her strength ultimately fell short. Ha ha ha, Morong Li. You find yourself powerless, do you not? After being suppressed for so many years, I can finally revel in my triumph. Why not follow me henceforth? We could become partners in the pursuit of cultivation, which would be a splendid arrangement. Chu Hanfeng's gaze lingered hungrily upon Morong Li's beauty. He had come forth not only to defend his son, but also for his own ambitions. The foremost beauty of the great sword dynasty, Morong Li, was a coveted figure among cultivators. To have her join his 10,000 sword sect would be an extraordinary fortune. How dare you, you shameless wretch! Morong Li retaliated with another sword strike, her force magnified. What was Chu Hanfeng, that he would dare covet her? You invite punishment for spurning my offer. Morong Li, I grant you this final opportunity. Will you join me, or shall I obliterate you? The recent victory had bolstered Chu Hanfeng's confidence. In this moment, no one within the Holy Maiden Sect could rival him. Even if she sought help, no one would arrive in time. What do you think you are? To covet my master? Suddenly, Qin Mu's voice resonated, interrupting the fray. Upon hearing the voice, Chu Hanfeng turned, his expression momentarily faltering. What? Yener? He beheld Qin Mu grasping his son, as if he were a lifeless dog. Release my son, Chu Hanfeng bellowed, veins bulging on his forehead. His aura surging like a great dragon charging at Qin Mu with overwhelming pressure. Qin Mu, Morong Li exclaimed in alarm. This tremendous aura was beyond her capacity to withstand. Should he perish, all would be lost. Master, do not worry, I have my methods. After which, Qin Mu struck Chu Xingyun across the face, declaring, if your father seeks to kill me, which do you think will act faster, his strike or my breaking of your neck? Stung by the slap, Chu Xingyun seethed with humiliation. You insolent brat, I shall slay you. 10,000 swords return to one. Sword transforms into a dragon. Go. Chu Hanfeng, thoroughly enraged, unleashed a strike imbued with cataclysmic power, impervious to resistance. Thus, let the young master of the 10,000 sword sect accompany me to the netherworld. It is no loss. A smirk graced Qin Mu's lips as he acted since Chu Hanfeng was willing to lower his status to seek justice for his son. It was clear that he would not remain passive. Once this was grasped, all issues could be resolved effortlessly. As expected, Chu Hanfeng dared not wager his son's life. The sword dragon dissipated, and the atmosphere calmed. Release him, and I shall spare your life. Chu Hanfeng spoke slowly, his heart filled with reluctance yet trapped by circumstance. Qin Mu held his son as leverage, making it unwise to provoke him further. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Are you afraid? Qin Mu scoffed, rising into the air. Yet, this was far from over. What do you mean? I have already ceased hostilities. Release my son at once. Chu Hanfeng's veins throbbed with anger as he glared fiercely. You dare to cause a disturbance in my Holy Maiden Sect without facing repercussions? Qin Mu smirked at the corner of his eye, preparing to flaunt his prowess. Qin Mu, do not provoke him, murmured Morong Li, a formidable figure in the late stage of the spirit-gathering realm, whose strength should not be underestimated. If you truly force him into a corner, no one in the Holy Maiden Sect could stop him. Master, this scoundrel has insulted you. I will ensure he pays dearly. Qin Mu declared resolutely, unafraid as he gazed at Chu Hanfeng. What of Morong Li becoming his partner? What about me? Hearing this, Morong Li's expression softened slightly. Qin Mu's willingness to confront the late-stage Chu Hanfeng for her sake revealed his loyalty. However, without Han Xuan present, the royal family of the Great Sword Dynasty could have intimidated Chu Hanfeng somewhat. Boy, what on earth do you intend to do? Chu Hanfeng, unable to contain his rage, let out a cold snort, causing the surrounding stones to shatter. This was a threat aimed at Qin Mu. Apologize to my master and compensate us with several treasures of heaven and earth, and I shall release him. Otherwise, I will drag him down with me. Certainly. Qin Mu responded with unwavering conviction. What? You want me to apologize to her? And also compensate you with treasures? You have quite the audacity. Chu Hanfeng thought that if he were to comply, he would lose all face in managing the myriad sword sect. Do you refuse? Then I shall kill him now. Qin Mu exerted pressure anew, and Chu Xingyun sensed the approach of death, calling out urgently, Father, save me. Do not harm my son. Chu Hanfeng exclaimed anxiously. I will do as you say. He then turned to Morong Li, slightly bowing. Mistress Morong, I spoke out of turn earlier. I beg your forgiveness. He then offered 3 top-grade spirit weapons from the myriad sword sect as restitution, which Morong Li accepted nonchalantly. Now may I have my son back? Chu Hanfeng, stripped of dignity today, would likely not let this matter rest. Once Qin Mu released Chu Xingyun, he might unleash a massacre upon the entire Holy Maiden Sect. A strategy must be devised. Morong Li fell into contemplation. How could they proceed? Unless there was a second expert of the spirit-gathering realm within the Holy Maiden Sect. It would be challenging to intimidate Chu Hanfeng. As for Morong Ning, it was uncertain when she would emerge from her seclusion. She spent a full 10 days breaking through to the spirit concentration realm, and Morong Ning had been trapped in the heavenly spirit realm for quite some time, which likely meant her struggle would be even longer. Master Chu, in that case, I shall release young Master Chu. The sudden declaration from him sent a shiver down Qin Mu's spine. He had anticipated a prolonged standoff, yet who could have foreseen that Chu Hanfeng would be so flexible? What was he to do? If he released Chu Xingyun without a hostage, would Chu Hanfeng not flay him alive? System, is there any way to save my life? Perhaps a swift breakthrough to the spirit concentration realm? Qin Mu began to consult the system. Faced with such formidable foes, relying solely on himself and Morong Li was insufficient. Host, are you daydreaming? The system's voice echoed, only to vanish into thin air afterward. Qin Mu was perplexed. What did it mean by the power of true love? Who? Morong Li? Surely she wouldn't awaken her strength and break through her realm merely upon seeing him on the brink of death. That was utterly absurd. Even a novelist would not write such a thing. The system's words were as good as meaningless. Suddenly, Qin Mu's gaze fell upon Chu Xingyun, then shifted to Chu Hanfeng. Young Master Chu, how is it that you bear no resemblance to your father? His words piqued the attention of everyone around. No resemblance. Indeed. Why had they not considered this before? Moreover, Chu Xingyun's cultivation talent was so mediocre that he could not even rival the disciples of the Wanjian sect. Aside from his status, his aptitude was unremarkable. Could it be that you are not the son of Master Chu? Qin Mu merely speculated, utilizing his knowledge of physiognomy. There was no doubt that Chu Xingyun and Chu Hanfeng shared no blood relation. Would they be uncovering an astonishing truth? Young man, what did you just say? Chu Hanfeng was taken aback, his expression shifting. He had long harbored suspicions. Though he was not an unparalleled genius, he was indeed highly gifted among his peers. It was said that dragons beget dragons and phoenixes beget phoenixes, yet his son was exceedingly ordinary. And he had exhausted vast amounts of elixirs merely to elevate his strength to the earth spirit realm. Yet, he could not even compare to a disciple of the Saintess sect. Master Chu, I was merely guessing. Please do not take it to heart. Qin Mu shrugged. Father, are you doubting me? Chu Xingyun was equally astonished. His father, who had always doted on him, now seemed to question him solely because of Qin Mu's words. Master Chu, I possess a unique artifact in our Saintess sect that can help verify this matter. More only produced a jade mirror, explaining that if they were to drop their blood into it, if it coalesced, it would confirm their blood relationship. Chu Hanfeng felt a twinge of anxiety. Whether to test or not became a dilemma. Naturally, More only hoped he would proceed with the test. If it could indeed prove that Chu Xingyun was not his son, it would undoubtedly affect Hanfeng's disposition, thus enhancing her own odds of success. After careful consideration, Chu Hanfeng dripped a drop of his blood, followed by a drop from Chu Xingyun. As the droplets fell into the jade mirror, they astonishingly parted, revealing a lack of compatibility. Chu Xingyun is not his son. How absurd. Which wretched woman bore this illegitimate child? Chu Hanfeng uttered a low growl, and a force emanated from his palm, violently yanking Chu Xingyun toward him. Such a display of power left even Qin Mu momentarily stunned. How swift, how fierce. Father, Chu Xingyun gasped for breath, his vision fading, his feet struggling against the ground. Do not call me father. You are unworthy. An illegitimate child should not exist in this world. With a sharp crack, Chu Xingyun's neck was twisted, extinguishing his breath entirely. Dead. Qin Mu's expression turned grave. This was a serious predicament. Chapter 57. A taste of all, strength enhanced. Without hesitation, Chu Hanfeng had slain Chu Xingyun. The body fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The air seemed to solidify as everyone inhaled sharply. Could the leader of the Maiden sect truly be this brutal? After raising a son for over 20 years, he executed him without a second thought. Sensing the surging tempest of rage, Mu gripped the Saintess sword tightly, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Chu Hanfeng, her expression tense. Boom. A tidal wave of murderous intent swept forth, shaking the very foundations of the mountain gate. Mu Li's form faltered, threatening to plunge downward. Observing this, Qin Mu swiftly rushed forward, securely grasping her waist. Master, are you all right? This Chu Hanfeng appears to be quite unhinged. They must tread carefully. Mu Li felt Qin Mu's warm embrace around her slender waist, the unimpeded contact causing her heart to waver, memories of the cave flooding her mind. What would he think if he knew of his master's ancestral destruction? No harm done, merely a momentary lapse, shaken by the aura. Mu Li swiftly regained her composure. This Chu Hanfeng seemed on the verge of collapse. Today's events would undoubtedly end in turmoil. Qin Mu gazed at Mu Li, entranced. She was indeed the most resplendent leader of the great sword dynasty, her skin cool to the touch, accompanied by a uniquely alluring fragrance that was simply unforgettable. Suddenly, amidst Qin Mu's reverie, a piercing scream erupted. Chu Hanfeng let out a deafening roar, his eyes turning blood red, an overwhelming aura surging forth, causing many disciples to sway and collapse to the ground. This is bad. Chu Hanfeng has gone mad. The disciples were commanded to retreat to the mountain gate and form a defensive formation. Mu Li, wielding the Saintess sword, soared toward Chu Hanfeng. Her flowing attire fluttered like that of a celestial being, radiating an intense white light that accentuated her figure exquisitely. Qin Mu, dazzled by the sight, pondered, when would he finally win her heart? He then planted his foot firmly and moved to Mu Li's side. What are you doing here? Go back. Mu Li barked, her voice laced with urgency. The situation was perilous and could easily harm Qin Mu. Master, I have come to assist you, even if it costs me my life. I shall strive to buy enough time for my revered master and thwart the frenzied Chu Hanfeng. Qin Mu's gaze was resolute as he positioned himself before Mu Li. In that moment, his figure stood tall and imposing, akin to a celestial warrior, steadfast and unwavering. This fool, did he truly believe he could impede Chu Hanfeng? Wash, wash, wash. At that moment, several silhouettes soared into the air. Firelinger, Huang Chuan, and a mysterious dark figure who had never before revealed herself. Master, we have come to assist you. Firelinger declared earnestly, a vivid red mark blossoming between her brows, resembling a phoenix in all its resplendent glory. My dear disciples, it is not in vain that I have cherished you. Witnessing this scene, Mu Li felt profoundly moved. With the collective strength of the Holy Maiden Sect, what challenge could remain insurmountable? Qin Shidi, let us unite and confront Chu Hanfeng alongside our master. Huang Chuan's attitude towards Qin Mu shifted upon witnessing his previous actions. Perhaps he was not the petty man she had presumed him to be. Their sudden appearance took Qin Mu by surprise. Yet, this would inevitably slow the rate at which he accumulated experience. Alone, he could feast, but with so many, they could strive in unison. When would he ascend to the mid-stage of the heavenly spirit realm? Why must the heavens treat him thus? With a ferocious roar, Chu Hanfeng gripped his sword and swung wildly in all directions, as if venting his pent-up frustration, exuding an aura of impending slaughter. After nurturing a son for so long, only to discover there was no blood relation, who could accept such a reality? More only, today I shall seize you back, Chu Hanfeng bellowed. Intent on fathering a son of his own, a task he had laid squarely upon Murong Li's shoulders. Enough chatter, strike! A dazzling sword intent descended from the heavens, tearing through the void towards the crown of Chu Hanfeng's head. Yet, in his current state of madness, Chu Hanfeng effortlessly repelled the sword energy with a mere flick of his hand, causing it to dissipate into nothingness, posing no threat to him whatsoever. What? How is this possible? Even a late-stage condensing spirit realm expert could not remain unscathed under the Holy Maiden's sword intent. Could it be that his frenzied state had augmented his strength? My master is not someone you can covet. With a sense of urgency, Qin Mu summoned the unparalleled sword using his own essence blood. Within the creation mountain, a black and white mysterious sword emitted a resonant hum before soaring skyward, hurtling towards him before settling firmly in his grasp. Indeed, the black and white mysterious sword belonged to Qin Mu. Murong Li, witnessing the sword in Qin Mu's hand, felt a tumult of emotions, realizing that the sword used by Murong Ning during her breakthrough yesterday truly belonged to Qin Mu. Swordsman Eswell, let one sword open the celestial gate. Qin Mu could not afford to dwell on these revelations. If he did not stop Chu Hanfeng soon, they all might perish. With a thunderous crash, a surge of sword intent descended, unstoppable as it struck like a bolt of lightning. It forced Chu Hanfeng to stagger backward several paces. How formidable! Murong Li gazed at Qin Mu, astonished that the sword intent he wielded was of the highest caliber. It is no wonder that he can inflict damage upon Chu Hanfeng. Prepare to meet your demise. The mountain of 10,000 swords. With a thunderous clamor, countless sharp blades descended from above like rain, all aimed solely at Qin Mu. Be careful, junior brother. Both Hualinger and Huang Chuan rushed forward, positioning themselves at Qin Mu's sides. Sisters, this place is perilous. You must retreat. Qin Mu subtly licked his lips. Huang Chuan's strength surpassed his own, and her presence proved invaluable. To leave you here alone would be to watch you court death. Huang Chuan shook her head, her eyes ablaze with combat fervor. The two short swords in her hands danced with a dazzling elegance, imbued with a formidable killing intent. This was her mastery of the twin-sleeve sword dance. As Qin Mu noticed his experience points increase, he resolutely cast aside his long sword and forcefully pushed both Huang Chuan and Hualinger back, his movements exceptionally rough, striking at their lower backs. Taken unawares, they were sent sprawling. Sister Linger, Sister Huang, you bear the great responsibilities of the Holy Maiden Sect. Allow me to handle this. Even if I perish, I shall die with honor, Qin Mu declared, turning away and leaving behind a commanding silhouette. Chu Hanfeng, today I, Qin Mu, shall fight to the death for the Holy Maiden Sect, for my master, and for my esteemed sisters. With righteous fervor, he addressed the onlookers, including Murong Li and the gathered disciples. In this moment, he had thoroughly garnered their attention. Whoosh! Experience points surged rapidly, his power nearing the mid-stage of the heavenly spirit realm. It has come. My prolonged efforts were not in vain. Qin Mu's heart swelled with joy, and he gripped his sword once more, choosing to elevate his strength. Chapter 58. Murong Ning emerges, sisters united, viciously assaulting Chu Hanfeng. Chu Hanfeng could distinctly sense the enhancement of Qin Mu's strength. Was he on the verge of breaking through to the mid-stage of the heavenly spirit realm? How could this be possible? Qin Mu, are you about to break through? Even Murong Li was astonished that, in such a short span, Qin Mu's prowess could rival that of Yuhan's Huang. Was this astonishing talent truly a boon bestowed by an extraordinary spiritual vein? Perhaps in my moment of urgency, I hastily chose to protect my master and you all. Qin Mu opted for the breakthrough. Having a system is indeed remarkable. Under normal circumstances, breaking through indoors requires the absence of any external interference. Otherwise, one risks deviating from their path, leading to failure or even death. Yet, Qin Mu was unfazed. His ascent required but a fleeting moment. Once his experience points were full, he could ascend at any time. Thus, what unfolded before Murong Li and the others was akin to witnessing Qin Mu's elevation in speed, astonishingly swift, completed within mere breaths. Incredible. Simply extraordinary. Yet Murong Li remained cautious. Chu Hanfeng was already at the late stage of the concentration realm, a significant tier above Qin Mu. Even with a breakthrough, he might still struggle against Chu Hanfeng. Had I known, I should have left a few elders within the sect. Previously, due to the events surrounding the battle of the 3,000 geniuses, many elders of the sect had been sent out for training and had yet to return. Otherwise, how could the situation be so dire? The system's voice resonated within Qin Mu's mind, detecting that he was the object of concern for numerous women, rewarding him with a power enhancement card. This card could be utilized by him to advance one level or bestowed upon another, allowing them to elevate by 2 levels. Is this truly feasible? Qin Mu mused, glancing down to find the disciples of the Holy Maiden Sect gazing at him with teary eyes. deeply moved. The worry etched on their faces suggested they feared for his very life. To be the center of such attention from so many women, and yet receive a reward? A sudden insight dawned upon Qin Mu. The essence of flattery extends beyond mere words. If he could attract even more attention, would his power not escalate even more swiftly? Yet, even with a boost to the late stages of the celestial spirit realm, facing Chu Hanfeng would still pose a formidable challenge. Should he grant the card to someone else? Perhaps he could give it to Murong Li? The thought crossed his mind, but was quickly dismissed. Murong Li showed no signs of breakthrough. Should she achieve an unclear advancement, suspicion would inevitably arise. If the investigation led back to him, he would find himself in a precarious position. Murong Ning. A surge of joy washed over Qin Mu as he conceived a plan. If he could facilitate a breakthrough for Murong Ning, the two formidable practitioners in the spirit concentration realm would undoubtedly manage to handle Chu Hanfeng. Without hesitation, he activated the power enhancement card on Murong Ning. Upon the peaks of the creation mountain, a brilliant light erupted as a naked figure soared from the mountain. Her flawless skin glowing radiantly, curves accentuated, with hair cascading freely to conceal her modesty. Slowly, Murong Ning opened her eyes, a glimmer of joy illuminating her gaze. Had she truly broken through to the spirit concentration realm? Moreover, she had reached the mid-stages. Fortune smiled upon her indeed. Qin Mu, I will make you pay. Chu Hanfeng, though not entirely devoid of reason, was acutely aware of Qin Mu's enigmatic nature. That terrifying sword intent could indeed harm him. If he allowed a few more years to pass, could he not eliminate him? The roar of fury reverberated, causing Murong Ning's expression to shift dramatically. Who dared to harm Qin Mu? With a swift motion, she donned a flowing white gown, her hair elegantly arranged, and in an instant, she vanished, racing towards the mountain gate. Meanwhile, Qin Mu endured a blade strike, his form descending rapidly. Observing this, Murong Li sprang into action, soaring towards him and enveloping him in her arms. Instinctively, Qin Mu recoiled, only to find his face pressed against Murong Li's bosom. How delightfully soft. He initially wished to savor the moment, but alas, his injuries were too grave, and he swiftly succumbed to unconsciousness. Chu Hanfeng, I shall end you. Flames seemed to ignite beside Murong Li, her eyes blazing with fury, spirals of spiritual energy swirling around her. She was exceedingly angry, teetering on the brink of rage. Very well, let me witness your strength, Chu Hanfeng retorted, unperturbed, for within the entire Holy Maiden Sect, no one was his equal. Spirit, take care of Qin Mu. Murong Li commanded. Just as she prepared to strike, a figure clad in white surged past her. Ninga? Upon witnessing Murong Ning's breakthrough to the spirit concentration realm, Murong Li was filled with both astonishment and joy. This newfound strength provided them with leverage against Chu Hanfeng, who has wounded Qin Mu. Murong Ning's voice resonated like an echo from the abyss, imbued with an unrelenting chill. As the wind howled around them, her gaze settled upon Chu Hanfeng. It was I who inflicted harm upon him. What can you do about it? A smirk of amusement graced Chu Hanfeng's face. Taken aback by the revelation of a pair of twin sisters within the Holy Maiden Sect, Murong Li had certainly done well in safeguarding this woman. Since she had appeared, he thought it prudent to seize them both. A simple acknowledgement will suffice. 9 Heavens Phoenix Cry Sword, Murong Ning exclaimed, her voice commanding as she clenched her palm. A phoenix's cry resonated from a distance, and a fire-red longsword seemingly materialized out of thin air. Murong Li's heart swelled with joy. She had finally refined the 9 Heavens Phoenix Cry Sword. Previously, during their excursion to the outer battlefield, the sisters had retrieved 2 swords. One, the Holy Maiden Sword in Murong Li's possession, and the other, the 9 Heavens Phoenix Cry Sword. Yet, Murong Ning had been hindered by emotional turmoil, preventing her from earning the sword's recognition. Now, with her strength ascended, she could finally wield the 9 Heavens Phoenix Cry Sword. Chu Hanfeng, for daring to harm Qin Mu. You shall pay the price, Murong Ning declared, brandishing the 9 Heavens Phoenix Cry Sword, and without hesitation, she unleashed a devastating strike. A thunderous roar echoed, and the heavens trembled. How is this possible? This is indeed a divine artifact. Chu Hanfeng was forced to retreat, dodging desperately. Yet, he was still struck by the sword's aura, crashing against a mountainside, blood spilling from his lips. Cursed be you for pushing me to this. Chu Hanfeng wiped away the blood, his eyes ablaze with fury, exuding an overwhelming malevolence. At this moment, Murong Li ascended. Ninger, let us join forces to avenge Qin Mu. Murong Li understood that only by combining their strengths could they utterly defeat Chu Hanfeng. Agreed. Murong Ning responded without hesitation, channeling the essence of the Phoenix Cry Sword. Behind her, a massive silhouette of a phoenix flickered, its presence overwhelming, capable of slicing through the very fabric of space. Concurrently, Murong Li summoned the essence of the Holy Maiden Sword once more. The convergence of the two swords unleashed immeasurable power, one blue and one red, spiraling fiercely toward Chu Hanfeng. Under such immense pressure, Chu Hanfeng struggled to defend himself, yet it proved fruitless. With the wrath of the two women upon him, he stood no chance. Bang! Chu Hanfeng was sent flying, crashing through several mountains before plummeting downwards. Murong Li exhaled in relief, about to speak, when she noticed Murong Ning preparing to pursue. "What are you doing?" Murong Li swiftly intercepted her, concerned she might act impulsively. "I shall reduce Chu Hanfeng to a mere pulp in retribution for Qin Mu," Murong Ning declared fiercely, wielding the Nine Heavens Phoenix Cry sword. "Do not act rashly. Let us first ascertain Qin Mu's condition," Murong Li urged. As her words fell, Murong Ning had already vanished, reappearing beside Qin Mu. Could she truly not let go? Was she destined to be ensnared by the same fate as her sister? Forever entangled with the same man? Chapter 59, Sisters in Doubt. Qin Mu awakens, embracing spring's splendor. The two sisters swiftly surrounded Qin Mu. Murong Li extended her hand to check his pulse, her eyes filled with anxiety. After a long moment, she slowly withdrew her hand. "How is he?" Murong Ning inquired with concern, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. If anything were to happen to Qin Mu, she would undoubtedly annihilate the entire Wanjian sect in retribution. He narrowly escaped a critical injury. Fortunately, he possesses a strong will to live. "You must assist me in safeguarding him. I need to channel spiritual energy into him," Murong Li declared, preparing to gather her energy. At that moment, Murong Ning intervened, raising her hand. "Perhaps I should take over?" she suggested, somewhat hesitantly. To transfer spiritual energy to another, a harmonious breath is essential. Any discrepancy could result in severe backlash. Since Murong Li and Qin Mu had not engaged in any intimate union, their energies would inevitably clash, exacerbating Qin Mu's injuries. However, that was not the case for Murong Ning. She and Qin Mu had shared an intimate bond. "You?" Murong Li looked at her in astonishment. "How could that be possible?" "I have shared a marital bond with Qin Mu, making me the most suitable candidate to channel energy into him, even if you care deeply. The repulsion of energies will only harm him. No, you've just broken through and faced a fierce battle. You require energy replenishment. Allow me to handle this," Murong Li insisted. She could not afford for Qin Mu to be harmed, nor could she let anyone else catch wind of the situation. Yet, to her surprise, Murong Ning acted more swiftly. "Sister, please let me do this." Before her words had fully settled, a powerful surge of spiritual energy flowed into Qin Mu's body. "Oh no," Murong Li gasped in shock. Noticing Qin Mu's brow furrow, without time to ponder further, she too gathered her energy and infused it into Qin Mu. The two exerted their forces simultaneously, akin to a contest, yet truly striving to save him. Witnessing this, the onlookers, including Huolinger, stood in stunned silence. Their master and the Grand Elder were collaborating. But then again, considering the immense contributions Qin Mu had made to the sect, such honor was indeed warranted. As two streams of energy merged, Qin Mu felt no discomfort whatsoever. Murong Li was bewildered. What is happening? Why is there no reaction? Clearly, Murong Ning's energy has entered his body as well. Why is there no rejection? Not only was she puzzled, but Murong Ning shared the same thoughts. Could it be that the sisters have also achieved an intimate union with Qin Mu? They both pondered internally. No, that is utterly impossible. Murong Li shook her head. Given Murong Ning's feelings for Qin Tian, she would never engage in such an act. Could a substitute become the true essence? Suddenly, a wave of anxiety gripped Murong Li. After all, the true essence had already perished. Surely, she wouldn't. She is the master of our sect. Murong Ning found herself in a whirl of confusion. The absence of energy rejection suggested only one possibility. "Sister, how can it be that the energies within Qin Mu experienced no repulsion? What is the connection between you two?" Before she could finish her question, Murong Li promptly shook her head. "My relationship with him is merely that of a typical master and disciple. It is not as you perceive." Murong Ning was momentarily taken aback. "I have yet to utter a word, so why are you so agitated?" Murong Li felt an unrelenting sweat trickle down his spine. In a fit of embarrassment, he rose directly, focusing his energy and gazing into the distance. "Someone, escort Qin Mu back to rest," she commanded, deftly shifting the topic. Just as she was about to depart, Murong Ning grasped her arm. What is truly going on? She was aware of her own circumstances. It was entirely normal for Qin Mu's spiritual energy to merge with hers. But what of Murong Li? In truth, Qin Mu possessed an exceptional spiritual vein, which would not reject anyone's spiritual energy, thus leading to such occurrences. Scrambling for a solution, Murong Li devised a foolproof plan. Nevertheless, did Murong Ning truly share nothing with Qin Mu? It seemed prudent to find an opportunity to investigate this matter further. So that is the case. I was merely overthinking. Murong Ning acknowledged, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her. I shall take my leave. Murong Ning, apprehensive of being questioned about her feelings, was eager to check on Qin Mu, seizing the chance to slip away. Watching her retreating figure, Murong Li exhaled slowly, realizing she too needed to hasten her advancement to the late stage of concentration. Otherwise, would she not be overshadowed by Murong Ning? The level of Phoenix Song's sword intent was not inferior to that of the Holy Maiden's sword intent, and a profound sense of crisis began to swell within her. In Qin Mu's chamber, Horlinger clutched his hands tightly. Qin Mu, please awaken swiftly. Her eyes brimmed with concern. This incident had revealed to her just how significant Qin Mu was in her heart. When he collapsed, it felt as though her very heart had shattered. Who does not love a man who sacrifices for others? Especially the image of Qin Mu in his final moments was indelibly etched in her soul. Suddenly, she felt an impulse and leaned closer to Qin Mu's face. Perhaps her kiss could rouse him? Just then, the door burst open with a forceful presence. Horlinger was startled and sprang to her feet. What a peculiar outfit this is. What a genuine bed. Her cheeks flushed crimson, as if they could produce droplets of water. After a brief moment, she directed her gaze towards the doorway, where Murong Ning stood, her expression ominous. Elder, what brings you here? Horlinger ventured cautiously, praying that her earlier actions had escaped the elder's notice. How embarrassing. I have come to assess Qin Mu's injuries. You may leave, Murong Ning replied, her expression as dark as turbulent waters, advancing directly towards Qin Mu. Unprepared, Horlinger was forcefully propelled away by the energy. With a resounding thud, the door slammed shut. Why was the elder so furious? Horlinger was perplexed. Could it be that her character had changed with her newfound strength? Suddenly, she heard peculiar sounds emanating from within. Curiously, she crouched by the window, straining to peer inside. The scene that unfolded before her astonished her. The elder was indeed, no? She must be healing Qin Mu. Yes, that must be it. Horlinger hastily departed, her mind swirling with countless thoughts. In the room, Murong Ning, with her crimson lips, pressed them against Qin Mu's mouth. A torrent of spiritual energy surged into Qin Mu's body. Eventually, Murong Ning could no longer sustain herself and collapsed onto Qin Mu. Qin Mu felt as if something was weighing down on him and slowly opened his eyes. Murong Ning, she is alive, Ninga? He tentatively called out, but received no response. Even when he pushed Murong Ning onto the bed, she remained motionless. Had she exhausted her spiritual power? Did that mean he could toy with her at will? Heh. Ninger, you delivered yourself right to my doorstep. You cannot blame me. Qin Mu extended his wicked hands toward Murong Ning's chest. Chapter 60. Having a child with Murong Ning? Yuhan Shuang fiercely protects Qin Mu. Qin Mu's movements quickened, urgency driving him onward. Almost there. A low growl escaped his lips as he thrust forward, clapped his hands, adjusted his waistband, and finished. A satisfied smile spread across his face. Although he had rushed, the experience was still pleasant. In the next moment, Murong Ning abruptly opened her eyes. Awake? Qin Mu gazed at her with ill intentions, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. What did you just do to me? Murong Ning reacted swiftly, quickly clutching her chest. Why did she feel so strange? It was as if she had, but they hadn't done much. Merely transitioned from one thing to another, and then it was over. Qin Mu reclined with his hands behind his head, carefree, with her spiritual energy. His injuries had healed remarkably fast. Upon hearing this, Murong Ning's face flushed crimson, and she understood instantly. This Qin Mu certainly had a bold spirit. Are you not afraid of my anger for doing such a thing without my consent? She glared at Qin Mu, feigning anger. Yet, curiously, she felt no discomfort. It was vastly different from the previous night. Angry? You should be grateful to me. Qin Mu replied. Ninger, don't you feel incredibly refreshed? And has your realm become stable, with your complexion improving? The corners of his mouth lifted. He truly was a genius. Yet, as he spoke, Murong Ning's face grew even redder. Eventually, she lowered her head, merely nodding, too shy to meet Qin Mu's gaze. She indeed felt quite comfortable. But, was it because it had happened so quickly that she felt nothing in that regard? I have infused my essence into your body, and perhaps in due time, a delightful surprise awaits. Qin Mu rejoiced inwardly, relieved that his cleverness in using a power-enhancing card to force Murong Ning's breakthrough was the least suspicious method. With two powerful guardians by his side, his safety was assured. Upon hearing Qin Mu's words, Murong Ning's thoughts soared to the heavens. Essence, a delightful surprise in due time? Could she possibly be pregnant? It must be. No, we cannot have this child. Murong Ning's expression suddenly changed. If she truly bore Qin Mu's child, how could she possibly explain that? How would she confront the members of her sect? No. She hadn't anticipated that pregnancy would be the final line of defense. A child? What child? You are pregnant? That shouldn't be possible, hadn't we just? Qin Mu, despite his profound knowledge of physiology, could not possibly determine such a matter within a mere day. Could it be that you meant something else? Murong Ning's countenance froze. The essence of life. An unexpected surprise in a few months. Had she misunderstood? Certainly not. During your recent unconsciousness, I noticed your unstable cultivation level. So I infused a trace of my exquisite spiritual vein into your body to help stabilize your strength. In the future, this trace might even grow. Though it is but a drop, it is sufficient to benefit Murong Ning immensely. Only then did she realize her grave misinterpretation. She had indeed broached the subject of childbirth with Qin Mu. How utterly embarrassing. Ninger, do you truly intend to bear a child for me? Qin Mu suddenly regarded her with a serious expression. Before his transmigration, he had been known as Jiangshi Laobiao. The exorbitant bride price, amounting to hundreds of thousands, had deterred him from contemplating marriage and fatherhood, leading him to resign himself to a solitary life. Yet now, his life's trajectory had irrevocably changed. To hell with the sky-high bride price. Deep affection is far more valuable. To hell with strict self-regulation while being lenient towards oneself. I aspire to be a true powerhouse, a man who can stand atop the Qin Mu continent. However, should my sister find out, I fear. Murong Ning's heart was a tumultuous sea. She felt no issue with the situation, yet she could not fathom a reason for her sister. This is easy, let her also. Qin Mu's words spilled forth uncontrollably, halting abruptly mid-sentence. Then, adopting a serious demeanor, he declared, this indeed poses a dilemma. Why don't we elope? Murong Ning suddenly conceived a brilliant plan. As long as they departed from the Saintist sect, even if they returned years later with a child, her sister would likely not hold it against them. Exactly, let's do it. Elope? Qin Mu shook his head. That wouldn't do. If he left the Saintist sect, he would miss out on so much experience. This matter required further deliberation. Are you unwilling? Or do you still harbor feelings for my sister? Murong Ning's gaze turned piercing as she spoke. She yearned for Qin Mu to belong solely to her. It is not a matter of unwillingness, but rather impossibility. My master has shown me great kindness. If I were to leave now, I would be ungrateful. Do you wish for me to become a heartless wretch? Qin Mu managed to conjure a justification, barely evading the topic. A woman in love can be fearsome. Her jealousy is truly fierce. Then let us devise another plan. After Murong Ning spoke, she embraced Qin Mu tightly. At that moment, 2 genuine tears cascaded slowly down her cheeks. Qin Mu immediately absorbed the remaining essence. And with just 3 drops left, he would have complete control over Murong Ning. In her heart, there would no longer be any trace of Qin Tian. Qin Mu, how are you? Suddenly, the voice of Yu Hanzhuang echoed from outside the door. Why has she returned at this moment? Qin Mu was on the verge of embarking on a significant endeavor with Murong Ning, but was abruptly interrupted, causing a slight displeasure to stir within him. Now that his strength was on par with Yu Hanzhuang, there was no need for him to pander to her, was there? What to do if not to pander? Oh, conquest. This woman, Yu Hanzhuang, was exceedingly proud and a royal by birth. If he could subdue her, it might yield a multitude of benefits. Conquest. It must be achieved. Murong Ning slowly rose and winked at Qin Mu. I will head back first. You should rest well. She felt a peculiar sensation within her body that necessitated immediate examination. Perhaps it was something left by Qin Mu. All right. Qin Mu nodded and adjusted his attire. At that moment, Yu Hanzhuang burst through the door, sword in hand. Senior sister Yu, why do you come in such a furious state? Qin Mu flashed a broad smile. However, his grin quickly faltered. Yu Hanzhuang had actually reached the late stage of the heavenly spirit realm? How could this be? Did this mean he would have to continue his previous subservience? Hadn't she gone home for a vacation? Yet here she was, returning stronger. How are you? Do you need me to mobilize the royal forces to seek justice for you at the 10,000 Sword sect? Yu Hanzhuang's words were startling and caught Qin Mu off guard. Mobilizing royal forces for his sake? Incredible. No need. Qin Mu awkwardly shook his head. Such trivial matters were not worth troubling his senior sister over. Upon entering, Yu Hanzhuang discovered that Qin Mu had reached the mid-stage of the heavenly spirit realm. Her heart was filled with shock, her mind racing with thoughts, overwhelmed by disbelief. In just a few days apart, Qin Mu's strength seemed to have surpassed her own. Could it be that he truly was a prodigy? You've broken through to the mid-stage of the heavenly spirit realm. How did you manage that? Without hesitation, Yu Hanzhuang grasped Qin Mu's hand in urgency. His aura was steady, devoid of any superficiality. He had just recently ascended. I suppose this could be considered talent. But even with such talent, I still cannot compare to senior sister Yu. Perhaps, in due time, I may reach the level of a spirit-condensing expert like our master. Qin Mu began to flatter her from the side. To him, the stronger Yu Hanzhuang became, the better it was for him. For it would allow him to continue to pander and amass experience. Hearing this, a faint smile appeared in Yu Hanzhuang's eyes, but it soon dimmed. A spirit-condensing expert must endure the 9 heavenly tribulations. My physique is unique. Under such intense lightning tribulations, survival is nearly impossible. Yuhan Huang sighed. Thus, her achievements were limited to the peak of the heavenly spirit realm, and she could not cultivate further. Qin Mu fell into contemplation upon hearing this. Possessing a unique physique that prevents one from reaching the ultimate realm is undoubtedly the hallmark of a protagonist's narrative. Under certain circumstances, not only might one break free from their shackles, but they could also soar to unprecedented heights. Perhaps I should give it a try? Qin Mu spoke softly. For he possessed little else but this exceptional spiritual vein. Perhaps it could assist Yuhan Huang. Yuhan Huang's expression changed dramatically. Her gaze fixated on Qin Mu as if he were prey. If she could extract the exceptional spiritual vein from within him and transplant it into herself, it would undoubtedly aid her in overcoming her obstacles. I will lend you the exceptional spiritual vein within me. At his words, Yuhan Huang was taken aback, caught off guard. Qin Mu was truly willing to part with his precious spiritual vein for her. He was undeniably someone who would risk everything for love. Do you comprehend the consequences of extracting an exceptional spiritual vein from your body? Yuhan Huang regarded Qin Mu with a somber expression, her presence emanating an aura that could instill fear in the bravest of souls. Qin Mu couldn't help but click his tongue. Any man fortunate enough to marry Yuhan Huang would likely endure perpetual cold wars. No, wait, this woman desires my exceptional spiritual vein. Is she mistaken? I merely intended to share a portion with her, not relinquish it entirely. Qin Mu quickly regained his composure. Beautiful women are often perilous. Yet, one must still court danger. Otherwise, without experience, he would truly become a mere fish on the chopping block. If senior sister Yu desires it, she may take it. I shall not concern myself with the consequences. Assisting senior sister Yu in breaking through her constraints would be an honor, Qin Mu declared with righteous fervor. He was prepared to disregard his own life. The repercussions of extracting the exceptional spiritual vein were profound, as the one from whom it was drawn could suffer significant loss of power or, in severe cases, perish instantly. To sacrifice his life for Yuhan Huang's path to strength, he could not fathom her remaining unmoved. As expected, tears welled in Yuhan Huang's eyes as she approached Qin Mu. Her gaze lowered slightly, resembling a mermaid shedding tears, cold yet filled with sentiment. Senior sister Yu, why are you crying? Qin Mu's lips twitched. Could it be that his heartfelt words had moved Yuhan Huang to tears, and was she about to embrace him in gratitude? Suddenly, Qin Mu barely had time to react before his face was buried in an embrace of ample softness. Yuhan Huang, observing the earnest expression on Qin Mu's face, felt her heart stir. To find someone willing to go to such lengths for her was a rarity. Even her own father could not compare. Qin Mu, why are you so kind to me? Yuhan Huang had always viewed Qin Mu as a means to an end, even introducing him to the Holy Maiden Sect solely for the sake of his exceptional spiritual vein. Did he truly remain oblivious to her intentions? Senior sister Yu, your beauty is unparalleled, and your talent is exceptional. You deserve not to be lost in this great sword dynasty. I understand that without the exceptional spiritual vein, I may meet my demise. I have already expressed this sentiment, but I shall reiterate. To die for senior sister you would leave me with no regrets, Qin Mu declared, his gaze unwavering as he fixed his eyes on Yuhan Huang. With a soft plop, a single tear fell from Yuhan Huang's eye. Her expression became exquisitely complex. While Qin Mu treated her with such care, she found herself preoccupied solely with the extraordinary spirit vein he possessed, feeling utterly beastly for disregarding his deep affections. Qin Mu took a silk scarf, his heart aching yet secretly elated. This scarf was a gift from Yuhan Huang the first time they met. She had offered it playfully, yet he had cherished it ever since. Now, as he presented it once more, it was a veritable masterstroke. Wiping away the tears on Yuhan Huang's face, Qin Mu quickly tucked the scarf into his hand, intending to conceal it. Pay attention, this is a test. Why did Qin Mu wish to hide it? It was to allow Yuhan Huang to discover it, performing the act with an air of casual indifference. What are you hiding? Yuhan Huang noticed his actions and immediately grasped it. Nothing at all. Qin Mu's expression brightened, and after a spirited contest, Yuhan Huang obtained the scarf. A look of astonishment crossed her face. Isn't this the one I discarded earlier? You actually kept it. Indeed, that was the very expression Qin Mu sought. He nodded in satisfaction, and then the drama unfolded. Forgive me, I simply couldn't bear to part with it, so I secretly held on to it. If Yu Shiji wishes to blame me, I bear no resentment. Hearing Qin Mu's heartfelt words, Yuhan Huang's emotions surged dramatically. Her experience points soared impressively, rising to 30% in a mere moment. The effect was remarkable. I do not blame you. If you cherish it, then keep it. Moreover, I shall gift you another. After speaking, she waved her hand, producing a white belly band, which she directly handed to Qin Mu. Blushing, she said, "This is for you, as a reward." A reward? A belly band? The smile on Qin Mu's lips was difficult to suppress. He had not anticipated such an unexpected delight. Yu Hanchuang's proactive gift of the bellyband signified her acceptance of his affections. In truth, your kindness towards me surpasses even that of my father. Yu Hanchuang unveiled her innermost secret. How could she bear to harm Qin Mu? Comparing me to your father? A strange thought suddenly flickered in Qin Mu's mind. He certainly did not wish to be Yu Hanchuang's father, yet, in certain particular circumstances, he would not mind being addressed as such. Yu Shiji, do you believe in a destined mission? Seizing the moment, Qin Mu resolved to make a bold statement. What do you mean? Yu Hanchuang looked at him, perplexed. I feel that my life's mission is you. Chapter 62. Two women compete. Qin Mu seizes the opportunity. Buzz. Yu Hanchuang's heart felt as if struck by some force, stirring within her, leaving her momentarily dazed. Qin Mu? He waved his hand before her eyes, blinking. Was the power of his words truly this formidable? Qin Mu. Suddenly, Yu Hanchuang came to her senses, gazing at him with flushed cheeks. She recalled her father's words, that her destined one would be the bearer of an extraordinary spirit vein. As Qin Mu articulated such words, it serendipitously aligned perfectly. Qin Mu could very well be her fated one. Sister Yu, have I spoken inappropriately? Qin Mu tentatively inquired, fearing he might have overstepped. Or perhaps his words were too sentimental for Yu Hanchuang to bear, leading her to contemplate how to justifiably eliminate him? Surely, he could not be so unfortunate. Qin Mu, do you genuinely believe I am your destined one? Yu Hanchuang grasped Qin Mu's hand tightly, her emotions surging as if yearning for a definitive answer. Having reached such a juncture, Qin Mu could not retract his words. Indeed, it is you. If I dare to deceive you, I shall. Qin Mu was about to swear, when a warning sound echoed in his mind. Warning to the host, do not make frivolous vows, as it may lead to dire consequences. Qin Mu was taken aback. How could a mere utterance lead to death? Very well, life is precious. Fortunately, Yu Hanchuang promptly silenced him. I believe you. Yu Hanchuang nodded earnestly, having concluded that Qin Mu was indeed her destined one. Moreover, her desire for an exceptional spiritual vein did not hinge solely on eliminating Qin Mu. There existed another avenue, sharing a chamber with Qin Mu, employing the method of dual cultivation to draw the exceptional spiritual vein into her own body, thus achieving the same result. Yet, she recoiled from such an idea. It felt too shameful, and she was not yet prepared. Sister Yu, why is your face so flushed? Qin Mu observed her gradually reddening visage, puzzled by her demeanor. Reminiscent of a lovesick young girl, entirely devoid of the composure expected from a senior sister. No, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Yu Hanchuang dared not linger, hastily concocting an excuse before departing. This matter pertained to her entire life, and she could not afford to act rashly. Once Yu Hanchuang left, Qin Mu reclined on the bed, still clutching that item. It has quite a pleasant scent. However, what was that expression she just displayed? Could it be that she was delighted by his words? Dismissing such thoughts, Qin Mu succumbed to a deep sleep. Recovering from his injuries had drained him of considerable energy, necessitating ample rest. The following day, Qin Mu was roused by a cacophony outside his door. Curiosity piqued, he peeked out, only to find Huolinger and Huang Chuan embroiled in a fierce argument. You have always harbored grievances against junior brother Qin. What brings you here now? Huolinger bore a grudge, recalling Huang Chuan's prior attitude towards Qin Mu. Were it not for the sect's prohibition against casual dueling, she would not let this go lightly. Senior sister, I previously harbored misconceptions about junior brother Qin. Now that the misunderstandings have been resolved, I must sincerely apologize to him. Huang Chuan spoke earnestly, acknowledging that she had wronged Qin Mu. Initially, she believed him to be a lecher, captivated by her beauty, hence his prior remarks. However, after the events of yesterday, her perspective shifted entirely. Qin Mu genuinely considered the well-being of the Saintess sect and her interests. How could he possibly be that sort of person? Such sincere and genuine men are a rarity. She previously treated Qin Mu in such a manner, feeling a pang of guilt within her. There is no need for your apology. Do not presume I am unaware of your intentions to vie for Qin Shidi's affection. I assure you, such a possibility is utterly non-existent. In this context, Huolinger naturally regarded Huang Chuan as her rival. When have I ever uttered such words? Huang Chuan was momentarily taken aback. Her intentions were not to pursue a relationship with Qin Mu, but rather to express that her previous actions were excessively harsh. In fact, she had nearly caused Qin Mu to undergo self-castration. Though you may not voice it, I can discern your thoughts. Once I find the opportune moment, I shall propose to our master. Qin Shidi must be mine. Huolinger was always bold in love and hate, unabashedly straightforward. In such circumstances, retreat was not an option. Huang Chuan's expression froze upon hearing this. Why did she feel a sense of loss? After their relationship had become so strained, certain words remained unspoken. Yet the thought of Qin Mu being with Huolinger left her feeling a twinge of bitterness. Second sister, you ought to focus on enhancing your own strength. Huang Charan did not wish to engage in a war of words with Huolinger, but now she found it unbearable. Huolinger was struck at her vulnerable point. Indeed, her strength was insufficient. All right, my esteemed sisters, what is all this commotion at my door so early in the morning? Qin Mu, sensing the discord, rushed out to mediate. Qin Shitty, she claims she wishes to apologize to you. Do you believe her? Huolinger seized Qin Mu's hand and drew him into her embrace. The overwhelming softness enveloped him, akin to being on a waterbed, stirring emotions within him he had not anticipated. Who would have thought Huolinger possessed such a stunning figure? This early morning encounter was proving quite difficult for him to suppress his feelings. Huang Shiji, there is no need for you to apologize to me. Qin Mu waved his hand. He still harbored some reservations about Huang Charan. Even though her attitude had shifted, the prior events were not so easily dismissed. Qin Shidi, I recognize that you still hold resentment towards me. I was wrong before, and I sincerely apologize. I hope you can forgive my misjudgment, and let us put aside past grievances. Huang Charan genuinely wished to extend her apologies. Feigning sincerity, Qin Mu, do not trust her. Come back with your Shiji. I shall show you delightful diversions. Huolinger tugged at Qin Mu, seemingly concerned he might be swayed. However, Qin Mu had no intentions of being swayed. Huang Charan was far too domineering and had a tempestuous disposition. She needed to be properly guided first. Qin Shidi, Huang Charan called out, biting her lip, a hint of regret gracing her countenance. Observing her expression stirred something within Qin Mu. Should he not perhaps steal a kiss? Yet, with Huolinger present, how could he accomplish this discreetly? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within Qin Mu. Huang Shiji, there is no need for such formality. I have only just entered the sect and have made many missteps. It is entirely normal for misunderstandings to arise. Why burden oneself with such matters? Even if Huang Charan is at fault, as long as I shoulder the blame, does it not suffice? As for feeling wronged, it is of no consequence. Did you hear that? Now, junior brother Qin is still speaking up for you. You should truly feel a sense of guilt. Fire Ling declared with fervor. Huang Charan gazed at Qin Mu, her mind swirling with myriad thoughts. Indeed, Qin Mu had always been considerate of her, which suggested that his feelings for her were anything but ordinary. Ding ding ding. Experience points increased by 10%. Qin Mu rejoiced, relishing each moment as his experience multiplied. If this continued, dear me, I shall conquer the Qin Mu continent. Qin Mu, hasten to the Sanctus Palace for a council. Chapter 63, The Gun Sovereign's Legacy. Moon Cold Frost's proposal? Sister, my master has summoned me. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Mu swiftly made his exit. Before Fire Ling could utter a word, Qin Mu's figure had vanished. His master's summons surely indicated significant matters, leaving little room for their discourse. Huang Charan and Fire Ling exchanged a few sharp retorts before reluctantly departing. Meanwhile, Qin Mu approached the Sanctus Palace with a heart full of trepidation. As soon as he stepped through the threshold, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. Indeed, both Murong Ning and Murong Li were present. In addition, there was also Moon Cold Frost. Master, what is your command? Qin Mu ventured cautiously, feeling the tension in the air. It was not merely grave but charged with palpable hostility. Could it be that they are vying for my favor? You achieved great merit yesterday. What reward do you desire? Murong Li spoke first, as it was only fitting that she, being Qin Mu's mentor, preside over certain matters. Murong Ning had long droned on about wishing for Qin Mu to become her sole disciple. But was she truly unaware of her own intentions? If Qin Mu were to accept, he would truly become her sole disciple, secluded behind closed doors, with no telling what might transpire. To alleviate the burdens of my sect is my duty. There is no need for rewards. Qin Mu shook his head. He had no use for such things. No. You absolutely must accept it. Otherwise, it would reflect poorly on our Sanctus sect, suggesting we are unable to offer rewards. Murong Li insisted vehemently, knowing that Qin Mu's refusal would incite her displeasure. Very well, if you are so insistent on bestowing it, I shall accept a token of appreciation. Thank you, master. I dare to request a weapon. What weapon do you seek? Murong Li inquired. The 9 transformations glazed spear. Upon hearing this, Murong Li's expression shifted. Qin Mu desired the 9 transformations glazed spear? All right, I grant you this request. After a brief pause, she tossed the spear before Qin Mu. Upon receiving it, a smile graced Qin Mu's lips. With a spear in hand, the world was his to command. In an instant, his gaze deepened, and within his mind, an entire set of spear techniques seemed to materialize out of thin air. Harnessing the momentum of his spirit, he began to wield it with fervor. Longing for each other, eternally remembered, fleeting desires, infinitely profound. First thrust, yearning. How many passions bloom in a single night? No matter the distance, love remains eternal. Second thrust, heartbreak. What is perceived is ephemeral, yet what is felt is real. Third thrust, blind dragon. The universe dances, the moon beckons, and parting is a difficult pursuit. Fourth thrust, elegance. Before the sovereign, one bows not. The soldiers of 3 armies often kneel in homage. 12th thrust, 100 generals bestowed with nobility. In Qin Mu's grasp, the 9 transformation glazed spear danced with an impressive vigor, each thrust producing a captivating bloom of spear flowers that startled Murong Li and her companions. The 12 lethal spears. This was the legendary technique of the spear master, Shui Luwang. How could Qin Mu possibly possess such skill? The sisters, Murong Li and her sibling, were astounded. The realm of a spear master transcended the spirit concentration realm, and it was said that beyond this lay the divine body realm, an exceedingly challenging threshold that many sought in vain. Shui Luwang was the foremost figure in the divine body realm, withdrawing the spear and releasing the residual energy. Qin Mu exhaled a breath laden with impurities. He initially intended to explain that this was a remnant of memories from his past life, but such claims would undoubtedly be met with disbelief. He needed to devise a way to circumvent this matter. At first glance, the 9 transformation glazed spear evoked an inexplicable sense of familiarity within him, and perhaps upon grasping it, his master's internal energy had infused, allowing the spear techniques to surge into his consciousness. Was the spear technique truly formidable? Qin Mu was uncertain, but the expressions on their faces revealed nothing short of astonishment. Each of the 12 strikes was lethal, not merely formidable. What he employed was the 12 divine severing spears, a technique that even the mightiest of the spirit concentration realm would regard with trepidation. Murong Ning was jubilant. Qin Mu's innate talent was the most formidable she had ever encountered, and given time, he would undoubtedly soar to unparalleled heights. What? So incredible? Qin Mu smiled faintly, thinking to himself that playing games had its merits. A strike that pierces the soul, 2 strikes that claim lives. With your current prowess, you still lack the strength to contend with the masters of the spirit concentration realm, Murong Li observed slowly. Who would have thought that Qin Mu would be so fortunate as to inherit the spear master's legacy? Surely, he would carry on the spear techniques, and for centuries, there had been no one who could master both spear and sword. Could it be that the Holy Maiden Sect was about to unveil a prodigious talent? After all, the supreme spiritual vein within Qin Mu was no ordinary gift. To find one in a millennium was already remarkable. By a twist of fate, he had acquired a spear technique. Qin Mu nodded, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. Qin Mu, in the upcoming contest of 3,000 geniuses, I would like you to accompany me. Are you willing? Yuhan Huang seized the opportunity to speak. The contest of geniuses? No problem. Qin Mu replied without a second thought. He would not let such a splendid opportunity slip by. Amidst the multitude of talents, formidable experts were sure to abound. Such an occasion was ripe for seizing. No. Murong Ning shook her head, expressing her disapproval. The contest of geniuses was far too perilous. She could not bear the thought of Qin Mu entering such danger. Moreover, these were the elites of the entire Qinwu continent. Fraught with extreme peril, a moment's inattention could lead to dire consequences. She was unwilling to risk Qin Mu's safety. Remaining within the Holy Maiden Sect would allow her to protect him. Wasn't he that much safer? Yuhan Huang, upon hearing this, wore a look of incredulity. When she had participated before, the Grand Elder had not spoken in such a manner. Why was she so concerned for Qin Mu? Let Qin Mu participate in the genius battle alongside Han Shuang, for this decision will enhance our chances of success. Ninger, I am aware of your thoughts. This is not the time for caprice. Only by emerging victorious in the genius battle or securing a place among the top 10 can one gain entry to the 4 Directions Academy for Cultivation, which is the true sanctum of training. However, Murong Ning was reluctant, unwilling to endure another farewell. There is no however. I am the sect leader, and this matter is within my jurisdiction. Murong Li spoke with unyielding authority. While keeping Qin Mu by his side would indeed ensure his safety, what about his future achievements? Possessing an extraordinary spirit vein, he must not be allowed to languish in mediocrity. Great Elder, I too wish to witness the brilliance of other geniuses. Moreover, it is indeed inappropriate for senior sister Yu to face this alone. Qin Mu cast a glance at Murong Ning, signaling her to refrain from further protest. Should the discussion continue, it seemed likely that a conflict would ensue between the two. Thus, the matter was settled. Murong Li nodded in satisfaction. The purpose of bringing Qin Mu here was precisely for this issue. With the impending genius battle, they must be adequately prepared. You two should diligently cultivate and focus on collaboration. You must secure a ranking in the genius battle. Murong Li waved his hand, signaling them to withdraw. At that moment, Yuhan Shuang suddenly stepped forward and knelt before him. Master, I have a request. Murong Li looked surprised. Speak. and as long as it is within my power, I shall grant it. I wish to ask Master to officiate the marriage between Qin Mu and me. Chapter 64. To be your Tao partner, let me live off you? I must graciously decline. Her words caused Murong Li's expression to darken instantly. Yuhan Shuang desires to marry Qin Mu. Her disciple seeks to take a man from her. Beside them, Murong Ning was equally incensed, her aura swirling as if preparing for battle, the phoenix sword intent within her growing restless. Qin Mu belongs to her. No one shall take him. No, this cannot be. Murong Li and Murong Ning spoke almost in unison, both visibly agitated. Even Qin Mu was covered in a cold sweat. Murong Ning's feelings for him were possessive. Why did Yuhan Shuang, of all people, voice such a proposal? Could it be because of what she said yesterday? It shouldn't be. Yuhan Shuang, such a proud individual, could not possibly take the initiative to propose. Why? My connection with Qin Mu is profound. And he was recommended by me. Previously, he mentioned that it was because of me that he joined the Saintist sect. Why can't we be together? Yuhan Shuang did not understand. This was a decision she had mustered great courage to make. Yet it was met with simultaneous rejection from both her master and the great elder. Was there some hidden truth in this? Murong Li would certainly not reveal the reality. She simply wished to find a suitable moment to incapacitate Qin Mu, ensuring he would never discover the truth. The thought of Qin Mu being with Yuhan Shuang made her heart grow increasingly tumultuous. As the supreme leader of the Saintist sect, what face would she have left if others were to learn of this? The impending battle of geniuses approaches, and the entanglements of romance will only hinder your swiftness in drawing your sword. During this period, you must diligently practice your swordsmanship to secure victory in the forthcoming conflict. Do you understand? Murong Li sought justification. The disciple comprehended. Yuhan Shuang rose, reluctantly acquiescing. Qin Mu remained in a daze nearby, his mind racing with thoughts. What should he do? If Yuhan Shuang truly developed feelings for him, the challenges he would face in winning her over would multiply, and his experience points would diminish significantly. No, he must devise a strategy. You may leave for now. Murong Li waved her hand, her thoughts in disarray. After Qin Mu and Yuhan Shuang departed, Murong Ning immediately approached. Is this the fine disciple you have raised? Senior sister, I suggest we send Yuhan Shuang back to the Great Sword Dynasty. Otherwise, Qin Mu may find himself in peril. Murong Ning was concerned that things could spiral beyond her control. After all, she was already past 50, not as youthful as Yuhan Shuang, who was in her 20s. There was indeed a considerable disparity. Ninger, I hope you understand that Qin Mu is not Qin Tian. The matters of the Holy Maiden Sect do not rest solely upon your shoulders. Although Murong Li found some merit in Murong Ning's words, sending Yuhan Shuang back to the Great Sword Dynasty would only complicate the entire situation. What do you mean by that? I mean, let things unfold naturally. Qin Mu will certainly not end up with Yuhan Shuang. Murong Li held this conviction. From the outset, she had prepared for this eventuality, initially believing that Qin Mu favored Yuhan Shuang, only to find that Yuhan Shuang had broached the matter first. It appeared she would need to alter her strategy. So you intend to do nothing? If you won't, I will. Murong Ning, irritated, turned to leave. Alas, after all these years, you remain as reckless as ever. Murong Li shook her head, choosing not to intervene, but instead to enter seclusion to enhance her own strength. If the day came when she could not match Murong Ning, the balance of power would be irrevocably lost, with dire consequences. As soon as he left the Holy Maiden Palace, Qin Mu prepared to slip away. Yuhan Shuang blocked his path, her demeanor cold and proud as she gazed at him. Qin Mu, why are you avoiding me? A woman's intuition is often quite sharp. Within the confines of the Holy Maiden Palace, she had sensed something amiss with Qin Mu's expression, and upon exiting, he made no attempt to greet her before attempting to leave. Was this not evasion? Senior sister, you misunderstand. I am not avoiding you. Qin Mu chuckled awkwardly. Internally, he felt somewhat overwhelmed. He merely wished to be amiable, yet Yuhan Shuang seemed intent on holding him accountable, which was truly a headache. What do you mean by that? Yuhan Shuang pressed on, her gaze piercing. I merely find myself a bit taken aback. Qin Mu attempted to clarify, senior sister. Such remarks should not be made in the future. Why not? When I, Yuhan Shuang, undertake matters, why should I be timid? She had pondered deeply the previous night, and after careful consideration, she concluded that Qin Mu was her fated one. Such an opportunity was not to be squandered. Moreover, she had sent word to her father, the emperor, regarding this matter. Soon, the betrothal gifts would be dispatched. What? Yuhan Shuang intends to propose to him. Insanity, sheer madness. Senior sister, shall we discuss this matter? Qin Mu began to explain. As a man, how can I accept your proposal? It would be a blow to my dignity. But in the Great Sword Dynasty, it is customary for women to propose to men. Yuhan Shuang replied matter-of-factly. In that moment, Qin Mu felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Was he truly being forced into a marriage? And with a woman, no less. From now on, You shall call me Shuang, Yuhan Huang said, her cheeks faintly flushed, for it was a title reserved for a future husband. This is against the rules, Qin Mu exclaimed, his mind racing as he sought a solution. He had to maintain his facade as the devoted admirer. He could not afford to falter. Otherwise, he would lose his experience and find himself restless at night. Who would dare question it? Yuhan Huang challenged. If need be, I shall cleave them in two. Senior sister, your status is exalted, and I am but a commoner. We truly are not a match. Qin Mu stated firmly, asserting his unworthiness. In future matters, please feel free to command me, but I believe it would be a desecration to you if we were to become partners. A sly smile crept upon Qin Mu's lips. He was indeed a genius. He had flattered Yuhan Huang while ensuring his own position remained secure. Indeed, his experience points increased by 5%. Yuhan Huang's expression turned peculiar. She had not anticipated Qin Mu would think this way. Did he truly believe he was unworthy of her? Previously, she would not have even glanced at him, but now, his displayed talents and innate spiritual veins proved he was deserving. You need not feel so inferior. Though our statuses differ, once we are united as partners, I shall request my father to grant you the title of Eternal King of the Great Sword Dynasty. Would that not suffice? Yuhan Huang asserted, her optimism unwavering. As long as we remain steadfast in our convictions, solutions will always outweigh difficulties. Qin Mu, overwhelmed by her words, found it hard to contain himself. Was this the sensation of relying on another? The title of Eternal King was indeed enticing. He could imagine being carried through the streets in grand procession. Alas, he sought strength above all. Thank you for your kindness, senior sister. To be by your side and assist you is sufficient for me, Qin Mu replied, shaking his head resolutely. Marriage was not in his plans. You truly are a fool, Yuhan Huang said, her voice filled with a blend of admiration and exasperation before she took flight and departed. Qin Mu exhaled in relief. Thank goodness. Just then, a sudden alert rang out from the mountain gate. Invasion by the Blood Demon clan in the Northwest Forest. Immediate assistance required. Chapter 65. The Sorceress Elena. Qin Mu's unexpected flattery? Invasion by the Blood Demon clan? Upon hearing this, Qin Mu gazed toward the northwest. The path into the heart of the Holy Maiden Sect lay directly through that forest. Their intentions were clear. It is time for me to shine. Qin Mu's eyes glimmered as he surged forward with great speed. For the sake of justice, I shall act. However, he had no inkling of the trouble he would face for his proactive approach. In the northwestern forest, a group of men clad in black, exuding an aura of malevolence, were engaged in a ruthless slaughter. Above them, a barefoot maiden floated gracefully, adorned in a black dress with flowing hair cascading over her shoulders. Two demonic horns adorned her head, adding to her enchanting allure. Her blood-red eyes scanned the scene below with a detached indifference. The so-called Holy Maiden Sect was nothing remarkable. Elena spoke softly, her gaze void of emotion. She had expected the sect to possess some formidable prowess, perhaps even requiring her intervention. Once she subdued the Holy Maiden Sect, she intended to drain the blood of these women entirely. Suddenly, a long sword shot through the air, aimed directly at Elena's brow. In response, a sinister smile curled at the corners of her lips. With a slight parting of her lips, a searing breath erupted forth, colliding with the sword and shattering it into fragments that clattered to the ground. What? Such a terrifying threat from a mere breath. How dare these insignificant ants of the human spirit realm confront me? With a casual wave, Elena conjured a whirlwind that pierced through, leaving behind a gaping wound. Spare none. Kill. As Elena's command echoed, the blood demons surged forth with fervor, their eyes aflame with bloodlust, striking lethally with every blow. Just then, Qin Mu appeared in the air. Stop! You vile witch, how dare you wreak havoc upon the Holy Maiden Sect? Yet, before he could finish, his voice faltered. A witch? Indeed, she was a witch. My goodness, she is astonishingly beautiful, as if stepping out of a two-dimensional world. No, she is a witch, merciless in her killings. The Holy Maiden Sect actually has male disciples? A flicker of surprise crossed Elena's gaze, soon replaced by a rich sense of amusement. A man? How intriguing. Junior brother Qin. Quickly stop her, called a female disciple from below, the 8th disciple of the Holy Maiden Sect, Lan Jingxin, who was among the first to detect the incursion of the blood demons. Qin Mu glanced down and gasped. She was covered in blood. It seemed she had sustained serious injuries. Women are indeed more ruthless than men. Senior Sister Lan, retreat with your group. I will handle this, Qin Mu spoke softly, his expression growing grave. The strength of the individual before him had reached the pinnacle of the celestial spirit realm, making her extraordinarily formidable. While Lan Jingxin was merely at the mid-stage of the earth spirit realm, clearly no match for her. Junior brother Qin, be careful. Lan Jingxin was not idle. She led the other disciples into battle against the blood demons. They were audacious, daring to disturb the sanctity of the Holy Maiden Sect, and they must not be allowed to escape easily. The blood demons were poised for a resurgence. Qin Mu's gaze lingered on Elena, a subtle smirk playing at his lips. Suddenly, he felt a jolt, as if his consciousness had momentarily slipped. Elena was casting a flirtatious glance his way, and behind her, a tail swayed gently, accentuating her alluring figure. Was she the fabled succubus saint body? Qin Mu mused, contemplating the immense pleasure of having such a being in his abode. What is your name? Elena inquired suddenly, her gaze fixed on Qin Mu, evidently intrigued by him. Qin Mu, disciple of the Holy Maiden Sect. Which? Have you considered the consequences of your disruption here? Qin Mu declared boldly, narrowing his eyes slightly. The woman, he truly hesitates to eliminate. The specific reasons are best left unspoken. How might one persuade her to submit willingly? Is the Holy Maiden Sect truly formidable? I offer you a chance. Yield to me, and perhaps I shall spare your insignificant life. Irina spoke softly, her gaze perpetually laced with a hint of disdain. The Blood Demon clan intends to dominate the entire Qin Mu continent. How could they possibly fear the influence of the Great Sword Dynasty? Junior brother Qin, do not heed her words. I am already in contact with our master. I believe he will arrive shortly. Lan Jingxin voiced her concerns, anxious that if Qin Mu were to betray them, matters would only escalate into chaos. Silence. Irina unleashed a surge of dark energy, striking Lan Jingxin in the chest. With a sickening sound, blood spilled onto the ground, blooming like a vibrant red plum blossom, sending chills down the spine. Qin Mu's lips twitched. She truly was ruthless, taking action without a hint of mercy. At that moment, a disciple stumbled in, breathless. Bad news. Senior Sister Lan, something terrible has happened. Upon hearing this, Lan Jingxin clutched her chest, her brow furrowed in distress. What has transpired? With a grave expression, she wondered if more members of the Blood Demon clan had arrived. Damn the Blood Demon clan. Our master is in seclusion, the Grand Elder is missing, and Senior Sister you just departed the sect, now far beyond 100 miles. What? Upon receiving this news, Lan Jingxin's face drained of color. How could this be happening? How could they possibly withstand the invasion of this demonic woman? Give up. None among you can contend with me. Resisting is merely a path to your own demise. Irina's face broke into a smug smile. The situation unfolded even more favorably than she had anticipated. Though she possessed methods to deal with formidable opponents of the spirit-gathering realm, they would cost her longevity. Now, however, she was invincible against anyone below that level. Who could rival her? Impossible. A resolute glimmer ignited in Lan Jingxin's eyes as she gripped her sword. Tearing a cloth strip to bind it to her hand, wiping the blood from her lips, her aura suddenly surging. All disciples, let us fight to the death without retreat. With a determination to perish honorably, she resolved to halt the Blood Demon clan, even at the cost of her life. Qin Mu felt a surge of admiration. Such audacity was indeed commendable among women, though perhaps lacking in wisdom. Irina stood at the pinnacle of the heavenly spirit realm. Even an early-stage practitioner of the spirit-gathering realm might struggle to defeat her, while those of the earth spirit realm would likely find it impossible to approach her. It seems I must intervene. The moment to display my prowess is nigh. Just as Qin Mu opened his mouth, a notification sound echoed in his mind. Hidden mission triggered. Grovel before the demoness to acquire the formless demon technique. Qin Mu shivered. The formless demon technique? Wasn't that an extraordinary method capable of elevating one's entire realm? Thought to be lost to time, he could actually learn it. Yet, must I truly grovel before the demoness, risking ridicule? This is the Holy Maiden Sect, and Irina's actions are indeed difficult to reconcile. After weighing the pros and cons, Qin Mu opted to accept the mission. With his strength, mastering the formless demon technique could elevate him to the mid-stage of the spirit-gathering realm, allowing him to vanquish his foes. I submit. I am willing to yield. Qin Mu's face broke into a smile as he raised his hand to look at Elena. Isn't it just about pleasing her? I must ensure she is thoroughly satisfied. As for what follows, that will be her turn to please me. Junior brother Qin, what are you saying? Lan Jingxin's expression was one of astonishment. Could it be that Qin Mu was contemplating allegiance to the Blood Demon clan? Senior Sister Lan, given our current predicament, we stand little chance of victory. It would be wiser to submit to the Blood Demon clan. At least it would leave us a glimmer of hope. Wouldn't you agree, my lady? Chapter 66, Unbounded Limits. Acquiring the Formless Demon Technique. Upon hearing Qin Mu's words, Elena nodded in satisfaction. At least you possess some discernment. Within their entire sect, no one could rival her strength. Choosing to yield was indeed their most prudent course of action. Qin Mu showed a flicker of insight. The demoness was inherently enchanting and remarkably powerful. To be able to accompany her would indeed be an honor for Qin Mu. He began to extol her virtues. Observing Elena closely, there was indeed an alluring quality about her. Simply standing there, she exuded a presence that compelled the members of the Blood Demon clan to fight fiercely on her behalf. Lan Jingxin found it hard to believe what she was hearing and subsequently was filled with fury. Qin Mu, the Blood Demon clan has destroyed our mountain gate and slaughtered our disciples, and now you choose to submit to her for the sake of survival? How can you betray our sect and dishonor your master in this way? Lan Jingxin had misjudged Qin Mu. She initially thought he was devoted to the sect and unafraid of tyranny. Little did she realize that his resolve was so fragile. One mere word from Elena had rendered him willing to capitulate. Senior Sister Lan, you cannot blame me. The demonist's power is unparalleled. Who among us can stand against it? If we do not prioritize our survival, are we not courting death? Qin Mu urged, reminding her to think rationally and not act impulsively, lest they regret it later. After speaking, his gaze turned toward Elena. Indeed, Elena's expression transformed, visibly softening. This was the weight of absolute power. With sufficient strength, one need not fear disobedience from these individuals. Naturally, if they refused to comply, they could simply be eliminated. You make a valid point, Elena conceded, agreeing with Qin Mu's assessment. After this exchange, Qin Mu's experience points increased slightly. He was now at 50%. However, he still had a long way to go before reaching the celestial spirit realm. But that was of little consequence. What he truly sought was the formless demon technique. This is utter nonsense. The Blood Demon clan is notorious for their bloodlust. Even in death, one should never acknowledge them as masters. Junior brother Qin, if you reconsider now, I can pretend none of this has occurred, and we can fight together to protect the Holy Maiden Sect. Lan Jingxin implored. She understood clearly that if Qin Mu also turned against them, their situation would become increasingly dire, and the very foundation of the Holy Maiden Sect could be obliterated. Qin Mu rolled his eyes. Senior Sister Lan, you truly lack insight. I have already given you the hint. How can you not see it? Even if one were to fight with all their might, in the presence of a master at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, all struggles would merely become a source of ridicule. Such actions are no different from courting death. Sister Lan's words are misguided. No one is born with malevolence. And how can one consider the beautiful and formidable witch sister to be evil? Qin Mu spoke up. In any case, it is better to praise thoughtlessly and resolve the immediate situation. It is far preferable to encourage Elena to take more lives. Upon hearing Qin Mu's words, Elena covered her red lips and smiled slightly. This younger brother is quite perceptive. I have never encountered such shameless utterances. Qin Mu, I am ashamed to call you my junior. You are unworthy of such a title. I must have misjudged you, since you insist on associating with the witch. Prepare to meet your demise. Lan Jingxin was furious. Suddenly, her aura changed, and her spiritual energy surged violently, as if she were ready to self-destruct. Qin Mu's expression changed dramatically upon sensing the anomaly. Is she truly unable to comprehend the warning I provided? Her eyes were nearly blinking away. Surely, she understands the importance of caution. Seeking death, Elena noticed the fluctuations in Lan Jingxin's spiritual energy and grew slightly irate. A self-detonation from someone at the Earth spirit realm, while it might not kill her, should not be underestimated. Observing this, Qin Mu immediately intervened. Witch sister, wait. Upon hearing Qin Mu's voice, Elena's expression turned frigid. Are you pleading for her? If she does not sincerely submit, there is no need to spare her. Elena's palm turned over, and a blood-red magical power gradually manifested. A blood blade surged forth, emanating a terrifying might. That is not my intent. I merely believe she is unworthy of your intervention, witch sister. Allow me to be the sword in your hand. Let me rid you of this impertinent individual, shall I? Qin Mu wore a fawning smile. To be honest, his words carried risks. Oh, what reward do you seek? In Elena's mind, proactive service surely deserves recompense. This Qin Mu is quite clever, and keeping him close as a follower would be a wise decision. A reward? Qin Mu shook his head. What is a sycophant desire as a reward? If there were one, he would wish for something. Well, let us say, a more intimate favor. Serving the witch sister is my honor. How could I dare to covet rewards? Rest assured, I shall go and eliminate her at once. With that, a long sword suddenly appeared in Qin Mu's hand, and he strode directly toward Lan Jingxin. The other disciples were taken aback. Is Qin Mu truly going to kill Sister Lan? Qin Mu, you. Lan Jingxin gripped her long sword, her expression tense. Is she truly about to perish at the hands of her fellow disciple? Sister Lan, why do you fail to grasp the rules? The current situation is beyond your capacity to contend with, so why struggle so desperately? As Qin Mu spoke, he gestured for Lan Jingxin to retreat. He had no desire to kill her. Enough with the idle talk. If you intend to kill, then do so. However, the Holy Maiden Sect has never lacked for those with iron resolve. Lan Jingxin had already resigned herself to her fate. Even in death, she cannot allow Qin Mu to find peace. Then I shall avenge my sister, the sorceress, by ending you. With a decisive strike, Qin Mu unleashed a powerful palm. sending Lan Jingxin crashing to the ground, a spurt of crimson blood escaping her lips as her aura diminished to a mere shadow of its former self. By the heavens! This is spiraling out of control. Endure just a little longer. Qin Mu refrained from delivering a lethal blow. To acquire the Wuxiang demon art, he must first sacrifice Lan Jingxin. A true achiever must overlook trifles. His actions were also intended to save her. After completing this, Qin Mu turned his gaze towards Irina, who had proven inadequate, unable to withstand even a single blow from him. Sister Sorceress, would you like me to show you around the Holy Maiden Sect? After his words, Irina reached out a hand, and an overwhelming force drew Qin Mu towards her. Are you truly willing to betray the Holy Maiden Sect for me? Irina questioned. Her enchanting eyes filled with doubt. Why would he willingly do this? Could it be that he was entranced by her beauty? Sister Sorceress, your words are misplaced. What do you mean by betrayal? I am simply choosing the righteous path. Qin Mu replied cheerfully. They claim to be a righteous sect, yet I beg to differ. They would have dragged me to my demise had I not been fortunate enough to escape. Thus, it is you, Sister Sorceress, who embodies righteousness in my eyes. To label black as white, is that not sufficient flattery? Wow. His experience points surged by 10%. Qin Mu's expression brightened, eager to continue his progress. Sister Sorceress, you do not disdain my origins, do you? If you do, I shall renounce this bloodline right now, and at that time, I would hope you could bestow upon me the bloodline of the Blood Demon clan. Qin Mu's eloquence flowed effortlessly. Very well, I shall sever your bloodline, allowing you to truly become a member of my illustrious Blood Demon clan. Irina declared, placing her palm atop Qin Mu's head. What? Surely, my exquisite spiritual vein cannot be discarded so easily. Should I then confront her with the 12 deathly spears? Qin Mu's mind raced as he prepared the 9-turn Lioli spear from his spatial pouch. He remained motionless, standing his ground. Just then, the system's notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for completing the task and acquiring the Wuxiang demon art. It has been automatically comprehended. Chapter 67. A Twist of Fate. Irina offers an amusing reward? Qin Mu was nearly brought to tears with excitement. Each time he reached this juncture, was it a test of his psychological endurance? Upon grasping the Wuxiang demon art, Qin Mu silently circulated the technique, his eyes turning a deep crimson, as if a fierce beast within him had awakened from slumber. Boom. Just as Irina prepared to strike, she was violently repelled by the surge of power emanating from him, her hand even feeling scorched. What is happening? Why does he suddenly exude such terrifying demonic energy? Could it be that he is truly one of the Blood Demon clan? The thought sent a thrill through Irina's heart. This was precisely what she desired. Wuxiang demon art. Coalesce. Qin Mu shouted, a terrifying force threatening to tear him apart, his eyes glinting red, as the spiritual energy around him spiraled incessantly. He could even sense two forces within him clashing against each other. What is happening? After comprehending the formless demonic art, a pure and untainted demonic power emerged within Qin Mu, more refined than the spiritual energy he possessed before, as if it were innate. I understand now. The so-called formless demonic art utilizes demonic power as a catalyst to forcibly enhance one's strength, allowing one to transcend a realm temporarily under the influence of these two forces. Qin Mu, you are indeed one of my Blood Demon clan. Sensing a familiar aura, Elena smiled faintly, pleasantly surprised by this unexpected revelation. She intended to take Qin Mu back for proper training. Perhaps he could become a formidable general of her demon clan. Sister Sorceress, how about I perform a trick for you? Qin Mu's lips curled into a slight smile as he gazed at Elena with mirth. You are quite perceptive, but right now, the bloodbath of the Saintess sect is our priority. Elena knew that this mission was of utmost importance. The four major sects that had entrenched themselves in the establishment of the dynasty were thorns in the side of their Blood Demon clan and had to be eradicated completely for peace of mind. The opportunity was ripe, and there was no room for distractions. That may not be possible. Suddenly, Qin Mu turned and shook his head at Elena. In an instant, Elena sensed something amiss. What do you mean? Why did she feel that the current Qin Mu seemed rather unusual? The look he cast upon her was filled with a striking assertiveness, devoid of the previous submissiveness. What could this mean? I say, you Blood Demon clan, have come to the wrong place. Qin Mu sneered coldly. Though he was not a virtuous person, he possessed a moral compass. You do not sincerely wish to submit? Elena felt regret. She had initially thought he was a promising talent, willing to abandon the darkness for the light, only to discover he was deceiving her. She detested deception above all else. Submit? For me, Qin Mu, to submit to you? You must be dreaming. Qin Mu clenched his fists, his aura surging violently, fury igniting within him. What? Elena staggered back 2 steps, astonished by the sudden enhancement of Qin Mu's strength. What kind of trick had he employed? Sorceress, surrender. Qin Mu discarded his long sword and grasped a spear, its tip brimming with a fierce energy, pointing ominously at Elena. The aura radiating from him instilled fear in many. This power was akin to that of the spirit concentration realm. Why you're hiding your strength? Elena's expression shifted to one of shock. She had never heard of any other spirit concentration experts in the Saintist sect aside from Mu only. The intelligence was flawed. Does that matter? You wish to cripple my bloodline and replace it with that of the Blood Demon clan? I scoff at that. Qin Mu retorted with blatant contempt. He had no intention of aligning with the Blood Demon clan. How dare you toy with me? I will kill you. Elena was utterly infuriated. Never had anyone dared to mock her in such a manner. This Qin Mu was truly courting death. His strength should only be at the celestial spirit realm. As for the spirit concentration aura, it must be due to some peculiar technique. She was determined to kill Qin Mu to vent her pent-up rage. Irina's onslaught was merciless. Wielding a blood magic sword imbued with malevolent aura, as if it had been drawn from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, truly a formidable weapon. Simultaneously, the other members of the Blood Demon clan surrounded Qin Mu. Observing their menacing demeanor, Qin Mu's eyes reflected only indifference. These ruffians had just slaughtered countless disciples of the Holy Maiden Sect, clearly devoid of any compassion. Damn it, not a single one spared. They sought to kill him. Daring to deceive the princess, a sin beyond forgiveness. They incessantly clamored, eager to exact vengeance solely because Irina was their noble princess. An exalted status that must not be trifled with. Watching their righteous indignation, Qin Mu felt a flicker of disdain. These sycophants, why exert themselves so? Irina would not join them in their folly. Kill him. Whoever brings me his head shall be rewarded with my worn socks. With Irina's proclamation, the crowd erupted once more into a frenzy. The socks worn by the princess were indeed a rarity. Acquiring them would likely keep one awake all night in excitement. Observing these pumped-up men, Qin Mu clapped his hands. Marvelous. Truly marvelous. Irina had a remarkable talent for rallying men. Sycophants, in the end, left with nothing. Remember, this is the lesson I, Qin Mu, impart upon you. As his words fell, his weapon was unleashed like a dragon, a terrifying aura surging forth like a deluge. As he casually fired a shot, claiming dozens of lives in an instant. In the next life, do not be a sycophant again. Do you not fear fungal infections from worn socks? Qin Mu swept his weapon once more, and within mere breaths, he had eradicated the Blood Demon clan members, leaving only Irina standing. You dare. Faced with Irina's fury, Qin Mu merely smiled faintly. You did not intervene when I struck earlier. And now you shout before me. What is this? A show of your anger? An exhibition of your concern for your subordinates? Spare me the jest. Qin Mu snorted coldly. Such a person relished in this. If she truly cared for her subordinates, she would not allow them to perish in vain. Irina's anger flared, her eyes ablaze with crimson light. As her aura swirled around her, she swung the blood sword towards Qin Mu's neck. Slow, too slow. Qin Mu's mind shifted, and he deftly severed Irina's sword with a shot. Irina reacted swiftly, preparing to launch a series of lethal kicks. However, as her foot extended, Qin Mu seized it. Soft as jade, your foot is rather exquisite, he mused, taking note of Irina's gleaming white teeth. You wretch, how dare you desecrate me? Irina felt the violation and struck towards Qin Mu. Yet, with his strength now at the mid-level of the spirit concentration realm, how could Irina hope to contend? Wrong. It is not I who have desecrated you, but rather you who failed to cherish yourself. Qin Mu's words struck Irina like a thunderbolt. What did he mean? The reward you just received was the very socks you have worn. Do you comprehend the implications of this? It signifies that your intimate garments may be toyed with by other men at will. And do you grasp the weight of that? It suggests a lack of virtue on your part. Applause is certainly in order. Chapter 68. Subduing Elena, offering her delicacies? Qin Mu's words caught Elena off guard. Is it truly so? No, absolutely not. She merely aimed to compel obedience from these individuals, using such items as bait. Silence. Elena seethed with indignation. Were it not for the perverse desires of these wretched men, would she ever resort to such measures? Therefore, the fault lies not with her, but with those men. Am I correct in my assessment? Qin Mu smiled faintly. Go to hell. Elena, unable to contain her fury, bit her finger and drew blood upon her sword, immediately enveloping it in a radiant aura of power. Her aura surged, nearly reaching the level of concentrated spirit. Was this her trump card? Even if you possess the strength of concentrated spirit, what does it matter? The secret arts of my blood demon lineage allow me to utilize my vitality to forcibly enhance my power. Ultimately, you shall perish by my hand. If I do not eliminate Qin Mu, I would be unworthy of being a princess of the demon clan. Vitality, are you on your monthly cycle? Utilizing blood as a catalyst is rather distasteful, is it not? Qin Mu feigned ignorance. His 9 transformations glazed spear eager for action. The 12 lethal spears, each capable of claiming a life, are not to be reckoned with, even by those of concentrated spirit. How much less so for her? A mere pinnacle of the celestial spirit realm. As Qin Mu pondered how to deal with Elena once she was subdued, he considered, to kill her would be a lamentable loss given her beauty and form. Yet, if spared, what if she fled back to the Blood Demon clan? That would pose an even greater threat. A dilemma indeed. In the midst of his contemplation, Elena launched a fierce and cunning strike towards him. You wretched woman! How dare you disregard the rules of combat and attempt to eradicate my lineage? Qin Mu would not show her mercy. The 12 lethal spears, the third strike, blind dragon. Qin Mu's spear danced wildly in his grip, aiming directly for the heart of the matter. Moreover, his assault seemed imbued with a trace of spear spirit. An overwhelming aura of pressure, which, due to Elena's smaller stature, bore down upon her chest. At that moment, Elena felt as though her chest was being gripped tightly, then lifted and kneaded repeatedly, leaving her utterly uncomfortable. This scoundrel dared to use spiritual pressure to violate her. Infuriating. She vowed to rend Qin Mu into pieces to assuage her wrath. The sword energy surged like a tidal wave, reverberating through the forest, causing the surrounding beasts to flee in terror. A spear and sword clashed violently. Boom. The two energies erupted, sending dust swirling about. Qin Mu anchored his feet firmly, maintaining his stance, but Elena was not so fortunate. She was violently thrust back, crashing through 3 great trees before finally coming to a halt. As she lifted her gaze, she found herself staring at Qin Mu's waist. Enchantress, I offer you a chance at life. Will you accept? Qin Mu revealed a radiant smile as he slowly crouched down, aware that all beings cherish their lives, and the princess of the Blood Demon clan was no exception. What do you intend to do? Elena stared at Qin Mu, her expression betraying a hint of panic. This scoundrel, could it be that he wishes to? I can spare your life, but you must obediently follow my commands. Whatever I say goes, and you must not defy me. Can you comply? Qin Mu reached out to lift Elena's chin. Truly, as the princess of the Blood Demon clan, she was well preserved. Do you expect me to become your slave? Elena lifted her proud head, her eyes ablaze with anger. Nobility among the Blood Demon clan would never submit to servitude. You are unwilling? Qin Mu's gaze instantly turned icy. There were ways to deal with unwillingness. Unless you kill me, you shall not escape this fate. My father is the Demon Lord, of a lineage most esteemed, and I am the princess of the Demon clan. How could I allow you to command me at will? Elena stood her ground. Yet, should he perish, the Blood Demon clan would undoubtedly unleash their full might, engaging in a relentless vendetta against their sect, crushing their gates, and leaving no survivors. Could Qin Mu bear such a cost? Qin Mu pondered briefly, feeling a sense of lamentation. Those with powerful connections were indeed different. Even contemplating her demise required careful consideration. No, he could not kill her. The Blood Demon Lord's strength was formidable, and with Muron Li in seclusion, it was uncertain when he would emerge. Should the Blood Demon clan launch a massive invasion, the consequences would be beyond their capacity to endure. Do you think this means I am powerless against you? Qin Mu smiled faintly, already formulating a plan in his mind. Elena was so proud before him. Let her continue in her arrogance. What do you intend to do? Elena suddenly sensed something amiss and quickly retreated a couple of steps. Yet, her current strength was no match for Qin Mu. He grasped her wrist and swiftly twisted her arm behind her back, pressing against her shapely form. You. Elena was about to speak when she felt a tremor at her back. This Qin Mu had the audacity to strike her backside. How infuriating. He truly deserved to die. No one had ever touched her in such a manner. How bold of Qin Mu. Did he really fear death? Will you obey my commands? With each question, Qin Mu delivered a firm slap. Elena was filled with a mix of excitement. Irina blushed, unable to bear the situation any longer. If this continued, she would truly reach her limit. Moreover, she felt something peculiar within her. Her tail began to sway unconsciously. How embarrassing. Was it truly as Qin Mu had suggested? Was she really that kind of person? With a resounding slap, Qin Mu struck her several more times. Irina, somewhat displeased, turned her head and glared at him in anger. I've already promised to obey you, so why do you continue to hit me? Qin Mu chuckled. Because it's enjoyable. Besides, a little slap won't lead to any significant consequence, so what's the big deal? You. Though Irina was furious, she dared not protest further, fearing Qin Mu might continue his assault. All right, since you've chosen to obey, then eat this. Qin Mu produced an object and placed it before her. Are you ordering me? A flash of anger crossed Irina's face. On what grounds? Refuse to eat? Then I shall continue. With that, Qin Mu raised his hand again, and reluctantly, Irina complied. Chapter 69. The Overbearing Sorceress. Qin Mu suffers great loss. Observing Irina's unwillingness, Qin Mu shook his head in dissatisfaction. Call me master and let me hear it. He was determined to properly train this sorceress. Firstly, she must not continue to harm others, and secondly, who knows? She might actually be of use to him. With her innate charm as a sacred body, he felt incredibly fortunate. Master, you truly consider me your servant? Irina grudgingly acquiesced. But this did not imply she would truly become Qin Mu's slave. In the vast empire of the Great Sword, no one had such a privilege. Without further discussion, Qin Mu seized Irina's tail with one hand and delivered a sharp slap to her rear with the other. Irina involuntarily let out a shameful sound. Master, please stop. With crimson eyes fixed on Qin Mu, she submitted. She intended to relay the message back to her clan, hoping her father would rescue her. This Qin Mu was so perverse. Who knew what further transgressions he might commit in the future? Now that is more like it. Qin Mu nodded in satisfaction and then stood up. What had he just given Irina? Naturally, it was a heart control pill. But do not misconstrue. It was merely a pill to control the minds of those beneath the condensing spirit realm. Once the controlled individual broke through to the condensing spirit realm, the pill would become ineffective. How should I manage your situation? Qin Mu pondered. Placing Irina within the Holy Maiden Sect seemed somewhat unsafe. She might go mad one day and end up harming many disciples, which would surely create a significant problem. Yet, releasing her would be akin to letting a tiger return to the mountains. I realize my mistakes. If you release me now, I promise not to trouble the Holy Maiden Sect again. Irina pleaded, her eyes brightening. Her chance had come. Release you? Do you think I am foolish? Qin Mu shook his head, suddenly struck with a brilliant idea. You wait for me at the back mountain. I will seek you out once I have resolved the matter. Qin Mu harbored no concerns regarding Elena's potential flight. With the effects of the heart control pill, she would adhere solely to his commands. Although thoughts of escape might cross her mind, her body was beyond her control. As Elena rose, preparing to depart, she found herself inexplicably drawn toward the back mountain. What is happening? How can this be? Qin Mu swiftly returned to Lan Jingxin's side, channeling a surge of spiritual energy into her. This foolish woman truly had a fortuitous fate. Suddenly, Lan Jingxin and the other disciples awakened simultaneously. Upon seeing Qin Mu, she instinctively drew her sword, poised to strike him. Sister Lan, have you lost your mind? Qin Mu grasped his sword, his face ablaze with fury. He had rescued her with good intentions, and this was her repayment? You have betrayed the sect. You deserve death. Lan Jingxin, brimming with murderous intent, glared at Qin Mu. Allow me to explain. That was merely an act. Look, those blood demons have been vanquished by me. I did not genuinely intend to betray the sect or my master. Following Qin Mu's gaze, Lan Jingxin peered into the distance. Indeed, the blood demons lay lifeless. Did you truly slay those foes? Lan Jingxin found it difficult to believe that Qin Mu could single-handedly defeat so many blood demons. Of course, Qin Mu thought, rolling his eyes internally. If I didn't slay them, would it be you who did? You had already lost too much blood and fainted. Could you possibly have sprung back to life to dispatch these foes before collapsing again? Please, use your brain. How had she even been admitted into the Holy Maiden Sect? And what of that witch? Lan Jingxin suddenly recalled Elena, her eyes darting nervously around. That witch hasn't harmed you, has she? I was overpowered and allowed her to escape, but the sect is now safe. Qin Mu offered no further explanation. If any trace of their encounter were discovered, it would lead to trouble. So, your feigned allegiance was merely a ruse to lower their guard, allowing you to annihilate them in one fell swoop? Finally, Lan Jingxin grasped the situation. Qin Mu nodded, preferring silence. I apologize, junior brother Qin. I misjudged you. Struggling to her feet, Lan Jingxin looked at Qin Mu with embarrassment. Realizing how foolish she had been to doubt him in such circumstances. Let us return to tend to our wounds. Qin Mu rose, gesturing dramatically as he took flight from the scene. Lan Jingxin watched his retreating figure, pondering whether her earlier misjudgment might have angered him. It seemed she must find an opportunity to sincerely apologize. Qin Mu felt an urgency to reach the back mountain. Upon arriving, he was immediately met with the heart-wrenching cries of the earth demon bear. This is bad. Qin Mu quickened his pace, his figure darting forward, only to be stunned by the scene before him. There stood Elena, straddling the neck of the earth demon bear, one hand gripping its paw, seemingly venting her frustrations. Elena, cease this at once. Qin Mu immediately intervened, as the earth demon bear was tasked with guarding the rear mountain, and he could not allow Elena to meet her demise. Upon hearing Qin Mu's voice, Elena abruptly turned her head. This princess will not heed your words. I am famished. I intend to devour this foolish bear. Elena exclaimed fervently, her desire to slay the bear seemingly effortless. Did Qin Mu truly believe he could meddle in such a trivial matter? To consume the earth demon bear? Absolutely not. It must remain to guard the rear mountain. Come down at once. Qin Mu's lips moved as he attempted to control Elena. Fortunately, his timely intervention ensured the bear's survival. You must depart immediately. The news of her presence at the rear mountain must not reach anyone. Do you comprehend? Qin Mu cautioned the earth demon bear. Should anyone discover this, Even 100 explanations would not suffice. Understood, the Earth Demon Bear replied hurriedly, not daring to linger. Qin Mu gazed at Elena with a look of exasperation. Elena, I will not permit you to damage anything belonging to the Holy Maiden Sect. Not even a blade of grass or a single flower. This was precisely the situation he dreaded. If you possess any skill, then release me. After all, you cannot monitor me incessantly. Elena retorted defiantly, rising to perch upon a branch. Her long, smooth legs swayed enticingly. Qin Mu's expression grew grave. The situation was becoming precarious. He opened the system panel, searching for a solution to gain complete control over Elena. After a lengthy search, he stumbled upon something. Beast transformation technique. It could transform a person into a spirit beast, keeping them by one side, concealing their presence while mastering the skills of the spirit beast. Exchange condition. Half of the experience points? Qin Mu's mouth twitched. That was exorbitantly costly. However, if he could transform Elena into a spirit beast, he could keep her close without arousing suspicion. He resolved to proceed. Elena, this is what you have compelled me to do. Qin Mu, who initially possessed 50% of his experience points, saw them instantly reduced to 0. The beast transformation technique was cast upon Elena. What have you done to me? Elena suddenly felt an overwhelming discomfort, as if a strange force was seizing control of her, and her body began to undergo various transformations. Meow. Half an hour later, Elena had astonishingly transformed into a little black cat. Huh, you still have your horns and tail? Quite splendid and rather adorable. Chapter 70. The sorceress becomes a kitty. Senior Sister Huang invites Qin Mu down the mountain. Qin Mu gazed at the transformed Elena, unable to suppress a laugh. Her cute yet fierce demeanor was fitting for her temperament. Qin Mu, hurry and return this princess to her former self. Elena's voice suddenly resonated in Qin Mu's mind. The unexpected sound startled him. Could she possibly speak human language? Meow, meow. Qin Mu stared intently at Elena, realizing it was merely telepathy within his mind. Under normal circumstances, he could only hear the sounds of a cat. Thus, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Do not look at me with such eyes. If it were not for your disobedience, how could I have transformed you into a cat? Qin Mu stated mercilessly. The hard-earned experience points he had gained were now lost, and he would have to start anew. Who would compensate him for this inconvenience? Perhaps you should revert me back, and I assure you I will behave. Elena exclaimed in terror. Would she be condemned to present herself solely as a feline? Absolutely not. Do you think I would believe you? Qin Mu shook his head, resolute in the necessity of maintaining a firm grasp on Elena, ensuring absolute control. If you turn me into a cat, how could you ever appreciate my beauty and figure? Elena attempted to allure and entice him, desperate not to remain a mere cat forever. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu nodded in agreement. Indeed, though she was quite adorable in her current form, he desired more, especially her alluring long legs. It would be a grave loss if they were to vanish. With a shift in intention, the next moment, Elena was restored to her human form. What? Qin Mu was astonished to discover he could effortlessly manipulate Elena's state. Excellent. Truly excellent. I will kill you. Elena, now in her human form, summoned her blood sword and lunged fiercely toward Qin Mu. Realizing that his strength had returned to the mid-stage of the heavenly spirit and was no match for her, she believed that only by swiftly eliminating him could she break free from this troublesome control. The Holy Maiden Sect would then be hers to command. Turn into a cat. Qin Mu stood firm, snapping his fingers. Bang. Meow. How did I transform back again? Elena gazed at her feline paws, unable to resist licking one. Ah, cursed Qin Mu. You rebellious sorcerer. This is the consequence of disobedience. Qin Mu had no intention of indulging her. If she refused to comply, she would remain in her cat form by his side. Just wait until I find an opportunity. I shall certainly kill you. Elena knew Qin Mu would not slay her, and thus she threatened with a sense of ease. With her strength, once she broke through to the spirit concentration realm, no one would be able to control her again. To this threat, Qin Mu merely smiled. Very well, I shall await that moment. Though he feigned calmness, the thought of her potentially breaking free from his control troubled him greatly. The misfortune would not only befall him, but would also ensnare the Holy Maiden Sect in peril. For the first time, Qin Mu felt an intense yearning for power. Thus, he returned to his room with the cat. Along the way, he continuously brainwashed her, insisting that if she ran away, she would be lost forever, that the outside world was perilous, and that she was merely a weak little cat. In short, she must not leave the Holy Maiden Sect even a step. From now on, you shall stay here obediently, without any tricks, Qin Mu threatened, pointing at Elena's nose. What can you do to me? Elena maintained her inherent pride. To her, as long as he dared not kill her, she would undoubtedly seek an opportunity to dismantle Qin Mu piece by piece. I can conquer you. Suddenly, Qin Mu's gaze sharpened. The audacious blood demon sovereign dared to take advantage of the Feather King. Why shouldn't he follow suit and avenge Qin Mu? Did Irina know that she had an elder sister? Noticing the seriousness etched on Qin Mu's face, Irina dared not speak, genuinely frightened. This Qin Mu was truly a peculiar individual, not even sparing a cat. After ensuring Irina's arrangements were in place, Qin Mu sat on the bed, earnestly contemplating how to acquire experience points. It was clear that Murong Li was not an option. Abruptly retreating into seclusion was rather suspicious. Had he been provoked by Murong Ning's recent breakthrough? As for Murong Ning, their relationship was exceedingly delicate. And what of Yuhan Huang? She was already prepared to welcome him into her life, yet experience points were still accruing too slowly. What to do? The dilemma weighed heavily on him. Just then, a knock echoed through the room. Junior brother Qin, are you in there? I'm coming in. The voice of Huang Churen resonated from outside. Huang Churen, what brought her here? Qin Mu exchanged a glance with Irina, signaling her to remain composed, before rising to open the door. Upon opening it, his eyes were momentarily dazzled. So bright, so grand. Huang Churen had donned a new outfit, a yellow gown adorned with shimmering crystals, making her appear almost luminescent, her aura entirely transformed. However, the dress was rather snug, accentuating her bosom to an extent that even Qin Mu caught a glimpse of creamy white skin before him. He hadn't anticipated Huang Churen to possess such allure. Sister Huang, you look exceptionally beautiful today. Are you off to meet your fiancé? Qin Mu inquired playfully. In an instant, Huang Churen's face flushed with a visible crimson hue, her demeanor radiating a charming allure, and she lost her earlier assertiveness. Don't spout nonsense. I have no fiancé, she protested, shaking her head, clearly pleased by his compliment. Then, Sister Huang, is there something else on your mind? Qin Mu feigned ignorance, provoking her further. Junior brother Qin, would you accompany me down the mountain for a stroll? Huang Churen's voice was soft as a whisper. This was the first time she had ever expressed such a sentiment to a man. Fearing that remaining on the mountain would lead to further disturbances from Huolinger, to dispel Qin Mu's preconceived notions about her, she had to bravely take this step. Asking him out. Huang Churen displayed such a striking contrast. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Mu realized that Huang Churen's strength was inferior to his own, making any flirtation futile. Yet, with her current appearance, she was undeniably captivating. Engaging with her would not be a loss. All right, I have some matters to attend to down the mountain as well. Qin Mu decided to procure some medicinal herbs, as he had yet to utilize the 100,000 gold coins he had received as a reward. Gathering materials for alchemy would undoubtedly aid in enhancing his strength. Shall we go then? Huang Churen shyly turned away. Just as Qin Mu was about to depart, he heard Irina's disgruntled voice behind him. Qin Mu, go ahead. Once you leave, I shall lay waste to the Holy Maiden Sect. Irina, with her claws bared and a look of indignation, spoke out. Qin Mu let out a cold laugh. Irina, behave yourself and don't run around. I'll bring you some fish to eat tonight. After saying this, he gently patted Irina's head. What a delightful little kitten. Qin, is this your pet? Huang Churen exclaimed as she picked up Irina, clearly smitten. I found her by the roadside. Felt a bit sorry for her, so I decided to keep her. Qin Mu began to craft a persona. Qin, you truly are a good person. Huang Churen gazed at him with admiration. A good person? Qin Mu furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat uncomfortable with the label. Chapter 71. Descending the mountain to buy medicine. Encountering the scoundrel brother of Yuhan Shuang, the two descended the mountain, with Huang Churen shyly trailing beside Qin Mu. Qin. Huang Churen attempted to speak, but noticed that Qin Mu seemed preoccupied, his gaze searching for something. Did he not care for her after all? Why was it that despite accompanying him down the mountain, he did not spare her a glance? Was she overthinking this? Sister Huang, do you know where I can purchase medicinal herbs at the foot of the mountain? Qin Mu inquired, having realized he was utterly unfamiliar with the area. Akin to a headless fly. You wish to buy medicinal herbs? I know a place. Huang Churen exclaimed with excitement. In truth, her family was a renowned alchemical sect with a strong reputation throughout the Great Sword Dynasty and even across the Qin Mu continent. However, lacking the talent for alchemy, she excelled in swordsmanship, leading her family to send her to the Saintess sect. Qin Mu was somewhat taken aback upon hearing her introduction, surprised to discover such a background behind Huang Churen. Then I shall rely on Sister Huang to guide me, he said with a gentle smile. All right. Huang Churen blushed slightly, leading Qin Mu towards the Wan Yao Pavilion. The Wan Yao Pavilion specialized in medicinal herbs. Aside from some extraordinary spiritual medicines, everything else could be found there. The two flew through the air and soon arrived at the pavilion. Upon entering, they were greeted by a fragrant aroma of herbs. With Qin Mu's acquired alchemist talent, he could easily discern the properties of these herbs. At that moment, he understood why some individuals could quickly and accurately judge answers when engaging in listening exercises. What would you like to purchase? The shopkeeper approached them promptly, noting their extraordinary attire that suggested they were not ordinary folk. Qin Mu wrote down a prescription and handed it over. The shopkeeper, upon seeing it, was taken aback. Are you perhaps an alchemist, esteemed sir? His demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect. Alchemists were exceedingly rare on the Qin Mu continent, and anyone identified as one was treated as a guest of honor. Qin Mu paused for a moment before nodding. Qin, you understand alchemy? Huang Chuan was equally astonished, realizing that her junior brother possessed such talent. How fortunate that she had not dismissed him at the outset. Otherwise, she would have missed out on such an exceptional individual. I know a little. Just prepare the medicine. Qin Mu replied succinctly, not wishing to waste time. The shopkeeper quickly set to work, not daring to delay. At this moment, Qin Mu strolled alongside Huang Chuan. With his current rank, he could only be classified as a first-grade alchemist, while the entire hierarchy of alchemists is divided into 9 grades. Achieving the 9th grade would allow one to concoct sacred-grade elixirs. It is said that a single sacred-grade elixir can forge a formidable being in the spirit consolidation realm. Junior brother Qin, it's not as dreadful as you think, Huang Chuan's melodious voice chimed in. She understood the root of the conflict between herself and Qin Mu. It is often said that a man's greatest aversion is hearing that he is inadequate. To resolve the discord with Qin Mu, she realized she must approach it from this angle. As they continued walking, Qin Mu suddenly overheard her words. What? He was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that Huang Chuan would utter such a thing? Was her contrast always this pronounced? Oh dear, just look for yourself. Huang Chuan shyly retreated to the side, her cheeks flushing, her heart racing, and her breath becoming hurried. Qin Mu shrugged helplessly, continuing to wander about. At that moment, a figure clad in resplendent garments appeared at the Wan Yao pavilion. The 9th prince was out, and all common folk were to withdraw. The young eunuch behind him proclaimed with a sharp and high-pitched voice, the 9th prince? Upon seeing the figure, Qin Mu began to speculate. Could he be the 9th prince of the Great Sword Dynasty? What brought him here? Huang Chuan, anxious about potential trouble, quickly grasped Qin Mu's arm and whispered, Junior brother Qin, he is the 9th prince, the younger brother of our senior sister. You must not provoke him. The emperor currently favors the 9th prince greatly. Anyone who offends him will surely find themselves in deep trouble. Qin Mu assessed the young man before him. Indeed, his striking appearance granted him a significant advantage. Away with you. Leave at once. As soon as they entered, the young eunuch began to expel people. The 9th prince, Yuhan Lu, stood with his hands clasped behind him at the doorway, his gaze filled with arrogance and disdain, as though all before him were mere commoners. Why are you two still here? The young eunuch exclaimed, standing in front of Qin Mu. With the 9th prince present, you should leave at once. Qin Mu smiled and replied, I will depart once I have collected my herbs. I have no intention of obstructing the path of Prince Yu. Impudent. With the 9th prince in attendance, you ought to retreat immediately. What need do you have for herbs? Clearly, you harbor ill intentions towards the 9th prince. The eunuch retorted pompously. Beside him, Yuhan Lu cast a cold glance at Qin Mu. Why waste words on him? Depart within a breath, or face death. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu felt a surge of indignation. He mimicked Yuhan Liu's words with a mocking tone, his expression laced with provocation. Depart within a breath, or face death. How might one die? Should I die laughing? This Yuhan Lu, even with the emperor's favor, cannot possibly be foolish enough to think himself above reproach. Presumptuous. How dare you show disrespect to His Highness the 9th prince? What punishment do you deserve? The eunuch roared in fury, drawing a blade from his waist and swinging it towards Qin Mu's head. Huang Chuan gasped in alarm. Your Excellency, please spare him. Qin Mu did not mean any harm. Let this one instance go. Huang Chuan stood resolutely before Qin Mu. Had it not been for her desire to avoid entanglements with the royal family, she would not have exhibited such trepidation. This matter does not concern you. Step aside. The eunuch bellowed in fury, issuing threats. Just as Huang Chuan was about to respond, Qin Mu interposed himself, drawing her behind him. My earlier restraint does not imply that I lack temper. You are the 9th prince of the Great Sword Dynasty. Are you not? Do you truly believe that royal favor grants you the license to act without consequence? He was unwilling to instigate conflict. Yet he did not shy away from it either. When friends arrive, fine wine is offered. When wolves approach, a firearm is at hand. Are you challenging my authority? Throughout the Great Sword Dynasty, even the outer princes do not dare address me in such a manner. You, a mere commoner, presume to be so audacious, truly courting death. Yuhan Lu did not perceive his subordinates' actions as erroneous. Upon his arrival, others were expected to yield, for they were unworthy to share his space. As the upper beam is crooked, so the lower beam is awry. Qin Mu rolled his eyes, then seized a chair and sat down defiantly. If that is your stance, then I shall remain here today. If you possess the capability, expel me from this place. With his legs crossed and an imposing aura, he declared, Is this truly the brother of Yuhan Huang? What a despicable individual. Chapter 72. A violent Yuhan Lu swiftly comprehended the situation. How amusing. He had thought it was a formidable figure, yet it was merely a lowly disciple who dared to humiliate him in such a manner. He could not let this go unpunished. He had come here on a mission. The princess was to seek a marriage proposal, and his father had specifically tasked him with delivering gifts. He was a guest of the Holy Maiden Sect, and this incident demanded a proper explanation from the sect leader Moro. What relevance did my sister's esteemed name have to you? Yuhan Lu believed this was only natural. As the most favored prince, how could he possibly err? Even if there were a mistake, it would surely lie with others. Sister Yu is indeed unfortunate to have a brother like you. Qin Mu stood his ground. Sister Yu is unparalleled. Her reputation must not be sullied by someone like you. Unintentionally, Qin Mu's remark earned him a 5% increase in experience points. What was happening? Was Yu Hanshuang nearby? Although he could not see her, Qin Mu had an inkling. My sister has said nothing, so how dare you speak out of turn? Yu Hanliu's face darkened with anger. He was determined to report this matter to the Holy Maiden Sect and seek justice for himself. I truly wish to teach you a lesson on behalf of Sister Yu. Otherwise, if such incidents continue, will others not perceive my sister as unreasonable and tyrannical? Qin Mu seized the opportunity to accumulate some experience points. After all, in this world, strength reigns supreme, and until he broke through to the spirit consolidation realm, he felt uneasy. Who do you think you are? Daring to reprimand me on behalf of my sister? Yuhan Lu was infuriated. He was the 9th prince of the royal family, and here was a mere commoner speaking insolently. I warn you, I am here on a mission. My sister intends to marry a disciple from the Holy Maiden Sect, and they shall unite in their spiritual journey. If I encounter any trouble, not only will my sister be displeased, but even my future brother-in-law will not spare you. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu let out a chuckle. So he was referring to himself? What was there to worry about? He struck Yuhan Lu sharply on the head, but it bore no effect. Today, I shall teach you a proper lesson on behalf of Sister Yu, so you may remember not to bully others. After speaking, Qin Mu dealt several more blows. The strikes were relentless, and before long, Yu Hanliu's head spun with stars. Initially, he had struggled to retaliate against Qin Mu, but as time passed, his pleas for mercy grew increasingly fervent. A madman. This Qin Mu is truly insane, daring even to strike him. Enough of this. Huang Charan could no longer bear to watch and intervened. She suddenly realized that individuals like Qin Mu, who were unafraid of power and possessed a sense of justice, were indeed rare. As the most favored 9th prince, even the eldest disciple had likely never struck him in such a manner. Qin Mu, feeling somewhat fatigued, rubbed his such a prodigal son deserves a proper lesson. Qin Mu raised an eyebrow at Huang Charan, who instantly lowered her head, captivated by his striking handsomeness. After procuring the medicinal herbs, Qin Mu took Huang Charan for a stroll at the foot of the mountain. Days like these are truly delightful. As Huang Charan followed behind Qin Mu, her admiration for him grew, and despite her numerous attempts to speak, she found herself silenced by him, ultimately suppressing her excitement. Fear not, there will be ample time ahead. Half a day later, at the Synopsis sect, Yuhan Lu finally ascended the mountain and, upon entering, collapsed before Yuhan Huang. Sister, you must stand up for me. With a flood of tears and snot, Yuhan Lu cried out dramatically. Seeing this, Yuhan Huang's face twisted in disdain as she pushed him away. What on earth happened? How did you end up in such a pitiful state? You are the 9th prince of the great sword dynasty. Is this how you maintain your dignity? Where is the honor of our royal family? One of your disciples attacked me and even killed my personal eunuch. He is utterly arrogant. You must help me. Yuhan Lu began to complain, confident that with his sister present, no one in the Simped sect would dare to provoke him. Hearing this, Yuhan Huang's expression darkened with fury. What? A disciple dares to lay a hand on a prince? The audacity is outrageous. Rest assured, I will give you a satisfactory resolution, but first, we must wait. Qin Mu has yet to return, and I cannot attend to this matter without him. Could it be that he truly fears marrying me and has fled? No matter the cost, I must locate him. Very well. Yuhan Lu sulked in a corner, sobbing uncontrollably. Can you refrain from making such noise? Is it not enough embarrassment already? Yuhan Huang shot him a glance that instantly rendered him compliant. Just then, Qin Mu entered the grand hall, while Huang Charan, feeling unwell, had already gone to rest. The moment Qin Mu stepped inside, his gaze met Yu Hanliu's. Yuhan Lu leaped up, seething with rage. It's this guy? How dare he return? Qin Mu. At that moment, Yuhan Huang approached with a beaming smile, taking Qin Mu's hand with great delight. 9th brother, this is Qin Mu, the one I mentioned to you, the future consort of the great sword dynasty. What? Yu Hanliu's face was a picture of astonishment. Qin Mu was the brother-in-law he had never met? Hello, 9th brother, we meet again. Qin Mu flashed a crooked smile and waved. Chapter 73, The Wealthy Bride Price. Are they forcing me to marry in? Yu Hanliu's expression shifted to one of clear panic. Who could have imagined that Qin Mu was his brother-in-law? Have you two met before? Yu Hanzhuang looked at both Qin Mu and Yu Hanlu, a hint of suspicion on her face. Qin Mu chuckled, indeed. Not only have we met, but we also shared a rather intimate exchange, did we not? This single sentence caused Yu Hanlu to tumble from his chair, crashing to the ground in shock. His breathing grew increasingly rapid, and his gaze darted about in evasion. Why is he so unfortunate? Indeed. Yu Hanlu reluctantly responded. What exactly is the situation between you two? Speak honestly. Yu Hanzhuang sensed the oddity of the situation and whispered. Before Yu Hanlu could speak, Qin Mu interjected. Sister Yu, I sincerely apologize. I have beaten your brother. I even killed 2 members of the royal family. Punish me as you see fit. I shall accept any consequence. Qin Mu's demeanor was exceedingly respectful, yet it hardly conveyed an admission of wrongdoing. You beat my brother? Yu Hanzhuang glanced at the trembling Yu Hanlu and grasped the gist of the matter. No wonder they bore such expressions. Sister, you will avenge me, won't you? Yu Hanlu cautiously ventured, unable to endure the beating in vain. A mere symbolic strike would ease his conscience somewhat. Kneel. However, in the next moment, Yu Hanzhuang spoke coldly, causing Yu Hanlu to shudder and promptly drop to the ground, his response instinctive and swift. It seemed he was no stranger to such actions within the royal family. Qin Mu, you need not be so formal. I know my brother well enough to understand he must have provoked you, inciting your wrath. Instead of reprimanding Qin Mu, Yu Hanzhuang praised him, asserting that the eunuch had long deserved punishment for overstepping his bounds. As for Yu Hanlu, he deserved it even more. That rascal is quite resilient. I hope your hands are unharmed. Yu Hanzhuang expressed concern, even taking Qin Mu's hand into hers, having resolved to propose, determined to make him hers. Not merely for the exceptional spirit vein within him, but for his kindness towards her. Such genuine affection ought not to be overlooked. Sister Yu. Qin Mu casually withdrew his hand, astonished to witness this haughty Yu Hanzhuang once more. It was hard to believe that previously, a mere brush of her foot had nearly cost him his life. Yet now, such a dramatic turn of events had unfolded. Yu Hanlu, are you not going to apologize? Yu Hanzhuang's intentions were unmistakably clear. She would protect Qin Mu today, even against her own brother. I am sorry. Today's events are entirely my fault. Reluctantly, Yu Hanlu could only apologize, his head drooping like a deflated balloon, utterly dejected. He had initially thought to find some relief, yet instead, he nearly faced a dual onslaught. Why was his fate so cruel? Ninth brother, I must say, as a prince, you should not bully others, especially under the guise of Sister Yu's name. I could no longer endure it, hence my actions against you. Qin Mu adopted a posture of righteous indignation. This delighted Yu Hanzhuang even more. He was principled, not abusing his noble status to oppress the weak, truly worthy of being her destined one. She must convey to Qin Mu that continuous goodwill should not seek reciprocation, for that would be mere sycophancy. How could Qin Mu ever be a sycophant? I understand. Yu Hanlu lifted his gaze towards Yu Hanzhuang. Sister, may I rise now? This is indeed the Holy Maiden Sect, not the imperial capital. Allowing him to kneel here indefinitely would only undermine the dignity of the royal family. Rise. And should I catch you in such a position again, do not blame me for rendering you powerless. Yu Hanzhuang is not one to show mercy. Even her mere warning sent a shiver down Yu Hanlu's spine. Henceforth, he would likely refrain from engaging in wicked deeds. Qin Mu, come and see the betrothal gifts prepared for you. Yu Hanzhuang gestured towards a nearby table that displayed 5 exquisite boxes. What is this? Qin Mu approached, pondering. Is Yu Hanzhuang serious? She's presenting me with betrothal gifts, making me appear like an innocent young maiden. This is unacceptable. These are gifts from my royal sister to you, comprising 5 fifth-grade elixirs, the Tianxian pill, which elevates one's cultivation by 1 realm, a 6th-tier spirit beast core, useful for alchemy and artifact forging with a 0 failure rate, the earth-tier technique, 3,000 incarnations, which allows for the simultaneous existence of 3,000 avatars when cultivated to perfection, as well as a superior spirit artifact, the Shumi needle, and lastly, golden silk armor. After hearing about these betrothal gifts, Qin Mu conceded that he was indeed somewhat tempted. Truly, the Great Sword Dynasty possesses such profound resources that even the Holy Maiden Sect cannot rival. The 3,000 incarnations particularly captivated him. What do you think? Are my gifts suitable for you? Yu Hanzhuang inquired, as the royal family had made considerable sacrifices to ensure Qin Mu's acceptance, hoping to alleviate any feelings of inferiority he may harbor. Senior Sister Yu, I believe these treasures are far too precious. They ought to remain with the royal family for unforeseen circumstances, Qin Mu replied, albeit reluctantly. He desired them immensely, yet the price was a bond with Yu Hanzhuang. Upon reflection, he chose to decline, not for any other reason than his wish to continue his admiration. You refuse? Yu Hanzhuang's expression shifted dramatically. She could not comprehend why. With my status, I am not worthy of entering the royal family. If senior sister has any needs, she may directly command me. Whatever it takes, I, Qin Mu, shall not hesitate, even into the flames. Qin Mu stated earnestly. His words elevated his experience points by another 10%. Fortunately, he could continue his admiration. You truly are a fool. Yu Hanchuang's demeanor softened. Qin Mu was simply too self-deprecating, yet he was truly deserving. Very well. This matter shall take its time. Beside them, Yu Hanlu secretly clicked his tongue, thinking, isn't this just a devoted admirer? Does the royal sister have a preference for such devotion? Then I shall be the same. Yu Hanlu remarked with a grin. What concern is this of yours? Go stand aside. Yu Hanchuang admonished, pushing Yu Hanlu away. Royal sister, I too can brave fire and water for you. Yu Hanlu quickly ingratiated himself. Knowing that as long as he held onto the royal sister's coattails, his standing within the great sword dynasty would remain secure. Feigning affection. Do not think I am unaware of your true intentions. I will bestow these gifts upon Qin Mu, and you shall not claim a single one. As the cold moonlight enveloped him, Yu Hanchuang found herself bewildered. Why was he unable to savor the moment? Qin Mu felt a flicker of joy. It seemed that this petite heiress was ready to make her move. In light of this, he decided not to hold back any longer. Senior sister Yu, the hour is late. I have recently mastered a new dish. Would you care to taste it? Capturing a man's heart often begins with appealing to his palate. Is it not the same for a woman? Chapter 74, Grilled Delicacies, what sauce do you use? After a brief tussle, Qin Mu collected the necessary items. He led Yu Hanchuang to the mountainside. Aren't you going to cook for me? Why have we come here? Yu Hanchuang inquired, puzzled. Did he require ingredients from the spiritual beasts residing in the mountains? Qin Mu, a figure now suspended in midair, was indeed merely succumbing to his own cravings. Suddenly, a young lamb caught his eye. With a swift motion, he grasped the lamb in his large hand and skillfully prepared it, using twigs as skewers. He quickly sliced and skewered the meat. Flames erupted, and soon the distinctive aroma of grilled lamb wafted through the air. How delightful! Although Yu Hanchuang had long been removed from the mundane world, the scent ignited her appetite. What dish is this? I have never encountered it before. Despite her extensive experience, she was entirely unfamiliar with Qin Mu's creation. Perhaps it was due to his past hardships that he had learned to forage for humble ingredients, hunting lowly spiritual beasts and simply roasting them over a fire. Yet, achieving such flavor was no small feat. This is called skewers. Qin Mu sighed, lamenting the absence of beer. Why had he not learned the art of brewing? Yu Hanchuang shook her head, never having heard of such a niche term. Just eat. I assure you, you'll crave more. Qin Mu offered her a skewer while keeping 2 for himself. With the aid of spiritual energy, the preparation was remarkably swift. Yu Hanchuang lifted a skewer to her lips, gently biting down, releasing a burst of succulent juice that dribbled down her chin. In that moment, her actions seemed to unfold in slow motion, the tantalizing movement in her throat both alluring and pure. My word, Qin Mu stood utterly entranced. His gaze fixated on Yu Hanchuang. Senior sister Yu, allow me to assist you. Seizing the opportunity, he produced a silk handkerchief and reached out to wipe her chin. Of course, Qin Mu's actions were far from merely functional. As his hand brushed against her clothing, he felt the softness beneath the fabric, stirring his emotions. The contrast of her icy skin and inner warmth was intoxicating. Do you have any other seasonings? Yu Hanchuang inquired, finding the flavor somewhat mild. She did not recoil from Qin Mu's touch, for she believed that affection could blossom over time. She should not resist him, but rather instill in him a sense of confidence. Only then could he be prepared to embrace her. However, she suddenly realized something. Qin Mu did not seem to engage in any excessive actions. He merely wiped the oil stains from himself and unintentionally brushed against her clothing. Was that truly all? Did he not desire a more intimate connection with her? She pondered. With a sudden flourish, Qin Mu emptied the contents of his bag. Yu Hanchuang gazed at a small jade bottle, cradling it in her palm, and directly poured some onto the skewers. As for Qin Mu, he hardly noticed. His attention was drawn to a wild rabbit nearby, which, if roasted, would surely be delectable. Wow, so delicious. Yu Hanchuang could no longer maintain her composure and began to indulge heartily. While eating, she even offered Qin Mu several skewers. In no time, the two of them had devoured several skewers, thoroughly satisfied. Qin Mu, do you feel suddenly hot? Has the weather changed? Yu Hanchuang's complexion flushed, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Qin Mu shook his head, his brow furrowed. Something felt amiss, as if his body were ablaze. Oh no! What seasoning did you just sprinkle? Qin Mu grasped Yu Hanchuang's wrist, his eyes turning crimson. That one. Yu Hanchuang pointed to the jade bottle nearby, her face flushed. Oh no, that was an aphrodisiac I casually concocted. There's a traditional rule in the alchemist community. The first potion created is always an aphrodisiac. I discarded it carelessly. And who would have thought it would be used by Yu Hanchuang as a barbecue dip? Wait a moment. This scene feels oddly familiar. Qin Mu found himself momentarily losing control. With such a stunning beauty before him, and having ingested this potion, it was impossible not to react. Yet, did he truly want to act on it? No, Yuhan Huang was different. She was a royal princess. If he were to foolishly engage in such actions, the consequences would be beyond his capacity to bear. Even if he remained unscathed, Yuhan Huang would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to take him down completely. Qin Mu, hold on. You must hold on. He slapped his own face, forcibly suppressing the turmoil within. No, he absolutely could not act, at least not now. Qin Mu, I can't take it anymore. On her side, Yuhan Huang's body reacted, her gaze fixed on him, shimmering with desire. No, I cannot do this. Qin Mu continued to resist, struggling to rise to his feet. The moment he turned, Yuhan Huang seized his hand. Qin Mu, I want you. Her breath was heavy, her words laced with fervor. This clearly indicated the potency of the potion he had concocted. No, senior sister Yu, this cannot happen. I have a solution. Just wait for me. Qin Mu devised a plan. As long as he could neutralize the potion's effects, everything would be fine. Then, with all his might, Qin Mu rendered Yuhan Huang unconscious. Some things were beyond her comprehension. This woman truly knows how to bring trouble upon me. With the last vestige of his strength, Qin Mu began to unfasten her clothing. Yet upon seeing her, he felt as though he were in a living hell. The sensation was akin to enduring 10 days of hunger, only to be confronted with a succulent roast duck, ready to be devoured, yet warned that indulging would lead to demise. Such a predicament was utterly overwhelming. However, he had no choice but to restrain himself. Subsequently, Qin Mu retrieved a silver needle and deftly pierced it into Yuhan Huang's body. Although she had succumbed to unconsciousness, her body instinctively betrayed her. As her brows furrowed and relaxed intermittently, releasing faint, delicate sounds from her throat. Was the effect of the medicine truly this potent? Qin Mu found himself deeply empathizing with a certain someone. The discomfort was unbearable. After a span of several minutes, Qin Mu withdrew the silver needle, exhaling in relief. Fortunately, Yuhan Huang had returned to normal. But what of him? In resignation, Qin Mu settled cross-legged on the ground, channeling his entire spiritual energy to envelop himself. Yuhan Huang, await my vengeance. Though I have endured this moment, I shall repay you tenfold when the opportunity arises. With that thought, Qin Mu closed his eyes. Yuhan Huang gradually opened her eyes, gazing at Qin Mu's back, which appeared to be in distress. A flicker of compassion crossed her gaze. How pitiable Qin Mu seemed in his understanding. As she attempted to rise, a sudden flush crept across her face. Perhaps it was best to return and change her attire first. Chapter 75. Midnight, accompanied by a cat. How amusing. After a long while, Qin Mu opened his eyes. The heat that had enveloped him was finally abated, and if necessary, he had even devised a last resort. Indescribable, yet intuitively understood. Where was Yuhan Huang? Qin Mu glanced around, failing to spot her figure. Had this woman abandoned him? After contemplating for a while, he remained puzzled. However, upon opening the system panel, he discovered that his experience points had risen to 30%, indicating that he had inadvertently acquired a taste of Yuhan Huang's essence. It wasn't entirely without reward. Qin Mu soared back to his room, and as soon as he opened the door, a chilling aura rushed at him. Boom. Fortunately, Qin Mu was agile enough to evade it, and upon closer inspection, he realized it was a cat's paw. Irina, is your rear end itching? Qin Mu remarked with irritation, seizing Irina by the scruff of her neck. This woman had transformed into a cat, yet still refused to settle down. If that were the case, he might as well use her as an outlet for his frustration. Irina, caught in his grasp, wore an expression of displeasure. How has your strength increased again? She questioned incredulously, unable to fathom why she could not vanquish Qin Mu. If only she could slay him, this cursed beast transformation would be lifted, allowing her to return to the Blood Demon clan, where she would rally her forces and enact a bloody revenge on the Holy Maiden Sect. Though it was regrettable to lose the formless demonic power within Qin Mu. My prowess is beyond your comprehension, Qin Mu retorted. Even having turned into a small cat, she still refused to behave. Today, he would surely teach her a lesson. He flung Irina onto the bed. Transform back to your human form. In an instant, Irina resumed her human shape, yet she was devoid of clothing. Irina emitted a piercing scream, her eyes ablaze with fury, as if she might devour Qin Mu whole. How could this fellow allow her to be fully exposed? What if someone were to see? Transform back. The sudden scene startled Qin Mu, but fortunately, he reacted swiftly and reverted Irina into a black cat. Meow. Just as the sound escaped her lips, it morphed into a feline cry. At that moment, Huolinger, having heard the commotion, hurried over. Qin Shitty, are you alright? In the room, Qin Mu tensed at the sound of her voice. Why had she come? Linger Shiji. I'm fine, I was just about to sleep. Do you need something? It was late at night. and she had come to his place. Could it be that she harbored ulterior motives? I happened to pass by and heard noises from your room. Open the door. I'll check if there's any danger. Huolinger had actually been waiting outside, and upon hearing the noise, she rushed in. How could there possibly be a woman in Qin Mu's room? Was it Huang Churen? There's no need. It's far too late. You should head back to rest. Qin Mu insisted, not wishing for Huolinger to discover anything. If Irina were exposed, it would lead to endless troubles for him. You won't let me take a look? I simply can't let it go. Huolinger's voice rang out again from the doorway. Qin Mu realized that preventing her from entering today would likely prove futile. He cast a glance at Irina and warned, "You'd better not cause me any trouble. Otherwise, you'll learn what it means to be a towering pillar." Irina swished her tail, but remained silent. When he opened the door, Huolinger stumbled in, her bosom heaving, revealing a tantalizing expanse of creamy skin adorned with delicate lace. She was clad in a nightgown. It was almost as if she were in a state of undress, leaving one to wonder what concealed her. Linger Shiji. Before Qin Mu could finish his sentence, Huolinger hurried inside, glancing around anxiously as if searching for something of great importance. After several minutes, she finally paused. "Where's the woman in your room?" she demanded, clearly puzzled. She had distinctly heard a woman's voice, yet upon entering, not even a shadow was to be found. Where could she be hiding? What woman? Qin Mu chuckled awkwardly, realizing that Huolinger's keen ears had indeed picked up on the subtle sounds. And she had begun to suspect him. "I just heard a woman's cry in your room, Qin Shidi. Have you abducted a certain junior sister?" Huolinger's greatest concern remained Huang Churen. If Qin Mu truly had a relationship with her, it would break Huolinger's heart. "Linger Shiji, you must have misheard. It was merely a little wild cat. I accidentally stepped on its tail, which caused the high-pitched scream. It was merely an illusion, a misunderstanding," Qin Mu quickly explained, his mind racing. Upon seeing Irina, Huolinger finally relaxed her tense demeanor. "It truly was just a little wild cat. Since you are all right, I shall take my leave," she stated, taking a couple of steps forward. Just as she reached the doorway, she suddenly halted, leaning forward. "Be careful, Shiji." As Qin Mu observed the situation unfolding, he swiftly approached and supported Huolinger. Thud, thud, thud. After collapsing, Huolinger trembled, revealing a generous expanse of her fair skin. This spectacle was not lost on Qin Mu, who watched from above. She was indeed playing with fire. The already restless Qin Mu, confronted with such a sight, yearned for a glass of fresh milk to soothe the pressures of recent days. Huolinger blinked, seemingly inviting him to join her in this play. "Pervert. Remember to draw the curtains later. I don't wish to witness such antics," Irene interjected disapprovingly from the side. She foresaw the unfolding events with a sense of inevitability. "Senior Sister Linger, are you all right? I'm heading to bed. You should return as well," Qin Mu said, shaking his head as he gently pushed Huolinger outside. Confused and bewildered, Huolinger wondered if Qin Mu did not harbor feelings for her. It seemed impossible. Qin Mu had even halted his own advancement in strength for her sake, which required immense courage. Surely, he intended to act decisively at a critical moment. To his surprise, Qin Mu turned out to be rather traditional. "Good night, junior brother Qin," Huolinger said, planting a kiss on his cheek before skipping away. Qin Mu sighed in relief, grateful that nothing too outrageous had occurred, as he would have struggled to explain himself the following day, not to mention the uncertainty of remaining at the mountain gate. However, where had Murong Ning gone? She had been absent all day. "Good night," Irene remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Qin Mu was indeed a lecherous fool, and she resolved to find an opportunity to escape this place, lest she fall victim to his advances. "How dare you mock me? I'm leaving. It's time for sleep. I'm exhausted after a long day." Qin Mu lifted Irene and headed straight for the bed. Hey. This princess wants to share a bed with you," Irene protested, feeling overwhelmed. Had she truly become a cat, and yet Qin Mu still refused to let her be? At the very least, she wished to revert to her human form first. As Irene contemplated this, she was suddenly nestled into the blankets, with something looming before her. Chapter 76. The 3,000 Transformations. Who is this beauty? To ensure her safety, Irene complied and lay quietly on the side. Once Qin Mu fell into her grasp, she vowed to make him suffer. She would ensure he would find himself in a predicament from which he could neither escape nor succumb. A mere wildcat dare to challenge her? Qin Mu scoffed and began to pet her. It must be said that this act of stroking a cat was indeed a source of delight. Before long, Irene began to purr. This was the unique capability of the beast transformation technique. It could perfectly mimic the essence of a spiritual beast, even replicating instinctual habits flawlessly. This was far superior to that individual from Sakura country who transformed himself into a dog. Wait a moment, why am I purring? Irene quickly realized and adjusted her sleeping position. She was not about to put on a look that would please Qin Mu. The next second, she suddenly let out a scream, because Qin Mu had actually reached his hand beneath her, through her fur, and touched those 2 rows of tiny nipples. Sure enough, this pervert wouldn't even let a cat go. What are you screaming for? You're a cat now. What's wrong with a little touch? Qin Mu tapped Irene's head. Playing coy in front of him was completely unnecessary. Then you can't just grope me like a creep. Irene felt violated. Whatever. I was just having a bit of fun. It's not like I got any real satisfaction out of it. After saying that, Qin Mu simply turned his head away. If she didn't want to play, then fine. It wasn't that interesting anyway. Seeing Qin Mu turn away, Irene finally relaxed. She had originally intended to leave, but it seemed as though there was a force emanating from Qin Mu that could nourish her soul, so she stayed nestled under the covers. It was warm and comfortable here, the perfect place for a cat to sleep. Late into the night, Qin Mu woke up thirsty. He looked down and saw that Irene had curled up in his arms, sound asleep. Admittedly, when she wasn't causing trouble, this creature could be quite well behaved. A thought arose in Qin Mu's mind. It's too boring just sleeping like this. Why not add a little spice? He had never claimed to be a gentleman. Sometimes he just acted out of necessity. He shook Irene gently, but she only turned her head slightly, giving no other response. It seemed she was sleeping deeply. Qin Mu parted his lips slightly, and in an instant, Irene in his arms transformed into her human form. Her head rested right on Qin Mu's arm. Looking at the beauty in his embrace, Qin Mu nodded in satisfaction. This was more like it. Consider it her lucky day. Tonight, he let her experience what it meant to serve in bed. Women needed to be taught gradually, after all, though this which might take a little longer. Qin Mu's hands began to wander restlessly, but before long, he too fell asleep. The next morning, Irene woke up feeling a soreness in her chest. What happened? She didn't think anything was particularly unusual. She had just slept normally, and she was still in her cat form. Surely Qin Mu wouldn't have done anything to her. Right? Awake? Here is your breakfast. Naturally, Qin Mu had woken up early and, with lightning speed, transformed Irene back into her human form. That way, he could enjoy himself last night without anyone knowing. Thinking about doing this regularly filled him with excitement. I don't need to eat. Irene had long since stopped consuming earthly food. Such things were useless to her. Eat it or don't, Qin Mu ate without a care, fueling up so he could get things done better. After breakfast, Qin Mu went alone to the seclusion chamber. He wanted to practice the 3,000 avatars technique properly. If he could master this method, he would be able to command 3,000 clones at once. Just thinking about it felt incredibly badass. He unrolled the scroll, and a beam of white light poured into Qin Mu's mind. The text above records the profound cultivation methods of the 3,000 incarnations. To master this technique, one need not undergo self-castration. It suffices to differentiate one's own consciousness. By solidifying one's thoughts, one can manifest an incarnation. As one's strength continually enhances, so too does the number of incarnations one possesses. It is astonishing that the great Sword Dynasty harbors such treasures. However, the cultivation requirements are exceedingly stringent. Only those endowed with exceptional spiritual veins may have the opportunity to succeed. Should anyone else attempt to touch this technique, they would meet with grave injury or death. Perhaps this was specifically prepared for me by Yuhan Huang. It is not merely Qin Mu's fanciful thinking. Yuhan Huang is aware that he possesses an extraordinary spiritual vein, making him ideally suited for cultivating the 3,000 incarnations. Even if he were to leave an incarnation within the Great Sword Dynasty, it would ensure its enduring stability for millennia. One must acknowledge her foresight is quite apparent. Without further ado, he commenced his practice. The technique imprinted itself within his mind, following him like a shadow. The most crucial initial step is to condense energy. Once successful, he could proceed to solidify his form and manifest the incarnation. Yet, for Qin Mu, these tasks were remarkably simple. In just a brief hour, he had materialized an incarnation. It bore an identical appearance to Qin Mu, albeit entirely unclothed, necessitating a change of attire. After adorning the new garments, Qin Mu scrutinized his creation. While its visage mirrored his own, its aura and movements appeared rather stiff. Such a being would undoubtedly be recognized as an incarnation at first glance. This was likely due to his incomplete mastery, unable to create a vividly lifelike incarnation. Remained within the wall-facing chamber, Qin Mu diligently practiced and transformed. The fruits of his labor were evident. Within the chamber stood two Qin Mus, identically formed. Sharing the same aura, he pondered how they might engage in dialogue. Qin Mu initiated communication with his incarnation and discovered that it comprehended his words entirely, capable of conversing with him, ensuring that normal thought processes were intact. What an extraordinary technique, the 3,000 incarnations. With such a method at his disposal, he could venture out with them simultaneously without fear of discovery. It was indeed a divine tool for romance. He stored the incarnation in his spatial realm, naming it Qin Mu No. 1. While the other less successful creations were not wasted, they could serve as temporary decoys should he encounter pursuers. With a powerful surge of energy, Qin Mu exited the seclusion chamber. Had 2 days already passed? A glance at the time confirmed it was indeed 2 days later. He chuckled to himself. Yuan Huang, let me savor your presence. Qin Mu soared away, eager to share this news with Yuan Huang, knowing he must hasten to elevate his strength and carve out his own domain on the Qin Mu continent. Otherwise, would his crossing over not be in vain? Arriving at Yuan Huang's chamber, Qin Mu stealthily entered. Behind the screen, a graceful figure was preparing herself, her silhouette alluring, with long flowing black hair dancing in the breeze. A sight that momentarily entranced Qin Mu. Sister Yu? He called tentatively. In the next instant, a sharp explosion reverberated through the room. Ah, who are you? Why are you here? As the screen parted, an exquisite woman emerged before Qin Mu, yet she was not the enchanting Yuan Huang. Who could she be? Chapter 77, Beauty. Receive my strike. The avatar emerges. How audacious to trespass into the princess's chamber, seeking death. This woman, with her formidable presence, wielded a silver spear and lunged fiercely at Qin Mu. Goodness, was she crafted from dynamite? Qin Mu felt utterly speechless. He had done nothing to provoke her, yet she sought to end his life. Dear sister, could you perhaps exercise some calm? Qin Mu adhered to the principle of not engaging in conflict with women. However, his words fell on deaf ears. The silver spear was perilously close, threatening to pierce his skull at any moment. Late-stage heavenly spirit realm? Qin Mu's heart raced with alarm. This individual was certainly not from the Holy Maiden Sect. Who was she? Why was she in Yuan Huang's chamber? Die. The woman's attacks grew increasingly fierce. Each strike aimed to be lethal, her determination to slay Qin Mu unwavering. You leave me no choice. Great wilderness prisoner-s finger. Boom. A colossal black finger descended from the heavens, manifesting an incomparably sharp force that collided with the silver spear. Sparks flying from the spear's tip as the woman felt a numbing sensation in her grip. How is this possible? Sister, if we continue this way, it would be quite impolite. Qin Mu's tone shifted as he grasped the 9 transformations glazed spear in his hand. This was a show of dominance. If it weren't for her being a woman, I would have already dispatched you with a mere finger. You should not misjudge my restraint. You are also a spear practitioner? Very well, I shall see the measure of your skill. Upon seeing the spear in Qin Mu's hand, the battle intent in Jie Binglan's eyes intensified. Great Xia Phoenix Soul Spear, first shot, hooking the moon. Jie Binglan tightened her grip, and the spear trembled. The entire space darkened as if shrouded by a crescent moon. An inky power enveloping the room, her spear seemingly capable of piercing the heavens and bending the crescent moon, an unfathomable force. Hiss! Qin Mu involuntarily inhaled sharply, his expression turning grave. In the realm of spear techniques, only speed is invincible. The great Xia Phoenix Soul Spear was crafted by an unparalleled master. Renowned as an unmatched beauty, after losing her partner to murder, she achieved her breakthrough, giving birth to this Phoenix Soul technique. She herself transformed into a fragment of pure spirit, merging with this spear. Thus, the Phoenix Soul technique is also dubbed the Lovesick Spear. You are a worthy opponent. I shall engage you with my 4th shot. Universe in a flick, the world wanders. The moon, like a hook, is hard to part from. 4th shot. The gallant wind. A slight smile graced Qin Mu's lips as he moved, the spear immediately fracturing into countless ethereal energies converging from all directions, creating an illusion of upheaval, where gallantry faced off against lovesickness, yielding the most remarkable effect. As both of them struck simultaneously, the entire house trembled violently, the roof threatening to collapse. To an outsider, it would appear as though an enemy had invaded. As the smoke cleared, the silhouettes of Qin Mu and Jie Binglan reappeared. Truly, the Phoenix Soul Spear is formidable, yet still insufficiently powerful. Qin Mu brushed off the dust from his attire and vanished in a flicker. Jie Binglan's expression shifted dramatically as she collapsed toward the ground. This gallant shot had indeed stirred turmoil within her heart. In this world, is infatuation the path, or is it a carefree charm that captivates? Qin Mu extended his hand, drawing Jie Binglan into his embrace, preventing her from tumbling to the ground. Now we can converse properly, can't we? Qin Mu stated with utmost seriousness. You damn scoundrel. Jie Binglan, already irked, now seethed with animosity towards Qin Mu after her defeat. In the next moment, he abruptly released her. Jie Binglan, caught off guard, fell with a thud against the floor. Fortunately, her ample curves served as a cushion, otherwise, a fracture would have been inevitable. Yet even so, her exquisite figure trembled, as if something were about to spring forth from her bosom. Qin Mu couldn't help but inwardly marvel at the stark differences among individuals. Such a perfectly rounded form was a rare sight indeed, suggesting she must frequently engage in rigorous exercise. You, Jie Binglan glared at him with fiery indignation. How could he behave in such a manner? What do you mean by you? I extend my hand to assist you, yet you wish to harm me instead. My restraint in not striking you is already a mercy. Must I also grovel like a sycophant? Qin Mu held no favorable attitude towards a woman with such a temper. If one desires respect, one must first learn to extend it to others. Jie Binglan, clearly unacquainted with the harsh realities of life, displayed an alarming ignorance of propriety. And as for her prowess with the Fenghun gun, what was she even practicing? Qin Mu was disinclined to comment, for every move she made revealed a flaw. A disgrace to the legacy of that legendary beauty. You deserve punishment for intruding upon the princess's chambers. What wrong have I committed? He queried. And what is your standing? Qin Mu observed as Jie Binglan rose unaided, not even offering her a hand. Just then, Yuhan Huang entered the room. Binglan, Qin Mu, what are you two up to? Yuhan Huang sensed an overwhelming tension from outside and rushed in, fearing Jie Binglan might have fallen into a trance while training. However, the scene before her left her momentarily dazed. The positioning of the two was rather peculiar. Your Highness. Upon seeing Yuhan Huang, Jie Binglan immediately bowed, displaying utmost respect. This rogue has trespassed into your quarters. I intended to apprehend him, but my subordinates lacked the strength. I beseech the princess to mete out punishment. Jie Binglan's face bore a hint of embarrassment. Hearing this, Yuhan Huang approached Qin Mu directly. Qin Mu, you are truly remarkable. Jie Binglan's face displayed a glimmer of suspicion. What was happening? Senior sister Yu, I am but mediocre, still inferior to your prowess. Qin Mu acknowledged that his current level was beneath Yuhan Huang's. Do you know who she is? Yuhan Huang found it somewhat surprising that Qin Mu had achieved such rapid advancement in strength, which could be attributed to the exceptional spiritual vein he possessed. However, when it came to combat skills, he was still no match for General Jie. What is her identity? Countless thoughts flashed through Qin Mu's mind. Could she be Yuhan Huang's sister? Or perhaps another member of the royal family? How else could she have entered this place? She is General Jie Binglan of the Great Sword Dynasty, a guardian at the borders for 5 years. Having rendered significant contributions to the Great Sword Dynasty and expanded its territory by thousands of miles, thus being conferred the title of Duke Jielan. Yuhan Huang introduced. The General of the Border Defense? Indeed, in this world ruled by women, even battles are fought with their prowess. She then recognized General Jie, or rather, Marquis Jielan, and said, I beg your pardon, Qin Mu. Qin Mu, with a symbolic gesture of respect, wondered when he might also attain a noble title, excluding the option of living off others. However, you possess the strength to surpass General Jie with your marksmanship, a testament to your formidable abilities. Yuhan Huang nodded in approval. What does this imply? Qin Mu could effortlessly defend the borders. Even if he were to marry into the Great Sword Dynasty, none would dare to speak ill of him. Beside them, Jie Binglan's face flushed crimson. Your Highness, please refrain from saying more. I am quite embarrassed. Your Highness, Jie Binglan recounted the earlier events, emphasizing that Qin Mu did not assist her, which she deemed quite excessive. Yet, upon hearing this, Yuhan Huang once again gave Qin Mu a thumbs up, indicating his commendable actions. General Jie, allow me to introduce Qin Mu, the future consort of the Great Sword Dynasty. Is it appropriate to have the consort assist you? Upon hearing this, Jie Binglan's heart sank, and she hastily knelt. Your Highness, I meant no such thing, Jie Binglan declared solemnly. This Qin Mu was, astonishingly, the one favored by the princess. Goodness, what had she done earlier? Rise, Yuhan Huang commanded. I understand your intentions were innocent. But should you show any disrespect towards the consort again, you are well aware of the consequences. Yuhan Huang issued a subtle warning. By the way, Qin Mu, what brings you here? Qin Mu's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he summoned a doppelganger. Have you truly mastered the art of the 3,000 clones? Chapter 78. The clones can communicate sensory information. Qin Mu faces a dilemma. Yuhan Huang exclaimed in astonishment, immediately approaching the doppelganger. It was an exact replica. He had fortuitously summoned a clone to share the good news with senior sister Yu, but unexpectedly, Qin Mu's speech halted abruptly. The clone he produced exhibited no consciousness, operating solely on his commands. To be prudent, he decided against drawing too much attention. The communicative doppelganger was kept hidden, for it might prove useful one day. Why can it not speak? Yuhan Huang also noted this anomaly. It is due to my insufficient strength. The clone is akin to a puppet. However, I shall continue to enhance my abilities, so as not to disappoint senior sister's expectations. Qin Mu silently reveled in this achievement. The emergence of the puppet-like clone suggested to Yuhan Huang that Qin Mu aspired to be worthy of her, diligently honing his skills. Coupled with his earlier words, her heart swelled with satisfaction. Qin Mu's experience points surged to 40%. The stronger he became, the slower the accumulation of experience points, leaving him somewhat distressed about how long it would take to surpass Yuhan Huang. You have done remarkably well, Qin Mu, to conjure a clone in such a short time. Yuhan Huang generously praised him. She felt fortunate that sparing Qin Mu had been her wisest decision. Jie Binglan stood there, utterly stunned. A perfectly identical doppelganger. Should it gain strength and vitality in the future, would indeed be remarkable. It is no wonder that the princess shows such favor towards him. Such extraordinary talent is enough to stir her heart. Upon this realization, Jie Binglan impulsively slapped her own face. How could she possibly covet the princess's man? General Jie, why are you striking yourself? Yuhan Huang inquired, puzzled. Just a mere mosquito, nothing more, Jie Binglan awkwardly explained. Qin Mu paid little heed and prepared to dismiss his doppelganger. At that moment, Yuhan Huang interjected, wait, why not leave this doppelganger with me? Qin Mu was taken aback by her suggestion, and Jie Binglan's eyes widened in disbelief. Was she truly serious about keeping this doppelganger in her chambers? Sister, this may not be appropriate, Qin Mu voiced his concerns. Suspecting Yuhan Huang might have ulterior motives regarding his doppelganger. What could she possibly do with it? Suddenly, a thought flickered through Qin Mu's mind. Could it be? Surely not. This is merely a simple doppelganger. I can keep it nearby for occasional observation. Rest assured, I harbor no ulterior motives. Yuhan Huang believed her explanation to be flawless. Yet, if her intentions were indeed innocent, why the haste to clarify? Sister, I have yet to speak. Why are you so anxious? Qin Mu remarked. Fine, it's settled then. I shall take this doppelganger, Yuhan Huang declared, disregarding Qin Mu's consent as she directly stored the doppelganger in her spatial ring. Such a domineering act was something only she could execute. Qin Mu felt resigned. After all, it was merely a doppelganger. What could it possibly do? However, the next moment, Qin Mu sensed something unusual. A vision suddenly materialized in his mind. It was an expansive, white space filled with various items, including exquisite women's garments, palace dresses, hairpins, undergarments, and more. Additionally, there were several long swords, elixirs, and so forth. Could this be the interior of Yuhan Huang's spatial ring? Qin Mu pondered. This meant he could perceive through his doppelganger's eyes, and everything that the doppelganger could see, he could witness as well. What a discovery! Qin Mu felt a surge of excitement. Was this not akin to having a camera? A sly smile crept across his face. In that case, this doppelganger would be a gift for Sister Yu. However, it currently lacked the capacity for independent thought. Once my strength increases, I shall be able to create sentient doppelgangers. At that time, I will provide Sister Yu with several, ready for her command. Unbeknownst to him, his experience points had significantly increased. It seemed that Yuhan Huang truly found it beneficial. Jie Binglan sighed. The allure of the princess was undeniable, capable of inspiring such devotion from others. With doppelgangers summoned solely to serve her needs. Yuhan Huang's face flushed, and she fell silent. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave to cultivate. Qin Mu decided to step away for a moment to validate his thoughts. Just at that moment, I still had matters to discuss with General Jie. Qin Mu. In a few days, accompany me back to the palace. There are important matters to deliberate. What? Qin Mu was taken aback. Why would he be taken to the palace? Surely, Yuhan Huang wouldn't force him to submit? After all, given the profound heritage of the Great Sword Dynasty, if they wanted to coerce him, he held no advantage in terms of strength. May I inquire what this matter is? Qin Mu spoke up. This matter, in fact, concerns you as well. Concerns me? Qin Mu was even more bewildered. Your senior sister, Yan Qingyu, is betrothed to my royal brother, Yuhan Yan. This time, our return is primarily to discuss their marriage. Upon hearing Yuhan Huang's words, Qin Mu was shaken to his core. What? He had almost forgotten about this matter. No. He had promised Yan Qingyu to masquerade as her fiancée, assisting her in nullifying the engagement with the royal family. If he returned with Yuhan Huang, wouldn't he that expose his ruse? All right, I understand. Qin Mu had to devise a foolproof plan and leave this place at once. After his departure, Yuhan Huang turned to Jie Binglan. Binglan, what on earth has transpired at the Great Sword's borders? This time, she had returned with the intent of enlisting Yuhan Huang's aid in the fight against their enemies, to jointly safeguard the Great Sword's borders. The Tianluo dynasty is invading, seemingly in alliance with the Blood Demon clan, greatly enhancing their strength with two late-stage Tianling realm powerhouses. I implore the princess to take action. Jie Binglan spoke. Her expression grave. Very well. Tomorrow, I shall accompany you to the borders to vanquish the enemy. As the royal eldest daughter, Yuhan Huang bore this responsibility. Upon returning to his room, Qin Mu began to contemplate. How could he ensure that no complications arose? On one side was Yuhan Huang, on the other was Yan Qingyu. Such a difficult choice. If he were caught, would he ever enjoy a peaceful life again? A doppelganger? The idea of a doppelganger could indeed allow them to appear simultaneously. But the issue remained that inevitably, one person would be aware of the truth. Either he would need to inform Yan Qingyu that he could assist her, but only in the guise of a doppelganger. Nightfall came swiftly. Qin Mu lay on his bed in a state of ennui, still unable to conceive a foolproof plan. Just then, The scene before him shifted once more. Was this Yu Hanchuang's room? Qin Mu was startled. He had just emerged from Yu Hanchuang's chamber. Of course he recognized it. Yu Hanchuang. Immediately, Yu Hanchuang's visage appeared before Qin Mu. She was actually. Chapter 79, A Tender Embrace. Yu Hanchuang was holding me as she slept. Oh, no, stop. Qin Mu observed as Yu Hanchuang began to change her attire, shedding her elegant dress for a loose nightgown. Pure and unmatched, evoking an irresistible desire to draw closer. Such whiteness, such magnificence. Qin Mu sprang up, silently astonished. Surely, Yu Hanchuang wouldn't intend to use his doppelganger for nefarious purposes? If only he had known, he should have remained disguised as his doppelganger. If that were the case, wouldn't it feel as though he were betraying himself? Draped in a nightgown, Yu Hanchuang gazed at Qin Mu's doppelganger, extending her hand to lightly touch the figure's face. The sensation was chilling to the touch. She returned to her bed, her expression a tapestry of complex emotions. The presence of the doppelganger was not without her own ulterior motives. It was an exact replica of her true self, down to the finest detail of its organs. Hence, she sought to ascertain whether Qin Mu could indeed be her destined companion. Meanwhile, Qin Mu felt a gentle warmth caressing his face. Was it Yu Hanchuang's hand? His heart surged with joy, for this meant he could experience the sensory connection between his doppelganger and himself. If that were the case, all sensations from the doppelganger would be transmitted to him without distinction. Could he transfer his soul's power to it as well? Swiftly, Qin Mu began to search for the techniques related to the 3,000 doppelgangers, and to his delight, he discovered a final entry, though its location was exceedingly obscure. It bore a single line of small text. Those who enter this method can achieve perfect intercommunication between doppelganger and true self, facilitating escape. What a curious notion. Such a potent skill merely intended for evasion? After much contemplation, Qin Mu finally grasped its purpose. Using the 3,000 doppelgangers in combat, should he encounter a formidable foe, he could command a doppelganger to retreat swiftly while his true consciousness remained intact. Thus, his true self could remain indomitable. As long as one doppelganger existed, Qin Mu would be safe. Hence, a wise predecessor who mastered the 3,000 doppelgangers would leave one doppelganger eternally hidden within their sanctuary, ensuring they could escape even in the event of true demise. This meant he could now fully control the doppelganger and achieve a genuine sense of presence. With a mere thought, Qin Mu materialized within Yu Hanchuang's chamber, concealed within the doppelganger. You wouldn't hold this against me, would you? Yu Hanchuang inquired before unfastening the doppelganger's garments. The sudden jolt of stimulation nearly caused Qin Mu to react, prompting him to center himself. Should he be discovered, he would miss this extraordinary opportunity. After a thorough examination, Yu Hanchuang nodded in satisfaction. Truly, her fated partner was formidable. She vividly recalled the overwhelming power exhibited in Qin Mu's great wilderness prison sky finger, and now, upon encountering the genuine essence of little Qin Mu, her resolve solidified. Qin Mu must be hers. Subsequently, she tossed the doppelganger onto the bed. What intentions did Yu Hanchuang harbor? Surely, she could not be contemplating something nefarious? Qin Mu hesitated momentarily, his throat dry. Although it was, in a sense, his own venture, an unsettling feeling lingered. Yu Hanchuang, in truth, wished to acclimatize herself to her future life. As a princess of the Great Sword Dynasty and the foremost disciple of the Holy Maiden Sect, she had always regarded men with disdain. This situation indeed required her adjustment. Reclining on the bed, Yu Hanchuang instinctively extended her arms to embrace Qin Mu from behind. Was there warmth emanating from the doppelganger? Noticing the anomaly, she quickly released her grip and fixed her gaze upon the figure. If the doppelganger possessed consciousness, she would not hesitate to annihilate it. This was merely a training tool for her. It should never be used against her. A sudden jolt gripped Qin Mu's heart. Had he been discovered? That couldn't be. He had made no sound at all. How could he possibly be found out? Unexpectedly, Yu Hanchuang struck out with her palm, landing a blow on the back of the doppelganger. A surge of excruciating pain coursed through him, jolting Qin Mu's consciousness back to his true self. What madness was this woman exhibiting? Qin Mu retained only his eyes and ears, intending to observe the situation before acting. While he could allow his doppelganger to endure the beating for matters of significance, it was imperative that Qin Mu himself take part. Yu Hanchuang delivered several slaps, leaving red marks on the doppelganger, yet it showed no response, merely sitting vacantly on the ground, devoid of any semblance of awareness. It seems I was overthinking this. The tension in Yu Hanchuang's heart finally eased, and she then drew the doppelganger onto the bed. Qin Mu, the old trickster, had returned. A fragrant aroma wafted towards him. To his astonishment, once she confirmed there was no danger, Yu Hanchuang's courage grew, and she boldly embraced the doppelganger, separated only by a thin layer of gauze. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Mu stood tall. Yuhan Huang had no intention of doing anything sinister to the doppelganger, which left Qin Mu feeling somewhat disappointed. He had prepared himself for a subtle approach, yet Yuhan Huang had faltered. However, one must not be overly greedy. The opportunity to sleep so intimately close to Yuhan Huang was already quite sufficient. The following morning, Yuhan Huang awoke to find the doppelganger had turned away. Startled, she wondered what had transpired. She distinctly remembered it facing her. How could it suddenly have changed direction? Yet, after testing it, everything appeared normal. Perhaps she was overthinking. It was possible her restless sleep during the night had caused such an occurrence. Qin Mu had long since returned to his true form. This Yuhan Huang was holding on far too tightly. She nearly suffocated him. Qin Mu grumbled to himself while contemplating his next steps. How could he advance further? Upon checking the state of his doppelganger again, he found only a blinding whiteness. Great, it had been tossed back into the spatial ring. Qin Mu, are you awake? Came Yuhan Huang's voice from outside. Qin Mu sprang up immediately. Senior sister, where are you headed? Besides Yuhan Huang, Jie Binglan was also present, both prepared for departure. Seemingly, on an important mission. There has been unrest at the Great Sword border, and I am going out with General Jie, Yuhan Huang explained. Qin Mu, would you like to join us? At her words, Qin Mu's expression turned grave. The Blood Demon Army is about to breach the border. You are all in grave danger. The voice of Irina echoed ominously. As the princess of the Blood Demon clan, she was well aware of the current situation. The Blood Demon clan was uniting with neighboring dynasties, conquering them one by one, and soon the entire Qin Mu continent would gradually fall under their dominion. It's you again. Causing all this chaos, Qin Mu nodded in agreement. The turmoil at the border was exceedingly perilous, and he was willing to fight alongside his senior sister to defend their nation. Yuhan Huang's cheeks flushed slightly. It seemed that Qin Mu would never refuse her requests. Aside from that day when she inadvertently ingested an aphrodisiac, her unreasonable demands were quite vexing. Very well. The three of us shall venture to the border and annihilate him without a trace. The battle spirit of Yuhan Huang surged, transforming into a streak of light that shot forth into the distance. General Jie, aren't you coming? As Qin Mu's words fell, he abruptly surged forward. Jie Binglan, regaining her composure, realized she had been momentarily entranced by Qin Mu. Throughout history, safeguarding one's homeland has been a woman's duty, yet in Qin Mu's eyes, it appeared to be an utterly commonplace affair. Men of such caliber in this world are indeed rare. As for why Qin Mu acquiesced to accompany them, that shall be revealed in the next chapter. Chapter 80. The Celestial Maiden Compendium, Blood Demon General approaches, grave danger at the border. During their flight, a sudden prompt resonated in Qin Mu's mind. Congratulations, host. You have captured Jie Binglan's heart and unlocked the Celestial Maiden Compendium. What? Qin Mu was utterly bewildered, as a quaint tome appeared in his mind. Upon opening it, he beheld exquisite illustrations, yet the faces of the maidens remained shrouded in shadow. Each time a celestial maiden is conquered, the illustration would illuminate, granting a shard of the continent. 10 shards could be combined to form a key, and gathering 10 keys would bestow upon him the title of the continent's sovereign. After absorbing this information, Qin Mu was taken aback. Could this possibly be the PDD model? Nevertheless, he was most eager to pursue the celestial maidens. Let me see who is included. After flipping through several pages, he found no familiar names until page 88, where he discovered Yuhan Huang. Why is she ranked so low? Name: Yuhan Huang. Title: Princess of the Great Sword Dynasty. Maximum strength: Perfected Spirit Condensation Realm. Upon reading these details, Qin Mu could not help but admire. Truly, Yuhan Huang is remarkable, achieving perfection in the Spirit Condensation Realm. Yet, is there no further classification beyond this realm? Flipping through 2 more pages, he noticed that their strength levels were all marked as unknown. This implies that there must be further divisions above the Spirit Condensation Realm, though they remain unclear for now. Thus, I shall first pursue Yuhan Huang. What about Morong Li? Qin Mu searched diligently, yet she was indeed absent. How peculiar that a beauty of Morong Li's caliber was not recorded in the Celestial Maiden Compendium. However, who decrees that only those within this tome can be pursued? As an adult, Qin Mu certainly had other avenues. The trio arrived at the border of the Great Sword Dynasty. Opposite them stood the forces of the Tian Luo Dynasty, radiating an unsettling aura of dark energy. Your Highness, the individuals from the Tian Luo Dynasty are behaving abnormally. Yuhan Huang observed the scene with narrowed eyes, conjuring a phantom long sword in her grasp. With a swift stroke of sword energy, she repelled the Tian Luo warriors back by several hundred meters. Yet, in the next heartbeat, those warriors surged forward again as if impervious to pain. It is demonic energy. They have allied with the Blood Demon clan, employing demonic energy to render themselves immune to all suffering, though at the cost of their lifespan being halved. Yu Hanchuang's expression grew grave. They now resembled tireless, pain-resistant machines of war. Such a situation was exceedingly unfavorable for the soldiers of the Great Sword Dynasty. Sister, please exercise caution. Do not allow them to harm you. Qin Mu urged with genuine concern. His gaze fell upon the soldiers below, a fervent spark igniting in his eyes. The abundance of demonic energy was palpable, perfect for amplifying his boundless demonic skills. We shall divide our forces into 3 and eliminate them all, Yu Hanchuang declared with a fierce glint in her eyes. The borders of the Great Sword Dynasty must not be compromised. Thus these individuals must perish. As her words echoed, Yu Hanchuang surged forward. A flicker of joy crossed Qin Mu's expression. With no one watching him, he could boldly unleash his boundless demonic skills. The higher the level of the boundless demonic art, the more terrifying the battle prowess unleashed. Once ensconced in the fray, a palpable killing intent enveloped him. With soldiers from the Tianluo dynasty surrounding him, intent on seizing this opportunity to annihilate the Great Sword Dynasty and expand their influence. To Qin Mu, these foes were akin to chives. With a single stroke of his sword, dozens of figures were sent hurtling backward, unable to rise again. This was due to his extraction of their demonic energy through the boundless demonic art. Devoid of that energy, they reverted to mere ordinary soldiers. At that moment, someone took note of this anomaly. Kill him. Stone Jingtian, lurking in the shadows, observed with a predatory gaze, his aura coiling like a venomous serpent. A man had dared to approach the borders? This individual was even at the celestial spirit realm. I shall join you. This person bears the scent of my demonic kin. Likely a traitor. From a corner, a figure cloaked in black materialized, emanating an overwhelming aura of demonic energy that withered the surrounding flora and stone. A testament to the corrosive potency of this dark force. If he were indeed a traitor of the Blood Demon clan, he would face excruciating punishment. Condemned to the depths of hell. Engrossed in his battle, Qin Mu dispatched foes with ease. Yet, suddenly, 2 figures appeared before him. Members of the Blood Demon clan? Sensing their aura, Qin Mu radiated a fierce killing intent. His spear pointed ominously at Ma Tianku. The alliance between the Blood Demon clan and the Tianluo dynasty was indeed a shrewd maneuver. Since you are aware, I shall not waste words with you. Why do you carry the aura of my Blood Demon clan? Are you one of us? Ma Tianku retorted coldly. The Blood Demon clan is innately proud. How could we ever betray? Upon hearing this, Qin Mu's expression soured. By what right do you insult me? This fellow spoke as if he had no sense of propriety. Even a fool like Ma Tianku could discern the insult embedded in those words. As a noble member of the Blood Demon clan, he always felt an unparalleled sense of superiority, endowed with an immortal body, capable of surviving even the harshest of conditions. Seeking death, Ma Tianku roared, brandishing a blood demon blade. Qin Mu's heart raced. Was this fool attempting to show off before him? He was far from impressive. As Ma Tianku charged, Qin Mu stood his ground, gripping the 9-turn glazed spear. In ranged combat, he held the advantage. In close quarters, he held absolute dominance. Amidst the swirling tips of the gun, one could even perceive the faintest fissures in the fabric of space. With a single shot, it struck directly beneath the heavens of Mount Mo. The blood demon surged forth, heralding the descent of the demon god. Boom! A torrent of demonic energy rushed forth. As if a blood-red apparition flickered ominously behind Mount Mo, exceptionally conspicuous on the battlefield. In the midst of the fray, Yu Hanchuang noticed, and her expression shifted with alarm. A formidable presence from the Blood Demon clan? Though merely at the initial stage of the condensation realm, it was far beyond what Qin Mu could contend with. He was in peril. In an instant, Yu Hanchuang arrived at Qin Mu's side. Sister, there is no need to worry. I can handle this. The appearance of Yu Hanchuang stirred a flicker of emotion within Qin Mu. His strength resided in the condensation realm, augmented by demonic energy, making him a formidable foe. You go summon the Grand Elder. I shall hold him off. Yu Hanchuang positioned herself in front of Qin Mu. His heart was moved. It seemed she had undergone a transformation in her feelings towards him. Yet, how could he possibly become a coward? Qin Mu grasped Yu Hanchuang's wrist and forcefully pulled her behind him. Sister, I have vowed to protect you. How could I leave you behind? In Yu Hanchuang's eyes, Qin Mu's figure loomed larger, seemingly unafraid of death, especially in this dire situation, willing to sacrifice himself for her sake. How could she let such a person slip away? Enough. Would you both kindly show me some respect? Mount Mo expressed his frustration, feeling utterly disregarded as a general of the Blood Demon clan. Forced into a role akin to that of mere heir while being inundated with dog food. Truly, there are limits to one's patience. Today, I shall slay you both and proclaim the might of my Blood Demon clan. As he spoke, a blood cloud materialized in the sky. This was the Demon Cloud Array, a slaughtering formation capable of corroding flesh and blood. Chapter 81. The Devouring Array, the wondrous summoning art of the Blood Demon clan. Is it truly formidable? Qin Mu felt little apprehension. This array could amplify his Wuxiang demon art to the 3rd tier. A plan began to form in his mind to consume the array. Observing the anxious expression on Yu Hanshuang's face, he declared, "Sister, I shall break the formation. One cannot capture a tiger without entering its den. Only by delving into this array can it be transformed into nourishment for the Wuxiang demon art. Absolutely not. It is far too perilous. Within the formation, one's flesh and blood can be entirely corroded, and even a condensation realm expert like me would hesitate to claim I could break through. For Qin Mu to rush in now would be tantamount to seeking death. Dangerous? I, Qin Mu, am a man of 7 feet. What do I have to fear? Especially when, if I do not go, shall I allow my sister to bear this burden? I cannot allow that," Qin Mu proclaimed with fervor. Seeing his willingness to sacrifice himself rather than let her suffer even the slightest grievance, Yu Hanshuang felt profoundly moved. Whoosh! His experience points increased once more. Before Yu Hanshuang could react, Qin Mu entered the formation alone. Qin Mu. Yu Hanshuang was greatly concerned. It was already too late to summon the Grand Elder now. "Princess, what should we do?" Jie Binglan was equally at a loss. She had not anticipated that the Blood Demon clan would dispatch a formidable being of the condensing spirit realm to seize the borders of the Great Sword Dynasty. What could be done now? The demon cloud formation was perilously treacherous and must be dismantled. Yu Hanshuang's expression turned stern as a square seal suddenly materialized in her hand. "Princess, do you intend to harness the Great Sword's dragon fortune?" Jie Binglan exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the seal. This was no ordinary seal. It contained a trace of the Grand Dao's dragon energy, possessing immense power. However, once unleashed, it would exact a hefty toll on the princess. If it were not for such a cost, how could one possibly breach the demon cloud formation? After speaking, Yu Hanshuang bit her fingertip, pressing it against the seal, which immediately radiated a golden light. "Blood Demon clan, you shall pay for your transgressions. Just grant me 3 minutes. That is all I require to dismantle this formation. Once the formation is shattered, it will herald the demise of Ma Tianku." At this moment, Qin Mu had already fallen into the heart of the formation. He inhaled deeply, reveling in the sensation. He had not expected the harmony between the Wuxiang demon attack and demonic energy to be so profound. Ma Tianku, witnessing Qin Mu willingly ensnared, smirked coldly. "You fool, my demon cloud formation is beyond your means to dismantle. I will gradually erode your flesh and blood, subjecting you to endless torment until death." Ma Tianku harbored a deep-seated hatred for Qin Mu. Anyone who showed disrespect to the Blood Demon clan would pay the ultimate price. "Who says I intend to dismantle the formation?" Qin Mu replied with a knowing smile. Though the formation was formidable, could it not be resolved without destruction? Upon hearing this, Ma Tianku's expression shifted dramatically. What was he planning? Wuxiang demon skill absorb. Qin Mu hissed in a low voice, his body transforming into a swirling vortex as relentless streams of demonic energy poured into him, as if he were the true focal point of the formation. What? How is this possible? Ma Tianku gasped in disbelief as the Blood Demon formation began to slip from his control, while Qin Mu remained unfazed. Time ticked by, yet there were no signs of corrosion. "Master Mo, quickly eliminate him," Shi Jingtian urged anxiously from the side. He sensed that Qin Mu was far from ordinary. "Are you out of your mind? My demon cloud formation is on the verge of being devoured by this brat. If I could kill him, do you think I would hesitate?" Ma Tianku's inner turmoil intensified. He could not fathom why his formation was being consumed by a mere human. It was utterly illogical. Thus, Shi Jingtian dared not speak further. This Ma Tianku had begun to vent his frustration upon him. He would not continue this endeavor. After all, failing to breach the Great Sword Dynasty's borders would only result in reparations and territorial concessions. Such occurrences were not unprecedented. However, for the Blood Demon clan, the stakes were far graver. Lives were at stake, the lives of countless Blood Demon clansmen. Ma Tianku concentrated his energy, furiously crafting the formation's seal, determined not to allow Qin Mu to consume his demon cloud formation. In the next instant, a blood-red long knife sliced through the heavens. With a direct strike aimed at Qin Mu, he remained undeterred. The array surrounding him was immensely nourishing, and within a short span, his Wuxiang demon technique had already ascended to its 2nd tier. Should he fully absorb this energy, a breakthrough to the 3rd tier would be inevitable. Upon reaching the 3rd tier, with the augmentation of his Wuxiang demon technique, his strength could leap 3 ranks within an hour. With his mid-stage celestial spirit power, he could unleash the prowess of an early-stage concentration realm expert. Not only would he be invincible at the same level, but he would also face no issues in combat across different tiers. Attempting to ambush me? Humph. Qin Mu raised his gaze to the heavens, fixating intently on the blood-red long knife. He murmured softly, Great Wilderness Prison Sky Finger. A pitch-black hand seal tore through the air, landing precisely on the long knife in a uniquely cunning manner. In the next instant, a series of cracking sounds echoed as the blood-red knife shattered into fragments, subsequently exploding into a mass of demonic energy. What manner of hand seal is that? How terrifying! Mo Tianku inhaled sharply, his expression shifting. Despite his concentration realm strength, could he not slay Qin Mu even in a surprise attack? Infuriating. My array. Mo Tianku lamented deeply. He had poured a significant portion of his effort into forging this array. This brat must die. A ruthless glint flashed in Mo Tianku's. Qin Mu felt a surge of anxiety. If Ma Tianku discovered that the black cat before him was none other than the princess of their blood demon clan, he would undoubtedly relay this news to his kin. Just then, Ma Tianku unexpectedly struck his own face with a resounding slap. How infuriating! With a great battle looming, he had allowed himself to be distracted by the princess's beauty. This slap was remarkably loud, and Qin Mu couldn't help but smile broadly. What a delightful surprise it was. However, was the summoning technique of the blood demon clan truly so peculiar? Irina wasn't worried. What if some demon general took a fancy to her and summoned her in the nude? How would she respond in such a situation? Without further ado, Qin Mu swiftly drew Irina into his spatial realm. Once within his independent space, even the summoning spell would lose its efficacy. He exhaled, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Are you jesting with me? Qin Mu taunted. Boom. An unfathomably terrifying force surged forth as Ma Tianku hovered in midair, his robes billowing dramatically, accompanied by countless long swords suspended behind him. Today, even if it meant exhausting my lifespan, I shall slay you here. Ma Tianku was resolute, willing to sacrifice his life. It was said that the Blood Demon clan was adept in a deadly technique that exchanged life for life, boasting a success rate of 100%. In mere moments, Ma Tianku's aura had surged to the mid-stage of the concentration realm. Indeed, he possessed some skill, but Qin Mu had no intention of meeting his demise here. Wuxiang magic, fully unleashed. Bloodlight flickered in Qin Mu's eyes as his internal energy surged. Secret technique? Jie Binglan was taken aback. Such a level of secret technique would likely cost at least half a life. Qin Mu truly wept for himself, willing to plunge into the fray to save the princess, even resorting to such life-reducing measures. How could the world be so cruel? Your Highness, hurry, Jie Binglan urged inwardly. At that moment, Yu Hanshuang's aura soared to its zenith. The phantom long sword in her hand transformed into several, pointing menacingly at Ma Tianku. Qin Mu, I will ensure you remain unscathed. In the blink of an eye, Yu Hanshuang's figure was before him, unleashing an onslaught of long swords. Simultaneously, Qin Mu's marksmanship followed suit. Before the sovereign, we do not bow. The soldiers kneel in reverence. With the 12th shot, generals shall be ennobled. The shadows of the spear danced like a dragon, sweeping across all directions. The long spear pierced through Ma Tianku's body, as if through mere parchment. With a splatter, blood streaked across the sky, and Ma Tianku gazed at his chest in disbelief. Both long sword and spear had penetrated him. Was he truly such a malevolent individual? Why was he subjected to this? The Blood Demon clan's instigation of a dynasty war had already transgressed a taboo. If you do not retreat, then perish here. Yu Hanshuang spoke coldly. This statement sent a wave of terror through everyone, prompting a hasty retreat. Even the demon generals were slain here. Would they remain to await their deaths? The battlefield swiftly cleared, leaving no trace behind. Qin Mu approached Yu Hanshuang and inquired, Senior sister, what sword technique was that you just executed? It must be said that the display was exceptionally impressive. Before Yu Hanshuang could respond, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted, plummeting straight towards the ground. Senior sister, Your Highness, realizing the gravity of the situation, Qin Mu immediately leaped down and caught Yu Hanshuang in his arms. She wasn't fainting. She had truly lost consciousness. Amidst the chaos, one of his hands inadvertently grasped a nearby peak. How could everything suddenly take such a drastic turn? Your Highness, please do not frighten me, Jie Binglan implored. Her concern palpable, as any mishap befalling the princess would rest heavily upon her shoulders. What has happened to my senior sister? Qin Mu asked. Jie Binglan seemed to possess some knowledge of the matter. Just moments ago, the princess resorted to using a forbidden technique to summon the great sword dragon in order to defeat you, which likely resulted in her injury. Let me examine her. Subsequently, Jie Binglan began her careful assessment. Fortunately, there was no immediate danger to her life. She merely required a few days of unconsciousness to recuperate. I will take my senior sister back. You can manage things here, Qin Mu stated calmly, though a hint of anger flickered in his demeanor. Why did Yu Hanshuang push herself so hard? Now she has rendered herself unconscious. It will take her at least a week to regain consciousness. Perhaps this is a blessing in disguise. An epiphany struck Qin Mu. If Yuhan Shuang remained unconscious to heal, she would be unable to escort him back to the palace in 3 days. This could potentially resolve the predicament he found himself in. With this thought, he hastily returned to the Holy Maiden Sect, cradling Yuhan Shuang securely, before retreating to his chamber. There was an even more pressing matter at hand. He released Elena, transforming her into her human form. What is the peculiar summoning technique of your blood demon clan? Is there a way to counter it? Qin Mu questioned with gravity. The methods of my blood demon clan are beyond your comprehension. This is an exclusive summoning technique, capable of invoking the blood demon princess. She possesses a unique power that can significantly enhance the combat prowess of our kin in an instant. I have no time for idle chatter. Tell me how to break it, Qin Mu declared, tightening his grip around Elena's neck, his aura chillingly fierce. If you remain silent, I shall violate you before ending your life. Startled by his words, Elena hesitated. There are 2 ways to dismantle it. First, destroy the virginity seal on my wrist. Second, extract my demon soul. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu naturally opted for the first method. Then let us shatter your virginity seal. He chuckled, bemused at her age while still retaining such a seal. As he approached with a mischievous grin, Elena took a step back. The virginity seal of my blood demon clan cannot be broken so easily. Qin Mu was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? In the next moment, Elena extended her hand, revealing a small red dot. You simply need to shatter this with your spiritual energy. Beware of lust. It may lead to your demise at the hands of a woman. Elena scoffed. Is it really that simple? Qin Mu effortlessly shattered the obstacle, finally allowing himself a moment to breathe. Fortunately, her esteemed father had not yet detected the disturbance. Otherwise, he could have easily summoned Elena back. That would have rendered his efforts futile. Before Elena could finish her words, she transformed back into a cat. Bored, Qin Mu once again opened the Celestial Beasts Compendium. Searching for something. Specifically, he sought to discover if there were other princesses from different dynasties. However, he inadvertently stumbled upon a familiar figure, Long Qiushui, the leader of the Spirit Beast sect. Was she also among those he could pursue? This development certainly added an intriguing twist. At that moment, a knock echoed through the air. Qin Mu opened the door to find Yan Xingyu, her expression laced with exasperation as she gazed at him. In 3 days. Will you accompany me to the palace to annul our engagement? Chapter 83. Discussing plans and uncovering anomalies. Upon hearing her words, Qin Mu paused momentarily. Then, with a swift and forceful motion, he pulled Yan Xingyu into his room. His actions were startlingly abrupt and rather rough. Yan Xingyu was taken aback. Could it be that Qin Mu intended to do something untoward? With her mere earth spirit realm strength, she would be utterly defenseless if he truly sought to overpower her. It seemed she had no choice but to comply. What do you intend to do? Yan Xingyu asked, her voice tinged with anxiety as she swallowed hard. Her gaze meeting Qin Mu's fervent eyes. The intensity radiating from him was infused with a potent masculinity, stirring her emotions unexpectedly. Qin Mu opened his mouth, then hesitated, realizing he needed to carefully articulate his thoughts. The situation was far too intricate, and he needed to formulate his words before proceeding. What? You think I mean to? Suddenly, Yan Xingyu's face flushed crimson, taken aback by his directness. Yet, surprisingly, she found herself not entirely averse to the idea. However, the suddenness of it all was overwhelming. Perhaps we should wait a while longer? After we annul the engagement, you could propose to the sect leader instead? Yan Xingyu's expression was a blend of shyness and determination. After all, she hailed from the martial king's manor, and such matters could not be approached carelessly. She required a clear commitment from Qin Mu. What do you mean? Qin Mu was momentarily bewildered. What was Yan Xingyu rambling about? He had even turned down Yuhan Shuang. So how could he consider Yan Xingyu? Moreover, he had not done anything to justify her expectations. I don't believe I have done anything to you. Why do you think I should be held accountable? Qin Mu shook his head repeatedly, adamantly refusing to accept her logic. You just suggested. Mid-sentence, Yan Xingyu suddenly realized that she may have misinterpreted the situation. Her cheeks grew even hotter, as if they might drip with water. I merely wish to discuss something with you. When we go to annul the engagement at the palace, I must wear a mask. It would be best if a clone were to accompany us. Why? Yan Xingyu's face displayed confusion. Did accompanying her to annul the engagement carry such shame? Or was Qin Mu simply afraid? Reluctantly, Qin Mu divulged the reason. It turned out that the senior sister wished for Qin Mu to accompany her to the formal engagement ceremony. What a remarkable coincidence that their paths had converged in such a manner. Thus, I can only present myself with a mask. Otherwise, once discovered, a multitude of troubles would ensue. Qin Mu earnestly advised her, emphasizing that the only means to assist her lay in this singular approach. Yan Xingyu nodded. Regardless of the method, as long as it enabled her to annul the engagement with Yuhan Yan, she would be amenable to any means. Just as Qin Mu was about to divulge his plan, he suddenly noticed the presence of Elena nearby. Could this individual betray him? It would be prudent to exercise caution. Subsequently, Qin Mu concealed Elena within his spatial realm, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. A vividly animated doppelganger appeared before Yin Qingyu. Ah, how could there be two Qin Mus? This unexpected scene startled Yin Qingyu. One Qin Mu was already overwhelming. Now there were two. Did Qin Mu possess some peculiar penchant? Do not be alarmed. This is merely a doppelganger, and you must keep it a secret, Qin Mu earnestly cautioned. Should others learn of this, he would be at a disadvantage. A doppelganger? You possess such extraordinary abilities? Yin Qingyu boldly approached the doppelganger of Qin Mu and began to explore it with her hands. After all, as a doppelganger, it should lack consciousness. However, in the next instant, the doppelganger spoke. Is it pleasant to touch? The doppelganger Qin Mu smiled slightly and uttered those words, startling Yin Qingyu, who quickly retreated to Qin Mu's embrace. What was happening? Did it possess autonomous awareness? This was truly terrifying. Almost, but not yet perfect. Qin Mu intended to fully replicate his alter ego's character. Such a notion would indeed render things more intriguing. Since it was his doppelganger, it naturally had to bear a striking resemblance to him. So you wish for him to accompany me to the palace to annul the engagement. What about you? Yin Qingyu harbored another question. Given that the senior sister had already succumbed to unconsciousness, why could he not accompany her? Are you lacking in common sense? If I were to appear in the palace, the senior sister would undoubtedly become aware. Of course, I shall accompany you. But I will do so in the name of the senior sister. Qin Mu gently tapped Yin Qingyu's head. All right, Yin Qingyu exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. It made perfect sense. But does he have the strength? The annulment of the engagement at the palace would surely tarnish the royal family's reputation. It might even lead to a life and death debate. If the doppelganger lacked strength, would it not be obliterated? No, Qin Mu shook his head. His current prowess was insufficient to empower the doppelganger. Once his strength reached formidable heights, he could bestow power upon each of his doppelgangers. Could there be any danger? Yin Qingyu hesitated. Do not worry. I have my strategies, Qin Mu replied with a smile. By the way, Qin Mu, after I annul the engagement. Yin Qingyu opened her mouth. She had witnessed Qin Mu's talent and strength, and harbored intentions of forming a partnership with him, yet she was uncertain of his willingness. Once you annul the engagement, you shall find a companion of your choosing. Qin Mu was well aware of what Yin Qingyu was about to express. However, to have him become a soulmate is out of the question. He is determined to court every fairy across the entire Qin Mu continent. If he were to be ensnared by romantic feelings so soon, it would surely squander precious time. I understand. Upon hearing this, Yin Qingyu's expression dimmed slightly, and she turned to leave. Qin Mu glanced at his doppelganger and instructed, once we arrive at the imperial palace, heed my words and refrain from acting impulsively. Is that understood? The doppelganger nodded in acknowledgement. May I touch her? The her in the doppelganger's query naturally referred to Yin Qingyu. What nonsense is this? The doppelganger's awakening consciousness has manifested in such a manner? Truly, he is his own doppelganger, rather perverse. Do as you wish. Qin Mu chuckled. After all, the ultimate sensations would invariably return to him. It is merely a doppelganger. How could it possibly surpass the original? With this thought settled, Qin Mu succumbed to slumber. Just before drifting off, he retrieved Elena once more from the spatial realm. Such a splendid bedwarming made should not go to waste. Moreover, in his dreams, he could indulge a little. After all, when Elena is asleep, she remains blissfully unaware of any peculiarities. Upon awakening the next morning, Elena felt a dampness at her backside. Strange. Am I in heat? Such a reaction is quite normal for a cat in estrus. Meow? What misfortune? How could she, a dignified princess of the demon clan, find herself in such a predicament? Who could possibly save her? Chapter 84. Departure to the Imperial Palace. Encounter with the enchanting Long Princess. During these past 3 days, aside from occasionally checking on the unconscious Yuhan Huang, Qin Mu spent the rest of his time in seclusion. On this day, a letter arrived from the Grand Sword Dynasty's eunuch, requesting that Yin Qingyu accompany him to the Imperial Palace to discuss the wedding date. Qin Mu stood by, hoping that this matter would not entangle him. Since Yuhan Huang remains in a coma, it should not concern him, right? After locating Yin Qingyu, he originally believed they would smoothly return to the palace, but at that moment, the eunuch unexpectedly called out Qin Mu's name. May I inquire who is Qin Mu? The eunuch spoke in a subdued tone. Qin Mu approached with a somber expression, daring to ask what the eunuch required. Until the matter is clarified, it is prudent to remain low-key. The princess previously instructed that you must accompany her for the 6th prince's wedding. What the hell? How could such a situation involve me? Today truly is not my lucky day. With my senior sister still unconscious, what purpose do I serve? Qin Mu politely declined. The princess specified that if she cannot attend, young Master Qin Mu's presence would suffice. Your oversight is required for the 6th prince's wedding. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu finally grasped the situation. It seems Yuan Huang had already made these arrangements. There was no way to refuse. He could only brace himself for the endeavor. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance, adorning his doppelganger in a black robe and mask, ensuring that no one could recognize him. Then, I shall rely on you to lead the way. Boarding the flying vessel, the group set off towards the imperial palace. The journey was adorned with breathtaking scenery, majestic mountains, and rivers. There are scarcely a few places on the entire Qin Mu continent that boast such breathtaking scenery. Yan Xingyu felt a surge of anxiety within her heart. At this moment, she found herself alone, for it was only upon reaching the imperial palace that Qin Mu's avatar would manifest. The prospect of a dramatic public wedding abduction sounded exhilarating. What has been deliberated regarding the marriage between young Master Qin Mu and our princess? The eunuch inquired. This matter was well known throughout the entire palace. As the princess of the Great Sword Dynasty, her desire to wed a junior disciple was indeed a rarity, yet the emperor had consented. As one does not let fertile waters flow to outsiders. My sister and I shall discuss this matter in due course. For now, focusing on my cultivation is of utmost importance. Heeding young Master Qin Mu's circumstances, the eunuch advised, our princess, being of the esteemed Nine Phoenix lineage, holds a position of great nobility. Should you miss this opportunity, it would be a tremendous loss for you. Agreeing to the princess's proposal ahead of time would be a remarkable chance for your ascendance. Upon hearing these words, discomfort washed over Qin Mu's ears. What did he mean? Was he to feel indebted? Is this eunuch overstepping his bounds? Qin Mu retorted with displeasure. We merely offer a friendly reminder. Why should young Master Qin Mu take offense? After all, he is a favored figure beside the emperor. Is it so wrong? What astonished Qin Mu even more was that she was a formidable practitioner at the essence gathering stage. Alas, the opportunity to ingratiate oneself had arrived. Although she was somewhat advanced in age, it mattered not. He reported to the crown princess. Indeed, the eunuch announced. Then let us proceed one by one. Yu Bingshang spoke softly, beckoning to Yan Xingyu with a gesture. Taking advantage of the moment while he was preoccupied with his inspection, Qin Mu pondered. The crown princess? This implied that she was the sister of the current emperor, the aunt of Yuan Huang. Given her age, could it be that she remained unmarried, having lived her entire life within the royal confines? Soon, it was Qin Mu's turn. Young Master Qin Mu, it is your time. The eunuch prompted. Qin Mu strode forward, arriving in front of Yu Bingshang. Instantly, a delicate fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Yu Bingshang? A name surfaced in Qin Mu's mind. One that belonged to the celestial beings illustrated in the compendium. Upon opening it, he found her on page 32. To his astonishment, Yu Bingshang was still a maiden. The smile on Qin Mu's face began to take on a rather peculiar quality. No problem, you may enter. After the inspection concluded, Yu Bingshang prepared to depart. Just then, Qin Mu spoke up. How could he let her leave before he had his chance? Senior, please wait. Qin Mu called out loudly. What is it? Yu Bingshang, true to her name, possessed a demeanor even colder than Yuan Huang. She was wholly engrossed in her cultivation, indifferent to worldly affairs. Otherwise, according to the customs of the Qin Mu continent, she would be the empress of the Great Sword Dynasty. Senior, you are injured. Might I assist you in your recovery? Although Qin Mu's alchemical skills were merely rudimentary, he had sensed that there was a lingering ailment within Yu Bingshang, one that had persisted for nearly a decade. If he could help alleviate it, he would surely gain some experience points. You are an alchemist? Yu Bingshang was momentarily taken aback. At such a young age, to be proficient in alchemy was indeed rare. If she could keep this individual close by to concoct elixirs for her, it would undoubtedly aid in her ascent of power. Then follow me. Yu Bingshang regarded Qin Mu merely as a tool for alchemy. However, Qin Mu shook his head. I am currently preoccupied with pressing matters. Perhaps it would be best to seek you out once I am finished? A smile played upon Qin Mu's lips. The prey was already ensnared. He feared not her intentions to use him, but rather the prospect of her ignoring him entirely. You are. The eunuch beside them could no longer contain himself. Your Highness. He is the crown princess's chosen consort. Given the current circumstances, if he were not restrained, this consort would soon become the crown princess. Chapter 85, The Start. The entertaining uncle. The consort of Han Huang. Yu Bingshang was momentarily startled, but her expression quickly returned to normal. She had not anticipated that her niece had found a man she favored. Indeed, Your Highness, we still need to discuss the marriage of the sixth prince. If there are no further instructions, I shall escort them away first. The eunuch hastily interjected. The crown princess's temperament was unpredictable, and trouble could easily arise. Yu Bingshang waved her hand in annoyance, turning to leave. This matter was indeed somewhat troublesome. Qin Mu was the consort of Yuan Huang, which complicated the situation significantly. She initially intended to keep Qin Mu by her side as an alchemical apprentice, yet with his newfound identity, the situation had become far more complicated. However, she possessed methods to ensure that Qin Mu would comply with her wishes. Coincidentally, she had some knowledge of alchemy herself, although she could not compare to a true alchemist. Creating a few pills capable of influencing one's heart and soul was certainly within her capabilities. Qin Mu, accompanied by the eunuch, arrived in the grand hall. At the forefront sat a man, none other than the sixth prince, Yu Hanyan. The moment he laid eyes on Yin Qingyu, he sprang to his feet. She was his betrothed, the one he had longed for, and at last, the day had come. Qingyu, our marriage should be finalized today, Yu Hanyan exclaimed with urgency. A sense of unease creeping into his heart. He felt that if this matter lingered, it could lead to irreparable consequences. Despite being the sixth prince of the Great Sword Dynasty, matters of the heart had always been intricate. Yin Qingyu felt a twinge of embarrassment upon hearing these words. In truth, she harbored no affection for the sixth prince, Yu Hanyan. This union had merely been arranged by the martial king's residence. Today, we are primarily here to discuss the marriage between the sixth prince and the legitimate daughter of the martial king's residence, Yin Qingyu. The betrothal has long been established. Today we shall determine the wedding date. Seated in the grand hall was another man. Qin Mu scrutinized him, narrowing his eyes slightly. Another with the strength of the condensation realm. Truly, the Great Sword Dynasty was rich in resources. Could he be the current emperor? As far as he knew, the emperor's name was Yuandao, possessing mastery over 3 divine arts and unparalleled in skill. He was also a formidable figure in the later stages of the condensation realm. Yet the man before him only exhibited the early stages of that realm. The man rose, casting a glance at Yin Qingyu, and nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, the offspring of the martial king's residence possess admirable qualities, although their strength is somewhat lacking. Their demeanor and talent suggest that with further refinement in the imperial court, they shall undoubtedly become formidable figures. Most importantly, Yu Hanyan was exceedingly pleased with his betrothed. May I inquire, which one among you is the esteemed Qin Mu? The man asked. Before Qin Mu could respond, the eunuch hurriedly pointed him out. I report to you, Prince Xiaoyao, this young man is Qin Mu. He is also the designated consort of Her Highness the Princess. This declaration left Qin Mu feeling somewhat unsettled, as it seemed this individual always introduced him as the princess's chosen consort. Was this a directive from Yu Huanfeng? How fearful was she of losing him? Standing in the grand hall was the only Prince Xiaoyao of the Great Sword Dynasty, named Yu Wanlu, who shunned all power and chose to live freely. It was said that he had been of average talent in his youth, wandering and enjoying life, yet astonishingly, as he matured, his strength surged to the condensation realm. You are the consort chosen by Frost, possessing mid-level talent in the celestial realm at such a young age. Your aptitude is indeed extraordinary. Frost has instructed that you witness today as proceedings. Firstly, to ensure her royal brother has a worthy wife, and secondly, as her elder sister, she cannot evade this duty. For it is said that an elder sister is like a mother. There is no issue at all, Your Highness, if you have any instructions. Please do not hesitate to speak. Qin Mu replied calmly, his expression subtly shifting. It appeared that he indeed intended to involve him in this matter. Yin Qingyu's gaze fell upon Qin Mu. She had no desire to wed Yu Hanyan, yet the current atmosphere seemed rather ominous for her. Would Qin Mu be able to save her? Before Qin Mu could utter a word, Yin Qingyu abruptly stood up. Your Highness, I have something to say. This scene startled Qin Mu. What did she intend to do? Had it not been agreed that she would follow his arrangements? He had already promised her that he would assist her through her tribulations, and now was not the time to provoke any complications. What do you wish to convey? Yu Wanlu slowly inquired. After all, Yin Qingyu hailed from the martial king's residence, making them somewhat compatible. Such a marriage, based on mutual standing, could be deemed as a profound connection. In truth, I did not come here to discuss the wedding date, but rather to annul the engagement. Yin Qingyu's declaration rendered the expressions of everyone present frozen in shock. What? How could this be? Especially Yu Hanyan, who had been elated, was instantly petrified in place. Qingyu, what did you say? You wish to break off the engagement with this prince? Yu Hanyan's voice trembled slightly. He had diligently cultivated his skills to reach the late stage of Earth Spirit Realm, all for the sake of being worthy of Yin Qingyu. Now that he finally had the opportunity, how could she speak of annulling their engagement? Why? On what grounds? Observing Yu Hanyan's expression, Qin Mu discerned that he was also infatuated. This fellow truly did not see the bigger picture. As the sixth prince of the Great Sword Dynasty, marrying a wife should be a simple matter. Yet, he seemed to have already set his heart on Yin Qingyu. Indeed, I intend to break the engagement. This marriage was arranged by my father without my knowledge, and I have come today to terminate it. Sixth prince, I acknowledge your excellence. But you are not the one I desire in my heart. Such a union, even if it were to materialize, would hold no significance. Yin Qingyu boldly declared. The highest authority, Yu Wanlu, remained silent, quietly observing the unfolding scene, a faint smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. How intriguing indeed. It was the first time that someone from the martial king's residence sought to annul a royal engagement. However, for him, it was a rare source of amusement. I do not consent. Yu Hanyan slammed his fist onto the table, shattering it into splinters in an instant. Qin Yu, do you not realize that I have dedicated countless hours to my training, all in hopes of one day forming a bond with you? Now you wish to annul our engagement? He would not agree, nor could he ever agree. Qin Yu regarded Yu Hanyan with a resigned sigh. In truth, I already hold affections for another, and thus cannot accept the sixth prince's goodwill. Therefore, let us consider this matter resolved. Qin Yu spoke earnestly. Who is the one you hold affections for? Yu Hanyan retorted furiously. It is. Qin Yu was about to respond when Qin Mu suddenly rose to his feet. If I may interject for a moment, Qin Mu watched as Qin Yu was about to point at him, realizing that he must not be sold out, otherwise Yu Hanyan would certainly have his father turn him into pieces. What say you, young friend Qin Mu? Yuan Lu smiled faintly, pondering within. Could it be that Qin Mu is Qin Yu's romantic interest? How delightful to witness such a spectacle. The task bestowed by my royal brother is rather rewarding. Chapter 86. The sycophant Yu Hanyan. The carefree prince must be quite the schemer. Qin Mu observed Yu Wanliu's expression, feeling a shiver run down his spine. Why did it seem as if this fellow was anticipating a grand performance? The sixth prince, is it? I am aware of your engagement with the martial arts master Yen. Yet matters of the heart cannot be forced. Moreover, Yen already has someone she holds dear. Perhaps you could extend goodwill and become friends instead? Qin Mu ventured to explain. However, Yu Hanyan was entirely unyielding. I only love Qin Yu. I shall marry none but her in this life. No counsel from anyone will be of any use, unless I learn who it is that she favors. Yu Hanyan declared loudly. If Qin Yu's beloved were stronger than he would concede without a second thought. But if they were inferior, they were destined to perish at his hands. My beloved is him. Qin Yu pointed at Qin Mu, speaking with utmost seriousness. All eyes turned to Qin Mu, reflecting shock, anger, and disbelief. Yet, Yu Wanliu's face was illuminated with a gleeful expression, reveling in the unfolding drama. He had indeed guessed correctly. Qin Mu was Qin Yu's favored one. But was he not the prince consort of my royal sister? How could he become her cherished one? Yu Hanyan's voice rose in fury, even contemplating a direct assault. It is he. Qin Mu felt 1,000 curses surge within him. Was Qin Yu intent on leading him to his demise? He had already advised her to follow his plan, but her actions had nearly brought about his ruin. Dismissing his concerns, Qin Mu pointed toward his side and swiftly summoned his doppelganger. The crowd was taken aback to discover another figure clad in black beside him. Standing in close proximity, Yu Hanyan paused momentarily. Perhaps he had misunderstood? This must be Yan's true beloved. Qin Mu sighed in relief, grateful for his quick thinking. Otherwise, he would surely meet his end here today. Who are you, daring to covet my woman? Yu Hanyan glared at the doppelganger, yet received no response. The doppelganger merely regarded him quietly, refraining from any action without Qin Mu's command. Why do you not speak? Yu Hanyan unsheathed his sword, pointing it menacingly at the doppelganger. He is simply reclusive and prefers silence. Qin Yu finally realized she had nearly put Qin Mu in jeopardy. She had been overly excited, focused solely on conveying her disinterest in Yu Hanyan, without considering the repercussions. Little did she expect such a predicament to arise. Thankfully, Qin Mu had responded in time. If you favor such a man, then I too can remain silent. After the words of Yu Hanyan, he unexpectedly chose to remain silent. This action left Qin Mu feeling both amused and perplexed. It appears that Yu Hanyan is indeed a sycophant, eager for Qin Yu's affections, to the extent of voluntarily silencing himself. He truly is. Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback. What does this mean? She did not like Qin Mu merely for his taciturn nature, did she? Furthermore, this was a blatant and mechanical imitation. No. Why did I not sense any of his capabilities? In the next moment, Yu Hanyan realized that something was amiss. The figure before him, cloaked in black, revealed no trace of power. This implied that he lacked even the strength of a human spirit realm. How could such a waste be worthy of Qin Yu? Who says he lacks power? His strength surpasses yours. Qin Yu retorted defiantly. The man she believed in could not possibly be weak. Qin Mu helplessly rubbed his forehead, realizing Qin Yu was indeed lacking in intellect. Goodness, must she so eagerly offer herself as bait? He recalled having earnestly told Qin Yu that his avatar possessed no strength at all, and that he must never reveal this unless absolutely necessary. Yet, her statement inadvertently played right into Yu Hanyan's hands. In that case, let him compete with me, Yu Hanyan declared, pointing his sword at the avatar. Showing no sign of mercy, this move made Qin Mu a bit anxious. What to do now? Meanwhile, on the stage, Yu Wanlu rested his chin on his hand and smiled slightly. Qin Mu, my young friend, Why do I feel that this person's figure bears a striking resemblance to yours? Is there a connection between you two? Yuan Lu, relishing the drama, spoke up. At his level, he had long since seen through such matters. Regardless of the world's troubles and grievances, they mattered not to him. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu looked up at Yuan Lu in disbelief. If it weren't for your formidable strength, I would surely teach you a lesson for your insolence. Do not jest with me, Lord Xiaoyao. This matter has nothing to do with me, Qin Mu asserted, distancing himself from any association. Yet, he pondered internally if Yuan Lu had indeed uncovered something. If not, why would he specifically target him with such words? At this moment, Qin Mu fervently hoped that Yu Hanyan would not focus his attention on him. I was merely speaking casually. My young friend Qin Mu, do not take it to heart. Yinner, a true man aspires to distant horizons, yet when encountering his beloved, he must also strive. Today, I shall bear witness as you duel with him. The victor shall gain the right to pursue Miss Yen. As for the loser, please depart. After saying this, Yuan Lu turned to Qin Mu. What do you think? Qin Mu sighed. This seemed less a matter of choice and more of a question with a required answer. No problem. The cunning old fox, Yuan Lu, had certainly sensed something. Though he lacked conclusive evidence, a comprehensive strategy was needed. Just then, Yu Hanyan struck first, unleashing a sword attack. This fellow must be dealt with. Yen Qingyu began to worry. Could her avatar, devoid of power, handle this? As Qin Mu's mind stirred, he swiftly transferred his primordial spirit into his avatar. With a thunderous roar, a formidable aura soared into the sky. Oh! Yuan Lu noticed the anomaly, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This Qin Mu was far from the simpleton he had presumed. After parrying Yu Hanyan's strike, Qin Mu retaliated with a blow of his own. While it may be impossible to slay Yu Hanyan within the Great Sword Dynasty, inflicting severe injury upon him was certainly within reach. Yet, at that moment, Yuan Lu suddenly intervened. The strength of the heavenly spirit realm was something his nephew could not withstand. Senior, what is your intention? Qin Mu inquired in a low voice. Perplexed. Apologies, my hand slipped earlier. Please, continue. Yuan Lu released his grip on Qin Mu, his figure hurtling backward. An identical fluctuation of spiritual energy. If one were to claim that these two had no connection, even a fool would not believe it. Once more, Yu Hanyan slashed down again. Unfortunately, his late-stage Earth Spirit Realm prowess posed no threat to Qin Mu. Young friend Qin Mu, I see your strength lies within the mid-stage of the Heavenly Spirit Realm. Observing their duel has ignited a desire to spar. How about we engage in a friendly contest? Upon hearing this, Qin Mu was jolted into clarity. What did this mean? This fellow intended for him to face two opponents at once. How absurd. He was merely a practitioner of the concentration realm. How could he possibly prevail? The carefree king was a formidable figure in the concentration realm. For me to spar with him, given my heavenly spirit realm status, would be a gross diminishment of my standing. Thus, Qin Mu politely declined. Status? I have never cared for such trifles. I shall match you with my mid-stage heavenly spirit realm strength. Carefree sword technique. 10,000 swords returning to their origin. Let the swords fall and vanquish all adversaries of the world. Carefree sword technique. Commence. Qin Mu watched in awe as countless long swords converged into one. Then lunged toward him. Sword Saint's intent. Coalesce. Chapter 87. I can barely hold on. My avatar has been discovered. Boom. An overwhelming force erupted from within Qin Mu. This power startled Yuan Lu. How could this youth possess such terrifying sword intent? Clang. Sword intent surged forth, gathering like a dragon, fiercely colliding with Yuan Lu's carefree sword intent. Bang. In an instant, the entire palace trembled perilously. How formidable. Qin Mu gazed intently at Yuan Lu, his arms numb. The unparalleled sword in his hand trembling incessantly. By the heavens, this was certainly not the power of a mid-stage heavenly spirit realm practitioner. This was the strength of the concentration realm. Young friend Qin Mu, this sword intent must possess a celestial grade, does it not? Yuan Lu swiftly sheathed his long sword. His hands clasped behind his back, the hands hidden within his robes trembling as well. Even with his concentration realm strength, he could only match Qin Mu on equal footing. And that was under the pretense of a surprise attack. This Qin Mu was no ordinary individual. That should suffice. Qin Mu had neither the time nor inclination to dwell on such matters. He was acutely aware of the overwhelming burden he faced. Just as Yuan Lu concluded his engagement, Yu Hanyan erupted into madness once more. This lunatic was actually burning his life essence. Qin Mu focused intently, taking a deep breath. Yu Hanyan, eager for victory, was willing to sacrifice his very life force, thereby temporarily elevating his prowess to the realm of celestial spirits. Once more, he drew his sword, conjuring thousands of sword shadows that surged menacingly towards Qin Mu's avatar. Die! Yu Hanyan was teetering on the brink of madness. Qin Mu's primordial spirit entered his avatar, drawing his sword in defiance. With a single strike, he felled Yu Hanyan to the ground. "You have lost," the avatar declared, its voice deep and resonant, reminiscent of one who is naturally reticent. Only Qin Mu understood the precariousness of his situation. Oh heavens! Let this end swiftly. Yu Wanliu's thoughts stirred. Why did he sense such a striking similarity between Qin Mu and this figure in black? What was the nature of their connection? Were they perhaps twin brothers? "Qin Mu, my friend, deliver me another strike." In a bid to validate his conjecture, Yu Wanlu rose, his sword slicing through the air with a grace that seemed to defy gravity. "Yu Wanlu, you!" Qin Mu cursed inwardly, feeling utterly dismayed. The constant shifting of his primordial spirit left him anxious about potential calamity. Just then, Yu Hanyan launched another assault. By heavens! Qin Mu focused intently. He had to shield Yu Wanlu, for if his avatar were to perish, all his painstaking efforts would be in vain. The clash between Qin Mu and Yu Wanlu intensified, while Yu Hanyan had already directed his sword towards the avatar. The avatar stood motionless, contemplating retreat. Qin Mu was taken aback, realizing the avatar intended to flee. No, in broad daylight, how could it run away? In the next instant, Yan Qingyu suddenly appeared before the avatar, extending her arms to block Yu Hanyan. "Qingyu, move aside!" Yu Hanyan shouted furiously. He was determined to eliminate this rival for affection. "Sixth Prince, you have already lost. Why persist in this delusion?" Yan Qingyu was worried for Qin Mu's avatar. It must not be destroyed. "Are you here to protect him?" Yu Hanyan gazed incredulously at Yan Qingyu, feeling betrayed by her apparent lack of compassion despite his genuine feelings for her. "I do not protect him. I simply cannot bear to witness your futile demise," Yan Qingyu clarified. Given Qin Mu's formidable strength, it would be effortless for him to eliminate Yu Hanyan. However, the ramifications of Yu Hanyan's death would be monumental, perhaps beyond even the martial king's estate to bear. "Are you implying that I am no match for him? Is it not true?" After just a few exchanges, even with your life force ablaze, you remain outmatched. What meaning is there in continuing this fight? Recognizing one's limitations is the true path. Upon hearing this, a tumult of emotions surged within Yu Hanyan. After enduring arduous training for so long, he had achieved naught. He didn't even know the name of his rival. Clang! The long sword in Yu Hanyan's hand clattered to the ground. His spirit plummeted, as if all vitality had been drained from him. "Qingyu, I acknowledge that I am inferior in strength, but could you grant me a chance to remain by your side?" Yan Qingyu was momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean? My affection for you constitutes a significant part of my existence. If you wish to sever our ties, it would be akin to taking my life. Rest assured, I shall not intrude upon you. I will remain by your side, diligently honing my skills until the day I possess the strength to vanquish him and reclaim you." Upon hearing Yu Hanyan's words, Qin Mu could not help but give a thumbs up. Extraordinary. This is the first time he has witnessed such devotion from a lovesick admirer. Has this system truly chosen the wrong individual? There is no need for this. Yan Qingyu nearly fainted. After all, he is a distinguished sixth prince. How could he so readily cling to her side? "Qingyu." Yu Hanyan began, but was halted by Yu Wanlu. "Very well, let us consider this matter settled. I fear that if we continue, Yu Hanyan may utter even more astonishing declarations. The dignity of the royal family cannot be compromised by the whims of one individual. However, this matter must still be reported to the martial king's residence." Yan Qingyu's eyes darted around. This was not too great a concern for her, as she hailed from the martial king's household, and they would not be overly difficult on her. As long as the royal engagement could be annulled, all would be well. "Yenner, if you feel discontented, then retreat into seclusion. When your father emerges from his retreat, I shall seek a suitable marriage proposal for you." Yu Wanlu did not wish to advise, but felt compelled as he was his own nephew. He believed a man should aspire to greater ambitions, unencumbered by romantic entanglements. Living freely, what woman could not be won if one truly desired her? Such deep devotion ultimately leads to misplaced affections. Would it not be a tragedy to lose one's life over this? "As you wish, uncle." Yu Hanyan left with his head bowed, his spirits considerably dampened. "Then we shall take our leave." Yan Qingyu felt her legs grow weak, eager to depart from this place. Just moments ago, Yu Hanyan's sword strike was far beyond her capacity to endure. "You may depart, but I must ask that young friend Qin Mu remain." Yu Wanlu insisted that Qin Mu stay. Qin Mu nodded at Yan Qingyu, signaling for her to go ahead. Suddenly, Yu Wanlu approached Qin Mu. "Does the Prince of Leisure have something to discuss?" Qin Mu felt unsettled under the intense gaze. Could it be that this man held an interest in him? Yu Wanlu remained silent, continuing to scrutinize Qin Mu, and after a considerable pause, he spoke slowly. "If I am not mistaken, that shadowy figure clad in black earlier was your avatar. Am I correct in my assertion?" A chill ran down Qin Mu's spine upon hearing this. How could he possibly know? "Do not worry, it is just the two of us here, and no one else shall uncover your secret." A broad smile adorned Yuanlio's face. Prince of Leisure, how did you come to this knowledge? Chapter 88. The Forceful Abduction of a Young Man. Because you practiced the technique of my great sword dynasty's 3,000 avatars. Yuanlu declared, while others might be oblivious, he saw it clearly. Truly, the Prince of Leisure possesses a discerning eye. Qin Mu remained cautious. But what does Yuanlu revealing his own secret signify? It is not merely that. I, too, have once practiced the 3,000 avatars. Thus, one could discern the striking similarity in the essence of the two individuals. Otherwise, why would one venture to test you? Now, he could ascertain, just as he had surmised in his heart. However, he had not anticipated that there existed someone capable of cultivating 3,000 incarnations. Had Yuanlu also undergone such training? Could it be that he possessed a supreme spiritual vein? Qin Mu focused intently. Although the spiritual vein within Yuanlu was not weak, it fell far short of reaching the level of a supreme spiritual vein. Therefore, did the carefree king also possess incarnations? Qin Mu probed. Yuanlu shook his head. My aptitude is too lacking. I have yet to condense an incarnation. Yet I can perceive the essence of these incarnations quite clearly. Qin Mu, my young friend, are you in harmony of heart with that girl from the Martial King's manor? Yuanlu inquired. Qin Mu, however, shook his head. Do you not harbor feelings for her? Then why would you take such great risks to assist her? Yuanlu found the situation increasingly intriguing. It seemed as if the world was a grand spectacle. Qin Mu defied the great sword dynasty to protect Yan Qingyu, because she is my senior sister. If she encounters troubles, I cannot possibly remain indifferent. If the carefree king wishes to expose this matter, I have no objections. Qin Mu had calculated every possibility, but had not anticipated the involvement of the carefree king. Surely he would not genuinely consider revealing such matters? Yuanlio's expression turned grave as he fixed his gaze upon Qin Mu. The aura was intensely oppressive, as if a sharp blade hovered above his head, uncertain when it might descend. Moreover, there was no assurance it would not. Can you provide a straightforward answer? When have I ever claimed I would expose you? Yuanlu chuckled, finding the amusement in this matter exceeded his expectations. Qin Mu was to become the future consort of Yuhan's Huang, thus the brother-in-law of Yuhan Yin. Yet, as a brother-in-law, he chose to aid Yan Qingyu instead of Yuhan Yin, which indeed seemed somewhat unreasonable. What, then, was the implication of the carefree king? Qin Mu was perplexed. If he did not intend to expose himself, why bring the matter to light? I merely find this situation amusing. As for Han Yin's marriage, it is of little consequence. That lad is infatuated, and it is inevitable he will suffer. It suffices to ensure that Yuhan Yin remains free from mortal peril. Truly. This uncle of Yuanlu is quite competent. It sends a chill down my spine. Qin Mu exhaled, rising to offer a slight bow. In that case, I shall take my leave. The atmosphere within the great sword dynasty was exceedingly oppressive, and it was prudent not to linger. At the very least, he should wait until his strength reached the concentration realm. Let us depart. Yuanlu regarded Qin Mu, a peculiar smile gracing his features. I fear you may escape this palace, yet find it impossible to leave the imperial grounds. However, he refrained from voicing this last remark. As Qin Mu exited the palace, preparing to take flight, a graceful figure suddenly descended before him, lifting him effortlessly. Hey, who are you? Upon looking up, Qin Mu was taken aback to see Yu Bingshang. This woman, without regard for the circumstances, had seized him. What was the intent of the princess? Qin Mu inquired, seeking to understand where she intended to take him. Silence. Yu Bingshang spoke coldly, not allowing Qin Mu a chance to respond. Unable to fight back or escape, Qin Mu resigned himself to his fate and was led to a grand palace. This place was known as the Fenghuan Palace, the very residence of Yu Bingshang. Yet it was exclusively inhabited by women, devoid of even a single eunuch. Bang! Qin Mu was unceremoniously thrown down. The palace maids around him gazed at him in astonishment. When did the princess take a liking to men? However, one must admit, this Qin Mu was quite handsome. Could he possibly be a eunuch? Listening to the whispered speculation, Qin Mu felt an overwhelming urge to protest. Even if she was the crown princess of the great sword dynasty, she could not act so lawlessly as to seize a common man. Crown princess, you brought me here. Surely there must be a reason? Qin Mu inquired, carefully observing the Fenghuan Palace. To his surprise, he discovered a formation capable of concealing one's aura beneath it. It seemed that Yu Bingshang did not wish to be disturbed and had specially arranged for this. Thud. In the next moment, a massive alchemical furnace materialized before Qin Mu. Help me refine pills. This princess can provide you with what you desire. Yu Bingshang commanded sharply. She was on the verge of breaking through to the pinnacle of the spirit condensation realm and required numerous medicinal pills, yet the alchemists in the palace were exceedingly few, and she had no time to seek them outside. Qin Mu's presence offered her a glimmer of hope, although he would eventually become her nephew by marriage. Utilizing him temporarily should pose no issue. and she would ensure he received proper compensation. What I desire. Qin Mu's gaze flickered, thinking, I want that precious first layer. Yu Bingshang was indeed an object of his aspirations, and his intentions were entirely pure. However, he currently lacked the means to contend with her formidable power. Besides, she was the aunt of Yuan Huang. If he truly succeeded in seducing her, he would undoubtedly earn the enmity of the entire Great Sword Dynasty. Oh, so you require pills. The Crown Princess need only ask. As for compensation, I shall forego it, for it is an honor in itself. Qin Mu declared with an air of arrogance. Such an opportunity was not to be squandered. You don't want a reward? Yu Bingshang was momentarily taken aback. Within the palace, how many were solely driven by self-interest, eager to drain her of all she possessed? Yet this Qin Mu, facing such a remarkable opportunity, chose to forego it. Indeed, being able to refine pills for the Crown Princess was already a tremendous honor. To request further reward would be rather shameless, wouldn't it? Qin Mu continued to assert his position. What he sought was the experience points from the system. No matter how generous Yu Bingshang's reward might be, it could not compare to the enhancement of his strength. Whoosh! His experience points surged by 20%. One could not deny that those who catered to powerful individuals were generously rewarded with experience points, and Qin Mu's words greatly impacted Yu Bingshang. Being a royal, she naturally understood the underlying principles at play. No, I will ensure you receive the appropriate reward. Yu Bingshang shook her head. She could not exploit Qin Mu without reciprocation. To do so would make her seem miserly. Qin Mu pondered for a moment before speaking. If the princess truly wishes to bestow a reward, let it be distributed in your name so that everyone may partake. Such an act would be the greatest honor for me. Swiftly, his experience points surged. A surge of joy filled Qin Mu's heart. Had he not expertly navigated this situation? To his surprise, she was so disinterested in fame and fortune. Very well. I shall grant you 3 days to produce 100 Qingling pills. Can you accomplish this? Chapter 89. Diligently refining pills. The unconscious one is taken into the princess's quarters. What? 103 days. Qin Mu's eyes widened. Did Yue Bingchang truly perceive him as a mere beast of burden? Is there a problem? Yue Bingchang fixed her gaze upon Qin Mu. At present, she was in dire need of elixirs to stabilize her strength. Once she broke through to the spirit concentration realm, she could ascend to the legendary level. Across the entire Qin Mu continent, those who reached the spirit concentration realm were already deemed exceptionally gifted. As for the realms beyond, not a single individual among hundreds of thousands had ever achieved such a breakthrough. With the aid of the Great Sword Dynasty's heritage, she could access the royal palace's secret realm, which had revealed to her a glimmer of the path to transcendence. She had never married in her life, solely to pursue the supreme martial way. Strength was the most worthy pursuit. I can accomplish it within a day, Qin Mu boasted. Yet, in truth, with his first-tier alchemist abilities, he could only refine a maximum of 10 Qingling pills in a day. Why was Yue Bingchang so eager? Was there a hidden motive? A day? Are you truly a 5th-tier alchemist? Yue Bingchang was taken aback. If that were the case, she would certainly wish to keep Qin Mu by her side. Whatever herbs she required, he could concoct for her. Such a delightful scenario was beyond her previous imaginings. Her niece was indeed fortunate to choose such a husband. Is it impossible for a lower-tier alchemist to achieve this? Qin Mu feigned ignorance, shaking his head. How would you accomplish it? The output of pills by an alchemist was limited each day. Exceeding this threshold could severely harm the alchemist's soul power. An alchemist was invaluable, and thus, no one would choose to jeopardize themselves. It was akin to sacrificing a chicken for an egg. Since the princess is in urgent need, I shall toil day and night. I can certainly achieve it within 1 day. Qin Mu began to boast. However, he had no intention of genuinely producing them all in 1 day. He was merely a humble alchemist with limited strength. He could not afford to sacrifice his own life. After hearing his words, Yue Bingchang's expression softened slightly, and a faint smile appeared at the corners of her lips. Qin Mu's experience points surged once more. Only 5% remained before he could break through to the late heavenly spirit realm. Indeed, no woman could resist the allure of being adored. Even the illustrious princess of the Great Sword Dynasty, despite her extraordinary prowess, could not escape this truth. There is no need for such strenuous effort. The princess is not as impatient as you think. I shall give you 10 days to produce 100 Qingling pills. Should you succeed, I will grant you any reward you desire. Upon hearing these words, Qin Mu pondered slightly. He was taken aback by the understanding nature of Princess Yu Bingchang this month. Promising to adhere to a single day's timeline, he resolved that even at the cost of his own life, he could not delay the grand affairs of the princess. Qin Mu expressed himself fervently, disregarding all else. As long as he could gain experience points, he could utter even the most distasteful words. At that moment, his experience points finally reached their peak. Splendid. He could finally ascend to the late stage of the celestial spirit realm. Qin Mu, filled with joy, hesitated to elevate his powers immediately, for before him stood Princess Yu Bingchang. Should she sense anything amiss, he might not survive to leave the palace. Here were the medicinal materials and the alchemy furnace. He had worked hard for this. Yu Bingchang had already prepared everything needed, simply awaiting an alchemist. Now, Qin Mu was indeed being handed a pillow while dozing off. Then I shall commence the alchemy now. Without further ado, Qin Mu appeared even more eager than Yu Bingchang herself, knowing this was the only way to assuage her concerns. Observing this, Yu Bingchang nodded in satisfaction. To his astonishment, she then departed on the spot. Damn, Qin Mu cursed inwardly. He had intended to say so much more, yet she left? Was he not allowed to linger a moment longer? Her departure was perhaps a blessing in disguise, for now he could secretly enhance his strength. Qin Mu concocted 10 clear spirit pills and subsequently placed them into a jade vial. He was astonished to discover that crafting these pills posed no difficulty for him. How peculiar! As a first-tier alchemist, how could his mental prowess be so formidable? After a meticulous examination, Qin Mu suddenly realized the truth. While he was indeed a first-tier alchemist, the exceptional spiritual vein he possessed allowed his current abilities to rival those of a third-tier alchemist. This meant he could produce up to 50 clear spirit pills at once. The palace maids observed Qin Mu, a strikingly handsome gentleman and an alchemist at that. Wherever he went, he would undoubtedly be a coveted prize. They need not ponder further. Under the imposing authority of Princess, even if they desired him, a favorable outcome was impossible. Just then, Qin Mu unexpectedly collapsed to the ground. The resounding thud startled all the maids. What transpired? Quickly inform the princess. Mr. Qin has fainted. The maids hastily conveyed the news to Yu Bingchang. Upon learning of Qin Mu's collapse, Yu Bingchang grew exceedingly anxious and took to the air. Had he overexerted himself in his alchemical focus, exhausting his body? She had warned him not to be so hasty, yet he had disregarded her. What could this possibly mean? Did he lack common sense? As an alchemist, the most crucial asset was one's mental acuity. Qin Mu? Qin Mu. Yu Bingchang fervently slapped his face, attempting to rouse him. Yet, Qin Mu remained unresponsive, his breath growing increasingly faint. Only he was aware that this was a ruse. After all, Yu Bingchang was among his targets for conquest. Without such theatrics, how could he ever hope to encounter her? 50 clear spirit pills would surely lead to a severe depletion of his mental energy. Yu Bingchang understood that such matters could not be delayed. So she decisively carried Qin Mu and soared towards her chamber. Along the way, a faint smile lingered at the corners of Qin Mu's lips, soft as jade, with a fragrance that enveloped the senses. It was an essence distinctly different from that of Yuhan Huang. If Yuhan Huang were to discover that her aunt had engaged in such actions, would she not be driven to a furious frenzy? But what did it matter? After a thorough examination, Yu Bingchang realized that Qin Mu remained unresponsive. Why was this young man so relentless? Yu Bingchang sighed. There was no rush concerning the elixir. For losing an alchemist would not only be her loss, but a loss for the entire Great Sword dynasty. How could she awaken him? She attempted various methods. All to no avail. Suddenly, a thought struck her. There seemed to be a technique recorded in secret arts, a method to merge their energies, which could potentially reshape the essence of the soul. However, would this not require her to? Yu Bingchang paused, gazing at Qin Mu's face. She had resolved to prioritize martial prowess in her life, dismissing matters of love and affection entirely. Was she truly to sacrifice her own integrity for a mere Qin Mu? If she refrained from this, whether he would awaken remained uncertain. The power of decision lay within her grasp. With that, Yu Bingchang reached towards Qin Mu's chest. Chapter 90. The first step of conquest, acknowledging kinship. It was happening. The anticipation surged within Qin Mu. Indeed, he had surmised correctly. Yu Bingchang would not permit him to perish so easily. As long as he held sufficient value, bending Yu Bingchang to his will was not beyond reach. Yet after a considerable time, Qin Mu found there was no response. What could be amiss? No, while he could not allow him to die, he also could not afford to lose himself. Yu Bingchang murmured to herself. Please no? Qin Mu's mind raced in desperation. If he could just hold on a little longer, perhaps he could succeed in his conquest. Yet now, awakening seemed an impossibility. I have but one final wanling pill left. I suppose it will serve you well. Yu Bingchang produced a blue elixir and placed it into Qin Mu's mouth. Immediately, Qin Mu felt a surge of tumultuous energy coursing through him. This was bad. The power of the elixir was overwhelmingly potent, bordering on excessive. Qin Mu sensed a terrifying spiritual force filling his limbs and bones. If he did not devise a means to dissipate it, his body would surely burst apart. Such is the miraculous effect of a wanling pill. A fifth-tier elixir of high grade, even one on the brink of death could spring back to life after consuming it. Effective. Yu Bingchang felt the shift in Qin Mu's internal strength and was filled with delight. As long as Qin Mu lived, he could continuously provide her with elixirs. Thus, her actions could be seen as an investment. With little time to contemplate, Qin Mu chose to elevate his own strength. Boom! The two forces erupted, propelling Qin Mu's power to the late stage of the celestial realm. This young man had unexpectedly advanced to the late stage of the celestial realm through such fortuitous circumstances. Yu Bingshang was also taken aback. Such an opportunity is rare, not everyone is afforded this chance. Although assisted by the wondrous elixir, Qin Mu has already sustained grave injuries. Yet his ability to break through his limits speaks volumes about his extraordinary talent. A youth of such potential is indeed fit for the imperial court. The Great Sword Dynasty would never permit those of formidable strength to linger outside its walls. Only within the dynasty can they feel secure. Alas, you have already been claimed by Frost. Yu Bingshang let out a sigh. Were it not for this, she would undoubtedly not let such a person slip away. Qin Mu had yet to awaken, but he would certainly find Yu Bingshang's words rather puzzling. Could it be that she has taken an interest in his exceptional spiritual vein? To actively pursue Yu Bingshang, his strength would need to reach the realm of spirit concentration, a significant distance from where he currently stands. The path to mastery is long and arduous. I shall seek knowledge both above and below. At that moment, Qin Mu suddenly opened his eyes, soaring into the air. Surrounding him were torrents of spiritual energy surging into his being. Is he gathering spirit with his body? How could this be? Upon witnessing this, Yu Bingshang's mouth fell agape. It was unfathomable that such a being could be before her. To gather spirit through one's body is a feat even those in the spirit concentration realm cannot attain. How could he, with his mere heavenly spirit realm strength, accomplish such a thing? Was it mere coincidence? Or did he possess some secret method? Or perhaps, he is not from this continent at all. After a moment, Qin Mu opened his eyes, no longer intending to feign ignorance. His strength had surged to the late heavenly spirit realm, causing his spiritual energy to swell within him. Even now, if he were presented with 3 women, he could undoubtedly maintain the upper hand for 5 days and nights without falter. Qin Mu, your fortune is commendable. With the aid of the wondrous elixir, you have managed to break through to the late heavenly spirit realm. However, you must refrain from such recklessness in the future. Yu Bingshang exhaled in relief. I was merely anxious to alleviate the princess's burdens, he replied. I still require 50 pure spirit pills. I shall begin their refinement now. Upon hearing this, Yu Bingshang swiftly intercepted him. She possessed no second wondrous elixir, and it would be best if this young man remained calm. No need. Yu Bingshang intended to take her time with the matter, but Qin Mu's impulsive nature caught her off guard. Was he willing to risk his life to assist her? Wait. Why is Qin Mu acting in such a manner? Is it out of fear of her power, or does he covet her beauty? It is not vanity on Yu Bingshang's part. Within the entire Great Sword Dynasty, the only one who could rival her beauty is her niece, Yu Hanshuang. Moreover, the two of them share a striking resemblance. That is out of the question. If I require 100, then 100 it shall be. The princess need not worry. Having broken through, I am brimming with energy and shall encounter no issues. Qin Mu patted his chest confidently, dismissing Yu Bingshang as concerns, and turned to soar out of the palace. As the man emerged from the princess's chamber, many below began to whisper among themselves. Could it be that the princess was secretly training a male servant? However, a heavenly spirit realm servant is not someone just anyone can manage. Much like those palace maids possessing only the strength of the human spirit realm, if they were to engage in combat with experts of the heavenly spirit realm, they would likely be exhausted within mere encounters, ultimately perishing in their chambers. However, the situation is quite different for the princess. Qin Mu devoted half a day to concocting 50 clear spirit pills. Of course, this was within his capability, and had he been unable to achieve it, he would not have forced himself. His life is far more precious than anything else. Princess, here are the items you requested. Upon seeing 100 clear spirit pills laid before her, Yu Bingshang was momentarily taken aback. Qin Mu truly was her timely savior. Splendid. With these elixirs, a breakthrough in her strength seems promising. Even if she cannot ascend beyond the condensing spirit realm, at least she can ensure her safety. After this, Yu Bingshang turned her gaze toward Qin Mu. I previously promised you that should you accomplish this, I would bestow upon you a generous reward. Would you prefer a noble title or something else? As the Grand Princess, she is indeed the Emperor's sister, possessing a modicum of authority. If the Grand Princess truly wishes to reward me, how about sharing a meal with me? A glint of inspiration flickered in Qin Mu's eyes. He would soon return to the Holy Maiden Sect, but before that, he needed to ensure that Yu Bingshang would remember him, preferably in a manner that would linger in her thoughts. Intimate moments between the two would naturally be the most fitting opportunity. You desire the Grand Princess to treat you to a meal? Why? Yu Bingshang pondered briefly, feeling a twinge of regret. After all, with just a word from Qin Mu, she could easily elevate him to a noble lord of the Great Sword Dynasty, or even grant him a royal title. Yet, Qin Mu merely wished to share a meal with her. Such a simple request seemed almost absurd, because you bear a striking resemblance to my late aunt. At this juncture, Qin Mu's expression suddenly darkened, as if shrouded in sorrow. What? Your aunt? Unbeknownst to the Grand Princess, I have been alone since childhood, with only my aunt taking me in, teaching me to read, and imparting her strength and skills. Were it not for her, I would not be who I am today. Regrettably, my kind-hearted aunt met an untimely demise, which left me heartbroken for a long time. Perhaps it is the heaven's favor that has allowed you, princess, to appear before me. Upon hearing these words, Yu Bingxiang's eyes glistened with moisture. In this world, children as filial as Qin Mu are indeed rare. I see. In that case, I shall immediately arrange a banquet. Yu Bingxiang prepared to give orders. Yet, Qin Mu shook his head. Grand Princess, I must hasten back to the Holy Maiden Sect and cannot linger. How about this? Accompany me to a tavern in the Imperial City, where we can indulge in a couple of dishes. My aunt once expressed that her greatest desire before passing was to dine in the Imperial City, but alas. His voice grew choked with emotion. Given his pitiable circumstances, surely Yu Bingxiang would not refuse him, would she?